Chapter 1. Your Majesty, please no, don't do this. Your Majesty, I implore you not to lose hope. Several disheveled palace servants knelt before a young man beneath a gnarled tree, their cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. Before the crooked tree, a youth gazed at the ravaged capital not far away, his fists clenched in silent fury, his eyes filled with desolation. He was once the sovereign of the Liang Kingdom, ruling over 3 prefectures and 6 cities. Yet now, the great general of Liang lay slain, the capital besieged, and its citizens reduced to mere subjects of a fallen state. He refused to become a king of a fallen nation, unwilling to be a prisoner in his own realm. Heaven has forsaken my great Liang. The young man cried out to the heavens, resolutely choosing to end his own life. Crack! At that moment, a thunderous clap shattered the air, obliterating the gnarled tree. What is happening? Where am I? Qin Feng struggled to open his eyes, his body aching, his mind swirling as if he had plummeted from a great height. Your Majesty, are you all right? Thank goodness. An elderly face appeared before him, streaked with tears, as if it had witnessed profound sorrow. The others gathered around, kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Who are you? Qin Feng asked as he noticed their bizarre attire and expressions of bewilderment. Are you performing a play? As soon as he spoke, a dull roar filled his mind, and memories surged forth like a tidal wave. I am Qin Feng, a student from Nanjing University? No, I am Qin Feng, the sovereign of the Liang Kingdom in the Yunling Prefecture of the southern region. Rapidly, 2 drastically different life experiences flashed through Qin Feng's mind like a movie reel. Boom! After a moment, a rush of heat surged to his head. I have traversed worlds. He had transformed from an ordinary student into the last ruler of the Liang Kingdom. Here, lords vied for supremacy, and royal authority reigned supreme. Confucianism, legalism, martial arts, and the philosophies of various schools were all instruments of royal power. Beasts, demons, spirits, and immortals from the 6 realms and 3 paths were all under royal dominion. And he, Qin Feng, the king of a fallen state, had but a fleeting moment left. Your Majesty, flee. The bandits have already attacked West Mountain. Your Majesty must escape. A cacophony of battle cries erupted from below the mountain. Hurry, assist His Majesty in his retreat. The old servant shouted, panic evident in his voice. The others hurriedly helped Qin Feng to his feet and rushed towards the southern side of West Mountain. However, soon another boisterous voice rang out. The general has decreed, capture the young king of Liang alive, reward of 500 acres of fertile land and 100 taels of gold. Whoever brings the young king's head shall receive 300 acres of fertile land and 500 taels of gold. The battle cries drew ever closer. The ground of West Mountain trembled, dust and debris swirling in the air. Several palace servants collapsed in fear, rendered helpless as if turned to mush. Get up, you fools! Take His Majesty away. The old servant brandished a sword, kicking the fallen servants in frustration. Yet the enemy's forces were swift, encircling them in an instant. Commander, this is the young king of Liang. Ha ha ha. Capturing the young king will be a great achievement. Congratulations, Commander. A throng of enemy soldiers surrounded Qin Feng and his companions, laughing without restraint. Qin Feng stared at the arrogant faces before him, still reeling from the shock. I have just crossed over, having barely tasted the benefits of kingship, and now I am to face execution? How is this fair? I refuse to accept this. He seethed, fury igniting within him, roaring in defiance. Perhaps it was the memory of the young king that fueled his wrath against these foes. Ha, did you hear that? The young king says he refuses to accept this, the enemy commander laughed. Ha ha, what does a fallen monarch have to be unwilling about? Once we take his head, let his defiance be damned. Their mockery echoed around him. Buzz. Qin Feng felt as though the world around him was spinning, and then everything blurred into obscurity. In the midst of this chaos, a grand voice resonated. Ding dong. The destiny summoning system is awakening and binding to 102080. Ding dong. System binding successful. Upon first binding, The host is granted 500 points of fortune. Would you like to activate the destiny summoning? Qin Feng's heart trembled, his fists clenched. A system descended from the heavens? Is this the golden finger of a time traveler? Truly, the heavens do not forsake those without hope. Activate, he silently commanded. In an instant, visions swirled within his mind. Then, a radiant light erupted. Ding dong. The basic summoning consumes 500 points of fortune, granting a set of advanced martial arts. Indomitable Divine Fist. In the next moment, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his eyes scanning the surrounding enemies like a predator. A defeated army dares to glare at me? Seize him. The enemy commander darkened at the sight of Qin Feng's hostility and immediately issued a command. Yes, his subordinates roared, charging forward with reckless abandon. Protect His Majesty, the old servant bellowed, positioning himself in front of Qin Feng. A few brave palace servants hurriedly rallied around him. Thud! In the initial clash, one palace servant was overpowered, impaled by the enemy's weapon, blood spraying in all directions. Bang! After the old servant felled two foes, he too was struck by a massive spear, sent flying 10 paces away. Your Majesty! He looked back, filled with reluctance and concern, his mouth bleeding as he struggled to rise. Ha ha ha! The enemy soldiers laughed even more boisterously. Their sharp weapons pointed directly at Qin Feng. Get away from me! Qin Feng suddenly lifted his head, his hands imbued with extraordinary strength as he seized the blade of an approaching enemy. In an explosive moment, he hurled the foe to the ground. Behold my divine fist! Bang bang! With every strike, shockwaves erupted, obliterating the foes charging towards him, turning them into mere pulp. What? The old servant was struck with disbelief, his body trembling. How is this possible? When did His Majesty become so powerful? The enemy commander was equally stunned. Wasn't it said that the young king of Liang possessed only the strength of the blood refinement stage? How could he so easily obliterate my elite soldiers? I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The commander's face darkened as he charged forward. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, his chest heaving. This body possesses only the strength of the blood refinement stage, yet under the enhancement of the indomitable divine fist, it unleashed power comparable to that of the opening stage. The system truly delivers exceptional quality. Kill! His heart surged with excitement as he unleashed the indomitable divine fist again, blood splattering wherever he struck. The enemy commander fell lifeless to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. Those still standing, follow me down the mountain. Qin Feng exhaled a breath of relief, striding confidently down the mountain. The old servant, still bewildered, struggled to follow Qin Feng. At the foot of the mountain, enemies stormed the palace, indulging in wanton destruction and robbery. The once resplendent Liang royal palace was shrouded in chaos, the air thick with the stench of blood, an overwhelming assault on the senses. Your Majesty! Palace servants fleeing from the enemy spotted Qin Feng and rushed towards him in a panic. Quickly, it's the young king. Ha ha! The young king's head is mine. The title of lord is within my grasp. The enemy's soldiers, their eyes filled with greed, surged towards Qin Feng. The old servant gripped his sword tightly, his legs trembling slightly. Fools who seek their own demise. Qin Feng spoke coldly, his fist striking with ferocity, a series of explosive sounds erupting. Waves of energy collided, and wherever he passed, enemies fell lifeless without a chance to retaliate. Bang bang! The fists intertwined, the shock waves intensified. Before long, dozens lay slain. A throng of palace servants knelt before Qin Feng, their faces filled with reverence. Your Majesty is mighty. Heaven bless our great Liang. Many were left in tears. Stop weeping. A great enemy approaches. Disaster looms. What use is crying? All able-bodied individuals, arm yourselves and fight alongside me. Qin Feng commanded with authority. Yes, at your command. The palace servants and maids hastily armed themselves. With Qin Feng leading the charge into the palace, the indomitable divine fist rendered every foe powerless, Even the enemy's finest generals fell before his might. Soon, a throng of no less than 1,000 gathered around him. Send the word. I am destined to prevail. All who insult my great Liang shall perish. Qin Feng proclaimed before the Zhongwei Hall, addressing the kneeling servants before him, his voice resounding. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he appeared as a deity descended upon the earth. Ding dong. System notification. Striving to reverse the nation's decline, the people's hearts united. Fortune increases by 1,000 points. Well done. A wave of joy surged through Qin Feng's heart. Having experienced the formidable power of the invincible divine fist, his curiosity about the items summoned by the system deepened. Your Majesty, all the guards from the palace have been gathered. Only 92 remain with combat capability, the old courtier reported, kneeling before Qin Feng, his voice trembling with trepidation. His name was Chao Jiao, who had watched over the young prince of Liang, devotedly loyal to him. At present, the enemy had breached the capital, invading the royal palace, and the majority of the palace guards had perished in battle. With only this handful of guards remaining, it was unlikely they could turn the tide. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the remaining guards as he inquired, with the nation on the brink of collapse, I desire to fight to the death. What are your thoughts? Willing to fight to the death with your Majesty. The guards shouted in unison, their faces marred with blood, their declarations resolute. We too are willing to fight to the death with your Majesty. Chao Jiao proclaimed loudly, willing to fight to the death with your Majesty. Thousands of palace servants, who were utterly defenseless, echoed the battle cry. Ding dong. System notification, uniting the people's hearts, inspiring morale. Fortune increases by 500 points. Excellent. Qin Feng exclaimed with satisfaction, declaring, today, we shall show those thieves from Shugua what we are made of. At this juncture, the forces threatening to breach the capital of Liang were none other than the neighboring state of Shugua. Shugua boasted 5 prefectures and 12 cities, its strength nearly double that of Liang. This time, with the death of General Chingling, Shugua seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, leading to Liang's dire predicament. Ha ha ha! Mere children, what audacity! At that moment, a voice rang out, brimming with arrogance. Following this, a formidable array of iron cavalry surged before the Zhongwei Hall, surrounding Qin Feng and his retinue. The leader brandished his sword, gazing down at Qin Feng with a cold smirk. You think you can pose a threat to my Shugua? Ha ha ha! The broadsword suddenly pointed at Qin Feng, an aura of murderous intent permeating the air. Qin Feng recognized this man as Zhao Jisheng, a general of Shugua, a powerhouse at the third realm of Kaiyuan. The palace guards around him immediately took up defensive positions. The palace servants wore expressions of horror. I stand here, which of you Liang's wretches dares to challenge me? Zhao Jisheng taunted disdainfully. I shall. A palace officer shouted, boldly stepping forward. Zhao Jisheng's lips curled into a sneer as his broadsword swept through the air, his true essence swirling, and in an instant, a head soared into the sky, blood splattering the ground. The once mighty palace officer was no match for him. Fear filled the eyes of the remaining guards. It was evident that even uniting the strength of all present Liang citizens would not suffice to defeat Zhao Jisheng, not to mention the thousands of battle-hardened cavalry behind him from Shugua. In an instant, the morale of Liang's forces plummeted. What immense power! Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he surmised that even if he could withstand Zhao Jisheng with the invincible divine fist, he would likely falter against the thousands of cavalry at his back. Moreover, there were many more enemies from Shugua outside the palace. Ding dong. Do you wish to activate the heavenly fortune summon? Activate. Qin Feng silently commanded within his heart. Then, a cascade of radiant light filled his mind, and ethereal music seemed to resonate around him. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Ding dong. The initial summon costs 500 fortune points, granting you General Wei Yan cultivation. First layer of foundation establishment. What? A surge of excitement raced through Qin Feng's heart. It was known that the realms of blood refinement, Kaiyuan, and foundation establishment were each a significant step in power. Ordinary soldiers only needed to step into the blood refinement realm. Those who reached the Kaiyuan realm could directly be appointed as generals, guarding a prefecture. And those who attained the foundation establishment realm were capable of stabilizing the very foundation of a nation. Good, good, good. Qin Feng appeared as though he had ingested a calming elixir, his mind now at peace. Who else would dare to strike? At this moment, Zhao Jisheng spoke again, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over the people of Liang. The blood on the horse-slaying blade dripped down the blood groove, splattering onto the ground. The Liang contingent fell silent. I shall. A powerful voice suddenly boomed from behind the cavalry of Su, declaring, I am Wei Yan, a humble commoner of Liang, willing to serve the king with utmost loyalty. The voice resonated like a thunderclap, cutting through the ranks of Su's cavalry and landing before Qin Feng, whereupon he knelt on one knee. What a robust and heroic figure! Qin Feng immediately expressed his admiration. Marveling at the system's swift response, he patted Wei Yan's shoulder, gesturing toward Zhao Jisheng, and said, If you can slay this villain, you shall be a great general of Liang. Thank you, your majesty. Wei Yan responded loudly to turn around, barehanded, to confront Zhao Jisheng directly, bellowing, Die, you rogue general. Humph. Zhao Jisheng sneered coldly, mocking, A mere bandit dares to boast before me. Do you even know how to write the word death? As he spoke, he spurred his horse forward, fiercely swinging the horse-slaying blade towards Wei Yan, unleashing a torrent of true essence that stirred the air with a bloody wind. The Liang people looked on in horror. How could a mere bandit withstand the might of Su's general? Yet Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, as if he had everything under control. In the next moment, Wei Yan's fists blazed with a fiery glow as he boldly grasped the blade raised by Zhao Jisheng. With a resounding thud, he actually seized Zhao Jisheng's horse-slaying blade. What? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Not only the people of Liang, but even Su's cavalry were taken aback by Wei Yan's unexpected prowess. Die, you brigand! Wei Yan thundered again, gripping the horse-slaying blade and yanking Zhao Jisheng off his horse. Bang! Zhao Jisheng crashed heavily to the ground. In the following moment, flames erupted. Zhao Jisheng's head was reduced to a charred wasteland. In a single move, Zhao Jisheng is dead. How audacious to dare kill General Zhao. Avenge General Zhao. The soldiers of Su instantly turned red with rage, charging forward with hoarse cries. Long spears and short swords gleamed menacingly, and the cavalry thundered, shaking the very earth. Your Majesty, step back. Allow me to slay these insolent brigands. Wei Yan urged in a low voice. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Kill! Wei Yan shouted fiercely, charging directly at Su's cavalry. With each clash of his fists, flames surged forth. Wherever the fiery tongues passed, Su's cavalry fell in droves. Bang! Bang! The sound of muffled groans echoed continuously as Wei Yan ventured forth as if in a realm devoid of opposition. Such a formidable warrior, truly a blessing from the heavens for my Liang. Chao Jiao, witnessing Wei Yan's strength, trembled with excitement. A multitude of palace attendants fell to their knees before Qin Feng. Ding dong. The system prompted, in the face of despair. Regain the hearts of the people, earning 500 points of fortune. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, and suddenly a vivid image appeared in his mind, resembling a game control panel. Read. System name. Heavenly Fortune Summoning System. Host, Qin Feng, Lord of the 9th rank Principality, Liang. Host strength, Blood Refinement 3rd layer. Host reputation, not initialized. Fortune points, 1,000. Summon skills, Unstoppable Divine Fist, recoverable. Summon General. Military Family Wei Yan, Foundation Establishment 1st layer. Summon level, Elementary, consuming 500 fortune points each time. Mysterious summon yet to be unlocked. Qin Feng swiftly clarified the system's content and purpose, exhaling a breath of relief. Shortly thereafter, Wei Yan approached rapidly, kneeling before him and declaring loudly, Your Majesty, the enemy in the palace has retreated. I humbly request permission to restore the might of Liang and drive out the enemies of Su. Excellent, Qin Feng said, pleased as he patted Wei Yan's shoulder, proclaiming, I hereby appoint you as the great general of Liang. uniting the strength of the nation to expel the invaders and restore the state of Liang. Do you have confidence? I will not fail my mission, Wei Yan replied loudly. This moment. Cao Jiu stepped forward hastily, advising, Your Majesty, think carefully. This time, Su has dispatched Chingling as the commander, leading tens of thousands of well-equipped cavalry. Their momentum fierce. Although General Wei is valiant, I fear his fists alone may struggle against such overwhelming numbers. What do you suggest we do? Qin Feng countered. The old servant replied earnestly, I believe we should temporarily vacate the royal capital and take refuge in West Wind City to devise a long-term strategy. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. Had he been the former little king of Liang, retreating to West Wind City to consolidate power would indeed have been a prudent path. However, the times have changed. Qin Feng surveyed the crowd, his voice resolute. To leave the royal capital would be no different than that of a bereaved dog. Moreover, this land belongs to Liang. It is the brigands who should flee. Indeed, it is the brigands of Su who should be the ones to retreat. A palace guard shouted indignantly. Wei Yan's emotions surged, and he immediately knelt, declaring, I am willing to fight to the death for your majesty. I am willing to fight to the death for your majesty. The palace guards echoed in unison. Cao Jiu opened his mouth but dared not speak further. Observing the surroundings, he sighed inwardly. Though the crowd is filled with righteous anger and high morale, their strength is limited. How can they contend with the well-equipped cavalry of Su? He suspected that the king was still too youthful and impetuous. Open the royal treasury, and let everyone take up arms to fight alongside me. Qin Feng commanded decisively. Cao Jiu accepted the order and led the others to the royal treasury. Meanwhile, as the palace was besieged, Su's cavalry rampaged through it, digging through the ruins, even breaking down the doors of the royal treasury. The scene was one of utter devastation, valuable weapons stolen, while those that could not be taken were set ablaze. Qin Feng sighed inwardly, motioning for everyone to search for any usable weapons, and a twinge of melancholy rose within him. Just one suitable weapon, please. Let me activate the Heavenly Fortune Summoning. Ding dong, consuming 500 fortune points, successfully summoned the Heavenly Blade Minghong. Qin Feng's form trembled. The Heavenly Blade, just hearing the name, one could tell this weapon must be extraordinary. At that moment, the ground shook with a thunderous sound as Wei Yan, unable to find a suitable weapon, uprooted a 10-jong-tall bronze pillar at the front of the royal treasury. The corner of the treasury collapsed with a resounding crash. Splendid, Wei Yan exclaimed, swinging the bronze pillar with force. The soldiers, witnessing his innate strength, felt their panic dissipate significantly. Qin Feng nodded in approval. However, just then, he noticed a faint red glow emanating from the collapsed corner of the treasury and quickly approached. To his astonishment, amidst the ruins lay a magnificent blade. The sword measured 9 feet in length, its blade 2 palms wide, and its handle as thick as an infant's arm. The entire blade exuded a red radiance, faintly releasing an aura of blood. The intertwining light and shadow coalesced to form the words Minghong. Everyone sensed a heavy atmosphere and turned to look. The Heavenly Blade Minghong? Cao Jiu gasped, his lips trembling uncontrollably. How can this be? The legendary Heavenly Blade Minghong is truly within Liang. Truly, a blessing for Liang. A blessing for Liang. The crowd, witnessing this, knelt to the ground, chanting in unison, Heaven bless Liang, heaven bless the king. It is known that the Heavenly Blade Minghong ranks 3rd on the Southern Domain weapon rankings. There has always been a rumor in the royal palace of Liang, when the treasury was first established. The first king of Liang beheld this radiant red light and commissioned a Taoist master to divine its significance, discovering that the Heavenly Blade had descended here. However, despite digging 3 feet into the ground, they could not find the blade. Ultimately, they built the royal treasury in hopes of tapping into the blade's fortune. Yet who could have imagined that today the Heavenly Blade Minghong would materialize, falling into the hands of the little king, a truly auspicious sign for Liang. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Cao Jiu immediately bowed. Qin Feng tightened his grip on the Heavenly Blade Minghong, a slight smile gracing his lips. Moments later, the crowd gathered their equipment from the chaotic treasury, and under Qin Feng's leadership, they surged out of the palace with great momentum. Outside the palace, The sight was one of ruins, corpses strewn about. Many lay on the ground, barely clothed, their bodies bloodied and mangled. The air was filled with wails of despair. "Mommy, where are you? I promise I won't be naughty anymore." A 3-year-old boy stood by the road, tears in his eyes. Not far from him, amidst a pile of corpses, a hand stirred, a glimmer of light flashing in dimmed eyes before it quickly extinguished. "Run! Help!" The air was filled with the sounds of wailing and cries. Ha ha ha! The cavalry of Chu Kingdom galloped wildly through the city. Many individuals were adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, while some even had 3 or 4 women strapped to their horses. That a group of common folk was driven into a narrow alley by another group of iron-clad riders. Soon, the sounds of anguish erupted. Qiao Jiu trembled slightly. In that moment, he suddenly grasped why Qin Feng chose to remain. If even the sovereign fled, how could the citizens of the city survive? A nest without a roof cannot shelter unbroken eggs. Chu Kingdom, you wretched beasts! Liang's great general Wei Yan is here. Prepare to meet your demise. Wei Yan shouted, charging into the center of the street, wielding a 10-foot-long bronze pillar. The surrounding cavalry of Chu Kingdom gathered upon hearing his voice. Qin Gang is dead, and yet there are still fools daring to impersonate a general of Liang. Someone mocked. "Humph! Ignorant creatures, watch as I take your head." As he spoke, a rider surged forward, gripping a spear. Charging directly at Wei Yan. "Get lost!" Wei Yan bellowed, swinging the bronze pillar, directly smashing the assailant. The massive bronze pillar whirled in a dazzling display, leaving behind a blur of motion. Wherever it passed, the riders of Chu Kingdom were reduced to mere pulp. Soon, the clamor of battle grew louder, and more cavalry from Chu Kingdom converged from all directions. The overwhelming mass of ironclad riders encircled Qin Feng and his companions. Qiao Jiu and the others were drenched in sweat, their hearts racing. Meanwhile, the Chu Kingdom cavalry gazed in astonishment at Wei Yan, who appeared as if descended from the heavens. "Who is this person?" The general of Chu Kingdom, Lin Shi, inquired. "I have never seen him before. However, he claims to be a general of Liang." Someone replied, "The general of Liang." Lin Shi furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative expression. "General, it is the little king of Liang." At that moment, a keen-eyed individual spotted Qin Feng behind Wei Yan and immediately exclaimed. Lin Shi's pupils narrowed, a greedy glint appearing in his eyes as he chuckled. "Isn't Zhao Jisheng in the palace? How did the little king of Liang manage to escape? Haha, this is fortuitous for me. Come forth, seize the traitor of Liang." With a single command from Lin Shi, the surrounding cavalry charged forth, surging toward Wei Yan like a tidal wave. Boom! Wei Yan wielded the bronze pillar with such ferocity that it resembled a meat grinder, splattering the blood of Chu Kingdom's riders everywhere. In no time, the corpses of Chu Kingdom's cavalry piled up like mountains before him. Lin Shi felt a chill run down his spine and deliberately circled around Wei Yan. Aiming to strike at Qin Feng from the side, he thought, "If I can capture the little king of Liang, perhaps I could disrupt this man's focus." Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Shi charged forward. He swiftly dispatched several foes, reaching Qin Feng and bellowing, "The little king of Liang has been slain. Why do you not surrender?" As he spoke, his spear lunged toward Qin Feng. "Slain?" Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, revealing a cold smile. "Is that so, just by you?" As he spoke, the heavenly blade soared through the air, releasing a wave of blood energy. Wherever the crimson light passed, Lin Shi's spear shattered. The remaining force of the blood light cleaved Lin Shi's mount in two. Lin Shi was hurled from his horse, crashing to the ground before Qin Feng. What? Lin Shi's mind spun in chaos. Bang! Qin Feng offered him no chance, delivering a powerful punch. Lin Shi was dead. A knife. A fist. The general of Chu Kingdom met a sudden demise. This seamless attack sent a chill through the hearts of the Chu Kingdom cavalry who witnessed the scene. The general is dead. Retreat! Retreat! Many fled rapidly, wishing they had sprouted a couple more legs. After being pursued by Wei Yan, the riders of Chu Kingdom trampled one another, the casualties rapidly escalating. Report. Outside the city, within the camp of Chu Kingdom's army. A steed galloped in. I report to the marshal. General Zhao Jisheng has been slain. Report. I report to the marshal. General Lin Shi has been slain. What? Qilong, who was organizing the spoils of war from the campaign against Liang, suddenly heard these two dire pieces of news and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What on earth has happened? Liang has already been defeated. The city should be reveling in the victory of Su Kingdom. Why have two generals suddenly fallen? It is indeed the work of the little king of Liang," the scout hastily replied. "The little king of Liang?" Qilong's mind conjured the image of a frail figure, his expression darkening as he scolded, "Nonsense! How could such a feeble child possibly pose a threat?" In Qilong's memory, the little king of Liang was a fragile character, barely possessing the strength of the blood-refining realm thanks to an excessive reliance on medicinal pills. He could hardly stand against a mere soldier under his command. How could he possibly slay two of his generals? "It is indeed the case," the scout stammered. His information had come from scouts within the city, and it could not be false. After all, this was crucial military intelligence. Conveying false information could cost one their head. Boom! At that moment, thunderous war drums echoed from outside the camp, shaking the ground that I report to the marshal. A multitude of common folk have charged out from Liang's capital, seeking to confront our army. A subordinate rushed in to report, a mere rabble. "What is there to fear?" Qilong replied coldly, striding forward with determination. Soon, tens of thousands of Su Kingdom's cavalry formed a disciplined line, spreading their wings in formation. Qilong, mounted on a windhorn beast, moving with the speed of the wind, appeared before the two armies. At a glance, he saw a massive throng of people from Liang's capital, brandishing various tools such as sickles, bricks, and hoes, a veritable rabble. The only noteworthy figure was the burly man at the front, clutching the 10-foot bronze pillar. What immense strength! Qilong was inwardly astonished. "Where is the dog king of Su?" "I am Wei Yan, a general of Liang. I have come to claim your life," Wei Yan declared, striding boldly to the forefront, shouting at Qilong. Qilong's expression darkened as he scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Qin Feng. "Little king of Liang, today the defeat of your kingdom is a foregone conclusion. Do you still wish to act foolishly and lead the entire populace to their doom?" "Act foolishly?" Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, and he declared loudly, "This is the land of my great Liang. You harm our citizens, trample upon our soil, commit acts of injustice, and yet dare to boast so brazenly?" Qilong sneered. "The victors write history. Such a simple truth. Did your father not teach you?" "Impudent!" Wei Yan roared in fury. "You old scoundrel. Do you dare insult my king? Today I, Wei Yan, shall use this dog-beating stick to extinguish your arrogance." As he spoke, he approached Qilong. "Su Kingdom scoundrels, step forth to meet your demise." The bronze pillar whistled through the air, exuding an aura of power. Many soldiers of Su Kingdom displayed expressions of shock. Qilong's complexion changed several times, his peripheral vision scanning left and right. Suddenly, someone galloped forward. "Audacious fool, daring to challenge us before the cavalry of Su Kingdom. Prepare to die." The warhorse charged like the wind. A figure leaped into the air, slashing at Wei Yan. "Die." Wei Yan coldly uttered a single word, the bronze pillar crashing downward. Bang! A burst of blood erupted in the air. Wei Yan skidded along the ground for 3 feet. The general of Su Kingdom was slain. "Fool! Take this!" Soon, 2 more individuals surged forth from the Su Kingdom side, one on each flank, attacking Wei Yan. Their spears glinted ominously, their blades danced with bloodlust. "Come at me!" Wei Yan laughed heartily, launching the bronze pillar at one of them. Meanwhile, his fists seemed to ignite, fiercely enveloping the other, the Foundation establishment expert. Qilong's pupils constricted, his body trembling. In the next moment, both generals of Su Kingdom fell without exception. "Well done. Brilliantly executed." The citizens of Liang erupted in thunderous cheers, their spirits soaring. Qilong's expression shifted multiple times. He immediately spurred his horse forward. "I did not expect that the crumbling Liang Kingdom still harbors a Foundation establishment expert like Wei Yan. Are you willing to join Su Kingdom?" He directly sought to recruit Wei Yan in front of Qin Feng. "Our king values talent. If you join Su Kingdom, you shall undoubtedly enjoy boundless wealth and glory." Qilong tempted him with promises. "What if I desire your head as a ball to kick?" Wei Yan smirked. "Those who know how to read the times are the true heroes. Now that Liang's defeat is inevitable, Can you alone withstand my tens of thousands of cavalry? Qi Long coldly shouted, enough with the nonsense. Let your actions speak for themselves. Wei Yan barked an order, and the bronze pillar whistled through the air, aimed directly at Qi Long. Qi Long's brows furrowed violently as he retorted coldly. You foolish creature, if you seek death, I shall oblige. The brilliance of his sword flickered ominously, hinting at a tempestuous wind that swept by. To his astonishment, it became evident that he too was a formidable cultivator. The green sword's shadow collided with the bronze pillar, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Encountering an adversary of equal strength for the first time, Wei Yan revealed a sinister grin, his attacks growing ever more ferocious. He wielded the Tianzhonglong bronze pillar with an impenetrable ferocity, carving deep ravines into the earth. Yet, Qi Long's prowess was no less impressive, the emerald sword light swirling with the speed of thunder. You can only fend off me. How will you protect the ants of Liang Kingdom? Qi Long scoffed coldly. Humph, enough talk. After I kill you, I shall slaughter your entire pack of dogs. Wei Yan spat vehemently. Arrogant, Qi Long's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, and, as he clashed with Wei Yan, he commanded, at all costs, eliminate the little king of Liang. He believed that with the death of the little king, Wei Yan would naturally lose his significance. Understood. Soon, the cavalry of Su states circled around Wei Yan, charging towards Qin Feng. You dare? Wei Yan's muscles bulged with fury, his actions growing increasingly violent, seemingly desperate to rescue Qin Feng. Qi Long chuckled coldly, exerting his full strength to keep Wei Yan firmly at bay. Boom! Flames raged and winds howled. Many of Su state's cavalry were caught in the tumult of their battle, instantly turned to mere pulp. Nevertheless, the sheer number of Su state's cavalry was overwhelming. Before long, some maneuvered past Wei Yan, rushing towards Qin Feng and others, though these well-equipped cavalry could not match the ferocity of Wei Yan. They posed no challenge to Qin Feng and the defenseless citizens of Liang Kingdom. Qi Long's cold smile deepened. In a matter of moments, your Liang Kingdom shall face defeat. Wei Yan's gaze turned icy, his strikes becoming more domineering. Little king, prepare for death. At that moment, a general from Su state surged before Qin Feng, the glimmer of a blade slicing through the air. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he calmly stated, You think you are worthy to kill me? The man staggered, and a splash of blood illuminated the air as a head soared into the sky. He beheld his own lifeless body left on the ground. Kill! Following this, a torrent of crimson light surged forth, and dozens of heads ascended into the heavens. The Su state cavalry, believing they were on the verge of triumph, unwittingly stepped into their own graves. The Minghong blade buzzed ominously, shadowing Qin Feng as it cleaved through the ranks of Su state's cavalry. Wherever the bloodlight passed, none could withstand its might. How can this be? Qi Long's mind reeled at the sight. Recalling the report from the scouts, how could he have grown so powerful? Kill him. Spare no effort. Capture the little king. He roared in a frenzy, for he too was struggling to maintain his grip over Wei Yan. Should he falter, Wei Yan would be unopposed. At that moment, hundreds of Su state's cavalry charged forth, sweeping toward Qin Feng and the citizens of Liang Kingdom with overwhelming momentum. Just in time, Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered as he silently chanted, Let us invoke the blade technique and eradicate the thieves before us. Heaven's fortune, arise. Instantly, radiant light filled his mind. Ding dong. Consuming 500 points of luck, the primary summoning of Heaven's fortune yielded the advanced martial technique, Blood Drink Dragon Slayer. In that moment, it was as if Qin Feng had received divine enlightenment, visions of swirling blade light flooding his consciousness. Kill! He abruptly raised his head, a slight smile curling his lips, as the Minghong blade burst forth in a cascade of blood-red brilliance, extending several zhang long. Kill! Qin Feng struck with ferocity, the blade erupting in blinding crimson light, stretching dozens of zhang. Where the blade light swept, it left a 3-foot-deep trench in its wake. Blood Drink Dragon Slayer. As the blade light surged, the sound of dragon roars echoed, causing the ears of Su state's cavalry to ring, affecting even the battle between Qi Long and Wei Yan. How can this be happening? Qi Long's heart raced, his mind in turmoil. He could not comprehend the rapid rise in Qin Feng's strength. If the earlier slaying of his elite subordinates had been mere chance, then this imposing aura of blade energy was undeniably impossible to cultivate in such a short span. Boom, boom, boom. Cavalry fell before Qin Feng in quick succession. The remaining Su state cavalry, gripped by terror, hesitated to advance. Old dog, prepare to die. Wei Yan bellowed, seizing the moment Qilong was distracted, swinging the bronze pillar to break through the sword shadow's encirclement. With a single, powerful blow, he forced Qilong back. Ugh! Qilong spat a mouthful of blood, staggering perilously close to the ground. Kill! Wei Yan's bronze pillar descended from above, crashing down upon Qilong in a moment of desperation. Qilong summoned all his strength to counter it. Bang! The bronze pillar shattered. Yet Wei Yan had closed the distance, standing just 3 feet away. Ha! You're finished, old man. Wei Yan grinned maliciously, his fists seemingly engulfed in flames. Seizing the moment when Qilong was exhausted, and ruthlessly launched his assault. Bang! Qilong was once again sent flying, crashing into the ranks of Su State's cavalry. A chorus of shouts erupted among the Su State cavalry as thousands surged forward, encircling Qilong like an ironclad fortress. Wei Yan's eyes narrowed, and he bellowed, "Su State scum, prepare to die." As he spoke, he charged recklessly into the fray, unarmed, clashing with Su State's cavalry. In that instant, he was blinded by bloodlust. "Archers, take him down!" rang out the call from the Su State cavalry. Soon, arrows rained down like a torrential storm, pelting Wei Yan mercilessly. Bang! Bang! Wei Yan's fists flared like flames, his head seemingly possessing eyes of its own, deftly evading the lethal arrows, closing in on the Su State cavalry and mercilessly slaughtering all who stood in his way. Where are the righteous of Liang Kingdom? Let's slay the enemy, together. Qin Feng roared, charging forth. The Ming Hong blade swept out, a torrent of crimson blade light extending dozens of zhong. Many of the Su State cavalry who had yet to reach him were obliterated. Kill! Defend Great Liang! For the king, we fight to the death. The citizens of Liang Kingdom, inspired by the bravery of Qin Feng and Wei Yan, shouted in unison, rushing forth like a tidal wave. The palace guards formed a charging formation, closely following Qin Feng, piercing through the heart of Su State's cavalry like a rapier. Quickly, protect the marshal and retreat. Among the Su State cavalry, some sensed the shift in tide and hurriedly took Qilong away. Archers suppress the Liang people, regardless of life or death. Then, a tumultuous wave of arrows shot into the sky, enveloping the advancing citizens of Liang Kingdom. Many had not even reached the cavalry before being struck down by arrows. Waves of citizens fell, yet those behind them surged forward with renewed vigor, fiercely defending their ground. For Great Liang, we fight to the death. For the king, we fight to the death. The battle cries echoed. A momentum so fierce it sent the battle-hardened Su State cavalry into a frenzy. They beheld the wounded citizens of Liang Kingdom using their bodies to shield against arrows, paving the way for those behind. Some, though fallen, clung desperately to the iron hooves of the Su State cavalry steeds. The battlefield descended into chaos. Tens of thousands of Su State cavalry were encircled by the citizens of Liang Kingdom. Many times their number in that moment, the hatred for the loss of their homeland was unleashed. Most crucially, 2 figures surged at the forefront of the Liang citizens. Qin Feng and Wei Yan, that if the king is willing to risk his life. How can the citizens fear death? Retreat. Hurry, retreat. The marshal's orders rang out, and the entire army began to withdraw. A cacophony of frantic cries echoed among Su State's cavalry. Then, the piercing sound of retreat horns reverberated across the battlefield. Tens of thousands of cavalry retreating like a receding tide. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, the majority belonging to the citizens of Liang Kingdom. Caw, caw. A solitary crow circled above, its call long and mournful. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Chao Ju limped up to Qin Feng, concern etched on his face. An arrow had pierced his leg, leaving him grievously wounded. "I am fine," Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. Truth be told, his arm ached and throbbed, yearning for the respite of a blade's edge. Yet, before him were countless eager faces. These were the citizens of Liang Kingdom. They had risked their lives for him. How could he utter even a word of pain? Esteemed guests, Qin Feng stood atop a mound of corpses belonging to the cavalry of Su Kingdom, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings as he solemnly proclaimed, "Today, the expulsion of foreign tribes and the preservation of our homeland depends entirely on your remarkable contributions." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to the crowd. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with many individuals silently shedding tears. Qin Feng continued, "Today I, the king, vow that within a year I shall invade Su Kingdom to avenge the grievances of the people of Liang, and to seek retribution for your kin." A resounding battle cry erupted from those gathered. Ding dong. Having successfully defended the capital of Liang and won the hearts of the populace, he gained 2,000 points of fortune and 1 point of prestige. A mysterious aura immediately enveloped Qin Feng. He was astonished to find that upon obtaining a point of prestige, he had achieved a breakthrough into the opening Yuan realm. Exhaling a breath of relief, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Should he encounter Qi again, armed with the Minghong Heavenly Blade and the Blood-Drink Dragon Slayer, he would surely be able to vanquish him. Wei Yan, Qin Feng called to your service. From this day forth, you shall be the Grand General of Liang, responsible for recruiting courageous individuals from the city to expel the thieves of Su Kingdom. Do you have the confidence to undertake this task? Qin Feng inquired. "That I will give my all, even if it costs my life," Wei Yan replied, kneeling. "Excellent." Qin Feng nodded emphatically. Upon returning to the city, he immediately instructed Chao Jiao to open the granaries and provide relief to the homeless populace. While swiftly commencing the recruitment of soldiers, the entire nation was united for one purpose: the restoration of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the cavalry of Su Kingdom was stationed hundreds of miles away by the banks of Liang River. The accompanying physician hurried to tend to Qilong's injuries. "The commander is gravely wounded, and our military supplies are limited. We must hasten to return to the capital," the physician remarked with a furrowed brow. Return to the capital? The generals exchanged glances in the camp. That if they were to send Qilong back now, it would signify their failure in the campaign against Liang. They had already penetrated the capital of Liang, expecting to return triumphantly, awaiting promotions and rewards. Yet now, several generals had perished, and the commander was gravely injured. Returning in such a manner would brand them as defeated troops. Qilong struggled to sit up. Taking a deep breath and laboriously said, "The situation of Liang Kingdom has deteriorated, leaving only the young King Liang." Cough, cough. The young king and Wei Yan are desperately holding the fort, but it is unlikely to yield any substantial results. You must follow my strategy and launch a night raid on Liang's capital. Success is assured. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. "Commander, Commander!" The generals hurriedly surrounded him. "Cease this foolishness." Qilong gritted his teeth and shouted. Yes, the general's eyes were filled with sorrow and indignation, ready to fight to the bitter end against the Liang Kingdom. As night fell, the capital of Liang was ablaze with lights, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke. The palace guards gathered the populace, tending to the wounded and managing the bodies. Qin Feng ordered the establishment of 6 or 7 grain distribution points within the city to provide food for the homeless. The distribution points were surrounded by piles of burning bonfires. Many ragged citizens sat huddled by the fire, their faces still marked by fear. "Mother, will the Sioux people come back?" a child whispered. "Will they return?" The mother, cradling her child, revealed her own confusion that in recent years, the power of Liang Kingdom had waned, and the lives of its people had become increasingly arduous. Cities had fallen one after another, and the populace had suffered under the oppression of foreign invaders. Now, even the capital of Liang had been momentarily seized by Sioux forces. Although the young King Liang had seemingly wielded some divine power to repel the formidable enemies of Sioux Kingdom, could he truly turn the tide single-handedly? Many citizens harbored doubts in their hearts. Perhaps for them, merely surviving was already a great stroke of fortune. They had no spirit left to ponder what tomorrow might bring. At that moment, a group approached. "It is the king." "Greetings, your majesty." "We salute the king." Upon seeing the arrival, many fell to their knees. Qin Feng gazed at the disheveled citizens of Liang, a wave of emotion stirring within him. "Please rise, all of you," he urged. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The murmur of gratitude echoed around him at that moment. For the people of Liang, the young king represented their final hope. "Today, our Liang Kingdom has suffered a great calamity. A failure on my part," Qin Feng declared with resolve, his eyes scanning the crowd. "I assure you, as long as I live, I shall never allow Liang to lose even an inch of its land. Those who dare to offend Liang Kingdom shall be pursued to the ends of the earth." Wei Yan, Chao Jiao, and others raised their arms in fervent agreement. The formerly despondent eyes of the citizens now glimmered with a flicker of hope, a desire for life, and a sense of pride in being from Liang. Qin Feng nodded inwardly. His decision to inspect the grain distribution points throughout the night was intended to soothe the hearts of the people. After all, the populace was the foundation of Liang and its future. By the time Qin Feng returned to the royal palace, it was already late at night. That he glanced at the system's fortune points. 5,500 points. Of these, 3,500 points were accrued from his efforts to calm the populace that very night. 5,000 points of fortune would allow for a mid-level summoning. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, contemplating what Liang Kingdom most urgently required at this juncture. Was it skilled officials to pacify the hearts of the people? Or perhaps a valiant warrior capable of standing firm against a multitude? Or was it soldiers? Yes, at present, Qin Feng had the formidable General Wei Yan, whose strength could withstand the elite forces of Su. But he lacked a formidable army of skilled fighters. Relying solely on the numerical advantage of the citizens against Su's tens of thousands of cavalry would be utterly inadequate. Let us summon a squad of brave warriors. Qin Feng silently recited, in an instant. Dazzling lights swirled before his eyes, shifting in myriad forms. Moments later, the guards hurriedly appeared outside the palace, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, urgent news. There are 5,000 to 6,000 bandits descending from the mountains. Likely from Shifeng Mountain." Bandits from Shifeng Mountain? Qin Feng's brow furrowed. Could they be the soldiers summoned by him? No, he shook his head inwardly and instructed, "Notify General Wei Yan to ensure that the bandits are kept at bay outside the city." Liang Kingdom was beset by both internal strife and external threats. In addition to the invading forces of foreign powers, there were also rampant bandits. This group of bandits from Shifeng Mountain had long occupied the outskirts of Liang's capital, posing a constant threat to its safety. The leader of the bandits proclaimed himself the sovereign of Shifeng Mountain. Now, with their entire force mobilized, they surely aimed to exploit the chaos for plunder. But what of the valiant warriors I summoned? Qin Feng thought, his brow furrowed as he hastened out of the royal palace, accompanied by the guards, and ascended to the city gate. The city gate. Wei Yan had assembled thousands of able-bodied men, armed with various weapons and standing at the ready. Qin Feng noticed many of them wore anxious expressions, fully aware that this was merely a hastily assembled force. With limited combat effectiveness, facing bandits who outnumbered them several times, their anxiety was entirely justified. However, upon the king's arrival, many gazes lit up with fervor. "We greet the king." Wei Yan strode forward, kneeling before Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded slightly and inquired, "How close are the bandits?" "Your Majesty, they are merely a stone's throw away from the city at present. It seems they intend to test the city's defenses," Wei Yan replied, his expression serious. "Rest assured, I will not allow them to step foot within the city." Qin Feng nodded slightly and stood atop the city gate. He observed a rider galloping swiftly towards them, shouting, "People atop the city gate, heed my words. My sovereign has come to Liang's capital, and you commoners had better open the gates and submit. Preposterous. The king of Liang stands before you. Do you still dare to bark?" Wei Yan bellowed in fury. With a cough, the rider spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from his mount. Evidently frightened to death by Wei Yan's roar, a cacophony erupted among the bandits. Wei Yan immediately turned, raising a heavy hammer, and knelt on one knee, declaring, "Your Majesty, I request permission to engage." "Granted," Qin Feng replied succinctly. Soon, the city gates swung open. Wei Yan led the charge, rushing headlong towards the bandits of Shifeng Mountain. A thunderous roar followed. "I, Wei Yan, am here. Bandits, prepare to meet your end." He surged ahead, leaving many new recruits struggling to keep up. What audacity! to dare act recklessly before the sovereign of Shur Feng Mountain. A voice rang out from the opposing bandits. A stout middle-aged man, mounted on a black panther, charged forward, declaring, "I am Han Shan, the right protector under the sovereign of Shur Feng Mountain. I shall take your life." As the words were spoken, a long spear lunged forth, aimed directly at Wei Yan. Wei Yan displayed a disdainful expression, brandishing his war hammer and charging fiercely towards Han Shan. The war hammer collided with the spear, erupting in a dazzling blaze, sending both Han Shan and his steed crashing to the ground. The bandits of Shur Feng Mountain, witnessing this, fell into disarray once again. "Damn it!" A figure clad in a golden robe rose from amidst the flickering flames, revealing a sinister countenance, his eyes glimmering with an oily green light, fixated intently on Wei Yan. "Oh, you dare to obstruct this sovereign?" He muttered incantations as a green light intertwined his hands, spreading towards Wei Yan, the sorcerer. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that this individual must be Ge Yunya, who proclaimed himself the sovereign of Shur Feng Mountain. It was rumored within the city that he possessed the power of the flora and fauna, capable of single-handedly thwarting thousands of iron cavalry, maintaining his position as the paramount leader of Shur Feng Mountain for decades. Before long, Wei Yan found himself ensnared by the forces of nature. Though endowed with immense strength, he could not budge an inch, and despite his vast repertoire of skills, he found himself unable to unleash them. "Kill," Ge Yunya uttered coldly. Soon after, hundreds of bandits surged forward, intent on slaying Wei Yan. Boom, boom, boom. Yet what he did not anticipate was that although Wei Yan was immobilized, he still wielded his warhammer with such ferocity that the surrounding bandits could not advance an inch. Ge Yunya furrowed his brow, abruptly lifting his gaze towards Liangdu City. If he could seize Liangdu, what would it matter if the man before him possessed the valor of 1,000 men? "Attack the city," Ge Yunya commanded, and the bandits surged forth like a tidal wave toward Liangdu City. Before the city gates, the newly recruited soldiers, upon seeing Wei Yan ensnared, found themselves in a state of confusion, leaderless and disoriented. Meanwhile, the bandits of Shur Feng Mountain, their eyes alight with bloodlust, charged forward like wolves. "Kill." The Shur Feng Mountain bandits were notorious for their ferocity, especially under Ge Yunya's command, having annexed the territories of 6 or 7 surrounding cities. Their overall strength significantly enhanced after numerous battles. Though not on par with the cavalry of Shugua, they far surpassed the newly assembled recruits under Qin Feng. As the leading bandit approached, a thunderous voice echoed before Liangdu City. "This king is here. Who dares to act rashly?" Qin Feng galloped forth, dragging the Minghong heavenly blade, sparking a cascade of sparks along the ground. The eerie crimson glow of the blade stood out vividly against the night. "The king has struck. The king has actually taken action." That a clamor erupted among the new recruits of the city gates. The king led by example, unafraid of life and death. What was there for them to fear? Many clenched their weapons in resolve. "Kill." Qin Feng swung the Minghong heavenly blade, and wherever the blade's light passed, bandits fell in droves. "He is the young king of Liang. I recognize him," a bandit exclaimed. Countless bandits, invigorated as if on a stimulant, rushed towards Qin Feng, for slaying the young king of Liang would be a monumental achievement. However, having gained a modicum of renown, Qin Feng had already attained the strength of the opening Yuan realm. Far from the naive fighter he once was, coupled with the assistance of the Minghong heavenly blade, his power surged, rendering ordinary bandits unable to approach. The flickering crimson light erupted, and where it passed, bandits collapsed one after another. Soon, a pile of corpses lay before him. "Kill." The new soldiers of Liang, inspired by their king's valor, were stirred to a frenzy, their war cries ringing out as they surged forth to clash with the bandits. "Leave it to me, young king." A booming voice erupted from the bandits, and a diminutive figure swiftly approached Qin Feng. "I am Jiang Hu, the left guardian of the sovereign. I have come to claim your life." His voice was shrill, and a green light flickered in his hand, enveloping Qin Feng's heavenly blade. Qin Feng's blade momentarily faltered, and then a cold gleam shot towards his face. What a fellow! I never expected him to have learned Ge Yunya's techniques. Caught off guard, Qin Feng had no choice but to abandon the Minghong heavenly blade and retreat. Ha ha, young king of Liang, without this treasure blade, let us see how you contend with me. Jianghu's face shone with pride as he unleashed a flurry of strikes at Qin Feng. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the martial world since childhood, he had scarcely attained the opening Yuan realm and had subsequently learned some sorcery under Ge Yunya's tutelage. In battles among bandits, he was invincible. Should he succeed in slaying Qin Feng today, his reputation among the brethren of Shifeng Mountain would soar. But unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng possessed a formidable set of martial arts. The fist of unyielding valor, kill. At the very moment Qin Feng retreated, he unleashed his martial technique, fiercely striking towards Jianghu. The force of his punch surged like a tidal wave, directly knocking Jianghu's weapon aside. The residual might surged forth, sending both Jianghu and his steed crashing down. What? Jianghu's mind was engulfed in turmoil, and he was left pale with fright. After tumbling to the ground, he scrambled back towards the bandits. Trying to escape, Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the Minghong heavenly blade lying on the ground. Some bandits from Shifeng Mountain attempted to seize his blade. Boldly do you dare to touch this king's heavenly blade? Qin Feng's voice thundered, radiating an aura of authority. The bandit trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, and with both hands, offered the Minghong heavenly blade to Qin Feng. In the next moment, he witnessed the most unforgettable scene of his life. Blood drink and dragon slaughter slash, kill. A crimson arc, spanning dozens of feet, tore through the air, the howling winds resonating, causing his ears to ring painfully. Jianghu was obliterated, and dozens of bandits around him were slain in an instant. So powerful. The bandit collapsed in terror onto the ground. The others fell silent, not daring to advance. Damn it, how could this young king of Liang's strength have escalated so rapidly? Not far away, Ge Yunya observed this scene. Feeling both humiliated and enraged, like this moment, he had to fully concentrate on his sorcery to restrain Wei Yan. However, Qin Feng was already causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. What use was it to hinder Wei Yan now? Where were Su Ren and the others? Why had they yet to appear? Ge Yunya roared in anger. It should be noted that his audacity to assault Liangdu was largely due to Su Guo's overtures. The advisor under General Chingling had promised him that should he capture Liangdu, he would assist him in becoming the new king of Liang. Thus, Ge Yunya had launched a nighttime assault on Liangdu. Yet he could never have imagined that before he even entered Liangdu, he would be thwarted. Not far away, the iron cavalry of Su Guo had long been on high alert, observing the battle at the eastern city gate. General Zhao Ben shook his head. After all, they are but a band of brigands of little use. He scoffed, declaring loudly, currently, the bandits of Shifeng Mountain are diverting Liang Guo's main forces. We need only to enter through the western gate and seize Liangdu. Fellow comrades, what are you hesitating for? To battle, battle. Soon, the resounding drums echoed, and the formidable iron cavalry of Su Guo surged into Liangdu through the western gate. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his companions were bogged down by the bandits at the eastern gate. Utterly unable to provide aid, Liangdu's fragile defenses crumbled in an instant before the seasoned forces of Su Guo. The Su Guo troops were invading once more. Run! A chilling cry echoed through the city. The sounds of weeping and wailing reverberated throughout the night. The city descended into chaos. Hurry and report to the general. Zhao Ben has not failed his mission. Zhao Ben was the first to charge into Liangdu, laughing triumphantly, astonished that victory had come so easily. After all, this was a battlefield, not merely a contest of ferocity, even if Qin Feng and Wei Yan possessed the valor of 1,000 men. It was impossible for them to defend Liangdu City with absolute certainty. Report, Your Majesty, the capital has fallen. A flustered guard rushed to the eastern gate, urgently delivering this news to Qin Feng. What? Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Ge Yunya received the same news, bursting into triumphant laughter as he proclaimed to those around him. Liangdu is now within our grasp. Do not all charge forth and slay this remnant of Liangdu? Understood. The bandits immediately turned bloodthirsty, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they rushed forward. Eager for the spoils of victory, 6,000 bandits surged forth, overwhelming the newly recruited soldiers of Liang. who swiftly suffered heavy losses. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the ground began to tremble gently. Fragments of grass flew into the air, and the puddles by the roadside rippled. Suddenly, a contingent of black-armored cavalry surged forth like arrows from the southern gate, crashing into the city of Liangdu. Their standards boldly displayed the character Liang, with the Wei of Liang State present, who would dare to act recklessly. The thunderous shouts reverberated, instilling fear in the hearts of Su State's cavalry. Wei of Liang State. Zhao Bin displayed a look of confusion and queried the officer beside him. What kind of unit is this? I have never heard of them before. Bang! Before he could finish his question, the officer beside him widened his eyes in shock and collapsed to the ground, a dark feathered arrow protruding from his chest. Today, my Wei should be the nightmare of your Su State. Unbeknownst to him, a soldier of Wei, donning a bronze mask, had already appeared before him, his voice cold and menacing, as if emerging from the abyss, sending chills down his spine. Immediately, the Wei cavalry surged forth behind him like a torrential wave towards Su State's forces. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Bin was rendered utterly speechless. He could not have imagined that Liang State possessed such a formidable cavalry of thousands. All were formidable warriors at the Kaiyuan realm. Moreover, their discipline was impeccable, their offense and defense balanced, clearly honed through decades of combat alongside one another, cultivating this level of synergy. This group of Wei cavalry plunged into Su State's ranks as if they were wading through a deserted land. His comrades fell like stalks of wheat before a scythe, and a wave of overwhelming helplessness surged within Zhao Bin. Run! He urged his horse to retreat, but he was still a beat too slow. His head soared into the sky at that moment. Zhao Bin gazed down upon Liangdu, shrouded in night. He realized that Su State's campaign was doomed. The western gate was left littered with corpses. A thick stench of blood permeated the city, and the citizens were hushed, huddled together, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, the Wei, maintaining strict discipline, disturbed neither the populace nor deviated from their course as they advanced towards the eastern city gate. Over there, Yan was already red-eyed, faintly hearing the sounds of battle within the city, envisioning himself ascending the throne as the new ruler of Liang State. Kill! Let this holy master slay, Yan roared hysterically. Beside Qin Feng, the new recruits of Liang State numbered less than 400, while the bandits of Shifeng Mountain before them amounted to 2,000 to 3,000, that you pack of curs. Come at me if you dare. Wei Yan bellowed furiously. He could only watch helplessly as Liang State's living forces dwindled, a raging inferno of anger igniting within him. If these new recruits were to be slaughtered, what strength would Liang State have left to counter Su State's cavalry? At this moment, Wei Yan too found himself engulfed by a sense of profound helplessness. Qin Feng's hands ached unbearably. Despite wielding the Minghong Heavenly Blade and possessing 2 advanced martial techniques, he could not withstand the sheer numbers of his opponents. Moreover, over 3,000 bandits surrounded them like vultures. The despair was evident in the eyes of the Liang State recruits, for they knew that Liangdu behind them had already fallen to Su State's cavalry. Now they had become an isolated island, cut off from assistance, with only a dead end ahead. Gentlemen, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings with fierce determination, proclaiming, "We men of Liang State would rather die in battle than live on our knees." The Liang State recruits roared in response, their voices hoarse from the effort. "Ha ha!" Yan laughed maniacally, scornfully retorting, "You are all as good as dead, should you still resist, when this holy master enters the city. I shall surely annihilate your entire clan." His face was a mask of fury, causing many Liang State recruits to shudder. "You dare!" Qin Feng suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing into Ge Yunya. The latter's heart quivered, as if he had glimpsed an ancient beast, stumbling back several steps. Yet he quickly regained his composure, his voice chillingly fierce. This holy master always keeps his word. Buzz! Qin Feng brandished the Minghong Heavenly Blade, pointing it directly at Ge Yunya, coldly declaring, "I shall certainly kill you today." "In your dreams," Ge Yunya retorted scornfully. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, as if cavalry were approaching from within the city. Yan's expression shifted multiple times, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Your time is up." Sioux State's cavalry is nearing point 1 year from today, shall be your day of mourning. Whoosh, before his words could fully escape his lips. A dark streak of light shot through the air. Bang! A muffled groan sounded, and one of Ge Yunya's companions collapsed. What is happening? Doubts began to creep into Ge Yunya's mind. Looking up, he beheld thousands of black-feathered arrows descending from the sky. A torrential storm bearing down upon him. Ge Yunya screamed in terror. Intertwined with green light, a protective barrier enveloped him. However, those around him lacked such fortitude, and as the rain of arrows fell, they fell one after another. The Hu Ben Wei of Great Liang is here, the thunderous roars echoed loudly. Subsequently, a torrent of steel surged from the city, charging towards the bandits of Shifeng Mountain. The 3,000 bandits crumbled before the onslaught of Hu Ben Wei's thousands of cavalry. The Hu Ben Wei swiftly regrouped before Qin Feng, dismounting in unison and kneeling before him. What? Wei Yan and the new recruits of Liang State were taken aback, astonished to discover that their king possessed such a powerful cavalry. Heaven bless Great Liang. The four words erupted in their hearts. Qin Feng, too, breathed a sigh of relief, solemnly nodding. Very well, very well. You have arrived just in time. Let us exterminate the bandits together. We obey. The Hu Ben Wei mounted their horses in unison, following Qin Feng as they charged towards Ge Yunya. Ian's pupils widened repeatedly, his heart shaken to its core, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be happening." Was his dream of nobility destined to end before it even began? He was unwilling to accept it. "You all come at me. All of you." Ge Yunya, hair disheveled, howled in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the bandits around him had long since scattered like birds and beasts. After all, they were no match for the regular cavalry of Sioux State and dared not confront the Hu Ben Wei, comprised entirely of Kaiyuan realm warriors. At this moment, all they could do was curse their fate for not having 2 extra legs. Ge Yunya contemplated fleeing as well. However, he found himself targeted by Qin Feng. "That I told you. Today I shall take your life." Qin Feng's chilling voice resounded. "Kill." The Minghong heavenly blade was raised high, its blood-red glow blindingly bright. Ge Yunya's heart trembled violently, his lips quivering uncontrollably. "This holy master will not die. I absolutely will not die." The intertwining green light enveloped and entwined around the Minghong heavenly blade, halting its descent. Meanwhile, Wei Yan, unbound by restraint, unleashed a long-suppressed fury, bellowing hoarsely, "Old cur, you shall die." With that, he swung his warhammer and charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. The ground seemed to quake beneath him. Ian's fear intensified as he looked around. His bandits were either fleeing or dead. Now, he stood alone amidst the encirclement of Hu Ben Wei's cavalry, unable to escape. "My life is forfeit." Ge Yunya howled at the heavens, spewing a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. Dead on the spot. "Your Majesty, the bandits of Shifeng Mountain and the invading foes of Sioux State have all been exterminated." A knight of Hu Ben Wei dismounted swiftly and rushed to report to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, that he then heard Wei Yan angrily exclaim, "Your Majesty, the scoundrels of Sioux State have gone too far. This young general is willing to lead the troops to battle, to kill all the bandits. In gratitude for your Majesty's grace, we shall kill all the bandits. In gratitude for your Majesty's grace." The Liang State recruits echoed fervently, their shouts coming from the depths of their hearts, hoarse from the effort. "Excellent." Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, responding earnestly. "This time, our great Liang shall achieve all its goals in one fell swoop." Thousands of Hu Ben Wei cavalry roared in unison that a steel torrent surged forth under Wei Yan's leadership, charging towards the Liang River, where Sioux State's cavalry was stationed. The massive cavalry shook the earth and mountains. Qin Feng gazed towards the east, where the first light of dawn was beginning to appear. "When day breaks, it shall be the dawn of Liang State. Report." As the sky lightened, a voice of urgent news rang out from the eastern gate of Liangdu, swiftly reaching the royal palace. Many citizens, having been startled awake by the events of the previous night, had not closed their eyes. Upon hearing the urgent news, they hurriedly rushed out, whispering and gathering to observe. General Wei Yan and Hu Ben Wei have decisively defeated Sioux State's cavalry, capturing their commander Qi Long, beheading 2,000 and taking 3,000 prisoners, achieving a resounding victory. The scout proclaimed loudly, "What? Liang State has won. Liang State has triumphed." The vast Liang capital erupted in a fervor. Countless commoners rushed to share the news, overwhelmed with joy and moved to tears. Within the royal palace, Qin Feng sensed a dramatic surge in the system's fortune points, soaring to 3,000 victory. A subtle smile graced Qin Feng's lips. Although such an outcome had long been anticipated, its manifestation in reality brought him a profound sense of relief. "I report to your majesty. General Wei has captured Qilong alive and secured 700 large carts of military provisions and countless treasures." Soon, scouts entered the city to relay the report. Qilong could never have imagined, in his wildest dreams, that he would lead his army to the Liang capital, plundering the populace like a swarm of locusts, only to have all those resources become the foundation for Qin Feng's reconstruction of the Liang capital. "Excellent." Qin Feng nodded, striding purposefully out of the palace. I could see that moment. The sun began to rise, casting elongated shadows of his figure. Chao Jiao, hunched over, followed closely behind Qin Feng, feeling that this resplendent figure was utterly beyond reach. Who would have thought that the seemingly doomed Liang would be resurrected by its ruler's hand? Such prowess is not something an ordinary person could rival. If the king has the assistance of divine forces, it is indeed a boon for our great Liang and a blessing for its people. He knelt on the ground and proclaimed loudly. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly, and he replied nonchalantly, "This is merely the beginning." Outside the palace, Qin Feng encountered Wei Yan's army. Wei Yan was covered in blood. Looking quite disheveled, yet his smile radiated immense happiness that he seized Qilong and tossed him to the ground, then knelt before Qin Feng, proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty. The villain Qilong has been captured." "Well done." Qin Feng nodded in approval. "This is not the achievement of a mere subject, but rather the might of your Majesty's iron cavalry." Wei Yan replied, "I end this battle." He had witnessed the true power of an army. Despite possessing foundational strength, he found himself unable to approach even a handful of the Tiger vanguards. However, their coordinated tactics on the battlefield, with calculated movements, left him both astonished and fearful. The Tiger vanguards were truly weapons forged for the battlefield. Qin Feng approached Qilong and inquired, "General Qi, do you concede defeat?" Qilong, gravely injured yet with defiance in his eyes, responded with the pride of an upper echelon. "The Liang State is in a state of decay. Even with a divine army, it cannot reverse the impending collapse." "Oh," Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, and he replied coolly, "So, according to you, the fall of the great Liang is inevitable?" "Indeed," Qilong, with bloodshot eyes, declared resolutely. Qin Feng chuckled and nodded. "Very well." He then surveyed the surroundings, glancing at Wei Yan and the Tiger vanguards, and asked, "What do you all think?" "Your Majesty, do not heed the words of this defeated general. I am willing to lead the army to invade the state of Su at once, capturing its capital and beheading King Su." Wei Yan exclaimed angrily. "Ha!" Qilong spat, mocking, "My state of Su boasts not merely thousands of great generals. There are over 100 who surpass Qilong. Do you think you, the fallen, can capture my Su?" "Silence!" Wei Yan seized him, glaring fiercely. "If you dare utter another word, I will ensure your demise is without a burial ground." "Huh!" Qilong's wound throbbed, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Yet he laughed heartily, his body trembling. "Even if I die, I will await you below. Ha ha." "Your Majesty," Wei Yan turned to Qin Feng. "Spare him. I want him to witness the end of the Liang State." Qin Feng replied indifferently, turning to re-enter the palace. With the military funds and silver left by the state of Su, Qin Feng instructed Wei Yan to recruit soldiers and expedite training for new recruits, while also deploying the Tiger vanguards to attack the bandits surrounding Liang capital, replenishing the city's needs through the plunder of these marauders. Upon hearing that the young Liang King's rule was solidifying, countless refugees began to flock to Liang capital. In just a few months, over 200,000 refugees gathered near the city. Sigh. Qin Feng gazed at the refugees outside the city and let out a long sigh. Prosperity brings suffering for the people. Demise brings suffering for the people. Chao Jiao bowed and said, Your Majesty, your benevolence and compassion for the common folk are a blessing for the state of Liang. However, at present, the city is facing a severe shortage of grain, and it may be difficult to sustain these refugees. Qin Feng rubbed his brow. I end these days of gathering the hearts of the people. The fortune points in the system had reached 4,500, yet the grain reserves in Liang capital were nearly depleted. If this continued, without food, the populace both inside and outside the city would likely rise in rebellion. Let us transport grain from Westwind City, Qin Feng ordered. The Great Liang once controlled 3 prefectures and 6 cities, yet due to the turmoil of war, only 1 prefecture and 3 cities remain under Qin Feng's command. Among them, Westwind City was the cradle of the Liang state, still relatively prosperous. As for the other prefectures, they were utterly unreliable. Understood, Cao Jiu responded, his face displaying distress as he braced himself. Amidst the chaos of war, Westwind City had little surplus grain left. If more were distributed, it would likely impact even the palace's rations. Qin Feng gazed into the distance, where the sight was one of devastation. It was evident that Liang had been drained of all resources. To ensure the survival of the people within the city, alternative paths must be sought. The state of Chu might be a viable option. However, Qin Feng was still waiting for an opportunity. That moment, a Tiger Vanguard cavalry approached with news. Your Majesty, upon Qilong's capture, the state of Chu has gathered 50,000 iron cavalry and is marching towards the Liang capital. The first opportunity had arrived. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth, revealing a glimmer of joy. Cao Jiu could not help but express his surprise. Why is your Majesty not worried about the state of Chu's invasion? Instead, you seem relieved? Cao Darren, what does our great Liang lack most at this moment? Qin Feng inquired. Grain, Cao Jiu replied cautiously. Qin Feng shook his head and said, it is people. I require a top strategist who can negotiate with the kingdoms above and pacify the populace below. With that, he strode down the city gate tower. Meanwhile, the citizens of Liang capital seemed to sense that a storm was brewing. Many, while bowing in reverence to Qin Feng, secretly scrutinized the young Liang king. Could he truly turn around the fortunes of the state at such a tender age? However, soon after, good news arrived. Qin Feng ordered the remaining rations in the city to be distributed, ensuring that both the citizens and the refugees outside could have their fill, with 90% of the populace receiving food. Gratitude towards Qin Feng surged. The fortune points in the system also soared to 5,000. Excellent. Qin Feng exhaled a breath of relief and declared, my strategist should be arriving soon. Heaven's call, activate. A radiant light enveloped him, and figures began to shift before his eyes. Shortly after the invocation, Qin Feng was intercepted on his way back to the palace. Who dares obstruct the royal passage? Cao Jiu shouted. Before them knelt a man clad in fine robes, dressed like a wealthy merchant, who proclaimed loudly, Han Yi of Jiangdong City greets your Majesty. Han Yi. Cao Jiu's expression shifted, astonished. You are the esteemed Han Jiangzi, the wealthiest man in Jiangdong City. Jiangdong City was once the most prosperous city in the Liang state, holding a superior position in the mercantile world compared to Liang capital. Its wealthiest figure, Han Jiangzi, was not only renowned within Liang, but also held considerable fame in several neighboring states. However, Han Jiangzi was known for his meticulous and low-key manner, rarely drawing attention or controversy. Cao Jiu was astonished that, amidst the chaos in Liang, this wealthy gentleman had not fled, but had instead come to Liang capital. Qin Feng's interest was piqued. He lifted the beaded curtain and asked, what brings you to stop me? I wish to offer counsel to your Majesty. Han Yi declared earnestly. What counsel? Qin Feng inquired at a plan for national stability. Han Yi replied candidly. Ha, splendid. Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Come aboard. Accompany me back to the palace. Thank you, your Majesty. Han Yi deeply bowed, performing a gesture of utmost respect. Inside the carriage, Han Yi knelt before Qin Feng, appearing like a bashful scholar. Had it not been for the name Han Yi, Han Jiangzi, appearing on the system's control panel, Qin Feng would never have guessed that this was the esteemed strategist he had summoned with 5,000 fortune points. He remained silent, while Han Yi humbly knelt beside him, not uttering a sound. Upon arriving at the palace and disembarking the carriage, Qin Feng asked, Are you from Liang? My ancestors hailed from Chingling Prefecture, and later, due to the ravages of war, they migrated to Daliang, establishing roots in Jiangdong City for 3 generations. Han Yi remarked. Qin Feng nodded slightly and inquired, what are your plans for stabilizing our Daliang? Alliance and stratagem. Depriving the enemy of provisions. Han Yi articulated succinctly. Alliance and stratagem. Qin Feng's expression shifted, prompting him to ask. Given the current state of our Daliang, which nations can we still unite with? The Hu Kingdom. Han Yi asserted confidently. Observing Yunling Prefecture, the Hu Kingdom stands as the largest vassal state, renowned as the nation of myriad chariots. Boasting an iron cavalry of 200,000, were it not for the previous Hu King's obsession with esoteric arts, neglecting state affairs, and the new king's recent ascension, Yunling Prefecture would likely have fallen under Hu dominion long ago. Qin Feng pondered, realizing that Han Yi, in his confidence of forging an alliance with the Hu Kingdom, must possess a strategy that he further queried. What then should be done about our immediate adversary? I dare to speculate that His Majesty has already formulated a countermeasure. Han Yi replied, bowing slightly. Qin Feng smiled and said, I intend to seize the Hu Kingdom's provisions to fortify our capital. What do you think of this approach? That would serve a dual purpose. Han Yi replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. He then added, however, I have some preliminary thoughts which I wonder if Your Majesty would be willing to hear. Please, share your insights. Qin Feng encouraged. An unprovoked raid on the Hu Kingdom's provisions will undoubtedly incite fierce retaliation from their cavalry. If we can eliminate their commander, even with their numbers, they will struggle to mount a substantial threat. Han Yi stated seriously. Eliminate their commander? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, replying, that is no simple task. To slay their commander from among 50,000 troops is no easy feat. Moreover, even if their leader falls, their deputy and generals will surely step forward to take command, given that the military structure among the vassal states of Yunling Prefecture is hierarchical. Marshal overseeing generals, generals managing lieutenants, and so forth. This ensures that even if the ranks are scattered, there will be someone to direct them. Thus, decapitating their leadership would have limited impact that a well-disciplined army is indeed formidable. Han Yi nodded, saying, however, the commander leading this expedition is the younger brother of King Su, the Marquis Chunming. He is exceedingly fond of power and has already replaced key positions within the army with his own confidants. Qin Feng, enlightened, recognized Han Yi's profound understanding of the military affairs of Su Kingdom, truly a top-tier strategist. How might we eliminate him? He inquired. I observed the terrain upon my arrival, with the speed of Su Kingdom's cavalry. They should encamp at Jiangdong City within 2 days. That I have also devised some minor strategies during my previous stay in the city that I hope may aid Your Majesty, Han Yi replied, producing a piece of parchment from his sleeve and presenting it to Qin Feng. Upon unfurling the parchment, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the tunnel warfare strategy. It is astonishing that Han Yi has excavated such a labyrinthine network beneath Jiangdong City. He truly deserves the title of the city's wealthiest man. Your knowledge of Jiangdong City surpasses even my own, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Han Yi knelt. If we can vanquish the Su Kingdom's cavalry this time, Jiangdong City shall henceforth be your Han Jiangzi's fief. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Yi prostrated himself in gratitude. Looking at Han Yi, Qin Feng was suddenly struck by a sense akin to Liu Bei encountering Zhuge Liang. As if a radiant future lay ahead. That day, Wei Yan led several thousand tiger guards toward Jiangdong City. Qin Feng instructed them to rally the populace along the way, feigning a show of strength to mislead Su Kingdom into believing a direct confrontation was imminent. 2 days hence, the Su Kingdom's forces indeed encamped at Jiangdong City, precisely as Han Yi predicted. That my lord, Qilong is currently trapped in Liangdu. Should we truly bring him back alive after we capture Liangdu? A general in the lord's residence of Jiangdong City, Marquis Chunming, inquired from his elevated seat that it is known that in the current state of Su Kingdom, if Qilong were to perish, the Marquis would become the sole war god of the army. Of course we must rescue him. Chunming declared emphatically that Qilong is our Su Kingdom's commander. Naturally, We must save him, but I hope he can hold on until my arrival. He added, the assembled warriors grasped Chun Meng's implication. I end this battle. Liang Kingdom must be conquered, and Qilong cannot be spared. Truly, the Marquis is magnanimous, one general praised. Soon, a chorus of flattery resonated around. My lord, there is another matter. It is said that Liang Kingdom's army has gathered in Jiangdong City. They have amassed tens of thousands of refugees, attempting to oppose our forces, a general remarked with a chuckle. Chun Meng smiled, shaking his head. It is hard to fathom how such a feeble Liang could suffer such heavy losses under Commander Qilong, only to find themselves in our hands. My lord, why not allow me to take action and crush the Liang Kingdom's refugees outside the city in one fell swoop? Someone immediately volunteered. Patience, Chun Meng replied with a slight smile, that I have just arrived in Jiangdong City. Our troops are weary and must rest for a few days. He commanded, dispatch orders that no one is to leave the city to confront the enemy without my command. Understood, the generals replied in unison. In their eyes, Liang Kingdom appeared as a powerless entity, merely awaiting their subjugation. As for the multitude of refugees outside the city, what could they possibly achieve? Yet, little did Chun Meng and his comrades realize the immense price they would pay for their present decisions. As night fell, Jiangdong City was destined for unrest. Since the arrival of Su Kingdom's cavalry, the citizens had fled or hidden away. The city's defenses were swiftly seized by Chun Meng's loyalists. Under the cover of darkness, Wei Yan led the Tiger Guards through the tunnels and made their way directly to the Lord's residence. The residence was surrounded by layers of guards, both visible and concealed, ensuring that not even a fly could enter. However, who could have anticipated that the enemy would suddenly appear within the Lord's inner sanctum? Marquis Chun Meng had summoned dozens of women to indulge himself, and the inner courtyard was filled with cries and pleas for mercy. The guards outside listened and exchanged knowing smiles. The Marquis certainly knows how to enjoy himself. Once Liang Kingdom is subdued, the Marquis will be the most powerful figure in Su Kingdom. He can have whatever he desires. When will we be so fortunate? They whispered amongst themselves. Yet they could not foresee that at this very moment, the inner courtyard was suddenly flooded with hundreds of shadowy figures, swiftly encircling Chun Meng's chamber. Who are you? Chun Meng, disheveled, turned pale at the sudden appearance of Wei Yan and his men. Silence. Wei Yan swiftly struck him unconscious. The remaining women were left terrified, silenced into submission. As dawn broke, outside Liangdu City, several towering poles were raised, upon which hung a few silhouettes. The Su Kingdom soldiers within Jiangdong City were bewildered by Liang Kingdom's intentions. They promptly reported the situation to the Lord's residence, which had descended into chaos. Many generals had vanished. A number of lieutenants hurried to the Lord's residence, seeking assistance from the Marquis. Yet they were shocked to discover that he too was missing. Outside the city, the Marquis had been captured by Liang Kingdom's forces. A centurion rushed over, stumbling, exclaiming, "The Liang army says they have the Marquis and demand we bring food to redeem him." What? The faces of the lieutenants in the Lord's residence turned ashen. General Wang, how could the Marquis suddenly fall into the hands of those brutes from Liang Kingdom? Indeed, the city's defenses are formidable. How could such a thing occur? If this news reaches the army, what shall we do? The crowd began to murmur, their gazes falling upon the highest-ranking officer present, General Wang Jiao, the Marquis's personal guard. Flustered, Wang Jiao felt like an ant on a hot pan, and in response to the commotion, he snapped, "How should I know? Do you think the Liang brutes have sprouted wings to fly? What shall we do now? Should we dispatch troops to rescue the Marquis?" Someone timidly inquired. Dispatch troops? Wang Jiao's expression shifted, and he quickly retorted, "Absolutely not. If we provoke the Liang army, what if they harm the Marquis?" Many lieutenants appeared troubled. Report. Shortly thereafter, a scout rushed in. "General, the Liang forces outside have sent a message for your perusal." Wang Jiao opened the note and immediately furrowed his brow. The message read, "To rescue Chun Meng. Deliver 20,000 carts of grain. If not, prepare to present the Marquis's head." 20,000 carts, a substantial portion of the military provisions accompanying the Liang army's expedition. Yet, Anho has fallen into the hands of the enemy. Should we fail to deliver the grain, The situation for the Marquis will undoubtedly worsen, that if we comply, our forces will face a dire shortage. My lord, we could feign compliance with the grain delivery. And once the Liang army releases the Marquis, we shall reclaim the provisions, proposed one voice. However, what if we deliver the grain and they refuse to release him? Another voice interjected. The debate raged once more within the city lord's mansion. In Liangdu, before Qin Feng lay intelligence regarding Jiangdong City, detailing the victories of Wei Yan and his cohorts. It is all thanks to your brilliant strategy, he chuckled, casting a glance at Han Yi. I am unworthy of such praise. It is General Wei Yan's courage and wisdom that have prevailed, Han Yi replied. Now that Chingling has fallen into our grasp, the forces of Shu stationed at Jiangdong City are of little concern. Qin Feng mused. Thus, we shall embark upon the next phase. I am willing to serve as the envoy to the Hu Kingdom. Han Yi bowed respectfully. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Your efforts are much appreciated. Securing the provisions from the Shu cavalry is the first step towards stabilizing the situation in Liang. The second step will involve an alliance with the Hu Kingdom to counterattack Shu, thereby expanding Liang's victories. Only by procuring sufficient grain from Shu can Liang hope to endure the year ahead. Han Yi withdrew respectfully. The Hu Kingdom? Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the expansive map of Yunling Prefecture. The following day, Cao Jiu hurried into the royal palace, exclaiming, Congratulations, Your Majesty. General Wei Yan has dispatched 1,000 carts of provisions, sufficient to stabilize the situation in Liangdu. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded, inquiring, What news from Shu? The Shu army attempted a nocturnal assault on General Wei Yan, but was decisively repelled by the Tiger Guards, and they now lie in wait within Jiangdong City, Cao Jiu reported. Interesting, Qin Feng said. Rising to exhale a long breath, Wei Yan engaged the Shu forces, and Han Yi ventured to the Hu Kingdom. He too began preparations to rebuild Liangdu. Outside the city, 200,000 refugees were mobilized. Some were dispatched to fortify Liangdu's defenses, while others set about cultivating barren land and improving irrigation, preparing for the upcoming planting season. The citizens of the city, witnessing the revival of the Liang Kingdom, contributed their time and resources, igniting Qin Feng's hope for Liang's resurgence. Days passed, and Wei Yan engaged in a protracted struggle with the Shu forces, seizing no less than 50,000 carts of military provisions, thus securing a favorable foundation for Liangdu's development. Meanwhile, the king of Shu could no longer remain idle. He sent envoys to Liangdu to seek an audience with Qin Feng in the grand hall of the royal palace. Qin Feng sat upon the throne, observing the tall envoy from Shu. Kong Miao pays his respects to the king of Liang, he announced, slightly bowing in greeting. Qin Feng remained silent. Impudent, why does the envoy not bow before his majesty? Cao Jiu admonished. Unfazed, Kong Miao replied loudly, I represent the king of Shu in this mission. My sovereign and the king of Liang stand as equals, and thus, this act of kneeling is unwarranted. He cast a glance at Qin Feng, who still did not speak. Kong Miao's expression shifted slightly as he continued. In the name of my king, I have come to negotiate peace with the king of Liang, and I request the release of Inho. In return, my king is willing to offer 3,000 carts of grain. 3,000 carts. Cao Jiu's expression darkened. That is indeed a considerable amount. Kong Miao, with an air of arrogance, declared, currently, Liang produces not a grain of sustenance. Without these provisions, unrest is inevitable. At that point, the Liang Kingdom will collapse from within, and I ask, will the king of Liang still retain his throne? Qin Feng smiled faintly, rising from his seat. Is the pot outside sufficiently heated? Please escort this esteemed envoy inside. Heated pot? What does that mean? Kong Miao's heart sank. Soon, guard stepped forward to drag Kong Miao away. His face paled drastically as he shouted, I am the envoy of Shu. You cannot harm me. I am the envoy of Shu. You must not lay a hand on me, or else Shu will not let you go unpunished. Yet, Qin Feng appeared indifferent. The great pot outside was already glowing red. The water within boiling, waves of heat washed over Kong Miao, stripping him of color as he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, spare my life. I shall increase the grain offer to 20,000 carts. Qin Feng continued to remain silent. 30,000 carts. 50,000 carts. Kong Miao was lifted by the guards, poised to be thrown into the boiling pot. So there's room for negotiation, Qin Feng remarked with a slight smile. Release the envoy. Allow him to speak. Yes, your majesty. The guards complied. Kong Miao scrambled into the palace, drenched in sweat, his head bobbing like a garlic bulb. Thank you, your majesty, for your mercy. Before his departure, the king of Shu had instructed him to employ iron-fisted tactics against the cornered king of Liang to instill fear. However, Kong Miao had not anticipated that Qin Feng would deviate from the script, immediately threatening his life and disrupting all his plans. We require 100,000 carts of grain and an additional 10,000 carts of iron. Qin Feng declared. Yes, yes, Kong Miao responded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Since both nations had come to an agreement, let the envoy sign a contract. Qin Feng signaled to a courtier to draft the document. Trembling, Kong Miao inscribed his name upon the contract, committing to 100,000 carts of grain and 10,000 carts of iron. Such a hefty price. If the king of Shu were to learn of it, he would surely meet his end. Yet he understood that failing to concede to Qin Feng now would mean he could not leave Liang alive. The guards escorted Kong Miao out. Chao Ju leaned in to inquire. Your Majesty, 100,000 carts of grain is no small sum. Will Shu truly fulfill this in exchange for an hoe? Does it matter? Qin Feng retorted. Chao Ju looked perplexed. Soon, the news spread throughout Liangdu that Shu had agreed to compensate Liang with 100,000 carts of grain and 10,000 carts of iron. The citizens celebrated for several days, sharing the joyous tidings, which allowed Qin Feng to consolidate no less than 3,000 points of fortune and additionally gain 10 points of prestige. Level up, stepping out of the palace and witnessing the gradual restoration of order in Liangdu, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of calm. More importantly, the 10 points of prestige elevated his capabilities directly into the foundational realm. Following this breakthrough in strength, another audacious idea began to form in Qin Feng's mind. In the days that followed, Kong Miao departed Liangdu in a disheveled state. Accompanying him was Qin Feng, who took a detour to Jiangdong City, bringing along 600 tiger guards. Riding swiftly towards Shudu, he shared his plans with no one, for he had resolved to undertake a bold venture, preposterous, in the royal palace of Shu. The king, a rotund figure, trembled with rage as he gazed at the contract and the kneeling Kong Miao. Kong Miao, you have deceived me, he thundered. Guards, take him away and throw him into the dungeons. Your Majesty, spare me. I beg for your forgiveness. Kong Miao quaked in fear, his face devoid of color, shaking uncontrollably as the guards dragged him away. The king surveyed his ministers, demanding, Gentlemen, this insignificant Liang Kingdom dares to insult us. Any of you have a plan to rescue and vanquish Liang? Your Majesty, I believe Liang is currently beset by internal strife and external threats. The young king of Liang is surely desperate, hence his unreasonable demands. This indicates that Liang is on the brink of collapse. An elder statesman boldly proclaimed, In my view, we need not act. We should simply wait for Liang to crumble from within, at which point the young king will surely come crawling to seek forgiveness. Wait. The king's expression darkened. The continuous failures had ignited his fury. How long must he wait for Liang to self-destruct? He could not afford to be patient. What of the others? The king asked coldly. Soon, various ministers presented their opinions, and ultimately, the suggestion put forth by the Duke of Shu, Su Yuan Kai, was adopted. Your Majesty, since Liang has captured Ho, why not send an experienced elder to infiltrate the royal palace and apprehend the young king of Liang? At that point, we need not fear Liang's refusal to surrender. Su Yuan Kai declared triumphantly. It should be noted that, as the most powerful figure in Shu, boasting a foundational cultivation of the third level, he indeed had the authority to make such a proposal. Su Wang readily agreed, instructing Su Yuan Kai to set off immediately for Liangdu. However, he could not have anticipated that at this very moment, the very Xiao Liang Wang, Qin Feng, whom he wished to capture, was already within Su Du. Qin Feng commanded the tiger vanguard to disperse and stealthily infiltrate Su Du, planning to regroup within the city. As night fell, a torrent of ironclad warriors surged into the palace of Su Kingdom. The patrolling guards of Su Kingdom hurriedly stepped aside, believing this formidable cavalry to be a battalion personally trained by the king himself. And intimidated by their imposing presence, they dared not inquire further. Qin Feng and his men swiftly arrived before the palace of Su Wang. "Who goes there?" The palace guard appeared instantly, blocking their path. Whoosh! The response to the guard was an iron arrow. "Not good. We are under attack. Enemy assault," the other guard shouted in alarm. Soon, the palace echoed with the clamor of clashing weapons. But Qin Feng, leading the charge, broke through the palace gates with his foundational strength, making a beeline for the royal chambers. The accompanying Tiger Band cavalry pierced through the defenses of the Su palace like a sharpened blade. Before their arrival, Qin Feng had learned that Su Kingdom held 2 foundational realm experts, one of whom was at the 3rd level of foundational cultivation. He was prepared for a fierce battle. Yet he did not expect the onslaught to be so smooth. Wherever he passed, none could withstand his might. Moreover, upon realizing the chaos, the palace guards hastily rushed towards Su Wang's quarters, inadvertently providing Qin Feng with a clear path. Is this the palace defense of Su Kingdom? Merely so. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. Yet he also considered that with his foundational realm cultivation, coupled with the more than 600 cavalrymen of the Kaiyuan realm behind him, it was akin to a dimensional strike against the meager resources of Yunling Zhou, who would dare to act recklessly within the royal palace. Su Wang awoke from his slumber, disheveled and rushing out, his expression one of deep dismay. Beside him stood a gaunt elder. "You are Su Wang." Qin Feng perched upon his war steed, gazing down with disdain upon Su Wang. "Who are you?" Su Wang retorted angrily. "I am Qin Feng of the Liang," Qin Feng declared boldly. The Tiger Band guard immediately raised the Liang banner. "What?" The entire guard force of Su Wang's palace was left agape in disbelief. "He is the Shao Liang Wang. Was he supposed to be in Liangdu? How could he appear in Su Du's royal palace?" "You are Qin Feng." Su Wang's countenance transformed dramatically. He had dispatched men to capture Qin Feng, only to find that Qin Feng had anticipated his move and had come to the palace to seek his demise. "You have audacity." Su Wang glared at Qin Feng, gritting his teeth. "When heaven provides a path, you do not tread it. When the earthly realm offers no gate, you rashly intrude. Today, I shall make you pay for your recklessness. Seize him." With this command, the gaunt elder leaped into action, lunging at Qin Feng. His claws, like hooks, sliced through the air, accompanied by a tearing aura. He was indeed a foundational realm expert. Such speed! Qin Feng's expression shifted. Had he not entered the foundational realm himself, he would have been no match for this individual. The Minghong heavenly blade struck fiercely, unleashing a crimson blade light that clashed with the elder. Instantly, the sound of clanging metal echoed, accompanied by sparks flying. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, noticing the elder wore a special pair of gloves, explaining why he dared to confront his Minghong heavenly blade. Meanwhile, the gaunt elder, Su Yuan Zhao, felt a twinge of surprise. Glancing at Qin Feng, he had not expected this seemingly insignificant Shao Liang Wang to withstand his strike. Furthermore, that blade was indeed formidable, nearly tearing through his golden cicada gloves. Eagle claw technique. A flurry of shadows erupted, enveloping Qin Feng in a chaotic dance of demonic energy. Su Yuan Zhao's speed accelerated, leaving the Su guards bewildered. Su Wang's eyes brimmed with vengeful intent as he fixated on Qin Feng, murmuring, "You little beast, let us see how long you can endure." He absolutely did not believe Qin Feng could survive Su Yuan Zhao's assault. But at that moment, a mysterious aura erupted from within Qin Feng. The blood-red light on the Minghong heavenly blade flickered, faintly resonating with a dragon's roar. Kill, blood drink, and dragon slaughter slash. Qin Feng unleashed a high-tier martial technique, the furious blade light tearing through the fabric of space, ruthlessly slashing towards Su Yuan Zhao. With the blade light passed, the eagle claws were directly shredded. Puffed, blood sprayed forth as Su Yuan Zhao's right arm was severed. Erupting into a cloud of crimson mist, Su Yuan Zhao cried out in agony, staggering backwards several dozen paces. "What?" Su Wang and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Su Yuan Zhao had not anticipated being forced back by Qin Feng, nor having his arm severed. "How could you be so powerful?" This is impossible. Su Yuanzhao's face turned pale from the pain, his lips quivering uncontrollably that the Liang had not had a foundational expert for many years. And its national strength was in decline, a well-known fact in Yunlingzhou. Yet now, the Xiao Yangwang had suddenly emerged as a foundational expert and had even managed to injure Su Yuanzhao. This left the people of Su Kingdom in a state of disarray. In front of this king, nothing is impossible. Qin Feng casually flicked the blood off the Ming Hong heavenly blade, gripping the reins of his steed with one hand. He charged towards Su Wang. "Protect the king!" Su Yuanzhao shouted fiercely, gritting his teeth as he lunged at Qin Feng once more. "Kill!" The eagle claws emitted a faint blood aura, clearly indicating he was now desperate. Boom! A sound akin to clashing metal erupted as Su Yuanzhao blocked one of Qin Feng's strikes. The guards of Su Kingdom hastily shielded Su Wang, retreating deeper into the palace. "Seize him," Qin Feng commanded. Casting a glance at Su Yuanzhao, "Dare you obstruct this king?" As he spoke, the Ming Hong heavenly blade sliced through the air, its light dancing as it thrust towards Su Yuanzhao's chest, lifting him off the ground. Following that, the Tiger Ben guards surged toward Su Wang like wolves. The palace guards of Su Kingdom crumbled before them, swiftly overwhelmed. Su Wang, pale as a ghost, stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Buzz! In the next moment, Qin Feng's blade was poised at his neck. That I never expected our meeting would unfold in such a manner. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. What do you want?" Despite Su Wang being a seasoned lord, he struggled to maintain his composure, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. He understood well that what Liang Kingdom sought was nothing but grain and gold. Qin Feng grinned. "Conversing with an astute individual is indeed effortless. You already know my terms: 100,000 carts of grain, 10,000 carts of ironware." Su Wang gritted his teeth. "Is that your price before your arrival?" "That was my previous offer. Now that I am here, the price naturally doubles," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "You are raising the price arbitrarily," Su Wang retorted indignantly. Buzz! Qin Feng's hand trembled slightly, a glimmering edge leaving a crimson mark on Su Wang's neck. "I shall agree," Su Wang's spirit faltered. After all, his life was in another's hands. "Very well." Qin Feng smiled slightly. "Take him away." He signaled for the Tiger Ben guard to escort Su Wang. The grand procession surged out of the royal palace, leaving the guards of Su Wang's palace exchanging bewildered glances. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed Su Wang would be abducted within his own palace? If this were spread, it would undoubtedly bring disgrace to Su Kingdom. Meanwhile, Su Yuankai hurried through the night, finally arriving at Liangdu. However, before he could find an opportunity to enter the palace, he received the news that Su Wang had been captured by Qin Feng. "What?" Su Yuankai's expression turned dramatically. He had ventured alone to Liangdu to apprehend Qin Feng, only to find that his own stronghold had been seized by Qin Feng instead. "This is outrageous." Su Yuankai seethed with fury, making haste to return to the dignified foundational realm expert. The protector of Su Kingdom was nearly exhausted by the journey. Before Qin Feng returned to Liangdu, he took a detour through Jiangdong City. Utilizing the captured Su Wang, he persuaded the 30,000 Su cavalrymen within the city to surrender. These cavalrymen were already leaderless, and with their king now captured, they had little choice but to submit. Qin Feng locked in Ho and Su Wang together in a room. The two brothers exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty!" Wei Yan called out loudly. This dramatic episode of Xiao Yangwang infiltrating the capital of Su Kingdom and capturing Su Wang from within the royal palace had unfolded. Even the storytellers on the streets would not dare to write so boldly. Yet, the king has achieved this, earning the utmost admiration of Wei Yan. In the span of half a month, the supplies and iron from Su country have been continuously transported to Liang country, swiftly stabilizing the situation there. The hearts of the people have turned towards Liangdu. During this time, Wei Yan has assembled 5,000 new troops, reclaiming 3 prefectures and 6 cities of Liang country, and has quelled various rebellions within the nation. "Your Majesty, the envoys from Su country have arrived," Chao Jiu respectfully announced. "Let him in," Qin Feng commanded, as he perused the numerous documents of Liang country. Noticing that the system's fortune points had impressively reached 5,000, lifting his spirits. "Greetings, your majesty." The envoy was none other than Kong Miao. This time, he was not as arrogant as before. He performed an elaborate bow to Qin Feng, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Your majesty, I humbly dare to report that the 200,000 carts of grain and 20,000 carts of iron that Su country promised have been gathered. When might we expect your majesty's return to our homeland?" Kong Miao inquired humbly. "All has been gathered?" Qin Feng tilted his head, asking. "Indeed." Chao Ju nodded affirmatively. "Very well. Since all has been gathered, let the king of Su return home," Qin Feng declared. "What?" Both Kong Miao and Chao Jiu were momentarily taken aback. Kong Miao did not expect the unconventional young king of Liang to so easily acquiesce to his request. Chao Jiu, too, was taken by surprise that he murmured, "Your majesty, releasing the king of Su at this time may be akin to sending a tiger back to the mountains. I believe it warrants careful consideration. I stand by my word. If I say he is free, then he is free. What is there to deliberate?" Qin Feng replied casually. Kong Miao's brow furrowed deeper, sensing that such smooth proceedings concealed some ulterior motive. What Kong Miao could not have anticipated was that Qin Feng truly allowed the king of Su to depart, even sending people to escort them out of the city. This entire situation felt surreal to him. "Your majesty, you have suffered greatly in the carriage." Kong Miao knelt before the king of Su, his voice laden with emotion. The king of Su appeared haggard, as if he had aged decades, weakly shaking his head, unable to utter a word. This battle had cost Su country dearly, both in troops and resources, even if the king of Su had escaped with his life. He could not face the reproach of the Su people. "Your majesty, Princess Chingling has returned." Kong Miao hesitated briefly before speaking. "Chingling has returned." A flicker of light suddenly shone in the otherwise dim eyes of the king of Su as he eagerly grasped Kong Miao's collar, asking, "Where is she? Why did she not come with you to Liangdu?" Kong Miao's expression revealed his difficulties. "Yes, she's still resentful towards me," the king of Su murmured, gradually loosening his grip on Kong Miao's hand. "Your majesty, you and Princess Chingling are siblings. Her return signifies her willingness to assist you. If you are willing to acknowledge your missteps, with Princess Chingling's capabilities, capturing Liang country and avenging your grievances would undoubtedly be achievable," Kong Miao suggested. Sigh. The king of Su let out a heavy sigh, choosing not to say more. Yet, though his heart was initially filled with despair, he now harbored a glimmer of hope for revenge. In Liangdu, Chao Jiu hurriedly approached Qin Feng, stating, "Your majesty, the king of Su's carriage has already departed." Qin Feng nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Jiu added, "Your majesty, I am perplexed as to why you so readily released the king of Su. Currently, Liang country requires time to develop. If we were to firmly hold onto the king of Su, it would surely instill fear in the hearts of the Su people, granting us ample time and perhaps even allowing us to extract a substantial amount of resources from Su country. Would that not be splendid? Now, having released the king of Su, not only have we set a tiger back in the mountains, but we may also face his retaliation, bringing further troubles to Liang country. Things are not so simple." Qin Feng shook his head, explaining, "Su country is not like Liang country. Its domestic situation is stable. Even if the king of Su were to remain in Liangdu, given enough time, Su country could easily elect a new ruler. In that case, this king of Su would merely become a pawn." Chao Jiu's expression shifted to one of realization as he respectfully remarked, "Your majesty is indeed wise." Qin Feng secretly shook his head. In truth, sending the king of Su back served another purpose: to ensure that the Su people would remember this humiliation. As long as the king of Su remained in power, the indignity of being taken from his palace by Liang country could never be erased. At that moment, a palace servant rushed in to report, "Your majesty, who country has agreed to send troops to attack Liang country. However, they demand that Lord Han be held as a hostage. To detain Han Yi." Qin Feng's brow furrowed. At this critical juncture, as Liang country's situation was just beginning to stabilize, it was precisely the time when a talent like Han Yi should be allowed to shine. What could be the meaning behind who country's demand to detain Han Yi at such a crucial moment? A foreboding sensation crept over him. Yet, Given the current situation in Hu country, he was not entirely informed. As Liang country had only recently restored itself, and its intelligence network had yet to reach beyond its borders, the king of Hu also sent word, insisting that Liang country cooperate fully with Hu country in its efforts to attack Su country, and that it must conquer Su country within 6 months. Otherwise, they would execute Lord Han and send troops to Liang country. The messenger knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. 6 months? How is that even possible? A chill ran through Chao Jio's heart. Hu country seeks to see Liang and Su mutually destroy one another. Qin Feng murmured, a cold glint flashing his eyes. This is utterly intolerable. However, I have long been prepared for this. Send word to Wei Yan. Qin Feng commanded. Yes, the palace servant complied. At a moment later, Wei Yan hurriedly arrived. Greetings, your majesty, he called out loudly. Gather the new troops and prepare to march on Su. Qin Feng ordered in a firm tone. March on Su? Wei Yan's eyes brightened, and he immediately exclaimed, I shall obey. However, he then hesitated and inquired, Your Majesty, when is the campaign against Su scheduled to commence? The new troops have only just begun their training and require further honing. Immediately, Qin Feng stated decisively. Immediately, Wei Yan's expression changed, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Is that not too hasty? Qin Feng remained silent. Wei Yan hurriedly declared, I shall comply. He bowed and withdrew, still pondering. What is happening? The king does not seem to be the type to act recklessly. Qin Feng rubbed his temples, leaning back in his throne. Chao Jio gently tapped his shoulder. Do you also believe that your majesty is being too impulsive? Qin Feng inquired. I would not dare. Your majesty is farsighted and possesses a vision that is beyond my comprehension. Chao Jio replied. With a sigh, Qin Feng remarked, Hu country seeks to see Liang and Su inflict mutual destruction, allowing them to reap the benefits. The only path forward is to swiftly conquer Su country and secure sufficient leverage to negotiate with Hu country. Hu country represents a double-edged sword for Liang country. On one hand, it can assist Liang in rapidly absorbing Su country and strengthening its power. On the other, it could leave Liang with nothing, resulting in mutual devastation. The outcome will largely depend on Su country's choices. 3 days later, Qin Feng gathered 1,000 Tiger Guards and 5,000 new troops, personally leading an expedition against Su country. This battle represented a significant commitment of Liang country's resources. Although many citizens felt perplexed, they chose to support him, given Qin Feng's previous efforts to reverse the tide and revive Liang country. Outside the city, people lined the streets to bid farewell, their cheers echoing through the air. Meanwhile, within Hu country, the king of Hu sat high upon an ornate beast throne, surveying the sand table in the palace. Though young, he harbored grand ambitions, aspiring to emulate the neighboring Chingling state of Chu and unify Yunling state. If he could achieve this, it would elevate his status from a 6th-tier vassal state to a 3rd-tier one, an immense honor for Hu country. At his side, Han Yi sat upright, a variety of exquisite dishes arrayed before him. The king of Hu inquired, What do you think of my treatment of you in Hu country, sir? Your majesty's grace overwhelms me. Han Yi responded, bowing slightly. Ha ha. If that is the case, why not remain in Hu country? The king of Hu raised his wine cup, speaking softly. In these chaotic times, a wise bird chooses its roost. With your talents, you should not be confined to the small realm of Liang country. As a citizen of Liang country, I must do my utmost for my homeland, Han Yi replied, bowing once more. The king of Hu took a sip of fine wine and said, Liang country, perhaps it will soon cease to exist. At that point, will you consider serving Hu country? Upon first encountering Han Yi, his remarkable talents immediately captured attention, evoking a profound appreciation for his abilities, which ultimately led to his retention. Han Yi rose decisively, proclaiming with unwavering conviction, May King Hu witness this. Although the Liang Kingdom is but a mere speck compared to the might of the Hu Kingdom, our sovereign exhibits compassion for the populace and possesses exceptional strategic acumen, fostering unity among his subjects. Thus, in this conflict, the Liang Kingdom shall undoubtedly prevail. In the palace of Shudu, a palpable air of anxiety enveloped the assembled ministers, who fidgeted like ants on a hot griddle. King Su sat upon his throne, his expression inscrutable. Moments later, a graceful figure glided into the hall, her fragrant presence soothing the restless courtiers. I pay my respects to the princess. They reverently bowed, many of them displaying hesitation and uncertainty. 12 years prior, upon King Su's ascension, a dispute arose with the then 10-year-old Princess Chingling, nearly leading to a division of the Su kingdom. Subsequently, Princess Chingling was taken under the wing of the prestigious Yuan Palace in the southern region, leaving Su kingdom, which quelled the ensuing turmoil. Now, following a scandal involving King Su's abduction, Princess Chingling had returned, leaving many ministers in a quandary about where their loyalties should lie. Princess, I pay my respects to my elder brother. The enchanting Princess Chingling's dulcet voice resonated like the song of a lark, captivating the hearts of many ministers. King Su hastily rose, raising his hand, and declared, Chingling, please, no need for such formalities. This calamity befalling Su kingdom is my oversight. Your return to assist me is a stroke of fortune for our realm. Your Highness is too gracious. Princess Chingling replied, sweetly, a tea present. The Hu army advances from the north, having captured 2 of our cities in a matter of days. The Liang forces gather at our southern gates. What course of action do you propose, my brother? King Su inquired. The tea perplexed him that Liang, having just released their forces, would now turn to strike at Su. Princess Chingling's eyelids fluttered slightly as she responded. For Liang, the best course is to recuperate. Their aggressive mobilization against Su must surely be orchestrated by unseen hands. Are there indeed instigators pulling the strings behind Liang? The ministers murmured amongst themselves at that moment. The Duke of National Defense, Su Yuankai, stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, Princess, Liang possesses merely 5,000 fresh troops. I am willing to lead a force to quell the turmoil in Liang. Previously, he had attempted to apprehend Qin Feng in the capital of Liang, but had failed, falling into Qin Feng's clutches instead. Su Yuankai, feeling humiliated, sought to regain his lost honor through Liang. Princess Chingling smiled, stating, The crux of this battle lies with the Hu kingdom, not Liang. If we subdue the Hu forces, Liang will naturally falter. Princess, I believe that to slay a fierce tiger, one must first remove its claws, Su Yuankai proclaimed. Only by quelling Liang can we then focus our might against Hu, perhaps even driving Liang to combat Hu. Many ministers nodded in agreement, for compared to the vast Hu kingdom, they preferred to engage with Liang. Princess Chingling smiled, yet remained silent. King Su's expression shifted several times before he solemnly stated, Let us heed the words of the Duke of National Defense. How many troops do you require, Duke? 3,000 iron cavalry shall suffice. Su Yuankai asserted confidently. 2 days later, in Changya city of Su, the forces of Liang met with Su Yuankai's iron cavalry. The 2 armies faced each other, and Su Yuankai rode forward, boldly shouting, Is there a young lad named Qin Feng from Liang here? Hearing this, Wei Yan's expression darkened. Before Qin Feng could respond, he interjected with fury, How dare you brazenly utter the name of our sovereign? At that, he charged towards Su Yuankai. Su Yuankai's eyelids flickered, a cold smile forming. A mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to be audacious before me. Before he could finish, a glass-like blade was unleashed, hurtling toward Wei Yan. Wei Yan roared, wielding a 1,000-pound iron hammer to clash with the blade, igniting a fierce spectacle that shook the ground. Both armies were taken aback. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Su Yuankai's figure shifted, exuding an aura of flowing energy as the hammer shadow flickered like shooting stars, dazzling to behold. Meanwhile, the glass blade transformed into a myriad of afterimages, surrounding Wei Yan completely. Boom! Wei Yan swung his hammer with ferocity, blocking the onslaught of the glass blade. Yet Su Yuankai's relentless assault, empowered by his superior cultivation, forced Wei Yan to retreat step by step. The cheers from Su's soldiers resonated like thunder. Begone! Su Yuankai shouted, his momentum peaking as he drove Wei Yan back with a single strike. Wei Yan fell from his steed, staggering several dozen paces. His visage darkened with disbelief. Who else dares to challenge this duke? Su Yuankai surveyed the Liang forces, none daring to meet his gaze. His eyes finally settled on Qin Feng, young king of Liang. Last time you escaped me in the capital, but this time you present yourself willingly." Su Yuankai's disdainful smile was evident. The Liang troops seethed with indignation. "Those who insult our sovereign shall die." A guard bellowed. "Those who insult our sovereign shall die." The crowd echoed fervently. Su Yuankai's scorn deepened. I could see that moment. Qin Feng raised his hand, calmly stating, "I hear you personally visited Liang to capture me. Yet you returned empty-handed? Very well. I shall grant you another opportunity today." With that, he rode forth, facing Su Yuankai head-on. Su Yuankai's eyes gleamed with triumph, realizing that if Qin Feng had hidden among his troops, it would have required more effort to unearth him. Now, with Qin Feng daring to confront him, it was akin to walking into his own demise, saving him considerable time. As you wish. Su Yuankai charged forward, swinging his glass blade with lethal intent. The blade emitted a ghostly glow, striking like a viper. Qin Feng's blood-soaked blade surged, the Minghong Tiandao rising, unleashing a torrent of crimson light that clashed with the glass blade in midair. A thunderous explosion ensued, brilliant light cascading outward. Su Yuankai was taken aback, astonished by the unexpected strength of the young Qin Feng. Amidst his shock, he quickly recalibrated his mindset, intensifying his aura as he engaged Qin Feng once more. After their initial exchange, Qin Feng gained insight into Su Yuankai's prowess. The slight smile graced his lips as he calmly uttered 5 words. Blood drink, dragon slayer cut. The Minghong Tiandao glowed a deep crimson, vibrating with power as the blood light surged to 20 feet, ascending towards Su Yuankai. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed, and blinding bloodlight enveloped the area. Su Yuankai was sent flying. The soldiers of Su gazed in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The Duke of National Defense had been defeated? How could this be possible? Su Yuankai, too, was equally astonished. Kill! Qin Feng roared, raising his Minghong Tiandao, leading the charge against Su Yuankai. Kill! Wei Yan bellowed in fury, following closely behind. Thousands of elite guards and 5,000 Liang fresh troops surged forward, crashing into Su's iron cavalry. The 2,000 Su cavalry were instantly thrown into disarray. Retreating in panic, that Su Yuankai found himself amidst the chaos, his hair disheveled, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant, it was over. All was lost. Su Yuankai knelt, feeling the world spin around him. The sun and moon turned upside down. Above, vultures, drawn by the scent of blood, cried out in mournful shrieks. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, leading the Liang forces, charged towards Su's city. The elite guards breached the city, and the fresh troops swiftly took control of the defenses. In the following days, 3 major cities of Su fell one after another. The army's advance was unstoppable, overwhelming the defenders before they could react. News of these victories spread back to the Great Liang, igniting jubilant celebrations among the populace. The people's hearts united. Qin Feng's fortune points surged past the significant milestone of 10,000. At this moment, within Shudu, King Su was in a state of frantic agitation, akin to an ant on a hot pan. The Hu cavalry was advancing relentlessly from the north, poised to assault Shudu imminently. Meanwhile, to the south, the army led by Qin Feng had achieved consecutive victories, threatening the heart of Su Kingdom. What was to be done now? King Su was at his wit's end, his voice hoarse. The ministers in the hall bowed their heads in silence, too fearful to speak a word. Let us surrender, Princess Chingling suggested. Surrender. A faint murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd, as many seemed dissatisfied with the prospect of surrender. For if they were to capitulate, the lavish fortunes of those present would be squandered. How could they allow the ancestral legacy to be lost so easily? The Duke of Su furrowed his brow. Can you safeguard such a vast ancestral estate? Princess Chingling retorted. The Duke fell silent. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, collapsing into his throne, and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, draft a decree. Prepare to surrender to the Hu state. Your Majesty, think twice. Your Majesty, reconsider. Many ministers hastily knelt, tears streaming down their faces, hearts heavy with grief, wishing they could die for the sake of Su. The Duke weakly inquired, Esteemed ministers, do you have any better strategies to confront the enemy? The ministers fell silent once more. My brother, in my humble opinion, we should not surrender to the Hu state, but rather to the Liang state, Princess Chingling stated earnestly. What? The surrounding ministers began to murmur again. The strength of Su far surpassed that of Liang, and although they had suffered a series of defeats, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. How could they capitulate to Liang so easily? Moreover, not long ago, Su's army had captured Liang's capital, nearly swallowing the entire nation. Now, to suggest surrendering to Liang was a hurdle many could not overcome in their hearts. What do you mean, Chingling? The Duke asked. It is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide warmth in the snow. Surrendering to Liang, as opposed to Su, could yield us greater leverage, Princess Chingling replied. The Duke remained silent. However, even if we surrender to Liang, they cannot possibly withstand Su, a courtier pondered aloud. Furthermore, surrendering to Liang would surely provoke the Hu state, another added. Princess Chingling chuckled and countered, is that not precisely the point? Let Liang and Hu weaken each other. Many courtiers were taken aback. If we surrender to the Hu state, then Liang would surely have no chance of victory, that we would have no hope of restoring our nation. Princess Chingling surveyed the room and declared emphatically, but if we surrender to Liang, they possess valiant generals of unparalleled courage, while we have tens of thousands of cavalry and provisions. Perhaps we still have a chance to contend with the Hu state. Reports of battle had already indicated that the young king of Liang and his general Wei Yan were indeed brave enough to withstand the Hu cavalry. The Duke recalled the previous encounter in Liang, where the young king had kept his promise and released him. Perhaps he was indeed a worthy ally. Yet before proceeding, the Duke needed to send Princess Chingling to assess Liang's strength first. The Hu cavalry galloped swiftly, delivering battle reports back to the royal capital. The Hu king, holding the report, laughed heartily and, with great pride, said to Han Yi, "What do you think of our strength, esteemed sir, in just a few short days? My army has captured several cities in northern Su and now aims directly at Su capital." Han Yi nodded slightly and remarked, "Your Majesty commands formidable generals. I am truly impressed. Yet not all men are ferocious beasts. There are choices to be made. Ultimately, the fate of Su capital remains uncertain." Uncertain? The Hu king laughed derisively. Oh, you truly believe that a mere Liang can swallow an elephant and capture Su capital? Not impossible. Han Yi replied with a confident smile. The Hu king's pupils narrowed, and he sneered. If that is the case, let us wait and see. Should Su capital fall into my hands, will you serve the Hu state? And if not? Han Yi inquired. Then I shall certainly release you. The Hu king asserted confidently. Thank you, your majesty. Han Yi replied with a bow, signifying his acceptance of such terms. The following morning, Qin Feng's army rested in Su's Jiangwu City. Since the army had crossed into the territory, their strict discipline had significantly reduced the local populace's resistance. Your Majesty, emissaries from Su request an audience, reported a guard at the gate. Let them in. Qin Feng replied coolly, contemplating how to utilize the recently acquired fortune of 10,000 to summon something, while also eager to hear Su's intentions before making a decision. Soon, a graceful figure appeared in the camp. Princess Chingling elegantly bowed and said, I am Chingling, the emissary of Su, here to meet His Highness, the King of Liang. Prior to her arrival, Chingling had assessed the situation in the city and was secretly astonished at how well the young king of Liang managed his forces. Upon seeing Qin Feng, she was taken aback. She had not expected the young king to be so youthful. Princess Chingling. Qin Feng couldn't help but gaze at her longer, smiling as he remarked, Does Su have no other emissaries? Even a princess of such stature would risk herself. Do you not fear that I may act against you? Princess Chingling smiled, and that smile was enchanting enough to make many soldiers in the camp lower their heads. Even the rough Wei Yan blushed and dared not meet her gaze. Your Highness, a person of integrity must honor their word. Since this is a gentleman's battle, why should Chingling not come? She stated crisply. Yet, Chingling was unaware that the king, with his priceless life, had personally taken to the battlefield. Did he not fear any misfortune? Wei Yan's expression changed, and he tightened his grip on his warhammer. Oh, it seems Princess Chingling has come to assert her authority. Qin Feng observed with keen interest. I dare not. I merely wish to discuss conditions with His Majesty. I wonder if His Majesty would be willing to agree." Chingling stated cheerfully, "Speak that if His Majesty withdraws from Su, then Su shall offer tribute of 100,000 carts of grain and 10,000 carts of iron to Liang each year," Princess Chingling proposed. Qin Feng shook his head. His campaign against Su was motivated partly by the threats from the Hu state, but also to address Liang's urgent food shortages. Proceeding gradually was not suitable for Liang. "Your Majesty truly will not reconsider?" Chingling pressed. "If the princess insists, then it seems we have no choice but to resort to arms," Qin Feng replied. "This battle has already begun. I shall not return without taking Su capital. Should it truly come to that, then Chingling shall have no choice but to offend you." Princess Chingling lifted her head, her entire being seeming to radiate a celestial light. Suddenly, Princess Chingling made her move, causing the Liang soldiers in the camp to tense up. "Stand down." Qin Feng's voice resonated firmly, dismissing the soldiers. If Princess Chingling was so keen, then let it be so. The corners of Chingling's mouth curled upward as a burst of white light erupted, resembling dozens of ropes binding toward Qin Feng. Magic. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered. Previously, when contending with the bandit leader Ge Yunya, he had suffered greatly from magic as well. Now, facing it again, he remained vigilant before the white light could envelop him. The Minghong heavenly blade surged with brilliant light to intercept it. As the crimson blade light flickered, a sharp radiance erupted, hurtling straight toward Princess Chingling. She gracefully retreated, akin to a startled swan. Qin Feng pursued closely, and the two exited the tent. "Your Highness, I have practiced magic since childhood, under the tutelage of the Shadow Palace. Should I offend you in any way when I strike later, I hope your Majesty will be magnanimous." Princess Chingling spoke softly. "The Shadow Palace?" A gasp of astonishment echoed around. It was known that the Shadow Palace was one of the foremost cultivation sects in the southern region, with its disciples being exceptional talents. The small Yunling prefecture was hardly worthy of their attention. Had Chingling not been from Su, she would not have appeared in Yunling prefecture. As the white light burst forth, it seemed as though a fierce bird had emerged. "Ka!" A sharp, resonant cry rang out, making everyone's ears buzz. A golden flame eagle, with wings spanning several dozen feet, dove toward Qin Feng, its claws gleaming with a blinding golden light. Blood drink and dragon slay. Qin Feng's internal energy surged as the Minghong heavenly blade hummed with power, radiating resplendent blood energy to clash with the golden flame eagle from afar. With a single strike, the eagle soared into the air, and the tremendous shockwave nearly sent Qin Feng tumbling to the ground. What immense strength! Qin Feng marveled inwardly. The ability to manifest spirit into form suggests that this Princess Chingling's prowess far surpassed that of Ge Yunya. Before Qin Feng could ponder further, the golden flame eagle lunged at him once more. Caw! The piercing cry shattered his eardrums with pain. The blood drink and dragon slay was unleashed once again, but was surprisingly blocked by the eagle. Furthermore, the golden flame eagle flapped its wings, sending a whirlwind that swept Qin Feng off his feet. "Your Majesty." The Liang soldiers watched anxiously, their faces etched with concern. Be careful. "Your Majesty. Watch my old Wei." Wei Yan let out a thunderous roar, raising his war hammer as he charged towards this direction. With a shrill cry, the Jinyan eagle widened its fierce eyes and unleashed a wave of sound, forcefully stifling Wei Yan's assault. Wei Yan's face contorted in rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury as the veins in his arms throbbed ominously. Bang! The Jinyan eagle flapped its wings once more, conjuring a tempest that sent Wei Yan and several Liang soldiers behind him hurtling through the air. "Your opponent is this king." Qin Feng's voice resonated again. "Your Highness of Liang, your martial prowess is indeed commendable. Yet against the sorcery of my Shadow Palace, there are inherent weaknesses. As per Chingling's suggestion, why don't we sit down and properly discuss terms for peace? What do you think, Your Majesty?" The delicate voice of Princess Chingling rang out. In the southern region's cultivation circles, the power of sorcerers is recognized to surpass that of martial practitioners of the same rank. Moreover, Princess Chingling's level of cultivation exceeded that of Qin Feng. making her ability to overwhelm him entirely expected. The matter of peace can be discussed later. The princess's methods have ignited my fighting spirit. Let us engage in a decisive battle, Qin Feng declared proudly. Clang, the Minghong heavenly blade vibrated, unleashing profound streams of bloodlight. Heaven's fortune summons, intermediate summoning activated. Streams of light flickered before Qin Feng, his aura becoming increasingly enigmatic. Ding dong. The intermediate summoning yielded the low-grade arcane technique. 19 blades of the ethereal wind. Arcane techniques. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is the essence of the arcane? It is the profound understanding of martial arts. To acquire a low-grade arcane technique through a single summoning is indeed fortuitous. Qin Feng raised his head again, a hint of a smile gracing his eyes as he looked at Princess Chingling. This king is now serious. I kindly asked the princess to tread carefully. Yet Princess Chingling remained unfazed. For a martial artist to triumph over a sorcerer, how simple do you think that is? In her view, as a king, Qin Feng would undoubtedly wish to regain his dignity after losing face publicly. Then I shall take offense. Princess Chingling spoke playfully. With a shrill cry, the Jinyan eagle emitted a piercing screech. Its wings spread wide, obscuring the sky as enigmatic energies swirled around it. Suddenly, a flash of golden light darted through the air, assaulting Qin Feng. The Liang soldiers displayed expressions of anxiety, fearing for Qin Feng's safety. Just as the Jinyan eagle lunged forward, Qin Feng abruptly looked up. The Minghong heavenly blade, trembling lightly, its entire body emanating a faint azure glow. 19 blades of the ethereal wind. Kill. The blade light swept through the heavens, tearing apart the air for dozens of meters, fiercely halting the Jinyan eagle's dive. First blade, second blade, third blade, fourth blade. Waves of azure light surged forth, the Minghong heavenly blade's azure essence growing increasingly resplendent, seemingly suppressing the radiance of the Jinyan eagle. Moreover, the blade's sharpness intensified, leaving deep gashes upon the ground. The Liang soldiers, dozens of meters away, sensed the overwhelming might, retreating in alarm. Arcane technique. Princess Qingling's eyes widened in astonishment. She could hardly believe that in the small realm of Liang, someone could be proficient in arcane arts. Throughout the vast Yunling Prefecture, it is already exceedingly rare for ordinary cultivators to possess a martial skill. Individuals like Su Yuankai, who are foundation-building cultivators, are unable to even produce high-tier martial techniques, let alone arcane arts. Many have never even laid eyes on an arcane technique. Now, with Qin Feng's mastery of the 19 blades of the ethereal wind, having already dispelled the Jinyan eagle's radiance with just 9 blades, it was evident that he possessed profound expertise in arcane cultivation. Boom! The golden light surged. The Jinyan eagle let out a mournful cry, vanishing into thin air. Princess Chingling staggered, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Qin Feng promptly sheathed his blade, the aura within him still swirling tumultuously, quite astonishing. Around them, the Liang soldiers erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Your Highness of Liang, your strength is truly remarkable. Qingling sighed in admiration. The gaze of Princess Qingling, now slightly bowed, held an inexplicable nuance as she regarded Qin Feng. She found herself intrigued. The small Liang Kingdom had been resurrected in this man's hands, and now he even had arcane techniques at his disposal. Could it be that destiny favors the resurgence of Liang? Princess, it is now time to sit down and earnestly discuss peace. Qin Feng turned and walked into the camp. Princess Qingling followed closely behind. Within the camp, the two sat facing each other. My country, Su, can unconditionally support the Liang Kingdom, but I hope that when your Highness unifies Yunling Prefecture in the future, you might grant Su a place at the table. Having witnessed Qin Feng's prowess, Princess Qingling directly stated her bottom line. She understood that in the face of absolute strength, any schemes would be in vain. Can the princess represent Su? Qin Feng inquired. Of course. Princess Qingling affirmed resolutely. Qin Feng nodded slightly, contemplating before speaking. Very well. This king has one more condition. I wonder if the princess would be willing to agree? What condition? Princess Qingling regarded Qin Feng with surprise. This king wishes to marry Princess Chingling. May I ask for your thoughts on this matter? Qin Feng stated plainly. What? A flush of crimson rushed to Princess Chingling's face as she hurriedly lowered her head, saying, I am here to discuss matters of state with the king. Why would the king jest with me? Qin Feng replied earnestly, a marriage alliance is the best way to earn the trust of Su's people. I believe the Su king would agree to this as well. However, this pertains not only to the two nations but also to the princess's personal affairs. Thus, I feel it is essential to first inquire about the princess's opinion. Princess Chingling took a moment to ponder. Her voice was barely above a whisper. All right. Qin Feng nodded. Wei Yan and the others exchanged glances, suspecting that the proposal of a marriage alliance stemmed merely from the king's admiration for Princess Chingling's beauty. After Princess Chingling returned, Qin Feng's forces advanced smoothly through Su's territory, heading directly toward Sudiu. This time, outside Sudu, the cavalry of Wu Kingdom had already surrounded the city. The vast army of 100,000 cast a shadow over Sudu, leaving the citizens in a state of trepidation, unable to find peace amidst the relentless sound of war drums. Every household barred their doors, plunging the economy of Sudu into a near-paralyzed state. The city guards were also restless, fearing a sudden assault from the Hu cavalry. Yet, Hu Kingdom seemed intent on playing a game of cat and mouse, repeatedly challenging Sudu without launching an attack. Within the royal palace of Su Kingdom, a group of ministers knelt before the Su king, their faces pale with fear. Your Majesty, the Hu cavalry has completely surrounded Sudu. We have no means of escape. The only option left is to open the city gates and surrender, hoping the Hu king will show mercy. What of Liang Kingdom? The Su king inquired. Your Majesty, how could a mere 5,000 troops from Liang withstand the Hu kingdom's 100,000 cavalry? An elder minister spoke solemnly. Certainly, Su Kingdom was not devoid of valiant warriors. At this moment, several stood forth, declaring, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the troops out of the city and engage the Hu Kingdom in battle. To quell their fervor, I too am willing. Many military generals stepped forward. The Su king pondered for a moment, stating, As you all say, if we surrender without a fight, would that not be a source of ridicule for the sons of Su? He immediately ordered the military generals to prepare for battle. In an instant, the drums outside the city resonated, shaking the very ground. Inside the palace, the ministers fidgeted anxiously, like ants on a hot stove. Before long, a guard rushed in, panic-stricken. Your Majesty, General Chun has been slain after 100 exchanges with the enemy. Report, Your Majesty, General Zhao has engaged the enemy for 200 rounds. Report, Your Majesty, General Zhao has been beheaded by the enemy general. The barrage of reports struck the Su king and the ministers like thunder, rendering their faces increasingly grim. What shall we do now? The Su king paced back and forth, anxious and restless. That moment, Princess Chingling approached. Brother King, the army of Liang has arrived at the northern gate. Please open the city gates, she said cheerfully. The king of Liang has arrived? The Su king's eyes lit up, as if a drowning man had grasped a lifeline. However, a minister murmured, Liang Kingdom has sought to exploit our situation. How could they be benevolent? Indeed, how could the little king of Liang possibly contend with the Hu cavalry? Many, though hesitant to openly question Princess Chingling, whispered amongst themselves, their words reaching the ears of both the Su king and Princess Chingling. The Su king regained his composure and asked, Can Liang truly withstand the Hu cavalry? Brother King, if we do not let them try, must we simply surrender? Princess Chingling retorted. Moreover, the discipline of the Liang army is stringent. They have not indiscriminately slaughtered innocent civilians upon entering the territory of Su Kingdom, making them more trustworthy than the Hu Kingdom. King Su nodded slightly at that moment. A courtier stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, both Liang and Hu kingdoms conspire against our Su Kingdom, harboring treacherous ambitions. They are not to be trusted. If we allow the Liang people to enter the city, what if they collude with Hu from within? What fate would await our Su Kingdom then? As of today, some ministers can no longer suppress their thoughts. They are acutely aware that if they persuade King Su to submit to the Hu Kingdom, it would be a significant achievement for Hu. Conversely, should the Liang and Hu kingdoms conspire together, they would be reduced to mere captives. Thus, rather than gamble on the character of the Liang people, it is wiser to trust ourselves. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is imperative that we do not allow the Liang people to enter the city. Many courtiers knelt before King Su in unison at this moment. King Su also hesitated. I have already commanded the gates to be opened for the Liang army to enter, Princess Chingling said with a clear voice. So, I am merely informing you, not consulting with you. With that, she turned to leave. That be by the way. King Liang desires a marriage alliance with me, so from now on, he shall no longer be considered an outsider. Princess Chingling added. King Su stared blankly at her retreating figure. An elderly minister before him began to wail hysterically, declaring that Princess Chingling was betraying the nation, and that the Su kingdom's sovereignty was at stake. With no hope for survival, King Su listened, feeling a tumult of emotions, yet was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, upon entering the city, Qin Feng did not linger. He instructed Wei Yan to set up camp with the new soldiers, while he himself led the tiger vanguards directly towards the Hu kingdom's cavalry outside the city. Presently, the people of Su kingdom might not welcome the Liang army, so Qin Feng planned to showcase Liang's strength through victory. Who goes there? The Hu kingdom's general, Fei, sat astride a three-headed blazing tiger, wielding a pair of cleaving sabers, exuding a fierce aura. The blood on the blades had yet to dry, evidently fresh from battle. I am Qin Feng of Liang Kingdom, Qin Feng declared. Liang Kingdom? Fei's expression shifted slightly, a mocking smile creasing his lips. King Su has truly become more foolish, thinking to seek help from you wretched Liang people. Ha! Listen well, get lost at once. I have no time to waste on you worthless that moment. Someone behind him whispered, reporting to the general. This Qin Feng is the recently renowned Little Liang King. What? The Little Liang King? Fei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting within him. How amusing. Since the Liang King has come to court death himself, I shall oblige. Today, I will first deal with your pitiful Liang lot. Then trample Su capital. As he spoke, he urged the three-headed blazing tiger forward. The enormous tiger claws glowed with fire, leaving scorched marks on the ground with each strike. An unparalleled oppressive force bore down upon Qin Feng and his men. Die! Fei raised his cleaving saber, the blade glinting like a flashing ribbon, striking with precision to mid-tier martial skill. Heart strike. The sharp blade surged forth, a momentum like a rainbow. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is this the extent of your strength, that you dare to boast before me? As he spoke, he lifted the Minghong Tiandao, a spectral blood light erupting, stretching dozens of feet long to blood-drinking dragon-slaying slash-kill. Where the blade passed, the ground was torn asunder. With a splatter, the bloodlight flickered, and Fei fell to the ground. What? The surrounding Hu cavalry stared in disbelief as their general lay lifeless, his body severed. The massive, three-headed blazing tiger also crouched on the ground. Trembling, they all widened their eyes, revealing expressions of incredulity. .2 moves. An existence as formidable as General E has actually perished. This was something many Hu cavalry could not fathom. Kill them. Avenge the general. Avenge the general. A thunderous roar erupted around them as the fierce Hu cavalry charged towards Qin Feng and his men. Kill! Qin Feng raised the Minghong Tiandao, the blood radiance flashing, his aura surging that he took the lead. Charging forth against the Hu cavalry, the tiger vanguards followed closely, forming a sharp line, shooting forward like arrows. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of battle cries. The Hu cavalry had never tasted defeat upon entering Su kingdom. However, they could never have imagined that they would not suffer at the hands of the Su people, but rather be vanquished by the seemingly weaker Liang people. After the two armies clashed, the Hu cavalry immediately sensed the might of the tiger vanguards, composed entirely of practitioners at the Kaiyuan realm. Under Qin Feng's command, they wove through the Hu cavalry, obliterating all resistance in their path. The tactics of the Hu cavalry were swiftly thrown into disarray, with casualties mounting. The fallen soldiers increased in number. Many were thrown into a panic. The sound of gongs resonated behind the Hu cavalry, leaving over 3,000 corpses on the ground. The setting sun resembled blood, as the tiger vanguards of Liang left an indelible impression in the hearts of both the Hu and Su kingdoms. Have we won? The Liang army actually triumphed. The citizens of Su capital spread the news, erupting in joyous cheers. The pent-up frustrations they had endured for days could finally be released in the royal palace. The ministers of Su kingdom, who had been wailing and lamenting, were left dumbfounded. The Liang army had actually repelled the Hu cavalry. How could this be possible? Impossible. It must be impossible. No one was willing to believe this news. And they sent people to the city gates to inquire, only to discover that the Hu cavalry had indeed retreated and a general had been slain. This, King Su once again recognized the terrifying might of the Liang Kingdom. He personally stepped out of the palace to welcome the triumphant return of Qin Feng. Your Highness, it has been months since we last met. I did not expect our reunion to be under such circumstances. King Su observed the spirited Qin Feng, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Your Highness, your grandeur remains undiminished. This time, the Liang and Su kingdoms, being as closely linked as lips and teeth, must surely understand the stakes. King Su nodded repeatedly, responding, That is certainly true. Indeed, I have already prepared a convoy of 100,000 carts of grain, along with 50,000 carts of cotton, hemp, silk, and satin, which will soon be dispatched to Liang Kingdom, in hopes of aiding them through this crisis. Why now? King Su could only strive to think positively, since he could not defeat the Liang Kingdom. It was better to lie low and live as a wealthy man than to become a prisoner. Then I thank you, Your Highness. Qin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude. Although Su Kingdom had fallen under Liang Kingdom's control, he still intended to show King Su the respect he deserved on the Hu Kingdom's side. The commander in charge of the campaign against Su Kingdom, General Jiang Fengli, was somewhat disoriented. Yi Shuangfei has fallen to the Liang army? He could hardly believe the battle report before him. Reporting to the commander, Liang Kingdom has inexplicably summoned a formidable cavalry force, all at the Kaiyuan realm, numbering in the thousands. They are exceedingly difficult to deal with. A general stepped forward, stating this that a cavalry composed entirely of Kaiyuan realm warriors. Jiang Fengli's brow furrowed deeply, murmuring, How is this possible? With Liang Kingdom's strength, how could they sustain such a force? Could this be a ruse? Many generals displayed hesitant expressions. Even with Hu Kingdom's national strength, it would be challenging to support such a cavalry, let alone the minor Liang Kingdom. Commander, I have heard that Su Kingdom's princess Chingling once trained under the Shadow Palace. Could this Kaiyuan cavalry be reinforcement she summoned? A staff member speculated. Jiang Fengli pondered for a moment, then nodded. That is indeed a possibility. However, this external aid seems quite formidable. It may not be easy to contend with. Does anyone have a good strategy? A murmur of discussion arose within the camp. After a moment, a soldier stepped forward and said, Commander, I, from the Putuo camp, am willing to take the lead and encircle the Liang cavalry. Then the Iron Arrow camp can strike, and we may have a chance to annihilate them. How can we lure them into the trap? Jiang Fengli inquired at present. There's an envoy from Liang Kingdom in the royal palace. Perhaps we can leverage this envoy's presence. That a staff member pondered thoughtfully. Jiang Fengli slightly nodded in response. In the ensuing days, Wei Yan, leading the Tiger Vanguard and the new troops, vanquished the iron cavalry of the barbarian nations across various regions, reclaiming lost territories and gradually winning the acceptance of the local populace towards the Liang army. Many citizens even covertly and overtly provided provisions to the Liang forces. The situation in the territories was becoming increasingly stable. Upon learning of Qin Feng's consecutive victories, coupled with the grain assistance from Su country, the domestic situation in Liang was also flourishing. Qin Feng's fortune point within the heavenly luck summoning system had astonishingly reached a height of 23,000 points at this moment. He contemplated whether to summon an intelligence team or a wise minister for governance. Given that Han Yi was currently ensconced within the barbarian territories, his fate remained uncertain. For Liang, a capable statesman was worth more than 1,000 troops. Just then, news arrived from outside Su City regarding the barbarian army. Your Majesty, the barbarian nation has captured Lord Han Yi and detained him in their camp. Threatening imminent execution, Wei Yan rushed over in a flurry, reporting the distressing tidings. What? Qin Feng's brow twitched, exclaiming, Han Yi is still alive. Splendid news. However, Wei Yan's expression grew grave as he added, yet the barbarian forces have assembled 80,000 iron cavalry outside the city, seemingly intending to suppress us with sheer numbers. The 5,000 new soldiers were insufficient to contend against an adversary that vastly outnumbered them, and most soldiers from Su were hardly capable. The only force that could withstand the pressure was the Tiger Vanguard, which numbered merely over 1,000. I have my methods, Qin Feng replied, nonchalantly, at tea present. He required an exceptionally skilled intelligence team. Heavenly luck summoning, intermediate summoning activated. A dazzling light flickered before Qin Feng, and a majestic sound resonated in his ears. Ding! Consuming 5,000 fortune points, summoning 100 foundation establishing specter guards. Soon, shadows flickered outside the door, and figures began to materialize before Qin Feng. Greetings, Your Majesty. A group of black-clad, ghostly figures, the specter guards, knelt before Qin Feng. Excellent. Qin Feng surveyed the assembly, sensing a formidable aura emanating from them, and a look of satisfaction graced his features. I require a leader to command the specter guards. With a thought, he initiated the summoning once more. Heavenly luck summoning, intermediate summoning activated. The brilliance before him shifted again, accompanied by ethereal melodies. Ding! Consuming 5,000 fortune points, summoning General Pan Jiangfeng of the Golden Corps. General of the Golden Corps, Qin Feng's form trembled with delight. Outside Su City, the barbarian cavalry loomed like a dark cloud, instilling a profound sense of oppression among the Su populace. This time, the barbarian cavalry returned with a vengeance, showcasing their terrifying might to that moment. An unusual contingent of 10,000 iron cavalry emerged directly from the city, heading straight for the barbarian encampment. Boom! The war drums reverberated like thunder, shaking the ground beneath. The banner emblazoned with the character Liang fluttered fiercely in the wind. I, the king of Liang, demand a response from the barbarian cavalry. Wei Yan bellowed. In no time, a throng of barbarian cavalry surged forth from their camp, forming an imposing line. Leading them was the barbarian general, Jiang Fengli, astride the back of a crimson-eyed flame lion, his gaze calm and composed. I am Jiang Fengli of the Great Barbarian. Come forth to address me, he proclaimed. Qin Feng of Liang. Qin Feng replied coolly. Ha! Who would have thought that in the territory of Su I would encounter the little king of Liang? Has Su no one else? Jiang Fengli taunted, his warriors erupting in thunderous cheers behind him. It was evident that the barbarians sought to sow discord between Liang and Su. The Su cavalry, positioned behind Qin Feng, bore grim expressions, yet they had no alternative. Jiang Fengli continued. As I understand it, prior to this battle, the little king of Liang had reached an accord with my king to jointly confront Su. Why the sudden betrayal? He emphasized his words. Imbued with a tone of reproach, Qin Feng responded calmly. An accord? Ha! And what of the barbarian king detaining the envoy from Liang? Is this how the barbarian nation treats its allies? Jiang Fengli's expression darkened. The audacity of this diminutive king to question the decisions of the barbarian king before him. Humph. It is clear that Liang was the first to betray. My king has ordered that the envoy be executed at once. To demonstrate the might of the barbarian nation, Jiang Fengli pointed to a figure behind him, whose identity was none other than Han Yi. Qin Feng's countenance turned cold. Is the little king of Liang angered? Jiang Fengli smiled smugly, adding ominously, if you wish to save this man, feel free to send your troops. I have heard that Liang possesses an invincible iron cavalry. Huh. Jiang Fengli laughed heartily, turning his crimson-eyed flame lion back toward the camp. At high noon, it shall be the moment I execute this man. Little king of Liang, you must act swiftly. Infuriating, Wei Yan, witnessing Jiang Fengli's arrogance, wore an ashen expression and promptly declared, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops in a battle to rescue Lord Han Yi. Your Majesty, I too wish to fight. At that moment, a voice emerged from among the new soldiers of Liang. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he inquired, What is your name? Before the individual could respond, Wei Yan interjected, Your Majesty, this person is Pan Jiangfeng, hailing from Qifeng City. Since joining our ranks, he has quelled banditry and achieved numerous military feats. His capabilities are indeed impressive. Pan Jiangfeng, General of the Golden Corps. Qin Feng noted the youth's age, barely 18, and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Excellent. You shall be responsible for the assault on the barbarian camp to distract their main force. You have confidence in this task. Whispers of surprise rippled through the crowd. Entrusting such a critical mission to a fledgling youth seemed audacious. Pan Jiangfeng pondered seriously before asking, "How much time does your majesty require?" 15 minutes, Qin Feng replied. "I will need 3,000 new soldiers." Pan Jiangfeng asserted decisively. 3,000 new soldiers? Wei Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Facing an enemy of 80,000, how could he possibly manage with just 3,000? Interesting. Qin Feng nodded and smiled. "Then let us see if you can fulfill this task." "Thank you, your majesty." Pan Jiangfeng bowed and accepted the command. "Your majesty." Wei Yan intended to advise caution, yet Pan Jiangfeng had already set off with his troops. In the barbarian camp, a scout reported, "General, the approaching Liang army is not the famed Tiger Vanguard." "Not the Tiger Vanguard?" Jiang Fengli replied, astonished. "Could it be that Liang has another hidden card?" "General, this contingent comprises merely 3,000 men. My floating pagoda battalion can undoubtedly crush them." A soldier proclaimed, "Ensure absolute certainty. Let us proceed with the original plan. The Iron Arrow Battalion shall also engage." Jiang Fengli contemplated before issuing the command. "Yes," the general of the Iron Arrow Battalion acknowledged. Soon, 2 units, each comprising 1,000 barbarian cavalry, charged forth, confronting Pan Jiangfeng's forces. From his horse, Pan Jiangfeng announced, "Barbarians, heed my words. I am Pan Jiangfeng, and I have devised a serpent-slaying formation. Dare you attempt to breach it?" As he spoke, he waved the war banner, and the flags of his army billowed, their formations shifting seamlessly. A serpent-slaying formation, the general of the Floating Pagoda Battalion, known for his indomitable strength, scoffed, "Let me see what prowess your formation possesses." With a command, 5,000 soldiers surged forward, in perfect unison. The heavily armored cavalry connected by iron chains descended upon Pan Jiangfeng's new troops like a massive net. Advancing with overwhelming force, the thunderous sound of their iron hooves echoed, raising clouds of dust. In the distance, atop the city gate of Su, the Su king and his advisors watched in shock. Such formidable barbarian cavalry. "Our forces are no match," the Su king lamented. Before long, the Floating Pagoda Battalion crashed into the serpent-slaying formation. Under Pan Jiangfeng's command, the formation moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the ranks of the Floating Pagoda Battalion. In no time, they encircled the Floating Pagoda Battalion, causing the Iron Wall Tiger to feel trapped, overwhelmed by raw strength but unable to unleash it. "Cursed ants," he bellowed. "General, assist me." Over there, the general of the Iron Arrow camp heard the command and ordered his soldiers to take action. Focusing their efforts on targeting Pan Jiangfeng and the other Liang troops, in an instant, a rain of arrows whistled through the air. Simultaneously, Qin Feng dispatched the shadow guards to infiltrate the Hu Kingdom's main camp, rescuing Han Yi while also slaying numerous lower-ranking Hu cavalry leaders. Meanwhile, Jiang Fengli and his comrades were entirely preoccupied with the situation outside the camp, completely unaware that a chilling net of death was being woven within the Hu encampment. "Marshal, it is nearing noon, yet the elite Liang troops have yet to appear. What could be the reason?" A general sensed an undercurrent of unease. Could it be that the young king of Liang is indifferent to Han Ye's fate? One of the aides speculated. Soon, a soldier hurried in to reporting to the marshal, "Han Yi has been rescued." "What?" Jiang Fengli sprang to his feet, his face filled with astonishment. "How can this be? Were not my personal guards watching over him? How could he have been rescued?" "Marshal, all the personal guards were beheaded." The soldier trembled as he spoke. In that moment, Jiang Fengli felt as if the world was spinning around him. "This is outrageous." After a pause, his eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed, "The young king of Liang dares to commit murder under my very nose. This is utterly intolerable. I shall ensure that the Liang army has no place left to die. Summon the troops. Today, we shall raze Xuchang to the ground." As he spoke, another soldier rushed in with urgent news, reporting to the marshal, The floating pagoda camp and iron arrow camp have been scattered by the Liang troops. With a gasp, Jiang Fengli coughed up blood, staggering unsteadily. Kill! Suddenly, the Hu camp was engulfed in thunderous shouts of battle, reminiscent of a tempest breaking loose. Enemy attack! The frantic cries echoed, plunging the Hu camp into chaos. A soldier dashed to the command tent, shouting, "Marshal, it's terrible. The Liang army has breached the camp." A moment later, another officer yelled, "Marshal, the grain supplies in the eastern warehouse have been set ablaze by the Liang troops." What? Jiang Fengli's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling violently, lips quivering with disbelief. This is absurd, utterly absurd. Despite commanding nearly 100,000 iron cavalry, he found his forces thrown into disarray by merely tens of thousands of Liang riders, leaving the esteemed marshal of the Hu Kingdom with no shred of dignity. Everyone, at all costs, quell the chaos of the Liang army. Jiang Fengli roared. Before he could finish, the sound of war drums resonated fiercely outside the camp. Reporting to the marshal, iron cavalry from the Su Kingdom has appeared in the southeast, numbering at least 10,000. Reporting to the marshal, iron cavalry from the Su Kingdom has also appeared in the southwest, estimated to be around 20,000. Reporting to the marshal, traces of Su Kingdom's iron cavalry have been spotted all around the Hu camp. In ordinary times, Jiang Fengli would scarcely regard the soldiers of the Su Kingdom. However, at this moment, their appearance felt like the final straw that could break the back of the Hu cavalry. In that instant, he grasped the true meaning of a catastrophic defeat. The cries of Hu cavalry filled the air, lamenting their fate. Wei Yan, leading thousands of tiger guards, fought valiantly, making the Hu cavalry feel as if they were facing the end of days. "Marshal, we must retreat." A cluster of generals shielded Jiang Fengli, urging him in unison, "Enough, enough! In such a dire defeat, what face do I have left to see the king?" Jiang Fengli wailed, kneeling towards the Hu Kingdom, proclaiming loudly, "I am unworthy before the king." With that, he drew his sword and took his own life. "Marshal, do not! Marshal!" The soldiers cried out in unison, but it was too late. In the Hu capital, revelry reigned supreme. The Hu king spent his days studying a sand table depicting the terrain of Yunling Prefecture. Just moments ago, he received news from the east that the Hu cavalry had conquered the lands of Su and Han, expanding the territory of the Hu Kingdom by a tenth. The Hu king was elated. Perhaps under his reign, the Hu Kingdom could realize its grand vision of dominating Yunling Prefecture. Report. At that moment, a swift courier burst into the royal palace. As he passed, all officials stepped aside, and even the palace guards dared not obstruct him. This was the king's command. He wanted to be the first to know the frontline reports. The warhorse collapsed with a thunderous crash. The scout tumbled several times before kneeling before the Hu king, presenting the battle report with trembling hands, stating, "Reporting to the king, news from his Su Kingdom." So soon, the Hu king smiled faintly, estimating that at this point, Jiang Fengli should have taken Xuchang, that it was a pity that Han Yi had been borrowed. Otherwise, he would have shown Han Yi the might of the Hu Kingdom. Defeat. The Hu King's smile vanished as he unfolded the letter, his eyes widening at the two-star characters that met his gaze. In an instant, he felt a sense of unreality wash over him. What do you mean, defeat? How could this be? Countless questions surged in the Hu King's mind. He scrutinized the report. 80,000 troops were defeated by the Liang army. Marshal Jiang Fengli took his own life in shame. 30,000 of his soldiers perished, 20,000 fled, leaving only 30,000 remnants. This was inconceivable. The Hu King, unable to believe the words, handed the letter to the scout, saying, "You read it. Surely my eyes are deceiving me." The scout approached, took the letter, and his expression changed dramatically, lips trembling. Marshal Jiang was defeated and took his own life. How could this be? The Hu King roared in anger. Kicking the scout to the ground, "I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it." Within the palace, the Hu King's furious shouts terrified countless servants into silence. Meanwhile, the citizens of Xuchang rejoiced, their streets alive with laughter and celebration. News of the Liang army's crushing victory over 10,000 Hu cavalry spread like wildfire through every corner of the city. There were even rumors that the young king of Liang was a divine savior, rescuing the Su Kingdom. Simultaneously, Another piece of news swept through Xuchang. The king intended to betroth the princess Chingling to the young king of Liang, uniting the Liang and Su kingdoms as one family. As this news broke, the citizens of Su Kingdom's sense of unity with Liang soared. Within Qin Feng's fortune system, an influx of fortune points suddenly appeared, originating from the grateful citizens of Su Kingdom. The system now indicated 33,000 points. In the palace, the king of Su personally hosted a banquet, seating Qin Feng at the head of the table while he took a lower seat, with Princess Chingling sitting opposite. If it were not for the valiant assistance of the king of Liang, I fear our Su citizens would have faced utter calamity, the king of Su expressed with deep gratitude, recalling the scene of Wei Yan and the Tiger Guards charging fiercely outside the city. He felt a lingering sense of trepidation. With such fierce generals in Liang, how could they not prosper? Moreover, the most remarkable aspect of this battle was the young General Pan Jiangfeng, who, with merely 3,000 new recruits, decisively annihilated the elite floating pagoda camp of the Hu cavalry, seizing thousands of powerful bows from the Iron Arrow camp. Such prowess left even the seasoned soldiers of Su in awe. Indeed, this victory is owed to the advantageous terrain and the support of the populace. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Su Kingdom's cavalry, we would never have managed to repel the 10,000 Hu cavalry. Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Too kind, too kind. The king of Su shook his head repeatedly, raising his cup and declaring, "Let's toast to the king of Liang, to the king of Liang." The ministers echoed enthusiastically. These astute officials were acutely aware that the fate of Su Kingdom now lay in the hands of this young man before them. Qin Feng smiled and raised his cup in return. Days later, Qin Feng summoned Han Yi. "This journey to the Hu Kingdom must have been arduous for you," he said. Han Yi twirled around, laughing. "Not at all. The Hu King treated me quite well. I've even gained some weight." Qin Feng chuckled in amusement. "Then what do you think the Hu King will do after this great defeat?" Han Yi pondered for a moment before replying. "The Hu King is a man of ambition. Acting with caution, following this disastrous defeat, he will certainly refrain from launching any large-scale attacks in the near term. This may be our opportunity. Will he not act rashly?" Qin Feng mused thoughtfully, tea present. Although the Liang Kingdom had achieved continuous victories, time was still needed for recuperation. After all, the domestic situation had just stabilized, with agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and various enterprises awaiting revitalization. What do you believe our immediate goal should be? We must seize the time to restore order domestically and stabilize the livelihoods of the people, Han Yi advised. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Han Yi then calmly articulated dozens of measures to soothe the people's hearts, each tailored to the current state of the Liang Kingdom. Qin Feng's eyes brightened as he listened. At the tea that moment, Princess Chingling hurried over. She glanced at Han Yi and asked, "Might I inquire if the king is available now for a private discussion?" Qin Feng displayed a look of astonishment and chuckled. "Mr. Han is a trusted confidant, one whom I can rely upon. Your Highness, please speak freely." Princess Chingling lightly nodded her head and said, "I have received word from a senior sister at the Shadow Palace that King has found powerful figures from the Fushui Palace, which may pose a threat to the king." Fushui Palace? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. The Fushui Palace is the largest cultivation sect within Yunling Prefecture, boasting a staggering multitude of disciples numbering over 100,000. However, this sect is notorious for its mastery in manipulating the hearts of men, often stirring chaos among various factions, leading many to regard them with trepidation. Indeed, some feudal lords have even chosen to pay tribute to Fushui Palace, recognizing it as a state religion to avoid its wrath, thereby allowing it to grow in power. Currently, the situation in the Liang Kingdom has only just stabilized, and King Hu's alliance with Fushui Palace aims to incite internal strife within Liang. Moreover, unlike the forces of Hu, the disciples of Fushui Palace spread like locusts, infiltrating Liang to mislead the populace, making them far more troublesome than the iron cavalry of Hu. Capturing them would require significant effort as well. Qin Feng, well aware of the troublesome nature of Fushui Palace, furrowed his brow deeply. Han Yi remained silent, while the flickering candlelight in the room crackled. After marrying Princess Chingling, Qin Feng returned to the Liang Kingdom with a dowry of 100,000 carts of grain and 30,000 carts of silk and fabric. The citizens along the route welcomed him with open arms, their cheers echoing for miles. Princess Chingling, appearing somewhat naive, with a hint of nervousness on her delicate face, inquired, "Your Majesty, what is required to govern a nation?" To be a ruler, one must possess benevolence. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "And what can I do?" Princess Chingling asked. Qin Feng contemplated again and replied, as a disciple of the Shadow Palace. "Your Highness possesses vast knowledge. How about establishing an academy in Liang capital under your guidance? The cultivation resources in Liang are scarce, with soldiers relying on the most rudimentary means for training. If they could acquire even a fraction of the teachings from the elite sect of the Shadow Palace, it would be immensely beneficial for Liang." Princess Chingling nodded slightly and said, "I have accomplished some minor feats in my sect and have received several cultivation techniques as rewards, which I can share with your Majesty." "Thank you, Princess," Qin Feng replied. Although the threat of Fushui Palace loomed, Liang was gradually returning to normalcy, with the 3 prefectures and 6 cities stabilizing. This was a source of great satisfaction for Qin Feng. Just then, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. "Listen, the person in the royal carriage is not the little king of Liang. He is a spy from the Shugua, impersonating the little king to seize our Liang territory." A wave of commotion spread through the crowd. "Indeed, the true little king of Liang is dead. This impostor colludes with Shugua to harm our Liang," someone shouted in agreement. Many people's attitudes shifted dramatically, transitioning from welcoming Qin Feng to launching an attack, catching many of Liang's new soldiers off guard as a throng of people surged forward, blocking Qin Feng's royal carriage. "Preposterous," Wei Yan bellowed, gripping a heavy hammer. Casting an angry gaze around, "Who dares to cause trouble?" The tiger vanguard stood at the ready, swords drawn. Tension filled the air. "You are not from Liang. Begone," someone shouted, pointing at Wei Yan. "Get out of Liang." Others charged forward fearlessly. "Those who dare approach will die," Wei Yan declared sternly. Yet some remained undeterred. With a resounding crash, a war hammer was raised, and someone fell. The crowd that once welcomed them erupted into chaos. "These spies have killed," a voice cried out. "Brothers, these spies dare to impersonate the Liang king and harm our citizens. Avenge the king! Avenge our people!" Soon, many bystanders brandished their weapons, rushing toward the tiger vanguard, intent on killing Qin Feng. However, these individuals, largely confused citizens, lacked significant combat prowess, failing to incite a major upheaval. The turmoil was swiftly quelled. With the protection of the tiger vanguard, Qin Feng returned to Liang capital with composure. Upon entering the palace, Cao Jiu promptly presented a letter. "Your Majesty, this is a missive from the 3 prefectural governors. Please review it." Cao Jiu prostrated on the ground, his gaze somewhat flustered in recent days. He had also heard rumors. The little king of Liang was no longer the little king, but rather a spy from Shugua intent on devouring Liang. These rumors were detailed, suggesting that the little king's sudden surge in power was suspicious, as was the formidable tiger vanguard, and even the mysterious background of General Wei Yan. Such assertions were so compelling that Cao Jiu could not help but harbor doubts. He reflected that the current little king indeed appeared more mature than before, as if transformed. However, having been by the little king's side all along, it was implausible for someone from Shugua to have the opportunity to replace the crown prince. Cao Jiu could not fathom it, and could only leave the matter to Qin Feng's discretion. "The people of Fushui Palace are quite cunning," Qin Feng remarked as he set down the letter. "Fushui Palace?" Cao Jiu's expression shifted, and he whispered, "Your Majesty, why would Fushui Palace set its sights on our Liang Kingdom? At present, Liang is impoverished, and the populace can barely survive. There is no bounty to reap. Yet, someone may offer them incentives." Qin Feng replied, that moment. Princess Chingling approached briskly. Cao Jiu bowed to her. Upon seeing Princess Chingling, he could not help but recall another rumor. Shugua intended to betroth her to the false Liang king as the first step in consuming Liang. Thus, he felt a tinge of suspicion towards her. Princess Chingling paid him no mind and addressed Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, I have managed to establish contact with the people of Fushui Palace. They wish to speak with you. Speak?" Qin Feng laughed. "Very well. I shall see what they truly intend." Just then, a mocking laugh echoed from outside the hall. Ah, the little king of Liang truly possesses poise, daring to meet with my people from Fushui Palace. Many lords avoid us like the plague. Chao Jio's face paled, instinctively shielding Qin Feng. The Fushui Palace cultivator sneered coldly. Qin Feng gestured for Chao Jio to step back and inquired, "You dare to come alone to my Liang capital palace? You must hold a significant position within Fushui Palace." "Ha ha, I'm the elder of the Earth Court, Lung Wuyo," the man replied with a sinister smile. "Elder of the Earth Court?" Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he asked. "What exactly does Fushui Palace hope to gain from its elaborate schemes in my Liang Kingdom?" "Ha ha, we at Fushui Palace are concerned for the well-being of the Liang citizens. We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish for the Liang King to return the throne to the Liang people, as it does not belong to you." Lung Wuyo suddenly raised his head, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Qin Feng. Qin Feng laughed. "The Liang Kingdom does not belong to the Liang King. Does it belong to your Fushui Palace? You twist the truth, manipulating perceptions. Your methods are indeed remarkable." Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he confronted Lung Wuyo defiantly. "Aha!" Lung Wuyo's laughter was unnervingly chilling. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he declared sharply, "At present, our Fushui Palace already commands 3,000 water troops within Liang. The power of public opinion can be a formidable weapon. Surely, the Liang King understands this?" Qin Feng was acutely aware of this principle, especially now that the situation in Liang had only just stabilized. Awakening the hidden ambitions of many at IT was certain that the forces seeking to create turmoil were not limited to Fushui Palace alone. The most concerning aspect was the potential for someone to lead and unify these factions that, in the mere span of a few dozen days since Qin Feng's forces had vanquished the iron cavalry of Hu, Fushui Palace had managed, through its machinations, to rally nearly 3,000 Liang citizens, showcasing its formidable influence. That a glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he raised his head and said, "Ha ha, it seems Fushui Palace has made thorough preparations. I must exert my utmost effort in response." "Ha ha, exerting your utmost effort, or merely flailing in desperation? Little king, have you truly grasped your predicament?" Lung Wuyo scoffed, turning to leave. "Opposing Fushui Palace will lead you to a grim fate. You had best be prepared." With that, he soared into the air, heading for the palace exit. "Hold on." Qin Feng raised his voice, calmly stating, "Do you think my Liang Palace is a marketplace where one can come and go as they please?" Lung Wuyo halted atop a nearby palace, taunting, "What is it? Do you still wish to lay a hand upon me?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal golden flame eagle descended from the heavens, its furious wings casting shadows that obscured the sun, its talons sharp as hooks. Aimed directly at Lung Wuyo. Spirit transformation. Lung Wuyo's countenance changed dramatically as he rolled down from the rooftop, dark energy swirling around him like a venomous serpent's flicking tongue, targeting the eagle's deadly claws. With a resounding crash, the tumultuous shockwave erupted, causing Lung Wuyo to stagger backward several paces. "Who dares?" His sinister gaze swept the surroundings, his expression grim. "Did you not hear the words of my lord? The palace of the Liang Kingdom shall not tolerate your recklessness." Princess Chingling stepped forth, reproaching him with a delicate yet commanding tone. "It is you." Lung Wuyo recognized her identity, his voice cold. How disgraceful for a dignified princess of Su State, a disciple of the Shadow Palace, to marry a petty lord of a mere speck of land. "The affairs of this princess require no commentary from you." Princess Chingling retorted sharply, her radiant energy flowing into the golden flame eagle. The eagle's eyes glinted with crimson light, its murderous intent escalating as its wings spread wide. It struck the clouds and shattered the moon, bearing down on Lung Wuyo with fierce resolve. The sharp golden light cut through the air like a blade. Exuding an extraordinary sharpness, Lung Wuyo retreated step by step. "Little girl, you have forced my hand." His expression darkened, an ominous aura swirling around him, causing the ground to tremble beneath. Hissing, he soon became enveloped in a shroud of black mist. In an instant, a massive, venomous python emerged, its gaping maw lunging toward the golden flame eagle. However, his method of spirit transformation was evidently inferior to that of Princess Chingling. The python appeared somewhat chaotic, lacking the vividness of the eagle. In a fleeting moment, the python was seized by the eagle, its momentum drastically shifting. On the verge of collapse, the flicker of astonishment crossed Lung Wuyo's eyes as he hastily produced a vial of crimson elixir and consumed it. In the next moment, his veins bulged, the swirling black mist thickening. Astonishingly, two heads emerged from the side of the venomous python, one on the left and one on the right, sinking their fangs into the eagle's back. The golden flame eagle emitted a dazzling light, its cries of anguish reverberating. Meanwhile, Princess Chingling's complexion paled slightly. Humph, Princess Chingling, your techniques are still too tender in my presence. Lung Wuyo sneered with malice. Is there anyone in this insignificant Liang Kingdom who can withstand me? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp blade of light cleaved through the in an instant. Lung Wuyo's voice was cut off, his form plunging into a frigid stillness. What is happening? The three-headed python was suddenly severed. The golden flame eagle swiftly broke free, its wings flaring, summoning a tempest that sent Lung Wuyo flying. With a resounding thud, he crashed heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spattering forth. His face turning an alarming shade of crimson. He trembled at the sight of the blade in Qin Feng's hand. What do you mean by you? Qin Feng spoke coolly. Did I not make it clear? Do you think the palace of the Liang Kingdom is a place you can enter and exit at will? As he approached Lung Wuyo, the Minghong blade traced a white line across the ground, its piercing sound causing Lung Wuyo's expression to become increasingly exquisite. Get out of my sight! Lung Wuyo shouted in terror, the surging black mist coalescing into a massive python, its gaping maw wide open with fury. Blood drink and dragon slay. Qin Feng, wielding the power of the blade, struck down with ferocity, scattering the massive python. With a resounding impact, the residual force surged forth, causing Lung Wuyo to be violently struck again. Blood erupting from his mouth. What do you intend to do? His voice quivered, his gaze toward Qin Feng filled with inexplicable dread. Could it be that he, a venerable elder of the Shadow Palace, was to perish within this meager Liang Kingdom? No, he would not accept such a fate. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Feng inquired. What? A wave of shock coursed through Lung Wuyo, his expression shifting multiple times, as he finally forced out a desperate plea from the depths of his throat. Liang Wang, spare me. Qin Feng chuckled. I do not intend to kill you, for I still require your assistance in rooting out those with ulterior motives. You know what to do, do you not? The blade's edge lightly pressed against Lung Wuyo's neck. I understand. Lung Wuyo bobbed his head vigorously in acquiescence. In that moment, he resembled a dog bereft of its master, utterly devoid of the arrogance and tyranny he once exhibited. Upon witnessing this scene, Chao Jiu suddenly entertained a thought. Even if this Liang Wang is a mere impostor, it would still be a fortuitous occurrence for the Liang Kingdom. Very well. Qin Feng sheathed the Minghong blade and turned away. You may depart. Gather all those who wish to subvert the Liang Kingdom. I shall await your return. With that, he departed alongside Princess Chingling, and Chao Jiu hastily followed. Lung Wuyo slumped onto the ground, a puddle of moisture forming beside him. Shortly thereafter, strange phenomena emerged in Jiyuan County of the Liang Kingdom as the drought demon descended, devastating the once rejuvenated farmlands. In an instant, various rumors swept through Jiyuan County, reaching the capital of Liang. Have you heard? That young Liang Wang in the palace is a fake, and thus the heavens have unleashed a drought as punishment, ravaging Jiyuan County. If the young Liang Wang does not abdicate, the drought shall engulf the entire Liang Kingdom. Indeed, I have heard it is said that the county governor of Jiyuan County is the most supportive of the young Liang Wang, which is why the drought has befallen Jiyuan County. Whispers of gossip began to circulate in the tea houses of Liang capital. Soon, an inexplicable wave of panic gripped the capital. Within the palace, Chao Jiu hurriedly compiled these rumors and presented them to Qin Feng. Kneeling on the ground, his head bobbing like a pestle. Your Majesty, I have ordered people to apprehend those who spread these rumors. We will surely quell the slander swiftly. Qin Feng did not even glance at the rumors. Rising to his feet, Lung Wuyo has indeed performed admirably. Let the flames burn brighter. It shall be worth my while to intervene. In a mere span of half a month, half of the populace in 3 counties and 6 cities of the Liang Kingdom, swayed by the Shadow Palace, had risen in revolt, and a cacophony of rumors filled the air. Qin Feng's reputation plummeted to the depths in a short time. Meanwhile, the Liang capital exhibited an unusual tranquility, as if Qin Feng had no intention of addressing the upheaval. The king of who received news from the Liang Kingdom promptly, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Ever since Su State's defeat, he had finally regained his dignity through the turmoil in the Liang Kingdom. For this unrest had been orchestrated entirely by him. I wonder if the king is satisfied with our actions at the Shadow Palace? A chilling voice echoed beside the king of who. You have done well. I shall ensure you are well rewarded. The king of who replied with a slight smirk. I will prepare 10,000 spirit stones for you, as promised. Thank you, your majesty. The shadowy figure bowed slightly, green light flickering in its eyes. However, remember this. The Liang Kingdom has yet to perish, so you must hasten to seize the remaining 40,000 spirit stones. The king of who spoke coolly. Rest assured, the insignificant Liang Kingdom is no cause for concern. The shadowy figure scoffed derisively. Very well. The king of who was in high spirits and immediately ordered a feast for the strong of the Shadow Palace. In Liang capital, Qin Feng observed the machinations of the Shadow Palace. Lost in thought, the chaos wrought by the Shadow Palace provided him with a fresh insight, even in a martial nation where cultivation reigned supreme. The power of public opinion remains crucial. Though he had not acted overtly in recent days, he had discreetly dispatched the Shadow Guard to track the movements of the Shadow Palace's main forces within Liang territory. At a moment's notice, he could make them vanish overnight. However, Qin Feng was in no rush. He was waiting. Your Majesty, the Lord of Qifeng City has discovered a large convoy of grain-carrying supplies outside the city. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that these provisions originated from the kingdom of who. A shadowy figure appeared outside the hall. It was none other than the Shadow Guard. It seems the king of who is quite concerned for the people of the Liang Kingdom. Qin Feng remarked with a faint smile. The Shadow Palace's rapid consolidation of support stemmed primarily from their use of incentives. These provisions continuously flowed from the kingdom of who, distributed among the people of Liang, which is why they were inclined to join the Shadow Palace in their unrest. After all, if one cannot even secure their next meal, who would be willing to rebel? Moreover, the quantities of grain sent from the kingdom of who were substantial. Qin Feng was waiting for this batch of provisions to arrive entirely, allowing the king of who to believe that the Liang Kingdom was on the brink of collapse, although Jiyuan County was in turmoil and Beima County was also in chaos. With Hanjian City on the brink, the situation remained stable in several primary grain-producing regions of Liang, including Qifeng City, Jiangdong City, and Dian County. Thus, no matter how chaotic other regions may be, the foundation of the Liang Kingdom remains unshaken. Days passed, and the prefect of Jiyuan County dispatched swift riders to convey intelligence from within the county. However, prior to this, Qin Feng had already discerned the unfolding events, for hundreds of foundation-building shadow guards were dispersed throughout the Liang Kingdom, granting him a comprehensive understanding of the nation's affairs. The swift riders reported, a second drought demon has emerged in the west of Jiyuan County, posing a threat to Jiangdong City. We implore your majesty to make a decision. Qin Feng rose calmly and declared, prepare the horses. I shall personally journey to Jiyuan County. Additionally, instruct General Pan to keep a close watch on the grain supplies in Qifeng City. He should be aware of my intentions. Yes, Cao Jiu respectfully acknowledged the command out on that day. A formidable contingent of over 100 Tiger Guards departed Liangdu in grand procession, heading straight for Jiyuan County. Along the way, they encountered a scene of devastation, with corpses strewn about and the populace in dire distress. Qin Feng silently lamented. Although Liangdu had stabilized, the vast expanse of the Liang Kingdom could not be restored in a short span of time. He inwardly vowed, rest assured, once the turmoil at Fushui Palace is quelled, the Liang Kingdom shall undoubtedly flourish. On a distant note, Elder Lung received word that the young Liang Wang had left the palace. A disciple from Fushui Palace promptly relayed this news to Lung Wuyo. The young Liang Wang. Lung Wuyo's pupils constricted, rage surging from the depths of his being. He had been tirelessly traversing the Liang Kingdom these past few days, unable to close his eyes in repose, for as soon as he did, Visions of that fateful day in Liangdu would haunt him. He sought vengeance, determined to make Qin Feng pay the price. Gather our forces immediately, and bring forth those 2 drought demons as well. This elder shall entomb Qin Feng in Jiyuan County. Lung Wuyo clenched his fists, his gaze sharp and resolute. Understood. The disciples of Fushui Palace swiftly sprang into action. Shortly thereafter, an increasing number of refugees appeared along the road to Jiyuan County, where Qin Feng and his party traveled. Wei Yan observed the refugees with a glint of apprehension in his eyes and spoke gravely. Your Majesty, I fear these refugees harbor ill intentions. If they were indeed virtuous folk, why would I venture to Jiyuan County? Qin Feng retorted like a tea that moment. A loud cry erupted from among the refugees. He's the false young Liang Wang, the one who has brought ruin upon our families. We seek vengeance. The surrounding refugees surged forward in a frenzy, launching themselves at Wei Yan and the others. Stand aside. Wei Yan's eyes widened in fury, his visage fearsome. Yet the refugees, seemingly possessed, paid no heed to his intimidation, clawing and biting at the tiger guards. Defend yourselves, Wei Yan commanded, his soldiers drawing their weapons in response. Hold on, Qin Feng interjected calmly, stepping forth from his royal carriage, and proclaimed loudly, I am the Wang of Liang. You have all been misled by malevolent forces for far too long. Today, I have come to Jiyuan County to seek justice for you. If you depart now, I shall overlook your past transgressions. Should you persist in your folly, do not blame me for my cruelty. A tumult erupted among the refugees. Nonsense! You are the impostor. What right have you to issue commands to us? A voice boomed from the crowd. You have brought our families to ruin and dare to speak such words? Others echoed in agreement. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, and he slowly raised his hand. Clinging to delusion leads to utter destruction. Whoosh! Arrows whistled through the air, striking down several refugees, throwing the scene into further chaos. From a distance, Lung Wuyo observed this spectacle, his expression shifting dramatically. He realized that the tiger guards were targeting his disciples from Fushui Palace. Could it be that the young Liang Wang has discerned our movements? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A chill crept over Lung Wuyo as he hastily urged, release the drought demons, the sooner the better. His disciples promptly complied. Just as the situation around Qin Feng began to stabilize, 2 colossal figures emerged upon the horizon. They resembled giant apes, their entire forms of vivid crimson, leaving scorched earth in their wake. The scorching heat radiating from them caused even those several miles away to feel unbearable discomfort, sending them fleeing in terror. The drought demons had appeared. The refugees scattered, leaving only Qin Feng and the tiger guards to confront these 2 harbingers of calamity. Roar! The drought demon howled, flames flickering within its maw. A formidable presence. Kill! One of the drought demons soared into the air, charging directly at Qin Feng. Monster, meet your end! Wei Yan brandished his sword, positioning himself before Qin Feng, his war hammer whistling through the air. However, before his weapon could even reach the demon, it was engulfed in a blaze of crimson flames. Boom! The explosive fire surged forth, propelling Wei Yan away. General Wei Yan. The tiger guards gasped in shock. Rushing forward in concern, roar! The 2 drought demons unleashed a thunderous roar, the heat wave crashing upon the tiger guards like a relentless tide, sending dozens staggering. Such formidable power! Qin Feng's expression shifted in astonishment. Meanwhile, not far away, Lung Wuyo chuckled. The method of crafting drought demons is among the top secrets of Fushui Palace, requiring immense resources and manpower. Thus, the strength of the resulting demons is beyond imagination. Boom! At that moment, 1 drought demon slammed its fist into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Fiery torrents erupted like arrows, shooting toward Qin Feng and his companions. Bang, bang! Several tiger guards fell, engulfed in flames, their cries of anguish piercing the air. Qin Feng's lips twitched as he stepped out from his carriage, wielding the Minghong Tiandao, advancing steadily toward the drought demon, flames swirling around him. The ground was charred black, tinged with the faint scent of blood. Boom! 1 drought demon glared at Qin Feng, its eyes glowing ominously, Suddenly, it raised its fist high and brought them crashing down upon Qin Feng, flames surging to a height of 5 or 6 spans. "Your Majesty, be careful!" Wei Yan exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm. Slash! Qin Feng's Minghong Tiandao shimmered with a faint bloodlust, a sharp flash slicing through the air, scattering the flames. Blood drink dragon slayer. The blade cleaved through the surging flames, carrying a forceful momentum towards the drought demon. With a resounding explosion, the blood-red blade struck the drought demon, sending shockwaves radiating outward and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Yet astonishingly, the drought demon emerged unscathed, merely staggering back several dozen paces. How could this be? Qin Feng was taken aback by the demon's formidable defense, as even the blood-drink dragon slayer failed to rend its flesh. It appeared that the two drought demons were enraged. One to the left and one to the right. They both charged at Qin Feng, a sea of scorching flames converging upon him. Hidden nearby, Lung Wuyo's lips curled into a smirk as he coldly taunted, "Young Liang Wang, releasing this elder shall be the gravest mistake of your life." In the next moment, a faint azure glow enveloped Qin Feng's Minghong Tiandao, the low-grade mystical technique, ghostly wind 19 swords, as he retreated. The blade glimmered, swirling like a tempest. Each shard of cold light sliced through the air, tearing apart the drought demon's defenses. Blood essence wafted through the atmosphere. Roar! The drought demon's furious roars echoed continuously. Bang, bang! The surging flames erupted uncontrollably, forcing Wei Yan and the Tiger Guards to retreat repeatedly. Qin Feng summoned every ounce of focus, evading the dual onslaught of the drought demons while unleashing a flurry of slashes, siphoning the very life force of the demons. The wounds on the drought demons multiplied, their fury escalating with each passing moment. Boom! Seizing the opportunity as Qin Feng withdrew, one drought demon launched a ferocious punch, sending Qin Feng flying. "Excellent!" Lung Wuyo nearly shouted in delight. Then, that drought demon soared into the air, descending with ferocity. Taking advantage of Qin Feng's unsteady footing, it charged recklessly, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Ghostly wind 19 swords, slash, 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 slash. Under the oppressive weight of life and death, Qin Feng summoned forth 19 blade lights. The blades wove together in a great net, ensnaring the descending drought demon, with no leverage in the air. The drought demon could only rely on its own defenses to withstand the onslaught of the ghostly wind 19 swords. Boom! The blood essence exploded. One drought demon was torn asunder. What? Lung Wuyo's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, Qin Feng was left exhausted, his chest heaving with fatigue. "Kill him! Kill him!" Lung Wuyo clenched his fists, his entire being trembling with rage. Roar! The other drought demon, filled with a sense of tragic empathy, howled in fury. A torrent of blazing flames surged to a height of several dozen zhang, resembling a towering mountain of fire bearing down upon Qin Feng. Swish! Before Qin Feng, numerous shadowy figures swayed ominously. They were the Shadow Guards. Dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators launched a simultaneous assault, successfully obstructing the advance of the drought demon. However, the formidable strength of this drought demon forced the Shadow Guards to retreat step by step. Yet, Qin Feng seized this moment to swiftly regulate his breath. What sort of origins do these individuals possess? Cold Wuyo's expression was one of utter disbelief. The petty Liang King's tactics were indeed limitless. Upon discerning the prowess of the Shadow Guards, he was further astonished. How could such a minuscule territory give rise to dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Although the Shadow Guards could not vanquish the drought demon, their extraordinary strength effectively held it at bay, granting Qin Feng ample time to recuperate. "Leave it to me." Qin Feng spoke once more, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Kill." The Minghong heavenly blade erupted into a resounding battle cry, its aura tearing through the heavens, causing Wei Yan and the Tiger Guards nearby to feel the sharpness at their backs. The 19 blades of the shadow wind, the azure blade light intertwined, whipping the rampant flames upon the drought demon. 1 blade, 2 blades, 3 blades, 4 blades, The brilliance of the blades continued to accumulate, with their momentum ascending ceaselessly. The drought demon, once advancing relentlessly, was now forced to retreat step by step. Its wounds multiplied, and the blazing light encircling its body diminished. 18 blades. 19 blades. With the final strike, the Minghong Heavenly Blade plunged directly into the chest of the drought demon. In a thunderous crash, the drought demon collapsed, shaking the ground beneath. This is impossible. How could this be? Cold Wuyo trembled at this sight, his lips quivering uncontrollably. It felt as though all his strength had been drained, leaving him to slump helplessly to the ground. This scene felt eerily familiar. Qin Feng approached the fallen drought demon, withdrawing the Minghong Heavenly Blade. The drought demon has perished. From now on, anyone who dares to spread rumors shall undoubtedly face death. His gaze was cold and unyielding as he swept over the crowd. The surrounding commoners were already overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his strength. The king is mighty. The king is wise. Someone cried out, "Forgive us, your majesty. We have been deceived by treacherous individuals. Your majesty, forgive us." A chorus of pleas for mercy erupted from all around that moment. The governor of Ge Yunya County rushed in with his troops. He hurriedly knelt before Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Governor Liu Deshang of Ge Yunya County has failed in his duties, disturbing your majesty. Please bestow your punishment." Qin Feng cast a cool glance at him, signaling the shadow guards to take action. Liu Deshang's face turned ashen instantly. Moments later, Cold Wuyo was dragged out from the crowd by the shadow guards. "Lord Liu, this is the mastermind behind the chaos in Ge Yunya County. You should know how to deal with him." Qin Feng said calmly. This subordinate understands. Liu Dashang nodded vigorously. No. "Liang Wang, spare my life? Liang Wang, please spare me." Cold Wuyo shivered at the mention of his name, scrambling to Qin Feng's feet, grasping his pant leg tightly, and pleading, "Your majesty, if you spare my life, I will surely be of use to you." Qin Feng regarded him with a penetrating gaze, remarking, "Then I shall see just how much use you can be." After a month, the turmoil within the Liang Kingdom was finally quelled. Pan Jiangfeng appeared before Qin Feng at an opportune moment. "Your majesty, all the provisions from the Hu Kingdom have been collected and are currently being utilized for the training of new troops. It is estimated that in just a few months, the new recruits will be ready for deployment," he stated, with neither deference nor arrogance. Although Pan Jiangfeng was summoned by the system, Qin Feng sensed that he harbored some hidden secrets. The system had indicated that Pan Jiangfeng possessed golden core realm strength, but after testing him several times, Qin Feng discovered that he lacked such power. Could it be that the system had deceived him? Was this man a defective product? With doubts swirling in his mind, Qin Feng inquired, "The new troops can be ready for action in just a few months? Isn't that a bit hasty? After all, these new recruits are the lifeblood of the Liang Kingdom and must not be squandered recklessly." Pan Jiangfeng replied confidently, "Rest assured, your majesty, with the strength of these new recruits, they will be more than sufficient to contend with the iron cavalry of the Hu Kingdom." Sensing that Pan Jiangfeng's confidence bordered on overzealousness, Qin Feng cautioned, "I have heard that the Hu Kingdom has a General Zhao Bukong, a foundation establishment cultivator of the Sixth Realm. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? After all, the strength of the commanding general can significantly influence the outcome of a battle." Pan Jiangfeng pondered briefly before responding, "If he possesses only the strength of the Sixth Realm and Foundation establishment, then with the troops at my command, I should be able to slay him. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, asking, "What do you mean by should?" Pan Jiangfeng flashed a sheepish smile, explaining, "You see, I specialize in the martial path. The more troops I command, the stronger I become. However, this will be my second time leading an army, and I'm uncertain how much my strength will amplify with tens of thousands of new recruits." "I see." Qin Feng nodded slightly. He could elevate his strength through the system's reputation enhancement, while Pan Jiangfeng could augment his power by the number of troops he commanded. The two methods bore resemblance in certain aspects. "I hereby entrust the campaign against the Hu Kingdom entirely to you." He patted Pan Jiangfeng's shoulder. Pan Jiangfeng's face reflected determination as he knelt on one knee, declaring, "This subordinate shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations." At this moment, with Han Yi in civil matters and Pan Jiangfeng in military affairs, the situation in the Liang Kingdom had finally stabilized. Qin Feng began instructing the shadow guards to gather intelligence on the Hu Kingdom. In the Hu Kingdom, the king's expression was grim. "Master Fu, what is the meaning of this?" The Hu King tossed a report on the Liang Kingdom's activities at the feet of Fu Yuan, the master of the Waterfall Palace, his face a deep shade of anger. The report detailed that the turmoil within the Waterfall Palace had been quelled by Qin Feng, and the provisions sent to support the Waterfall Palace had been seized by the Liang forces. Such a fruitless endeavor left the Hu King feeling exceedingly frustrated. Fu Yuan furrowed his brow deeply, as he had recently been unable to contact Cold Wuyo, the elder responsible for the affairs of the Liang Kingdom, rendering him completely unaware of the situation there. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Since our Waterfall Palace has accepted your spirit stones, we will certainly ensure that matters are handled to your satisfaction." Fu Yuan assured that, in my opinion, you should personally visit the Liang Kingdom. The Hu King retorted coldly, "I do not wish to see Liang Wang thriving before the spring of next year." Fu Yuan slightly bowed and departed from the royal palace. However, unbeknownst to them, Cold Wuyo had begun training a naval force in the Hu Kingdom. Rumors frequently circulated among the populace. "Have you heard? It is said that the old Hu King did not die a natural death. There is something fishy about it. Is that true? I have a relative who works in the palace. They said the old Hu King was still in good health the day before his death. Yet after meeting with the new king that very night, he passed away." This statement, though vague, was understood by anyone with a modicum of intellect. The old Hu King's demise was linked to the new king. Moreover, the catastrophic defeat of the Hu Kingdom's army in Shuwa was rumored to be the result of the Hu King being a calamity bringer, destined to bring ruin upon the Hu Kingdom. Nevertheless, the current situation in the Hu Kingdom was stable, and although these rumors circulated, they did not stir any significant unrest. "Your Majesty, Cold Wuyo has sent intelligence from the Hu Kingdom that a shadow guard appeared before Qin Feng, presenting a letter." Qin Feng accepted the letter, which contained details regarding Fu Yuan's whereabouts. "This Cold Wuyo is indeed intriguing," Qin Feng mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, although this matter was unrelated to Cold Wuyo. His voluntary disclosure of the Waterfall Palace master's movements clearly signaled to Qin Feng that he was sincerely devoted to the welfare of the Liang Kingdom. "Keep a close watch on this Master Fu. I shall personally pay him a visit," Qin Feng commanded. "Yes," the shadow guard responded. That moment, Princess Chingling entered, slightly bowing as she greeted, "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "The princess has arrived?" Qin Feng smiled warmly. "I have heard that you have devoted considerable effort to the establishment of the academy. You have borne much labor." "Not at all, your Majesty. It is your tireless governance that is truly admirable." Princess Chingling replied brightly, "I have come today to discuss a matter with your Majesty." "Please speak." Princess I, along with Grand Unit Chao, visited the National Treasury and discovered a shortage of spirit stones in the kingdom. Without the spirit stones, it is impossible to assist the newly admitted disciples of the palace in awakening their spiritual potential. Without awakening, they cannot cultivate their magical arts. Princess Chingling hesitated slightly as she spoke. She was acutely aware of Liang Kingdom's current predicament. Purchasing spirit stones would undoubtedly entail a significant expenditure. However, without these stones, it would be impossible to nurture sorcerers in that case. The magical arts she brought from the Shadow Palace could not be imparted to the youth of Liang Kingdom. "Spirit stones?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Does the water-overturning palace possess any?" "The water-overturning palace?" Princess Chingling displayed a look of astonishment and replied, "Having occupied Yunling Prefecture for many years. Although they have not produced any golden core experts, they should undoubtedly possess spirit stones, given their continuous existence for over a century." "That is indeed good news. It seems we have a source for the spirit stones." "A dual benefit," Qin Feng smiled faintly. Princess Chingling frowned slightly, her delicate face betraying her confusion. Several days later, at the border between Hu and Liang, Qin Feng had already led the Tiger Vanguards to await by the roadside. The individual arriving today was none other than Fu Yuan, the master of the water-overturning palace. Fu Yuan, self-assured in his prowess, did not sneak into Liang Kingdom nor alter his route, but rather appeared directly before Qin Feng's eyes. Upon seeing Qin Feng and the cavalry of Liang Kingdom, he displayed a look of surprise. "Who dares obstruct my path? Do you know this is the chariot of the master of the water overturning palace?" One of the disciples of the water overturning palace shouted loudly. "Qin Feng of Liang Kingdom." Qin Feng urged his steed forward and called out, "I wonder what wind has blown the illustrious master of the water overturning palace to my humble Liang. Truly a moment of glory for us." At this moment, Fu Yuan leaned out from his chariot, his gaze sweeping over the tiger band guards beside Qin Feng, and remarked nonchalantly, "Does the young prince of Liang intend to establish his authority before this humble farmer?" "Establish authority?" Qin Feng chuckled softly and replied, "That will depend on whether Master Fu is a friend or a foe." "Friend?" Fu Yuan revealed a trace of disdainful amusement and replied indifferently, "I do have many friends in Yunling Prefecture, but I do not recall becoming friends with you, young prince of Liang. Oh, you remember?" He turned to his companions for confirmation. The disciples of the water overturning palace responded in a sarcastic tone. Reporting to the master, "We do not recall any such acquaintance, nor do we even remember the existence of Liang Kingdom in Yunling Prefecture, a paltry little nation. No wonder Master Fu feigns ignorance," they said, casting mocking glances at Qin Feng. "How dare this little prince think himself worthy of friendship with the esteemed master of the water overturning palace?" One of the tiger band guards, visibly displeased, bellowed, "Presumptuous, in the territory of Liang Kingdom, to belittle our king. Do you realize your crime?" "What territory of Liang Kingdom?" Fu Yuan sneered coldly, saying, "I only know that wherever there are people, there will be the shadow of my water overturning palace. What is Liang Kingdom, after all?" As he spoke, he waved his hand casually, unleashing a burst of spiritual light that sent the tiger band guard flying. "Prepare yourselves." The remaining tiger band guards wore stern expressions. Forming a defensive stance, Qin Feng lifted his head and said coolly, "Since Master Fu is unwilling to show Liang Kingdom any courtesy, then I shall not be polite. Kill. Leave none alive," with a single command. The tiger band guards surged forward, blades glinting and spears darting like dragons. "Kill." The disciples of the water overturning palace also charged forward, their voices rising in a cacophony, various spiritual lights flashing as they swirled through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds filled the air as disciples of the water overturning palace were met with swift retribution. However, the tiger band guard soon found some of their brethren ensnared by the magical arts of the water overturning palace, rendering them immobile. "A bunch of blind fools." Fu Yuan coldly snorted, weaving a web of azure light in his hands and fiercely striking out. The blue light crisscrossed and engulfed the tiger band guards. Boom, boom, boom. The blue light erupted, clinging to the tiger band guards like a parasite, eroding their bodies and eliciting anguished cries. Master Fu exhibits remarkable techniques. However, your opponent is I. Qin Feng's voice rang out suddenly. The Ming Hong heavenly blade, infused with overwhelming blade light, cut through the air towards Fu Yuan. Blood drink and dragon slaying slash. Wherever the blade light passed, numerous disciples of the water overturning palace were sent flying. Fu Yuan soared into the air, his chariot shattered into splinters. "Humph, young prince of Liang, you possess some skill." A glint of coldness flashed in Fu Yuan's eyes as his hand, concealed within his sleeve, suddenly shot out, gathering a massive ball of spiritual energy to hurl at Qin Feng. Boom! A tidal wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the steed beneath Qin Feng and sending him flying over 100 feet. "You dare to contend with me? You are far from my equal," Fu Yuan declared ominously. "Kill!" he roared, extending his arms as his figure soared like a startled swan, charging directly at Qin Feng. The intertwining spiritual energy coalesced before him, transforming once more into a colossal sphere of light. The air trembled, casting erratic shadows. Qin Feng rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon Fu Yuan in mid-air. 19 knives of the ethereal wind. "Kill!" The Ming Hong heavenly blade erupted with dazzling bloodlight, fiercely sweeping forth. The azure blade light formed an intricate net in the air. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes, as Fu Yuan drew closer. The blade light in the air coalesced more densely. Mystical arts. Fu Yuan's expression changed dramatically, revealing shock, but with no leverage in midair, he could only clash with the 19 knives of the ethereal wind. The sphere of spiritual energy exploded in response, and dozens of blade lights swept through the air. Puff! Puff! Fu Yuan took a direct hit from a blade light, forced back by its momentum, and crashed to the ground. That was close. Fu Yuan secretly exhaled in relief. Yet in his eyes, there lingered a trace of wariness towards Qin Feng. I did not expect the young Prince of Liang to be well-versed in mystical arts. Indeed, impressive. Qin Feng moved his lips slightly. Mystical arts? Ha! This is only the beginning. Fu Yuan's pupils constricted. He knew well that the cultivation world of Yunling Prefecture was dominated by the water-overturning palace. And yet they lacked a complete compendium of mystical arts, while Qin Feng possessed them. Could it be that this young man had formidable backing? Realizing this, Fu Yuan's expression soured. I still do not know from whom the young prince has received his teachings. He rasped. Qin Feng's thoughts stirred. He was acutely aware of Fu Yuan's apprehension that a mere small sect is hardly worth Master Fu's concern. He displayed a composed smile as the blade's edge trembled, bloodlights swirling, as if he intended to strike again. Heavenly Blade! At that moment, Fu Yuan noticed the Ming Hong Heavenly Blade, and his heart sank. Another Heavenly Blade, another mystical art. This fellow's origins are undoubtedly substantial. It seems I've been blind today, offending someone I should not have. Please forgive me, young Prince of Liang. He managed a dry laugh, cupping his fist in respect towards Qin Feng. Yes, that's so? Qin Feng smiled, feigning to clear his ears as he retorted, did I not just hear someone dismissing Liang Kingdom? Since you were so brazen earlier, why now the pretense of humility? That is not the water-overturning palace I know. Qin Feng's tone shifted abruptly as the 19 knives of the ethereal wind danced wildly. The successive blade lights flickered, the azure luminescence enveloping all, and invisible killing intent swept once more towards the disciples of the water-overturning palace. It appears the prince intends to pursue a bitter feud with my water-overturning palace? Fu Yuan's expression hardened. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's aggressiveness, leaving no opportunity for reconciliation. Since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. My water-overturning palace has held dominion over Yunling Prefecture for over a century. We are not to be trifled with. Fu Yuan suddenly raised his head, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes, as if a ferocious tiger had emerged. Roar! The surrounding energy surged, spiritual light erupting, and dust billowed. A formidable tiger materialized before Qin Feng and his men. This tiger, measuring over 6 zhang in length and towering several zhang high, looked down upon the people of Liang Kingdom, its breath like a tempest. With a single roar, it seemed as if the heavens were collapsing. Another transformation spell. Moreover, Fu Yuan's mastery of this art exceeded that of Princess Chingling. Befitting the leader of Yunling Prefecture's foremost sect, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of caution. Immediately, the radiance of the Ming Hong Heavenly Blade surged to its zenith, the swirling blade light interweaving. Launching an assault on the massive tiger. Boom! 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 The surging blade energy erupted against the tiger, but failed to breach its defenses. How is this possible? Qin Feng's heart jolted. Even mystical arts could not tear through the defenses of this tiger. Fu Yuan laughed mockingly. Only mystical arts can counter mystical arts. However, this set of mystical arts, though incomplete, is of a higher grade than yours. Mid-level mystical arts. The tiger's march. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered slightly. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming darkness looming above him. Before him, a ferocious tiger, propelled by a tempestuous force, soared into the air, its gaping maw dripping with blood as it pounced towards him. Your Majesty, be careful. A member of the Tiger Guard shouted, rushing toward Qin Feng. Retreat. All of you, step back, Qin Feng commanded. However, it was too late. The tiger descended with astonishing speed, and in a mere instant, it slaughtered dozens of Tiger Guards. Qin Feng's heart bled. With a roar, the tiger, sensing the scent of blood, became even more ferocious, its crimson eyes fixated on Qin Feng, evoking a chilling dread within him. With a thunderous roar, the tiger's ferocity shook the mountains and rivers. As its claws struck down, The ground fissured with countless cracks. The surging dust swept Qin Feng away, hurling him over 100 zhang away. Kill! Qin Feng felt unbearable agony in his internal organs, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Yet faced with the approaching tiger, he could only grip the Ming Hong Tian Dao, gathering his strength for a counterattack. The intertwining glimmers of his blade tore through the fabric of space. Colliding with the tiger's claws, the violent shock waves erupted continuously, radiating for dozens of miles. Qin Feng staggered back once more. Fu Yuan revealed a cold smile. Boy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You brought this upon yourself. His internal energy surged, and the tiger launched another assault. Boom! The tiger's claws fell, shaking the very earth. The tiger's tail swept across, stirring up a gale. Each strike forced Qin Feng to retreat steadily. The remaining tiger guards wished to assist, but there was no opportunity for intervention. Do you think this is all the power I possess? Qin Feng's brows twitched slightly, his expression tinged with pain. The Heavenly Fortune summoning system activated, initiating a mid-level summon to advance his martial skills. Ding! 5,000 points of fortune were consumed, summoning the advanced skill, Blood Drink Dragon Slayer. Qin Feng glanced at the control panel, noting that Blood Drink Dragon Slayer had transformed into the mid-level mystical technique. Frenzied Blood Dragon Slayer. The mere mention of Frenzied Blood Dragon Slayer seemed to stir the blood within Qin Feng, making it surge. Kill! A brilliant blood light erupted from the Ming Hong Tian Dao. As Qin Feng felt an uncontrollable flow of energy rushing into the blade, its brilliance becoming increasingly dazzling. Buzz! The blood-red blade light shot forth, spanning over 100 zhang, descending from the heavens to strike at the tiger. What? Fu Yuan's expression changed dramatically, feeling a lethal pressure closing in, every hair on his body standing on end. You shall not defeat me. His veins bulged, and he roared hoarsely, his lips trembling as he channeled his energy, continuously feeding it into the tiger. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains. The creature's form was enveloped in a swirling amalgamation of black and yellow light, creating a massive defensive barrier that withstood the onslaught of the frenzied Blood Dragon Slayer. However, the ground beneath the tiger collapsed several inches deep. Once more, Qin Feng's chest heaved violently. Fueled by the surging blood within him, he activated the frenzied Blood Dragon Slayer again, aiming it at the tiger. At that moment, the power of the Ming Hong Tian Dao reached its zenith. Kill! The blade light descended, its might resonating across the land. Onlookers witnessed the sky above turn a blood-red HU in the chaos between heaven and earth. All became obscured, leaving only the radiant blade light shining brilliantly. Boom! The Ming Hong Tian Dao struck down once again, crashing into the tiger. Roar! The tiger emitted a mournful low growl, its massive form marred by countless fissures of light. Its previously unrestrained aura transformed into a violent tempest. How could this be? Fu Yuan's face twisted in disbelief, his energy surging to its peak as he attempted to stabilize the tiger's form. Yet soon, Qin Feng's third strike fell. That blow rendered the world silent. Poof! A tidal wave surged forth, dust clouding the air as Fu Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, sent flying several miles away. The disciples of the Water Reversal Palace behind him were also caught in the blast, thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Qin Feng staggered, as if drained of all strength. Nearly collapsing, he planted the Ming Hong Tian Dao into the ground, barely stabilizing himself. Your Majesty! A group of tiger guards rushed over, their expressions filled with concern. Capture him! Qin Feng's hoarse voice rang out. Understood. The tiger guards charged at Fu Yuan like wolves. Many disciples of the Water Reversal Palace fled in panic, abandoning any thought of Fu Yuan's fate. Fu Yuan lay helplessly on the ground, a sorrowful expression on his face. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the dignified master of the Water Reversal Palace would fall to such depths? A cold blade was pressed against his neck. The tiger guards escorted him before Qin Feng. Young Prince Liang, you have quite the skill. Fu Yuan glared at Qin Feng, his gaze icy. Clearly, he was unwilling to accept defeat in this battle. You should not have provoked me. Qin Feng replied indifferently. Fu Yuan laughed coldly. Speak. What do you desire? He understood that Qin Feng would not easily kill him. Spirit stones. Qin Feng uttered 2 words, spirit stones. I have plenty. Release me, and I shall grant you 5,000 spirit stones. Fu Yuan replied coldly. 5,000. Qin Feng chuckled, turning and thrusting his blade into Fu Yuan's side. Fu Yuan screamed in agony, his face contorting. 100,000 spirit stones. He never anticipated that Qin Feng, so young, would strike with such ferocity. Qin Feng lowered his eyelids, stating, I truly wish to spare you, but your obstinacy leaves me no choice but to be merciless. He turned and raised his hand. The tiger guards promptly dragged Fu Yuan back. No. 30,000 spirit stones. 50,000. 100,000. Fu Yuan shouted desperately. 100,000 spirit stones. That is my limit. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly as he turned, signaling the tiger guards to remain calm. Reveal where your spirit stones are, and I shall allow you to leave. Qin Feng spoke calmly. Will you truly let me go? Fu Yuan stared at him intently. You have no choice but to trust me. Qin Feng left him with a final remark. 10 days later, in the kingdom of Liang, a scholarly institution for sorcerers was established, with a first batch of over 200 youths participating in the awakening of their spiritual powers, all carefully selected by Princess Chingling from the 3 counties and 6 cities of Liang. After the awakening, 23 individuals remained, becoming entry-level sorcerers. Princess Chingling busily imparted cultivation techniques to the crowd. Qin Feng surveyed the 100-acre academy, his heart bleeding, for this small patch of land had cost him nearly 100,000 spirit stones and several 100,000 taels of gold. This was a monumental expenditure for the current state of Great Liang. However, most of these expenses stem from the generous donations of the Water Reversal Palace. Your Majesty, Han Yi approached Qin Feng, bowing slightly. I wonder if Your Majesty remembers the civil peace strategy we discussed previously? Qin Feng nodded slightly, about to agree, when suddenly he paused, realizing, is the gentleman also here to request funds? Han Yi smiled and said, now that the situation in Great Liang has stabilized, the laws have been revised and improved. However, we lack suitable disciples of a legalist school to teach them. Thus, I wish to take this opportunity to establish a legalist academy to supply officials of our Great Liang with trained personnel. In times of chaos, law is paramount. Yet nurturing qualified legalist disciples also requires a substantial investment. Qin Feng rubbed his forehead and asked, how much would this approximately require? Not much, only 30,000 taels. Han Yi had already calculated at 30,000 taels. Qin Feng fell silent. He had just come from the treasury, and there were barely 5,000 taels of gold remaining, far from sufficient. Ah, sir, please go to the treasury to claim 3,000 taels of gold first. As for the remaining funds, I will find a way, Qin Feng said, his expression troubled. He needed to devise a means to generate income. Currently, the situation in Great Liang was stabilizing, with agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and various industries just beginning to find their footing, yielding minimal tax revenue. Furthermore, Qin Feng heeded Han Yi's advice to impose light taxes and allow the populace to rest. Thus, the taxation in Liang Kingdom is remarkably low, prompting many citizens from neighboring countries to flock to Liang to cultivate the land. However, establishing the Sorcerer Academy, the Legalist Academy, and training new soldiers are exceedingly costly endeavors that must be undertaken. Consequently, Qin Feng finds himself in a quandary, deeply troubled by the issue of finances. Regrettably, the system fails to summon any monetary resources, which would alleviate many of these troubles at this moment. Wei Yan strides in briskly and declares, Your Majesty, there are signs of the northern wolf riders appearing in the northern borders of Liang. I fear these brigands come with ill intentions. The northern wolf tribe? Qin Feng's expression shifts slightly. The northern wolf tribe is a significant menace in Yunling Prefecture, perpetually roaming the frigid expanse of the northern tundra. However, the tribe breeds rapidly and is renowned for its martial prowess, frequently raiding the northern nations of Yunling for resources. Yet, several smaller nations have historically separated Liang from the northern wolf tribe. Alas, these small nations have recently fallen under the dominion of Hu Kingdom. Thus, the emergence of the northern wolf tribe undoubtedly indicates the machinations of Hu Kingdom. The king of Hu is resolutely intent on troubling Liang. orchestrating a simultaneous strike from both the Water Palace and the Northern Wolf Tribe, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to Liang from within and without. Qin Kingdom. Once again, Qin Feng lightly drummed his fingers on the table and inquired, "Where is Pan Jiangfeng? He previously informed me that the new soldiers would be ready for deployment in a few months, that it is time to assign this matter to him." "Yes," Wei Yan responded promptly. "Since Pan Jiangfeng took charge of training the new army, he has become Qin Feng's loyal aide." However, while Wei Yan had never witnessed Pan Jiangfeng's training methods, he held a deep admiration for them. Months later, as winter snowflakes dance from the sky, Qin Feng stands in the palace courtyard, gazing at the snowy landscape. Unbeknownst to him, it has been half a year since his soul traversed into the body of the young king of Liang. The kingdom has transformed from a fractured realm into one of prosperity and tranquility. The auspicious points within the heavenly fortune summoning system have been steadily increasing, now reaching an impressive 40,000 points. Moreover, Qin Feng's personal reputation has risen to 31 points, bringing him closer to transcending into the Golden Core realm. "Your Majesty, it is rare to find you in such high spirits, admiring the snow." The enchanting voice of Princess Chingling chimes in. Dressed in a pristine white cloak, she glides gracefully, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Qin Feng turns to embrace her gently, remarking, "Princess, you have been tirelessly devoted to Liang, and I see you have lost quite a bit of weight recently." Leaning against his shoulder, Princess Chingling replies with a smile, "The Sorcerer Academy has now entered a phase of stability, aside from my daily guidance of their cultivation. There is little left for me to do. However, Your Majesty, the establishment of the Sorcerer Academy itself is an immensely costly endeavor. I am aware of the considerable strain on the national treasury, and I have written to my elder brother, hoping to borrow additional resources from Su Kingdom." Qin Feng chuckles and responds, "The Sorcerer Academy will serve as the foundation for Liang's future. If the foundation is unstable, even the conquest of numerous cities will be mere vanity. Strength is the foremost element ensuring the stability of a nation." Princess Chingling nods in agreement. "Your foresight is admirable, Your Majesty. Speaking of which, I have long been puzzled by one matter. Eslung Wuyo has mentioned. You hail from noble birth and have been taught by illustrious mentors. Why would you choose to marry me?" Qin Feng inquires with a smile. Princess Chingling ponders for a moment. "I am uncertain. However, the first time I encountered you, I sensed an extraordinary spirit about you. Although the Palace of Shadows is filled with many talented individuals from the southern region, they lack this unique vigor. Qin Feng raises an eyebrow. "Vigor?" Princess Chingling nods, stating, "Those who possess vigor can rise resiliently, no matter how many times they face defeat. I believe such individuals will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future." As she speaks, she tilts her head to gaze at Qin Feng, a faint smile illuminating her striking black and white eyes. Qin Feng feels his heart momentarily flutter. Outside the window, the snowfall intensifies, while the candlelight flickers within the room. As the clouds dissipate and the sky clears, a sudden shout echoes from Liang City. "Report, Your Majesty, General Pan has dealt a decisive blow to the northern wolf riders in the northern borders, slaying over 9,000 of them and accepting the surrender of more than 23,000, while also capturing 200,000 cattle and sheep, along with 60,000 carts of ironware." This news immediately ignites a wave of excitement throughout Liang Kingdom. "Excellent!" Qin Feng exclaims in delight, praising, in matters of warfare, the more troops, the better. Pan Jiangfeng truly lives up to the title of Liang's foremost military strategist. Indeed, a product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. This victory not only significantly struck fear into the hearts of the Northern Wolf Tribe and Qin Kingdom, but also yielded immense benefits. For the citizens of Liang, it was akin to a potent tonic, uniting their spirits like never before. Qin Feng notices the system's auspicious points steadily rising over the following days, nearing the impressive threshold of 45,000 points. Furthermore, his personal reputation has also climbed to 50 points during this period. "Your Majesty, the Shadow Guard has discovered a gold mine in the northern borders, estimated to yield no less than 200,000 taels of gold." Shortly thereafter, scouts deliver a second piece of news. Qin Feng leaps from his throne, joyfully exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." He claps his hands in laughter. The officials in the hall promptly kneel, exclaiming, "Heaven bless Liang! Heaven bless your majesty! This news of the gold mine must remain confidential. It must not be divulged." Qin Feng adds after a moment of thought. The scout hesitates, revealing a troubled expression, and says, "Your majesty, the news of the gold mine has reached the northern wolf tribe through Hu Kingdom. They may already be taking action. Once again, it is Hu Kingdom." Qin Feng's brow furrows, and his expression darkens. After a pause, he suddenly raises his head. "I shall personally journey to the northern borders to confront Hu Kingdom's people." After all, a gold mine yielding 200,000 taels is no trivial matter. "Your majesty, the northern wolf tribe has been defeated, and the news of the gold mine has reached Liang." A scout kneels before the Tiger King, speaking in hushed tones. "What?" The king of Hu rises abruptly, veins bulging on his hand that clutches the wine cup. He spent an entire year subduing the northern wolf tribe, and subsequently invested a fortune to persuade them to invade Liang. Yet now, in merely a few months, the northern wolf tribe has been vanquished, and the news of the gold mine has leaked. "This is outrageous! You useless fools!" The king of Hu furiously slams the wine cup onto the sand table, his face flushed with rage, roaring, "Prepare my carriage at once. I will personally march to the northern borders and crush Liang's spirit." "Your majesty, this is unwise." A multitude of court officials steps forward, blocking the king of Hu. That General Pan Jiangfeng of Liang is a tactical genius, having defeated nearly 20,000 wolf riders with just 5,000 new troops. Their strength is evident. Currently, their morale is soaring. They will be difficult to contend with. An official urgently advises, "Utter nonsense." The king of Hu scolds angrily. "Do they think only Liang has generals? Does Hu Kingdom lack capable leaders?" At that moment, a towering figure appears, kneeling before the king of Hu, declaring, "I, Zhao Bukong, am willing to accompany your majesty into battle. If we do not annihilate Liang, I shall die in the attempt." In just a few months, over 200,000 iron cavalry from Hu Kingdom have gathered at Liang's northern borders. Furthermore, the news of the king of Hu personally leading the charge has spread like wildfire, boosting the morale of Hu Kingdom's troops. General Zhao Bukong takes the lead, with 30,000 Zhao family soldiers providing support, turning Hu Kingdom's cavalry into a sharp blade, poised to pierce deep into Liang's heart. Pan Jiangfeng refrains from directly engaging the iron cavalry of Hu Kingdom, given the flat terrain of the northern borders and the absence of natural fortifications. Facing an enemy force that outnumbers his own by dozens of times would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, after consulting with Qin Feng, Pan Jiangfeng withdraws his forces to Liang Valley Pass, situated 100 miles away. Meanwhile, the iron cavalry of Hu Kingdom relentlessly pursues, pressing ever closer to Liang Valley Pass. Beyond Liang Valley Pass, flags flutter in the wind, stretching for dozens of miles, with tents sprawling as far as the eye can see. Seemingly reaching the horizon that eye in the distance, convoys carrying supplies from Hu Kingdom arrive continuously. A bustling scene that in stark contrast. Liang Valley Pass appears somewhat desolate. It is the heart of winter, and Liang's new crops have yet to sprout. The soldiers barely manage to stave off hunger, relying on the meager rations provided by Su Kingdom. Qin Feng personally ascends Liang Valley Pass, gazing at the multitude of Hu camps, and reflects in silence. Pan Jiangfeng follows closely behind him, saying, "Your Majesty, this may be our opportunity to decisively crush Hu Kingdom." His face is alight with barely contained excitement. Crush Hu Kingdom. Qin Feng gazed at the youthful figure before him, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Had he not previously witnessed Pan Jiangfeng's remarkable prowess in defeating the Wolf Riders, one might have thought him a braggart, spouting nonsense. Indeed, Pan Jiangfeng nodded emphatically. In the midst of the frigid winter, the barbarian encampment was interconnected for warmth, stretching for several dozen miles. If they could employ fire as a weapon, it would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Fire as a weapon? Qin Feng's mind conjured an image, and he then surveyed the snow-covered expanse beyond the fortress. Given the current weather, was it truly wise to utilize such tactics? I have calculated the celestial phenomena. In 2 days, a series of clear skies will grace us, perfect for melting the ice and snow, making fire assaults feasible, Pan Jiangfeng declared. However, the reason the Hu Kingdom felt emboldened to camp so closely was surely due to their precautions against fire attacks. Qin Feng mused. After all, Zhao Buqin held the title of war god in the Hu Kingdom, renowned for his countless victories. Such a reputation was not merely for show. Pan Jiangfeng's confident smile returned. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have a plan. However, before we proceed, I would like to request that you undertake a task. Speak freely. The following day, the snowfall had diminished. Within the Hu camp, tens of thousands of ironclad cavalry advanced menacingly toward Liangdu Pass. The defending general atop the walls heard the Hu general's declaration. You Liang Kingdom have acted tyrannically, leaving your people in despair. Our king, compassionate to the plight of the common folk, leads his troops personally to rescue you from your dire straits. Whoosh! In response, a deadly arrow whistled through the air, not claiming the general's life, but instead striking down his steed. The horse let out a pained cry, and the Hu general fell to the ground amidst the ensuing chaos. Pan Jiangfeng's voice cut through the tumult. You Hu scoundrels, engaging in unjust deeds, dare to speak so boldly. Here before you stands the king of Liang, resolute alongside my soldiers to defend Liangdu Pass. We shall not retreat without death, such resolve. Another Hu cavalryman charged forward, blade aimed directly at Pan Jiangfeng. You are the one who vanquished the northern wolf tribe, are you not? The horseman was none other than Zhao Buqin. I, Zhao Buqin, stand here. Do you dare to engage in battle? As he spoke, Zhao Buqin unleashed a flurry of slashes, the gleaming edge of his blade cleaving through the air. Boom! The walls of Liangdu Pass bore the brunt of his might. Leaving a gaping fissure, what is there to fear? Pan Jiangfeng bellowed, commanding the gates to be flung open as he charged forth alone. Qin Feng, positioned at the gate, watched in astonishment. How easily had Pan Jiangfeng fallen for the enemy's taunts? Riding out alone to confront them? Armed with a pear-blossom silver spear, he danced forward with fluid grace, pressing toward Zhao Buqin. Zhao Buqin remained steadfast, letting out a dismissive snort. You shall meet your end. Young general, the blade whistled ominously, each movement imbued with tremendous force, truly awe-inspiring. Boom! The clash of silver spear against blade erupted in a blinding flash. Pan Jiangfeng struck with haste, displaying a hint of impatience. Eager to subdue Zhao Buqin. Yet the seasoned veteran Zhao Buqin maintained his composure, moving with deliberate precision, successfully thwarting Pan Jiangfeng's advances. Before long, Pan Jiangfeng faltered amidst the fray, and Zhao Buqin's strike forced him back. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly losing his balance atop his steed. General, be cautious. The Liang soldiers atop the walls expressed their concern, their faces etched with anxiety. Many harbored doubt. This was clearly not Pan Jiangfeng's usual demeanor. Was it a ploy to lure the enemy? Qin Feng's mind raced. Indeed, what is feigned can often be real, a common stratagem in warfare. Especially against a veteran like Zhao Buqin, the best course of action was to provoke his pride. In the heat of battle, Pan Jiangfeng found himself outmatched, retreating swiftly back within the fortress. Where do you think you're running? Zhao Buqin shouted, giving chase. Behind him, tens of thousands of cavalry surged forward, an unstoppable tide heading for Liangdu Pass. Rain down arrows. The defenders unleashed a torrent of arrows, raining down upon the advancing Hu cavalry, stymieing their assault. Zhao Buqin reined in his forces, scoffing. You are but children, hardly worth fearing. At that moment, a grandiose figure emerged from the ranks of the Hu army, none other than the Hu king himself. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. If only he could eliminate the Hu king now, would it not throw their cavalry into disarray? Yet, that notion was swiftly dismissed. The Hu king was a formidable warrior, flanked by skilled fighters. To eliminate him would require an archer of extraordinary caliber, one that the Liang Kingdom could not muster. Is the one atop the walls the little king of Liang? The Hu king called out, I am honored that the Hu king recognizes me. It is indeed a rare fortune. Qin Feng responded coolly. Today I lead my forces against the Liang Kingdom. Are you aware of your crimes? What crimes do I bear? Qin Feng countered. You, a lesser kingdom, have dared to offend our great nation, a grave sin indeed. The Hu king's gaze was haughty, his voice resolute. Today, I march forth with 200,000 armored troops to uphold the will of heaven and to flatten Liangdu Pass, ensuring the rule of righteousness. If you possess any conscience, you should surrender to spare the lives of the people within the pass. Each word resonated with gravitas, causing the faces of the Liang soldiers to shift in response. Truly, the Hu King had a talent for portraying himself as a paragon of justice, while casting Qin Feng and his allies as rebels against fate. Qin Feng chuckled. The Hu King's demeanor was indeed impressive. Surely he had forgotten how easily the Liang forces had dismantled his 10,000 cavalry at Shudu, and the chaos wrought by the rebellious forces in the Waterfall Palace and the Northern Wolf Riders, which had caused so much suffering to the Liang people. The Hu King, with his benevolent heart, had graciously sent supplies to the Liang Kingdom, which Qin Feng had gratefully accepted. The soldiers atop the walls united in a chorus of gratitude. "Thank you, Hu King, for your provisions." In that moment, the Hu King's expression darkened, for these were the very matters that had irked him the most. Angered, he clenched his fists and roared, "Attack the city," with a single command. The war drums thundered like ominous thunderclaps as 30,000 siege troops surged forward toward Liangdu Pass. The ground trembled beneath their advance, the air filled with the cries of battle. The Liang soldiers responded with vigor, unleashing a relentless volley of arrows to thwart the Hu forces' advance. Countless soldiers fell, their cries mingling with the roars of fury. Soon, siege engines emerged from the Hu ranks, their massive crossbow bolts slicing through the air, crashing against Liangdu Pass with the intent of reducing it to rubble. New recruits atop the walls quivered at the sight of the incoming bolts. "Heavenly Serpent Formation," Pan Zhangfeng shouted, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. To him, this was not merely a life-and-death struggle, but rather a game. Under his command, the new recruits swiftly shifted formations. Massive logs tumbled from the walls, crushing the oncoming Hu forces like a plague of locusts. Waves of the Hu army fell, yet those behind continued to surge forward, trampling over the fallen. Once the siege began, the ground would be littered with corpses. Arrows whizzed through the air, and soldiers kept falling. Pan Zhangfeng turned to Qin Feng. "Your Majesty, the situation atop the walls is chaotic. I may not be able to ensure your safety. I implore you to withdraw for the time being." "It matters not. Focus on holding the city. I shall stand with the soldiers," Qin Feng replied firmly. Hearing their king's unwavering resolve, the Liang soldiers felt emboldened, their movements quickening and their strikes becoming more decisive. Below, the Hu forces' siege engines crashed fiercely against the gates. Many more soldiers swarmed like locusts toward the walls. Pan Zhangfeng ordered boiling oil to be poured from the battlements, and anguished cries echoed in all directions. In the distance, Zhao Buchan observed this scene, his expression shifting repeatedly. "Your Majesty, given the current siege, the Liang forces are well-prepared. It may be prudent to withdraw our soldiers and seek another opportunity with the natural defenses of Liangdu Pass." The Liang soldiers could hold their ground against 10 foes. The Hu cavalry strength was diminished in such an assault, rendering their efforts largely ineffective. "Bring forth my sorcerers," the Hu King commanded coldly. He had already issued his threats. Even if he could not capture Liangdu Pass today, he would ensure the Liang people understood the might of the Hu King. Soon, the sorcerer camp made its move. Though they numbered only a little over 100, each possessed the strength of the Foundation establishment realm, making them the most formidable fighting force of the Hu Kingdom. Intertwined spiritual lights surged forth, aimed at Liangdu Pass. Several new recruits from the Liang army fell in response, slaughtered from several miles away. "Damn sorcerers!" Pan Zhangfeng's expression darkened as he seized a sharp arrow, directly shooting it towards the sorcerer camp, declaring, "Let me deal with these scoundrels harshly." Soon, arrows rained down from the pass, targeting the sorcerer camp. However, the Hu Kingdom had long been prepared, with guards raising their tongue shields, swiftly forming a wall to block the downpour of arrows. The Liang army's assault against the sorcerer camp yielded little effect. Instead, the defending Liang forces suffered heavy casualties under the sorcerer camp's counterattack. In many areas, the Hu army had even climbed atop the pass. If the sorcerer camp was not eliminated, it was feared that Liangdu Pass could not be held. Qin Feng remarked, "This minister shall go forth to extinguish them." Pan Zhangfeng shouted. He was acutely aware of the threat the sorcerer camp posed to the Liang army. As the commander, you shall remain here. Allow me to go, Qin Feng stated, adding, by the way, find a scarecrow, dress it in my clothes, and confuse the king of who? Understood. Pan Jiangfeng immediately took the order. He recognized the strength of his own king. At this moment, having Qin Feng confront the sorcerer camp, though perilous, was indeed the best choice. Kill. Soon, boiling water was poured down from the pass, repelling a wave of besieging troops. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng and the shadow guards leaped down from the pass. Charging towards the sorcerer camp of the Hu Kingdom, this moment, dusk was approaching, and the sky had dimmed somewhat. The Hu cavalry had charged to a state of numbness, staring fixedly at Liangdu Pass, yet failed to notice dozens of figures rushing towards the sorcerer camp. Kill! The gleam of Qin Feng's blade flickered, blood splattering as he cleaved towards the guard stationed at the sorcerer camp. The might of the blood-soaked dragon slayer was unleashed to its fullest, directly felling dozens. The shadow guards flitted like phantoms, weaving through the sorcerer camp. Wherever they passed, glimmering blades danced, and inevitably, someone would fall. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Hu cavalry shouted hoarsely. The formation of the sorcerer camp was thrown into chaos. What is happening? The king of Hu's expression turned grim as he coldly declared, a mere Liang Kingdom dares to touch my sorcerer camp. Whoever dares to act shall die. He immediately ordered his skilled subordinates to provide support. Boom! 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 The battlefield was in disarray, the sounds of explosions ringing continuously. After Qin Feng and his men had slain 20 to 30 sorcerers, the enemy began to mount an effective resistance. Furthermore, the encircling Hu forces grew in number, and some shadow guards had already fallen. Who dares to touch my Hu Kingdom's sorcerer camp? Zhao Bukong roared, his blade slicing through the air towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered, coldly retorting, "You are no match for me." As he spoke, the shadow wind 19 blades unfurled, the azure blade light swirling as strikes fell one after another. Like ink splattering, forcing Zhao Bukong to retreat step by step, perilously close to defeat. Zhao Bukong was taken aback, never expecting the Liang Kingdom to possess such a master. Boom! With a fierce strike, Zhao Bukong was sent retreating dozens of paces. Retreat! Seeing the Hu forces closing in, Qin Feng immediately commanded. The shadow guards vanished like specters at this moment. The king of Hu, standing in his chariot, suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "The young king of Liang is missing. The young king of Liang is missing. Your Majesty, the young king of Liang is over there. The one attacking the sorcerer camp is the young king of Liang," someone shouted. Instantly, the Hu camp was thrown into an uproar. The young king of Liang dared to take such risks, penetrating deep into the encirclement of Hu cavalry, truly a path to self-destruction. If they could capture the young king of Liang, how could they not take Liangdu Pass? The king of Hu, with bloodshot eyes, commanded fiercely, at all costs, seize the young king of Liang. Understood. The officers of the Hu camp shouted, straining their necks in response. Soon, the number of pursuers after Qin Feng increased dramatically, to the point where those originally attacking the pass turned back to encircle him as well. A throng of Hu cavalry surged forward, relentless in their pursuit. The 20 shadow guards led by Qin Feng rapidly diminished under the enemy's sea of numbers. Young king of Liang, now that you have come, do not think of escaping, Zhao Bukong shouted ominously. Capture the young king of Liang, regardless of life or death. With this command, Hu cavalry, hundreds of times their number, surged forth, blades and spears attacking in unison, shaking the earth and dimming the skies. Meanwhile, the king of Hu clenched his fists, excitement evident on his face. Young king of Liang, you are ultimately no match for me. Just as the multitude of Hu soldiers surged towards Qin Feng, seeking to capture the young king of Liang for glory, a brief gap in defense appeared on the side of the king of Hu. At this moment, the gates of Liangdu Pass suddenly swung open, and a rider burst forth, galloping straight towards the king of Hu. Observant Hu cavalry shouted urgently, "Protect the king! Protect the king!" But before he could finish, a blade-like streak of light swept past, as if a fierce wind had blown through, and his head flew into the air. Following that, dozens of others were sent flying in response. The king of Hu snapped back to reality and, upon seeing the imminent threat, His expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that the Liang Kingdom possessed such powerful warriors. Bang! 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 The personal guards around the king of who were consecutively blasted away. The king of who realized the enemy's intent, aware he was no match, and hastily retreated, shouting, "Protect the chariot! Protect the chariot!" Surrounding who cavalry surged forth, attempting to block the approaching figure. The figure was none other than Pan Jiangfeng. "Capture the king of who? Where are my soldiers of the great Liang?" Pan Jiangfeng soared from his steed, his booming voice resonating like thunder. "Here!" A deafening response echoed from within Liangdu Pass. Thousands of iron cavalry charging forth, heading straight for the king of who. Amidst the chaotic battlefield outside the pass, this cavalry was like an arrow released from a bow, unstoppable but in an instant. The who cavalry that had been besieging Qin Feng found their formation in disarray. They had not anticipated that the Liang army would dare to sally forth to battle. Stabilize the formation. The Stupa camp shall capture the young king of Liang, while the Tung Shield camp resists the Liang army. Zhao Bukong, a prominent general of the Hu Kingdom, made a swift decision. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng's blade was already at his throat. The crimson blade light crisscrossed, a blood-red aura howling past, stirring up winds that turned Zhao Bukong's face pale as he hastily retreated. Such a domineering blade. Zhao Bukong raised his sword in a hurried defense, but unexpectedly, he was directly blasted off his horse by Qin Feng. Subsequently, the Minghong heavenly blade trembled ominously, unleashing a blade light stretching dozens of paces, stirring up clouds of dust. Boom! Before Zhao Bukong could rise, he was struck away by a single blow, grievously wounded, a mouthful of reverse blood spewing forth, staining the ground red. General, the Hu cavalry, witnessing this, became alarmed and hurriedly surrounded him. Kill! Qin Feng felt the surge of energy within him, his eyes turning crimson as he wielded the Minghong heavenly blade like a human-shaped weapon of slaughter. The blade light interwove chaotically, blood shadows flickering, compelling the Hu cavalry to dare not approach. Zhao Bukong felt his heart race with fear. Meanwhile, the king of Hu appeared particularly flustered. He darted left and right around his chariot, using his guards as shields, attempting to exhaust Pan Jiangfeng's strength through sheer numbers. Zhao Bukong's expression shifted multiple times. It was too late for him to rush to the king's aid. The only option left was to subdue Qin Feng first to intimidate the Liang forces and ensure the safety of the king. Charge! He gritted his teeth and shouted. Soon, the surrounding Hu cavalry surged forth like a tide, overwhelming the Liang forces that had come to provide support. Simultaneously, more and more iron cavalry charged out from the Hu camp to protect their king. Seeing Pan Jiangfeng gradually being surrounded, the panic on the king of Hu's face diminished significantly. At this moment, a great shout erupted from within Liangdu Pass. Protect the king of Liang! Fight for the king of Liang! Roars of fury rang out as many citizens of Liangdu Pass joined the fray. Damn it! The king of Hu cursed vehemently, shouting, Once I capture Liangdu Pass, I will ensure that you blind and ignorant beasts have no place to be buried. However, these were merely ordinary citizens. No matter how numerous they were, what use was that? The king of Hu dismissed them entirely. But at this moment, Pan Jiangfeng, encircled by Hu cavalry, suddenly raised his head to look at him, a glint of chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. What? The king of Hu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. You dare to harm my Liang citizens. The hoarse voice of Pan Jiangfeng echoed. King Hu swallowed hard, gritting his teeth and declaring, Not only shall I slay them, but I will also ensure that you are left with no means to live or die. Boom! Before his words could fully dissipate, an overwhelming aura erupted from Pan Jiangfeng, sending the Hu cavalry within dozens of yards flying. The blade in his hand suddenly shimmered with countless beams of white light, shooting out in all directions. Thud! Where the sword light passed, the attacking Hu cavalry fell like leaves in autumn. Pan Jiangfeng forged a bloody path through the throng, advancing directly towards King Hu. How could this be possible? Both King Hu and his loyal guards widened their eyes, frozen in disbelief. They stared in stupefaction at Pan Jiangfeng, who seemed like a celestial being descending from the heavens. This was beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. Golden Core Realm. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng immediately understood, bolstered by the numbers of his allies. Pan Jiangfeng's martial prowess had reached its zenith, unleashing power comparable to that of the Golden Core Realm. With such a manifestation, who among them could stand as a rival? The onlookers could only watch as Pan Jiangfeng's blade was poised against King Hu's neck. King Hu has already capitulated. Do you dare to resist? Pan Jiangfeng bellowed, his voice surging like a tidal wave, resonating in all directions. The 200,000 Hu cavalry were left in shock. King Hu had been captured. How could this be? Zhao Bukong turned to look, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. He saw Pan Jiangfeng seizing King Hu by the collar, standing atop the royal carriage. King Hu knelt upon the carriage, the blade poised at his throat. Damn it! Zhao Bukong clenched his fists, seething with rage. However, in his fury, he inadvertently aggravated his previous injuries, a wave of blood rising in his throat, causing him to cough up blood. A wave of weakness washing over him, nearly toppling him to the ground. At this moment, Pan Jiangfeng dragged King Hu over to Qin Feng swiftly. Your Majesty, King Hu has been captured, he proclaimed loudly. King Hu's face was ashen, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Pan Jiangfeng, should you dare to harm my king, the Hu nation will not rest until blood is shed, Zhao Bukong hissed through gritted teeth. Are you threatening me? A frenzied glint flickered in Pan Jiangfeng's eyes, the blade in his hand shimmering with white light. King Hu's countenance turned pale, his breath becoming labored. Almost in unison, he and Zhao Bukong cried out, Release the king, and I shall let you depart. Zhao Bukong struggled to speak. Whether or not to release him is a decision that rests with his majesty. Pan Jiangfeng turned to Qin Feng. Bowing respectfully, I beseech your majesty to issue the order. Qin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, stating, Since King Hu is so enamored with our Liang Kingdom, let us return him and allow him to thoroughly appreciate the Liang Valley Pass. As he spoke, the Liang troops began to withdraw slowly. Halt! What do you truly desire? Zhao Bukong shouted. If King Hu were taken, the morale of the Hu camp would undoubtedly falter. At that point, not only would it be impossible to capture the Liang Valley Pass, but even stabilizing the spirits of the 200,000 troops would prove challenging. Soon, you shall know, Qin Feng replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. King Hu, pale and trembling, stammered, Brother Qin, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Our two nations have historically been on good terms. It was my momentary lapse in judgment, my mind clouded. Please, show mercy and spare my life that I, in this moment, the once proud king who had been reduced to a state of submission. At the Liang Valley Pass, he completed his forced tour of Liang Kingdom with trepidation. The cost of this excursion amounted to 120,000 carts of provisions, 200,000 bows, and 30,000 sets of armor. Outside the pass, the morale among the Hu soldiers had plummeted. In front of the pass, Zhao Bukong personally supported King Hu's carriage, heading toward the Hu camp. After traversing over 100 yards, he could not resist glancing back, casting a deep gaze upon the Liang Valley Pass. That it was a place that had brought him immense humiliation, and he vowed to remember this disgrace within the pass. Qin Feng commanded the soldiers to loudly express their gratitude for the provisions and bows offered by King Hu, hoping he would visit often. May King Hu visit often. The broken carriage bore witness to King Hu expelling a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. At this moment, the morale of the 200,000 Hu cavalry had disintegrated, leaving them utterly incapable of further combat. Moreover, the Hu nation was burdened with the cost of 120,000 carts of provisions, 200,000 bows, and 30,000 sets of armor. Even if King Hu desired revenge, he would first need to address the logistics. Qin Feng watched the royal carriage of King Hu vanish into the Hu camp. His expression shifted slightly. Your Majesty, are we truly letting King Hu go so easily? Pan Jiangfeng inquired. By releasing him today, they shall undoubtedly return with vengeance in the future. You possess a better strategy. General Pan? Qin Feng asked. After a moment's contemplation, Pan Jiangfeng knelt partially, stating, Your Majesty, I, Pan Jiangfeng, request permission to engage in battle. This time, I shall decisively crush the Hu cavalry, ensuring they will never harbor thoughts of advancing southward again. Qin Feng pondered briefly. The territory of Yunling Prefecture was limited. If Liang Kingdom wished to rise, it would inevitably confront the Hu nation once more. Currently, although the soldiers at Liang Valley Pass numbered only in the thousands, their morale was soaring. In contrast, the 200,000 Hu cavalry, while numerous, were demoralized. "What do you propose?" Qin Feng asked. "Set the encampments ablaze," Pan Jiangfeng declared, his gaze fixed on the sprawling Hu camp, a determined look upon his face. Qin Feng remained silent. In the following days, the snow ceased, and the biting cold winds howled, stirring up dust beyond the pass. The Hu camp had already retreated several hundred miles from Liang Valley Pass. Qin Feng stood atop the pass, surveying the situation outside. The war had concluded, and many citizens of Liang Kingdom were hastily making their way toward Liang Valley Pass, carrying their families with them. Each appeared emaciated, their eyes devoid of life. Among them were countless who had succumbed to illness or injury. Alas, Qin Feng sighed softly, signaling the Liang soldiers to distribute provisions and aid the displaced populace. The fleeing citizens expressed their profound gratitude to King Liang, incessantly recounting the atrocities committed by the Hu cavalry. Many Liang soldiers, upon hearing of their compatriots being oppressed by the Hu cavalry, felt an intense rage, eager to take up arms and confront the invaders. "Rest assured, they shall never dare to descend southward again," Qin Feng murmured, listening to the sounds of lamentation around him, calculating the time. He presumed that Pan Jiangfeng, leading his army of tens of thousands, should have caught up with the Hu cavalry by now. Moreover, with such strong winds today, it indeed presented an excellent opportunity for arson. 3 days later, Qin Feng returned to Liang capital. Report. Just as he set foot back in the capital, the news from Liang Valley Pass arrived. "Your Majesty, General Pan has set fire to the 200,000 Hu cavalry on Xiaoyang Mountain, decapitating 30,000, utterly annihilating the main force of the Hu cavalry." The scout could hardly contain his excitement. Qin Feng smiled. Indeed, Pan Jiangfeng wields his military prowess like a divine being, spread this news far and wide. "I wish for all to know." Soon, the tidings of the Hu cavalry's devastating defeat reverberated throughout Liang, igniting jubilant celebrations among the populace, who reveled in unrestrained joy. Furthermore, several nearby smaller nations sent gifts to congratulate Liang Kingdom on its triumph and denounce the Hu nation's insolence. Consequently, although Liang Kingdom possessed only 3 counties and 6 cities, having already vanquished the forces of the Su nation and dealt a heavy blow to the Hu cavalry, it subtly positioned itself as a contender for dominance over Yunling Prefecture. Within a matter of days, the fortune points within Qin Feng's heavenly luck summoning system surpassed 50,000 simultaneously. His personal prestige broke through the 100-point threshold. Achieving over 100 points in prestige signified that Qin Feng was on the brink of entering a new realm. Golden Core Realm achieved. In that moment, Qin Feng felt as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, becoming more agile, with his vision extending for dozens of miles. This the power of the Golden Core. A thought flickered in his mind as he realized he was gradually levitating, that he could fly. His heart soared with joy. Just then, Princess Chingling arrived. Witnessing this spectacle and bowing, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on breaking through to the Golden Core Realm." Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, for the Golden Core Realm was considered powerful even in the Southern Domain. Yet Qin Feng had ascended from the Foundation Establishment Realm to the Golden Core Realm in a mere few months. Such rapid advancement was enough to evoke feelings of shame among the proud disciples of the Shadow Palace. "Ah, Princess, I'm glad to see you." Qin Feng descended back to the ground, with the assistance of the system. He had directly broken through to the Golden Core Realm. However, he still needed time to delve into the profound mysteries of this newfound level. "Your Majesty, you have worked hard these days," Princess Chingling spoke softly. She was acutely aware that Qin Feng's rapid rise in strength was inseparable from his relentless efforts. Over the past few days, Qin Feng had been tirelessly working, transforming the once near-collapsed Daliang into a realm of peace and prosperity. While many believed that Qin Feng was merely fortunate, she understood that luck could not perpetually favor an individual. Only by maintaining a sharp resolve and continually advancing could one achieve excellence. Having been in Daliang for so many days, I have been preoccupied with the establishment of the Sorcerer's Academy, leaving me little time to accompany you for a leisurely stroll. Since the weather is splendid today, let me accompany the princess for a walk. Qin Feng suggested. I just saw Lord Hanyi looking for your majesty. Is your majesty available now? Princess Chingling inquired. Hanyi. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Let us not concern ourselves with him. He has endless tasks each day. I am not like him. Come, I shall take the princess outside the city. He gently took Princess Chingling's hand, and they exited the palace together. Meanwhile, Hanyi approached, clad in a voluminous court robe, calling out, Your Majesty, please hold on, Your Majesty. I have urgent matters to report. Upon hearing his voice, Qin Feng swiftly ascended into the air with Princess Chingling. Hastening their departure, the Liang River surged tumultuously. Winter was on the verge of passing, and the ice on the river had already melted. The grass along the riverbank flourished vibrantly, teeming with life, as Qin Feng walked alongside Princess Chingling along the riverbank. She softly recounted tales of the Su Kingdom and the Temple of Shadows. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached their ears, mingled with a woman's anguished cries. Father, please don't give me to King Jin. I beg you. Father, I implore you. The woman's voice was hoarse from weeping. What is happening? Princess Chingling looked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. What King Jin? This sounds somewhat akin to a river god sacrifice. Could it be that the Liang Kingdom harbors such a barbaric custom? Let us investigate. He led Princess Chingling swiftly toward the source of the commotion. As they approached, they found an improvised altar erected by the riverside. Surrounded by a group of individuals clad in colorful ceremonial garments, performing an incomprehensible ritual. Below the altar stood a young girl dressed in a red ceremonial robe, bound tightly, her face streaked with tears, her voice hoarse from sobbing. Surrounding her were 5 or 6 burly men, their expressions devoid of emotion. An elderly man nearby furrowed his brow and sighed. Yeah, to marry King Jin is a fortune that many would covet. You must cease your weeping. This is the consensus of all. It is your turn, and your father is left with no choice. Old Li, what nonsense are you spouting? A middle-aged man in a brocade robe approached. Wearing a forced smile do you not know what day it is? What do you mean by the consensus of all? Do you not wish to marry your daughter to King Jin? I dare not. The elderly man's complexion changed, and he hastily waved his hands, forcing a smile more sorrowful than weeping. Forgive me, Pavilion Master. Yaya is still young and does not comprehend. To marry King Jin is an honor for our family. Indeed. How could we possibly refuse? Humph. This is not just an honor for your family, but for all of us in Qingshui Pavilion. If King Jin is pleased, may he bless us with favorable weather and bountiful harvests. The Pavilion Master retorted coldly. Yes, yes, indeed. The old man nodded vigorously, as if his head would fall off that moment. One of the individuals on the altar suddenly began to froth at the mouth, trembling violently, and shouted, The auspicious time has arrived. Please, let the maiden enter the river. Yes, several strong men knelt, lifting the girl and walking toward the riverbank. Father, save me. Father, please. The girl's voice, hoarse and filled with despair, echoed. The old man hung his head, sighing deeply. Meanwhile, the surrounding townsfolk began to cheer and celebrate. Hold on. Princess Chingling exclaimed, her voice sharp. Sacrificing a living person is a violation of Daliang's laws. Do you not understand this? The crowd turned to her, displaying expressions of displeasure. Who are you? What business do you have meddling in the affairs of Qingshui Pavilion? The Pavilion Master glared at her, signaling for the ritual to proceed, with a graceful wave of her hand. Princess Chingling conjured ethereal light, binding the burly men in place. Today, I will not allow you to cast her into the river. She stepped forward, the light shimmering in her hands, and swiftly untied the ropes binding the girl. The Pavilion Master's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, Who are you? Why do you disrupt the sacrificial ceremony of Qingshui Pavilion? Do you realize you are provoking King Jin? I care not for whether he is King Jin or King Silver. This matter is under my jurisdiction today. Princess Chingling declared fiercely. She turned to the old man and commanded, What are you waiting for? Take your daughter back. The old man's expression shifted multiple times. Gritting his teeth, he replied, For Yaya to marry King Jin is her fortune, and the fortune of our community. Why do you obstruct and ruin her good fate? Yes, why do you interfere? The townsfolk began to gather, expressing their indignation. They're disrupting the sacrifice and offending King Jin. They should be cast into the river as well. The pavilion master shouted from the crowd, "Throw them into the river to quell King Jin's wrath." The surrounding crowd, fueled by anger, began to advance towards Qin Feng and Princess Chingling. Nonsense. Qin Feng spoke coldly, raising his head sharply, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he declared, "In my domain, when has it been the time for a beast to flaunt its power?" The king, the townsfolk, sensing his imposing demeanor, hesitated to approach. "You dare to call yourself the king?" The pavilion master's face flushed with anger. In the Liang Kingdom, only one person may claim such a title. What gives you the right? Indeed, by what right do you call yourself a king? Voices of dissent arose from the crowd. The king is Qin Feng, he proclaimed, his gaze commanding silence from the crowd. His eyes locked onto the pavilion master as he pointed toward the Liang River, questioning, "Since you are aware of my name, why would you still push the people of Liang into this abyss?" I. The pavilion master faltered, intimidated by his presence. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. "Even if you are the king of Liang, you cannot control the thunder and rain from above. However, King Jin can. If we do not sacrifice to King Jin, no one will have a good harvest this year." As he spoke, dark clouds began to swirl overhead, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. The Liang River surged violently, forming a massive whirlpool that spiraled upward. Towering hundreds of feet high. It is the manifestation of King Jin. The manifestation of King Jin. The priests on the altar quickly knelt, trembling in fear. The townsfolk, bewildered, also knelt in supplication, repeatedly begging for mercy. Their heads bobbing like garlic cloves, wishing they had 2 more heads to offer. "Spare us, King Jin. Please do not be angry." Some, in a frenzy, rushed forward shouting, "What are you waiting for? Quickly send this girl to King Jin." As they spoke, they pushed the girl toward the Liang River. The pavilion master's face turned ashen, as if his soul had departed, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring, "It's over. It's over. King Jin is angry. Everything is finished. Stop," Princess Chingling commanded, waving her hand and sending the assailants sprawling. She furrowed her brow, gazing at the churning Liang River. "Your Majesty, it seems the creature in the river is formidable. It may not be easily dealt with. Has it asked for my permission to wreak havoc in the Liang Kingdom? No matter how challenging, can it be more troublesome than the 200,000 iron cavalry of whose country?" Qin Feng smirked coldly. "Everyone, listen closely. Retreat at once," he bellowed, striding boldly toward the Liang River. The townsfolk, taken aback, were left in confusion. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air from the swirling vortex in the river. Torrents of water surged forth, shimmering with an emerald glow, enveloping the crowd by the riverbank. Witnessing this spectacle, the people fled in panic. "Be cautious, Your Majesty. There is something amiss with this water," Princess Chingling admonished sharply, her hands shimmering with light as she conjured a massive barrier of radiance to shield the onlookers. With a splashing sound, the river water collided against the barrier, unleashing searing waves of heat. The barrier quickly began to corrode. Where the barrier did not protect, the river water cascaded down, instantly incinerating the grass and trees to ash. Such potent toxicity. Qin Feng remarked, his expression darkening at that moment. A furious bellow erupted from the river, declaring, "I am the great King Jin of Liangjiang. Do you mere mortals dare to oppose me?" As the words echoed, the air shimmered with illusory light, revealing a colossal golden toad emerging from the river surface. Its form resembled a grinding wheel, cloaked in dark golden armor, gleaming brilliantly, with eyes as large as lanterns flashing with murderous intent. Suddenly, a scarlet beam of light, sharp as a sword, sliced through the air, aimed directly at Qin Feng. "Be careful," Princess Chingling warned, her brows furrowing as she intertwined her spiritual light, transforming it into a massive golden eagle. With a piercing cry, the eagle's resplendent golden light shot forth, colliding with the scarlet beam. In an instant, a shockwave erupted, sending the river into a tumultuous frenzy, splashing waves in every direction. Who dares? The golden toad's bulbous eyes flickered with anger, its scarlet tongue lashing out restlessly. However, when it caught sight of Princess Chingling's beauty, greed flashed in its eyes. Such a stunning maiden. It leered with a sinister grin that I am the great Lady Chingling of the Liang Kingdom, and you, beast, shall not act disrespectfully. Great Lady of Liang? The golden toad chuckled, its eyes glistening with desire as it shamelessly replied, You are quite charming, and have caught the favor of this great king. Speak, where is this Liang king? Tell him that from this day forth, you belong to me. Before it could finish, a crimson blade of light descended from the heavens, cleaving towards the golden toad. The toad, sensing a formidable threat, swelled with pus-filled growths, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Boom! In an instant, it erupted in a cloud of green mist. The mist coalesced into the shape of a venomous python, soaring into the air to collide with the blade, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy. Soon, the blade of light manifested repeatedly, the crimson glow intensifying. Boom! The venomous python twisted and contorted, erupting into a cloud of green mist that dissipated in all directions. What? The golden toad's expression changed dramatically, shock evident on its face. I could see that moment. Another thunderous sound erupted, as a beam of golden light descended, striking the golden toad directly. The toad was sent crashing into the riverbed, creating tumultuous waves that a clamor arose amongst the onlookers. What? The great king has been defeated? The great king has actually been vanquished? How is this possible? The crowd murmured in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. In their minds, the great king represented divine will, an indomitable force. Yet now, it had been cast aside by this self-proclaimed Liang king. Could it be that the Liang king was even mightier at that moment? Qin Feng ascended into the air, hovering above the river, casting a glance at the crowd on the shore. As long as I, the king, am present, no beast shall wreak havoc upon the territory of Liang. Princess Chingling regarded Qin Feng with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the river roiled, and a crimson beam shot forth, aimed directly at Qin Feng. The golden toad returned. Watch out! Princess Chingling cried out in alarm, just as her voice rang out. A blood-red light appeared, intercepting the toad's tongue. You insolent wretch! Do you know who I am to dare lay hands on me? The golden toad bellowed, furious, that circled above the river, the waters beneath churning violently. Qin Feng glanced at it with a light chuckle. With such feeble power, you dare to boast? Ha ha! How many lives do you believe you possess to challenge me? His tone suddenly turned frigid, exuding an aura of menace. Presumptuous! The golden toad's face flushed with rage, and a torrent of green mist surged forth toward Qin Feng. Resembling a venomous python once more, that a smirk played on Qin Feng's lips as a faint azure light emanated from the Minghong heavenly blade in his hand. 19 blades of the ghostly wind, slash. The blade's light crisscrossed, striking relentlessly against the venomous python. The blade's force compounded, pressing the python back with increasing intensity. Boom! Another resounding impact shattered the python once more. The lingering power of the azure blade surged toward the golden toad. The toad, sensing imminent danger, erupted with numerous pus-filled growths, seeping into the river. The waters surged violently, crashing toward Qin Feng. The heavenly blade in Qin Feng's hand hummed ominously, coalescing into a blood-red arc of light. Blood-soaked dragon slaughtering slash. The blade sliced through the waters, the golden toad's back splitting open, its pus and blood staining the river. Roar! The golden toad howled in agony, resembling a tiger's lament. Its lantern-like eyes glimmered with blood-red fury. With a sudden leap, the golden toad lunged like a fierce tiger, baring its massive jaws, as if intending to engage Qin Feng in a life-or-death struggle. You dare to challenge me? I will have your life. It was consumed by rage. The surging river waters rose hundreds of feet high, akin to a collapsing mountain, bearing down upon the terrified populace. The spectators displayed expressions of horror, retreating in panic. This moment, Princess Chingling transformed, appearing before the people, conjuring a massive barrier of light to shield against the oncoming torrent, the blood-soaked dragon slaughtering slash. Qin Feng, seeing the golden toad's audacity, wore a cold expression. The Minghong heavenly blade radiated with crimson light, suddenly manifesting a blade arc several dozen feet long that surged forth with a howl. As the prowess of the golden core realm peaked, the blade's force swept through the surroundings with astonishing might. Another thunderous crash echoed as the golden toad was flipped over, crashing into the river. The waters turned an eerie red-green, and countless fish and shrimp floated to the surface, poisoned. The crowd remained in shock. Your Majesty, this beast possesses formidable strength. Its origins must be significant. I possess a beast-binding rope that can subdue this creature for our use. Princess Chingling chimed in, her tone lively as she revealed a shimmering rope at her hand. Princess, please, Qin Feng urged her to take action. Wait, the golden toad suddenly cried out in fear, roaring like a tiger. I'm a general under the great Saint Ao High, responsible for guarding Liangjiang. You dare to harm me without considering the consequences? Consequences? Qin Feng chuckled, gesturing for Princess Chingling to proceed. The golden toad attempted to resist, but the Minghong heavenly blade trembled slightly, exuding a barely perceptible aura of menace. Submit or perish. Qin Feng's voice was calm, yet chilling as his gaze swept across the blade. The golden toad's spirit waned significantly, and it obediently surrendered, bound by the beast-binding rope. The once massive creature was now reduced to the size of a palm, resembling a golden sculpture, exuding a hint of adorableness. The onlookers gazed at Qin Feng with newfound reverence. From this day forth, the rainfall on both sides of Liangjiang shall be entrusted to you. Should the supplies here fail to increase, I assure you, you will regret your misdeeds. Qin Feng declared to the golden toad. The toad emitted a low growl, acknowledging its orders. The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment, they all bowed in reverence. The tide of exclamations surged forth. Ding dong. The fortune value in Qin Feng's heavenly fate system skyrocketed, reaching an impressive height of 53,000 points. Princess, do you know the origins of the great Saint Ao High? Qin Feng inquired on the journey back to Liangdu. Princess Chingling pondered for a moment before replying. Your Majesty, in addition to the numerous feudal states in the southern region, there are also the 3 lakes and 6 seas, all guarded by various beasts. Among them, the great Saint Ao High of the Tanyu Sea is one such figure. However, the Tanyu Sea lies over 10,000 miles away from the Liang Kingdom, and this mere small beast should not attract his attention. Great Saint Ao High. Qin Feng silently etched this name into his heart. As winter yielded to spring, the earth awakened anew. The latest winter harvest in Daliang bore exceptional abundance, alleviating the domestic crisis of famine. Under Han Ye's personal tutelage, the first cohort of disciples from the Legalist Academy successfully completed their training and were dispatched across the 3 counties and 6 cities of Daliang to propagate and enforce the laws, thereby ensuring the stability of the realm. The Sorcerer's Academy also established a comprehensive set of regulations, gradually attracting talented youth from the state of Liang. Among the initial group of disciples, some had already achieved the attainment of the Kaiyuan realm, a testament to their remarkable progress in cultivation. Concurrently, the new recruits, trained by Pan Jiangfeng, had matured into seasoned veterans, gaining significant accolades through numerous skirmishes against the northern wolf tribes and surrounding bandits, thereby establishing a formidable reputation. Daliang continued to flourish, with Qin Feng's fortune points in the heavenly luck system soaring to 60,000 and his personal prestige climbing to 320 points. He also gained a fresh understanding of the power inherent in the Golden Core realm. However, the burgeoning strength of Daliang had not gone unnoticed by the Hu Kingdom. After suffering defeat in the last engagement, the Hu King languished in despair for several months. Internally, the kingdom was rife with rumors, manipulated by the extensive naval forces of Long Wuyo, leading to a trend towards disintegration of a group of the Hu King's most trusted advisors. Risking their lives, urged him to restore his royal authority and stabilize the domestic situation, simultaneously facilitating contact with the great demon Tai Rui from the Tanyu Sea. Upon Tai Rui's arrival at the Hu royal palace, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the court. The demon race, once scorned by human cultivators, had now become the last hope for the Hu Kingdom is a nascent powerhouse of the Tang commanding 300,000 demons. Tai Rui was indeed a formidable figure. "Greetings, great sage Tai." The Hu court officials bowed low upon his entrance. Tai Rui, possessing peak foundational cultivation, had already taken on a corporeal form, standing 3 meters tall with a formidable physique that exuded an overwhelming presence. With an air of arrogance, he languidly inquired, "Speak, why have you summoned this great sage from afar?" To be considered a great sage, one must possess supreme prestige and absolute power. Although Tai Rui was not universally recognized as such, he believed it was only a matter of time before he achieved that status, hence his self-identification as the Great Sage. Upon hearing the title Great Sage, the Hu King sprang to his feet, urgently asking, "Great Sage Tai, our Hu Kingdom is in peril. Do you have a way to save us?" Tai Rui raised an eyebrow. One of the court officials stepped forward to recount the conflict between the Hu Kingdom and Daliang. "Is that all?" Tai Rui scoffed, confidently patting his chest. "Rest assured, this matter is in the hands of this great sage. Within 3 days, that little Liang King will come to our door to apologize." The Hu officials exchanged hopeful glances upon hearing this. "Thank you, great sage. Great sage is mighty." They hurriedly offered their flattery. However, Tai Rui continued, "You are all aware of the conditions for my assistance. The treasury of the Hu Kingdom now belongs to me, and all taxes for the next decade shall also be mine." "What?" The Hu King's expression shifted, taken aback by such audacity. Yet before he could voice his objection, Tai Rui's gaze swept over him, carrying a subtle pressure. The words he intended to utter were swallowed back, leaving him with only a reluctant yes. Meanwhile, in Daliang, Qin Feng had just embarked on an innovative venture by launching a lottery system. Simultaneously, he organized the Shadow Guardians to attempt to introduce this lucrative opportunity to the neighboring feudal states. Initially, the lottery, which offered small bets for large returns, garnered little attention. However, following the first major prize redemption, it swiftly became a trend throughout Daliang. 1 silver coin could yield a staggering profit of 100,000 taels. Astonished, a beggar from Qifeng City became an overnight millionaire, with the secret behind his fortune being the lottery. Such diverse tales spread like wildfire through the streets of Daliang, leading the common folk to greet each other with, "Have you bought a lottery ticket today?" The profits reaped from a lottery were quickly reinvested by Han Yi into the foundational infrastructure of Daliang. Grand thoroughfares emanated from the capital, connecting the 3 counties and 6 cities. The king's acumen in wealth generation garnered the admiration of his ministers. Han Yi marveled at the treasury's newfound abundance. Just half a year prior, the treasury could scarcely afford the 30,000 taels required for constructing the Legalist Academy. Qin Feng stroked his chin, smiling as he queried, "What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of governing a state?" "The law." Han Yi abruptly lifted his head, his tone resolute. "Without law, a nation cannot stand." Qin Feng nodded in agreement, replying with a smile. "While that is true, I contend that the most vital matter is the prosperity of the people. Only when the populace thrives can we ensure order and adherence to the law." Han Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply before asking, "Your Majesty, how can we make the people prosperous?" "By ensuring that each fulfills their role and exerts their utmost effort," Qin Feng responded. Han Yi pondered this for a moment, about to speak, when suddenly ominous clouds gathered above the palace. What had been a clear sky transformed in an instant, with thunder rumbling, causing many palace attendants to pale in fear, an aura of demons. Han Yi frowned, a faint golden light swirling around him. Qin Feng recognized this as his legalist powers. The various schools of thought across the continent possessed distinct cultivation methods. Pan Jiangfeng's military school, for instance, enhanced strength through the number of soldiers, while Han Ye's legalist school amplified power through the dissemination of laws. Now, the edicts of Daliang were issued from Han Ye's hands, benefiting millions across the 3 counties and 6 cities, thereby augmenting his cultivation, which had now reached the 7th level of foundational cultivation. How intriguing! Under the bright sun, which demon dares to cause trouble in my Daliang? Qin Feng chuckled lightly, peering through the swirling mist to catch a glimpse of the demon's form. "Which demon dares to wreak havoc in my royal palace?" Han Yi bellowed, brandishing a book radiating golden light. "Ah, I am the foremost demon of the Tang. A piercing voice erupted in the air. Accompanied by a torrential downpour, the foremost demon of the Tongyu Sea, a jolt of recognition struck Qin Feng. Could it be the great sage of the overturning sea? He recalled the earlier encounter with King Jin by the Liang River. Could it be that the overturning sea great sage had journeyed a great distance for revenge? At that moment, Han Yi spoke again. In this vast world, how dare you demons act recklessly before my king? As he spoke, the golden text in his hands shimmered, transforming into thousands of blades of energy charging towards Tai Rui. Han Ye's expression grew serious as the air around him surged with power. With such meager strength, do you still wish to resist? Tai Rui snorted disdainfully, flipping his hand, summoning flashes of lightning accompanied by incessant thunder. The cascading rain transformed into a torrent, colliding with the blades of energy, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The momentum of the torrent remained unabated, surging towards Han Yi with tremendous force, obscuring the vision of the onlookers with its overwhelming deluge. Law. Han Ye's brow furrowed tightly as he unleashed a powerful shout, enveloping himself in a sphere of golden light. This radiant shield held firm against the oncoming torrent. Humph! Tai Rui coldly snorted, his aura intensifying dramatically. Above, the clouds roiled, thunder crashed, and heavy rain fell in sheets. The ground transformed into a river, flowing tumultuously. The intertwining rain coalesced like lotus petals, encasing Han Yi within. The golden light clashed with the azure rainwater in a fierce struggle. Veins bulged on Han Ye's forehead, his expression growing increasingly dire. The golden tome in hand shimmered with a flickering brilliance, as if it were on the verge of shattering at any moment. The iron scepter exerted its full might, its roar reverberating across the expanse. The two formidable forces remained locked in a stalemate, engaged in a relentless clash. After an extended period, a muffled explosion resonated, causing Han Ye's radiant shield to burst apart, drenching him in rainwater as he staggered back several dozen paces in a state of disarray. The surrounding palace attendants were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock and horror. Lord Han, Chao Jiao, opened his mouth to offer assistance, but before he could act, a sudden crack of thunder descended, interposing itself between him and Han Yi. Chao Jiao, terrified, fell to the ground, hastily scrambling backward for dozens of steps. You are far from being a match for this great sage, Iron Scepter proclaimed with arrogance. The tumultuous waters converged before him, transforming into two serpentine dragons. Fixing his gaze upon Han Yi, he taunted. Little Wang of Liang, why not surrender obediently and accompany this great sage? As he spoke, the two torrents surged like dragons toward Han Yi. Suddenly, a faint disturbance resonated through the air. The rainwater on the ground rippled in response. Then, a crimson light emerged, severing the two watery dragons with precision. The splattering droplets scattered, toppling an ancient tree within the palace grounds. Who dares? Iron Scepter's expression turned in the modest Wang of Liang. Aside from solitary practitioner of the legalist school, there was one audacious enough to strike against him. Utterly oblivious to their impending doom, his countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. And who might you be? Are you aware of the name of this great sage? Qin Feng lowered his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the Ming Hong heavenly blade. I care not for your so-called great sage. I only know that those who wreak havoc within my palace meet dire fates. As he uttered the final word, he abruptly raised his head, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Junwei. Iron Scepter's form trembled as he murmured. So it is you, the little Wang of Liang. What responded to him was a blade of unparalleled brilliance. The blood-red radiance tore through the heavens, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. Wherever the blade passed, droplets of water shattered, transforming into a misty vapor. With a tremendous crash, Iron Scepter intertwined the light in his grasp, condensing the surrounding moisture into a colossal claw to intercept the Ming Hong heavenly blade. The blade quivered violently, its glow fluctuating as if it were a fierce beast on the verge of breaking free from its constraints. Break! Qin Feng's lips trembled slightly. The claw of condensed moisture erupted with a deafening explosion, radiating outward in all directions. The residual force of the Ming Hong heavenly blade surged forward, directly aimed at Iron Scepter. The flicker of panic flashed in Iron Scepter's eyes, a low rumble echoing from within. Ha! A purple radiance erupted from his mouth, colliding with the Ming Hong heavenly blade across the distance, producing a piercing sound of clashing metal. Countless palace attendants grimaced in agony, hastily covering their ears. "You are a golden core cultivator," Iron Scepter exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Qin Feng's masterful control of the blade in midair. In the meager Liang Kingdom, there exists a golden core cultivator. He felt utterly betrayed by the Huang. Qin Feng offered a faint smile. "Now that you comprehend my strength, it is not too late." As he spoke, the Ming Hong heavenly blade soared through the air, its bloodied shadow dancing. Yu Hong's 19 blades kill. The intertwining blade lights wove a colossal net of crimson, enveloping Iron Scepter. Iron Scepter's form quaked, gritting his teeth. "A mere golden core cultivator. I shall subdue you." No sooner had he spoken than the purple radiance before him morphed into a water-splitting spike. Heavy rain poured down as Iron Scepter, harnessing the might of the water-splitting spike, charged fiercely into the air toward the blood-red net. The swirling light streaked past, the sanguine energy swirling chaotically. A dense fog enveloped the sky, obscuring the view for all. It seemed only a clash of purple and crimson lights continuously collided in the heavens. "Break!" Iron Scepter roared hysterically, merging with the purple light to shatter the constraints of Yu Hong's 19 blades. His gaze flickered with uncertainty before he suddenly pivoted mid-air, launching himself toward Qin Feng. The water-splitting spike pulsed with an entrancing purple glow. Exuding an overwhelming aura, Qin Feng gracefully retreated, grasping the Ming Hong heavenly blade mid-air. Then, unleashing the full extent of his golden core prowess, he struck out with a ferocious blow. Fierce blood dragon slaughter. With a resounding crash, Iron Scepter's downward momentum was halted, the protective armor around him shattered by the explosive force. Qin Feng staggered back 5 or 6 steps. How is this possible? Princess Chingling's eyes widened in astonishment. I never expected Qin Feng's strength to escalate so swiftly. Iron Scepter was equally dazed, his head ringing and body racked with pain, as if on the verge of disintegration. Qin Feng originally possessed golden core strength, and now, bolstered by the superior mystical technique. The power of his previous blow had transcended the golden core realm, capable of inflicting severe injury. Again, Qin Feng bellowed, launching another assault. His fists radiated a subtle heat as he unleashed yet another powerful strike, the very air seeming to tear apart. Boom! Iron Scepter was propelled backward once more. Following this, Qin Feng's strikes accelerated, landing solid blows upon Iron Scepter, as if forging steel anew, intent on remaking Iron Scepter entirely. "Stop!" Iron Scepter pleaded. "I concede. Is it not enough that this great sage surrenders?" Iron Scepter scurried away, frantically begging for mercy. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng landed another blow, nearly dispersing the purple light enveloping him. Clang! Iron Scepter crashed to the ground. "With such strength, you dare to wreak havoc in my Liang Kingdom." A smirk played on Qin Feng's lips. Iron Scepter lay battered and bruised, groaning pitifully, gazing at Qin Feng with a mixture of inexplicable reverence. He could scarcely fathom that the humble Liang Kingdom concealed such formidable power, leaving him, a future sage of the Sea of Mysteries, reeling from a devastating defeat. Concurrently, he silently harbored resentment toward the Huang. This little Wang of Liang is remarkably strong, and that fellow did not even provide a warning. How utterly outrageous! Are you the Huang seeking to assert dominance? Qin Feng inquired with a tone of authority. Fear not, fear not. It is merely that the fool Wang of who has misled this great sage, compelling me to foolishly seek trouble with you, Iron Rui hastily declared, flinging the pot atop the head of Wang of Hu. Let us proceed thus. I shall grant you an opportunity to atone for your sins. Qin Feng spoke in a somber tone. Absolutely, absolutely. Iron Rui quickly affirmed, in the royal palace of Hu, Wang of Hu and his courtiers have prepared a grand banquet. Eagerly awaiting Iron Rui's triumphant return, my dear minister, do you truly believe that the great Iron Sage can vanquish the little Liang King? Wang of Hu queried with a slight hesitation. The courtier's expression changed dramatically. Casting a wary glance around, he whispered urgently, "Your Majesty, we must not speak so lightly. If the Iron Sage hears us, we shall be in dire straits. Indeed, this Iron Sage possesses formidable strength, having risen to become the leader of 300,000 demon tribes in just a few decades within the Tong-Yu. Another voice quickly chimed in. Moreover, I have heard whispers that this Iron Sage is a manifestation of an immortal weapon, and it shall not be long before he steps into the Golden Core realm. In less than 100 years, he may truly rival the overlord of the Tong-Yu. Upon hearing this, Wang of Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him. So, does this imply that calamity is imminent for Liang? He inquired. Not merely calamity. It is a catastrophe of monumental proportions, the courtier replied with urgency. Indeed, indeed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, with the Iron Sage's intervention, the little Liang King is as good as dead. The courtiers echoed in agreement. Wang of Hu, though still troubled by the state of his treasury and the future of Hu's development, felt his grievances diminish at the thought of Qin Feng being thoroughly chastised by Iron Sage and the troublesome Liang Kingdom being cast aside. At that moment, a palace attendant rushed in, tumbling over himself as he announced, "Your Majesty, the Iron Sage has returned." He has returned. Wang of Hu sprang up with uncontainable joy, asking, "Where is he? Bring him in at once." But then he reconsidered. "No, I shall personally go to greet him." Wang of Hu resolved, striding towards the entrance. Not far into his journey, he encountered the wrathful visage of Iron Rui. "Greetings, Iron Sage." The courtiers hastily prostrated themselves. Wang of Hu, his face alight with joy, proclaimed, "The Iron Sage has triumphantly returned. How splendid! I prepared a banquet in your honor." He bowed respectfully, his mind still yearning to inquire about the situation in Liang. While I risked my life outside, you all indulged in revelry here." Iron Rui seethed, seizing Wang of Hu by the collar, his eyes ablaze as he roared, "What is the meaning of this?" Zhao Bukong's countenance shifted alarmingly, and he quickly stood to ask, "Iron Sage, what is the meaning of this?" Silence. Iron Rui shot him a frigid glare. Zhao Bukong staggered back in shock, retreating several paces, blood trickling from his mouth. Wang of Hu, trembling, stammered, "I do not know how I have offended the Iron Sage. I beseech you to enlighten me. Are you aware that the little Liang King is not to be trifled with?" Iron Rui demanded. "I am aware." Wang of Hu nodded with great difficulty. "Had it not been for the troublesome Qin Feng, I would not have resorted to such drastic measures to invite you, the Iron Sage." "Then why did you not inform me sooner? Did you wish to see me humiliated?" Iron Rui's voice thundered. "What?" The courtiers' faces paled in unison. "Does this imply that the Iron Sage did not achieve victory in Liang?" Iron Rui forcefully slammed Wang of Hu to the ground, bellowing, "A pack of worthless scoundrels, conspiring against this great sage. Today, I shall make you rue the day." In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the palace of Hu, followed by a torrential downpour. Soon, cries of despair echoed throughout. The following day, the Liang Kingdom dispatched an army of 30,000, their swords pointed at Hu. Concurrently, the news of Wang of Hu's demise spread through the capital. As a result, wherever the Liang army passed, many cities of Hu surrendered without resistance. Additionally, the kingdom of Su assisted from the sidelines, collectively partitioning Hu's territory. Cold Weio's naval forces seized the opportunity to disseminate rumors among the populace. Wang of Hu's tyranny warrants his demise. The Liang King aligns with the will of heaven. Unifying Yunling Prefecture is inevitable. Wang of Hu has committed numerous atrocities, colluding with beasts, bringing calamity upon humanity. The Liang King stands as the rightful representative of humanity, punishing the immoral and vanquishing the tyrannical, thus fulfilling the heavenly mandate. With the relentless efforts of tens of thousands of naval forces promoting this narrative, the animosity of the Hu people towards the Liang army diminished considerably. Furthermore, Pan Zhongfeng's disciplined military conduct showcased the Liang's dignity. In a matter of months, the Hu kingdom was obliterated. The Liang's territory expanded from 3 prefectures and 6 cities to 9 prefectures and 16 cities, supplanting Hu as the preeminent vassal state of Yunling Prefecture. Qin Feng's luck point in the Heavenly Fate summoning system soared to 80,000, and his personal reputation surged past 500 points. On this day, the king of Su dispatched envoys to Liang's capital, presenting an official decree. The decree stated, "The Liang King, aligning with the will of heaven, now governs 25 cities and commands countless citizens. The unification of Yunling Prefecture is imminent. Today I, the kingdom of Su, highly recommend Liang's elevation to a fourth-tier vassal state." Fourth-tier vassal state. Qin Feng gazed at the decree, perplexed, and inquired of Han Yi, "What does this fourth-tier vassal state entail?" "Your Majesty," Han Yi replied, "since the era of the continent began, the royal court has categorized vassal states into 9 tiers, including the 4 dynasty and the 2 polar empire. Advancement among these 9 tiers requires the approval of the corresponding dynasty. Vassal states appointed by the dynasty are endowed with its fortune, which greatly benefits both the monarch and the citizens. Dynastic fortune? Qin Feng pondered briefly before asking, "Which dynasty governs Yunling Prefecture?" "The Southern Zhou dynasty." Han Yi replied, "The Southern Zhou dynasty has flourished for over 9,600 years, boasting numerous ancient cities. Additionally, many cultivation sects from the southern region are based within the Southern Zhou's territory." "What are the requirements for elevation to a fourth-tier vassal state?" "Control over a state," Han Yi answered. Nodding, Qin Feng remarked, "Then let us expedite our elevation. We must find a trustworthy individual to journey to the Southern Zhou dynasty." He glanced at Han Yi, recognizing that with Liang's territory having expanded considerably, Han Yi would need to stabilize the situation. Thus, Han Yi was undoubtedly unable to leave. Others, lacking Han Yi's capability, might delay matters. "Very well. I shall summon another," Qin Feng resolved inwardly. Activating the Heavenly Fate summoning, he called strategist. In the next instant, a cascade of radiant light enveloped him, as if ethereal melodies were resonating in the air. Ding! Consumed 5,000 luck points to summon the strategist Shun Wanshan. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chao Jiu hastily entered, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, someone seeks an audience outside. He claims to be Shun Wanshan and has won the monthly lottery's grand prize. Coming to present it to you." "Present the lottery ticket?" Han Yi furrowed his brow in displeasure, admonishing, "Preposterous. Your Majesty holds a position of great significance. How can a commoner approach you at will?" At that moment, he was in the midst of discussing important matters regarding the elevation to a fourth-tier vassal state with Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand, saying, "It matters not. Let him in that moment." A rotund figure, clad in a lavish robe, sauntered in, his small eyes darting about, first surveying Han Yi, then grinning at Qin Feng before bowing deeply. "Commoner Shun Wanshan greets Her Majesty. May you be well." "I hear you come bearing a lottery ticket?" Qin Feng inquired. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Shun Wanshan replied, brightly, "Pa. As I preside over the vast Liang territory, would I truly lack a mere lottery ticket?" Qin Feng's tone shifted abruptly, turning cold as he continued, "Do you comprehend the fortune I could amass in the time you wasted?" Han Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing, so the king intends to assert his authority, and he silently nodded, understanding that within the legalist perspective, royal authority was paramount and inviolable. Yet Shun Wanshan, unperturbed, remarked, "Your Majesty, what you perceive as a mere lottery ticket may only be valued at 200,000 taels of silver. However, to me, it could hold the potential for 2 million taels, or even 20 million taels, or perhaps it represents an opportunity to elevate to a vassal state." "Oh!" A slight smile graced the corners of Qin Feng's lips. Truly, those summoned by the system possessed distinctive methods in their endeavors. That it was evident that Shun Wanshan embodied a carefree and unrestrained demeanor, perfectly aligning with his identity as a miscellaneous scholar. While the miscellaneous scholars do not play a significant role among the myriad schools of thought, they practice an inclusive approach to teaching, advocating for a breadth of understanding that encompasses diverse matters. They are pragmatic talents, adept in various fields. Pray tell, how do you intend to assist me in securing the advancement of the feudal states? Qin Feng inquired. That in this world, bustling crowds gather for profit, and the throngs are driven by gain. As long as sufficient silver is at hand, what is there to fear in obtaining desired treasures? Shun Wanshan grinned, exuding confidence. Preposterous. Han Ye's expression darkened, clearly at odds with Shun Wanshan's perspective. If governance is based on profit, leading everyone to pursue gain, thereby risking everything for wealth, who then will regard law and order? Qin Feng remained silent, gesturing for Shun Wanshan to continue. This must be Lord Han Ye. Shun Wanshan said, bowing respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. I have long heard of Lord Han's advocacy for governance through law, ensuring that the populace finds their rightful place and fulfills their destinies. It is precisely this that has allowed our great Liang to swiftly recover from the ravages of war. However, when the granaries are full and the people are well fed, they will understand etiquette, and when their needs are met, they will discern honor from disgrace. Once great Liang is prosperous, and the populace abides by the law, what does Lord Han intend to do? Is it enough for great Liang alone to prosper, while the world remains in disarray? Han Yi furrowed his brow, coldly responding, is it not premature to contemplate such matters when great Liang has yet to reach a state of abundance? Not at all. Shun Wanshan shook his head, asserting, humans live for fame and wealth, as has been the case throughout history. The pursuit of fame allows one to honor emperors and respect parents, thereby fulfilling rights. The pursuit of profit enables the circulation of resources among the states, expanding the realms of the intangible and promoting advanced cultures, which is a matter of righteousness. Utter nonsense. Han Yi dismissed the notion of commerce with disdain, promptly rebuking him. Shun Wanshan remained undeterred. Qin Feng chuckled, stating, you previously inquired how I might enrich the populace. Now, I can provide an answer. By leveraging profit to enrich the people. Only by demonstrating tangible benefits will we awaken the people's potential. Achieving greater results with less effort. Han Ye's frown deepened. Shun Wanshan smiled. However, let it be clear that before profit, the law must remain paramount. Qin Feng shifted his tone, asserting that by driving the populace with profit and governing them with law, a lasting peace can be attained. Han Ye's expression softened slightly, though Shun Wanshan's smile became somewhat strained. Shun Wanshan, given your eloquence and your belief that these 200,000 taels of silver can secure the title of a feudal lord, I shall entrust this matter to you, Qin Feng declared, turning his gaze toward Shun Wanshan. Your Majesty, how can this be achieved? Han Yi urged. Yet Shun Wanshan stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not fail in my duty. Within 3 months, I will assuredly present you with the title of a feudal lord. With that, he bowed and withdrew. Han Yi gazed at Shun Wanshan's retreating figure, his countenance grim. Qin Feng pondered briefly before rising and heading towards the rear hall. In the rear hall, the shadowy vigil awaited his arrival. Your Majesty, the disciples of Fushui Palace led by Lord Leng Wuyo have successfully infiltrated the various states of Yunling Prefecture. We believe it will not be long before Yunling Prefecture falls entirely within your grasp. The shadowy vigil reported. Qin Feng nodded. Ever since the fall of the Hu Kingdom, he had become the de facto ruler of Yunling Prefecture. However, to further strengthen his control and prevent any internal strife during future expansions, Qin Feng prepared to assert his influence over the public opinion of Yunling Prefecture, fostering a sense of cultural identity among its people. This cultural identification could not be achieved in a day. Thus, a substantial naval force like that of Fushui Palace was required for promotion. By the way, what news of the Kuei Nyo disturbance in Tongnan County? Qin Feng inquired. Months prior, a Kuei Nyo had appeared in Hu's Tongnan County, claiming territory and rallying various demon tribes, disrupting the lives of the common folk. As Qin Feng's Liang Kingdom had just occupied Hu's territory, it was crucial to win the people's hearts, so he dispatched Wei Yan to eliminate the Kuei Nyo. However, for the 5 days had passed without any word from Tongnan County. The shadowy vigil's brows furrowed, suddenly kneeling before him. Please impose punishment upon us, Your Majesty. What has transpired? Qin Feng asked, frowning. Your Majesty, the Kuei Nyo is no ordinary creature. It is backed by powerful forces that we are no match for them. And Lord Wei Yan has been captured. They demand that Your Majesty come to Tongnan County to bear the blame before they will release him. The shadowy vigil's head hung low in submission. Bear the blame. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered slightly as he spoke coolly. Have you discerned the origins of those formidable forces behind them? They are from the shadowy palace. The shadowy vigil replied in hushed tones. The shadowy palace? Qin Feng's mind raced. Was that not a sect associated with Princess Chingling? After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Summon the princess, that I shall accompany her to meet them." Yes, the shadowy vigil bowed and departed. People from the shadowy palace? Upon learning the full context of the situation, Princess Chingling furrowed her brows, an unnatural expression flickering in her beautiful eyes. "What troubles you?" "Princess?" Qin Feng inquired. "Your Majesty, I fear they may be targeting me." Princess Chingling replied softly. "Regardless of their intentions, anyone seeking to cause havoc on the territory of my Liang Kingdom shall face the consequences," Qin Feng asserted, sensing the unease in her demeanor and refraining from further questioning. The journey from Liang capital to Hu territory took 2 days. Along the way, Qin Feng observed numerous refugees migrating towards Liang. Families in tow, countless individuals lay collapsed by the roadside, victims of hunger. The beast's rampage is but divine retribution for the accursed Hu king. Alas for my little one, merely 6 years old. Woe is me. Many lamented, voicing grievances over the misdeeds sown by the former Hu monarch. "Let us go to Liang. In Liang, all shall be well." The crowd gazed longingly towards Liang, their eyes briefly sparkling with hope. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng sighed inwardly and ordered his guards to hasten their pace. The sooner the Kuei-Nyo threat was resolved, the fewer refugees there would be displaced from their homes. Tongnan County, once a major city in Hu territory and a strategic stronghold with a population exceeding 10 million, had now become a den for demon beasts. The city was shrouded in darkness, with ominous clouds stretching for hundreds of miles, obscuring the sun. Outside the city, many demon beasts enslaved the populace, forcing them to toil in the fields. Any perceived disobedience was met with violence, and some were even devoured on the spot. A horrifying spectacle. Corpses piled high in the fields, and rivers of blood flowed beneath, creating a nightmarish scene. "Your Majesty, ahead lies Tongnan County. The demon beasts run rampant here. I advise you to take precautions to avoid unnecessary trouble," a member of the shadowy vigil suggested, kneeling before the carriage. "Not at all." Qin Feng, witnessing the devastation along the way, spoke coldly. "In my Liang's domain, do I need to resort to stealth to deal with a horde of demon beasts?" He commanded the carriage to head straight for Tongnan County. Upon seeing the 6 fiery steeds pulling the carriage, many demon beasts gathered, drawn by the display of opulence. "Who goes there?" a demon beast bellowed. "The king of Liang is here. Shall the demon kin not submit to punishment?" the guards declared, standing firm with their swords drawn. "The Liang king? Who is the Liang king?" the demon beasts murmured among themselves. Confusion abounding. "Who cares who he is? This carriage is splendid. I want it." A hefty bear demon growled, charging towards Qin Feng's carriage with thunderous steps. Impudence, a member of the shadowy vigil, swiftly drew forth a blade, targeting the bear demon. With a sickening thud, the bear demon was struck, blood spraying forth as it collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the remaining demon beasts retreated in panic, a cacophony of alarm rising among them. "How dare you kill the bear guardian? The king will surely not let you off lightly," they cried, retreating to a safe distance, their voices filled with trepidation. Upon witnessing the scene, the surrounding demon beasts surged forward, encircling Qin Feng and his companions, leaving no room for escape. Who would dare to act recklessly on the territory of King Kuei? At that moment, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The assembled demons parted to make way for a group of demon clansmen clad in human attire. Leading them was a towering figure of 6 meters in height, with a single leg, emanating a palpable stench of blood. Those that followed carried ceremonial objects, striking drums and gongs in a rather disjointed manner. "This must be Kuei-Nyo," Qin Feng thought, his eyelids fluttering slightly. The guard immediately shouted, "The king of Daliang is present." Kuei-Nyo's eyes widened in rage as he glared at the guard. The guard's expression changed drastically, and he rolled his eyes before collapsing to the ground, apparently frightened to death. "Silence," Kuei-Nyo sneered, his voice booming like thunder, causing an uproar in the ears of all present. "You are the little king of Liang?" He directed his gaze at Qin Feng's carriage, demanding, "Why do you not kneel before me? What gives you the right to command me to kneel?" At that moment, the shadowy guard lifted the curtain of the carriage. And Qin Feng stepped out, his gaze locking onto Qin Yo. Despite being surrounded by numerous demons, he remained calm and composed, exuding an air of authority that sent a ripple of unease through many of the demon clansmen. Qin Yo's eyes flared with anger as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. Barking, "This is my territory." Before his words had fully left his mouth, he raised his massive hand, intending to strike Qin Feng, only to be met by a barrier of golden light. "You are no match for my lord. Let those behind you come forward." A clear voice rang out from behind Qin Feng. It was Princess Chingling. Standing behind him, her ethereal presence captivated the surrounding demons. Who is she? Could she be a celestial being? Is this what a celestial looks like? Ah, she is looking at me. The demons murmured amongst themselves. "Be quiet!" Qin Yo roared, and an immediate silence fell over the crowd. He turned his furious gaze toward Princess Chingling, stating, "Humph, I command Tongnan County through sheer bravery. What need have I for a backing?" Before he could finish, a flicker of light sparkled in Princess Chingling's hand, and a stream of luminous energy responded from Qin Yo. The binding demon rope. Qin Feng recognized the source of the light and smirked slightly, realizing that this Qin Yo had also been subdued by someone else. "You seek death." A flicker of unnatural expression crossed Qin Yo's face as he suddenly leapt into the air, his single leg descending toward Qin Feng's carriage with tremendous force, causing the ground to buckle under immense pressure. "Protect the princess," Qin Feng spoke calmly, gradually lifting his head as he soared into the sky. Sky-splitting royal fist, he unleashed a powerful blow, akin to a falling star streaking across the heavens, meeting Qin Yo's attack head-on. With a resounding crash, Qin Yo was sent soaring into the sky. The onlooking demons gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Moments later, Qin Yo crashed back down among the demons, crushing several unfortunate souls into a bloody pulp. With a single strike, Qin Feng had severely wounded Qin Yo. The surrounding demons were left aghast. "Now, can your supporters come forward to meet me?" Qin Feng looked down at Qin Yo. Speaking coolly, before his words could fade, laughter erupted from within Tongnan County. "How amusing! No wonder Princess Chingling has taken a liking to this man. He truly is intriguing." Qin Feng turned to see 4 or 5 figures approaching together. Princess Chingling seemed reluctant to face them, positioning herself behind him. The foremost figure was tall and elegantly dressed, with eyes that shimmered like dragons and phoenixes, instilling a profound sense of inferiority in anyone who met his gaze. "Chingling, what are you doing? Are you deliberately avoiding me? If I've erred in any way, simply tell me, and I shall amend my actions. Must we reach this point?" His tone was gentle, tinged with sadness. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Was this man aiming to stir trouble? Princess Chingling raised her head, displaying her displeasure as she scolded, "Lu Sun, do not speak out of turn. There's never been anything between us. If you continue to meddle in front of my husband, I will ensure our paths do not cross again." As she spoke, her brows furrowed, her eyes resolute, exuding an aura that pressured the man opposite her. Lu Sun hastily raised his hands in a feigned surrender, saying, very well, you remain as strong-willed as ever. What is the purpose of this? I have heard that your brother was taken by a horde of lesser nations, so I came to offer my assistance. Why do you reject me?" He had not once glanced at Qin Feng, his focus solely on Princess Chingling. Silence. Princess Chingling's brows furrowed, a flicker of light swirling in her hand. Qin Feng suddenly grasped Princess Chingling's hand, saying, "Do not be upset, my princess. The best way to deal with such an insistent pest is to teach him a severe lesson, making him understand the meaning of provoking the wrong person." Princess Chingling looked at Qin Feng, her expression filled with regret as she said, "I have troubled you, my lord. My princess possesses a celestial grace. It would be abnormal if a few blind flies did not seek trouble." Qin Feng replied, a smile playing on his lips as he embraced Princess Chingling. "Rest assured, with me here, no one dares to harm you." His gaze swept over Lu Sun and the others. Princess Chingling nodded gently, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Sun's eyes burned with jealousy. The woman he had pursued for 3 years was now nestled against another, and this man dared to flaunt their affection in front of him. Unthinkable. "Who are you, boy?" Lu Xun glared at Qin Feng, his demeanor suggesting he might devour him whole. "And who might you be?" Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered as he shifted the conversation. "However, I need not know what sort of scum you are. Associating with demon beasts and causing chaos among the human race. What else could you be?" Lu Xun's face flushed crimson. Puffed. Princess Chingling covered her mouth, stifling laughter as she whispered in Qin Feng's ear. "My lord, this man is Lu Xun, a direct disciple of Elder Lu from the Shadow Palace, and a member of the royal family of the Chu Kingdom in Jiangling Prefecture. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise to avoid conflict with him." The faint scent enveloped Qin Feng, stirring his emotions. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on Princess Chingling's forehead. In that instant, Lu Xun's fury ignited. He was mocked by the other, and even the woman he loved was sharing tender moments with him. Unbelievable. His eyes glowed red with rage as he glared at Qin Feng. Gritting his teeth, "You little beast, you are courting death." As he spoke, the ground trembled slightly, fissures spreading like wildfire. Suddenly, streaks of azure light shot forth, resembling frenzied azure serpents, lunging toward Qin Feng. "Princess, step back." Qin Feng released Princess Chingling, positioning her behind him. Bloodlight flickered in his hand as the Ming Hong heavenly blade vibrated violently, radiating a blinding crimson light. "Kill." The blade's light tore through space, slicing toward the encroaching azure serpents. Hissing, the azure serpents writhed in an attempt to ensnare the blade's light. "Spirit serpent dance." Lu Xun roared viciously. The azure serpents danced along the trajectory of Qin Feng's blade, their hissing tongues filling the air with a chilling sound that set nerves on edge. The guards of Liang Kingdom recoiled in fear. That moment, Princess Chingling spoke from behind Qin Feng. "My lord, within this spirit serpent dance, there's a royal serpent. If we can slay the royal serpent, this technique can be broken. Otherwise, as long as the royal serpent lives, the azure serpents will not perish." The royal serpent? Qin Feng's thoughts stirred as he scanned the chaotic, swirling azure serpents, an inexplicable intuition forming within him. It was the instinct of a golden core realm cultivator, frenzied blood dragon slaughter. With a shout, the bloodlight on the Ming Hong heavenly blade surged to 30 feet in length, emanating a scorching wave of heat as it swept outward. Wherever the blade's light passed, the azure serpents burst apart. Annihilate. In an instant, a blade fell from the heavens, embedding itself into the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled, collapsing several yards around. Immediately, a surge of greenish blood essence seeped from the earth, and the azure serpents, now gaping with bloody mouths, were swiftly obliterated. "What?" Lu Xun staggered backward, revealing a look of disbelief. He shot a fierce glare at Princess Chingling, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! We have been classmates for 3 years. Why do you aid an outsider in breaking my spell?" "Lu Xun, do you still not realize who the true outsider is?" Princess Chingling wore a cold expression and spoke. "We were once classmates. If you agree to cease your incessant meddling, I shall plead with the king to spare you. However, should you remain obstinate, my husband and I will certainly show you the consequences of crossing us." "You and your husband? Ha ha ha." Lu Xun's eyes widened with fury, laced with venom. "Today, I shall take your lives and teach you the price of offending me. Dewu Shaowan, do not hold back." He bellowed, and the two figures behind him advanced simultaneously. One wielded a formidable axe, exuding brute strength, while the other held an iron scroll, his gaze ablaze with intensity. "Kill." They both launched their attacks. The axe wielder unleashed a torrent of blinding strikes, charging directly at Qin Feng. Each swing reverberated through the air, creating a web of lethal light that ensnared him. Be cautious, Your Majesty," Princess Chingling warned. "These two are brothers, skilled in cooperative combat techniques. Their offensive and defensive maneuvers are treacherous and often leave one defenseless." "It matters not," Qin Feng remarked, seeing that his opponents were merely at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. A slight smirk gracing his lips as his golden core strength surged forth. The bloodlight on the Ming Hong heavenly blade flared brilliantly. enveloping the axe wielder with an overwhelming aura. The axe wielder's face contorted with strain, struggling under the oppressive force emanating from Qin Feng. Observing this, the scroll holder murmured incantations, and a surge of black mist erupted forth, swiftly engulfing Qin Feng. In an instant, the air was filled with wails and howls, disturbing one's mental state. Qin Feng's brow furrowed, feeling a wave of disarray wash over him. "Brat, prepare to die," from within the black mist. Lu Xun's shrill voice pierced through. Qin Feng's expression turned icy, and with a fierce sweep of the Minghong heavenly blade, he retaliated. Suddenly, the voice shifted to that of Princess Chingling's alarmed cry. "Your Majesty." "No, it is I." "What?" Qin Feng hastily sheathed his blade, the backlash causing his blood to surge. "You will not escape death this time, boy." Lu Xun's sinister laughter echoed once more. "Your Majesty, do not let him deceive you." "It is truly I." Princess Chingling's urgent voice followed. The two conflicting voices intertwined in Qin Feng's ears, rendering his expression increasingly grim. "Enough!" Qin Feng's face hardened, and the veins in his forehead throbbed. "Fate summoning system. Activate dispelling illusions." Suddenly, the obscuring black mist shimmered with brilliant colors, as if myriad profound sounds resonated within. Ding! 5,000 points of luck consumed, summoning the divine eye of illusion dispelling. In an instant, the world before Qin Feng brightened. The previously murky black mist receded like a tide. The axe wielder and the scroll holder stood just a short distance away, the former displaying a fierce demeanor, poised to strike at the first sign of weakness from Qin Feng. The scroll holder continued to chant, the black mist swirling with increased vigor. Lu Xun, standing nearby, wore a cold smile, taunting. "Chingling, behold your man. I shall make him die a most excruciating death." Princess Chingling's face was etched with worry as she resolutely declared, "Lu Xun, if anything befalls the king, I will ensure you pay dearly." "Huh?" Lu Xun laughed heartily, mockingly. "Are you threatening me?" "Humph, I'm not easily intimidated. You know as well as I do that anyone ensnared by Xiao Wan and Dewu, even a golden core cultivator, cannot hope to escape unscathed. Dewu, attack!" he commanded. "Yes." The axe wielder responded quietly, his weapon radiating blinding light. "Stop!" Princess Chingling's beautiful eyes flashed with determination as golden light swirled in her hands, transforming into a massive golden flame eagle that soared forth. Caw! The piercing cry of the eagle struck the eardrums of those present. However, Lu Xun was not merely a bystander. He smirked coldly. "Qingling, it appears your strength has not improved much these days. How can you possibly be worthy of me?" As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, unleashing violet light that morphed into two enormous butterflies. The butterflies fluttered through the air, generating from miniature whirlwinds that surged towards the golden flame eagle. Thwarting its attack, the axe wielder's focus remained locked on Qin Feng. "Your Majesty," Princess Chingling gasped, shaken as she witnessed the imminent danger to Qin Feng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly raised his head, seemingly locking eyes with the axe wielder. "What is happening?" The axe wielder's eyes widened in disbelief. This man was clearly enveloped by Xiao Wan's soul-dulling mist. How could he perceive his attack? Could it be mere coincidence? Doubt flickered through his mind, but quickly dissipated. The glow of the battle axe surged forth, aimed directly at Qin Feng. Bloodthirsty dragon slash. Qin Feng soared into the air, his blade slicing through the air towards the axe wielder. "What?" The axe wielder's countenance paled, as if plunged into a freezing abyss. How could this be possible? He was certain Qin Feng could not detect him while shrouded in the soul-dulling mist. But it was too late. With his golden core strength reaching its zenith, combined with the Minghong heavenly blade, even slaying an opponent of the same rank was a trivial task, let alone a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Boom! A bloodlight streaked across the sky. The axe wielder was cleaved in two, both man and axe severed. The scroll holder trembled violently, fear etched across his visage. However, this terror did not linger long. Soon, Qin Feng granted him release. Dewu, Xiao Wan. Lu Xun's face drained of color as he beheld his fallen aides. Trembling uncontrollably, he gazed at Qin Feng in abject terror, exclaiming, "You killed Xiao Wan and Dewu. I shall not rest until you are dead. Lu Xun appeared deranged, his aura surging uncontrollably as he lunged at Qin Feng. The two enormous butterflies danced gracefully, conjuring a tempestuous storm as they swept through the air. The chilling glint of their wings sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Kill! A slight smirk curled at Qin Feng's lips, unfazed by the spectacle. The Minghong heavenly blade swept forth, unleashing the yonder wind 19 blades, weaving a vast net of verdant light that ensnared the two butterflies. The blade net descended from above, tearing the butterflies to shreds. The momentum of the blade continued unabated, propelling Lu Xun away with overwhelming force. Bang! Lu Xun crashed heavily against the city of Tongnan, surrounding demons. Both great and small, scattered in terror. Your Majesty! Princess Chingling's face lit with joy as she hurried to Qin Feng's side. Are you unharmed? Qin Feng smiled lightly, brushing aside her slightly disheveled hair. Fear not. Princess, I promise to protect you. And how could I possibly come a harm? Princess Chingling nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, the remaining two disciples of the Shadow Palace rushed to Lu Xun's side, helping him to his feet as they anxiously inquired. Young master, are you all right? Get lost. Lu Xun, seething with rage, shoved them away, bellowing hysterically, how could I possibly be harmed? He was a distinguished prodigy of the Shadow Palace, a member of the royal family of the Chu Kingdom in Jiangling Prefecture. Born into privilege and possessing an immense background, how could he be defeated by a mere petty lord from a backwater region? Struggling to regain his footing, he glared fiercely at Qin Feng and Princess Chingling. Witnessing their intimate exchange, his fury ignited to an unbearable level. All of you shall die. He conjured a bloodlight that manifested as a fist-sized spirit orb. Kuei Nyo, devour. The spirit orb soared towards Kuei Nyo. Princess Chingling's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, This is bad. Your Majesty, you must not allow Kuei Nyo to consume that orb. It is the blood fury pearl. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he shifted his stance, aiming to slice the orb. However, Kuei Nyo's speed far exceeded his expectations, stomping the ground with terrifying force, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the spirit orb. Simultaneously, Lu Xun's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng. Hissing, You wish to thwart my plans? In your next life? As he spoke, he summoned all his strength to thwart the blade's radiance unleashed by Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he unleashed the might of the Golden Core Realm, forcefully breaking through Lu Xun's defense and striking towards the Spirit Pearl. However, he was still a beat too late, as the Spirit Pearl was devoured by the Kuei Nyo. Lu Xun fell weakly to the ground, his laughter tinged with malice. It's over, it's over. The entire Yunling Prefecture is doomed. Ha. With a thunderous roar, akin to a clap of thunder, the Kuei Nyo's form suddenly surged, soaring to over 100 zhang in height. As if a single step could obliterate Tongnan City, its fur whipped wildly, shimmering with a dark red glow. Another roar erupted, causing numerous beasts to be struck dead on the spot. In an instant, it opened its mouth wide, creating a massive vortex that siphoned spiritual energy from all directions, dragging along countless demonic creatures and Liangwa guards, who found themselves unable to escape and were directly swallowed whole. What? Qin Feng felt the immense pull and hurriedly embraced Princess Chingling. Channeling the power of his golden core, he resisted the Kuei Nyo's gravitational force. The princess's delicate face contorted in pain, a hint of despair in her eyes. Your Majesty, the Kuei Nyo has consumed the violent blood pearl, awakening its primal bloodline within. You must flee and leave me behind, a beast empowered by the primal bloodline. Qin Feng's gaze turned steely, gently cradling Princess Chingling, reassuring her, Do not worry, my princess. With me here, you shall come to no harm. With that, the Kuei Nyo unleashed another earth-shattering roar, like war drums reverberating, shaking the very foundations of the land. Countless fissures spread from beneath its feet, threatening to topple the towering walls of Tongnan City. Within the city, countless humans and beasts fled in terror, their cries of anguish and screams filling Qin Feng's ears. As the ground continued to crack and split, many, in their frantic haste, fell into the chasms, vanishing without a trace. In my territory, I shall not allow you to run rampant. A chilling glimmer flared in Qin Feng's eyes as he soared into the sky. Gripping the Minghong Tian Dao tightly, he descended ferociously, aiming a strike at the Kuei-Nyo. The Kuei-Nyo, frenzied, surged with terrifying waves of power, sending dust and stones swirling, and withstood Qin Feng's blow. Boom! The explosive backlash sent Qin Feng hurtling through the air. What tremendous power! Qin Feng was internally astonished. Roar! The Kuei-Nyo erupted again with a deafening roar, launching itself into the sky, its colossal hoof crashing down upon Qin Feng like a pillar of heaven, causing the very space around to seem to collapse. The ground fractured, and underground springs gushed forth like columns. Qin Feng's body tensed as he unleashed his blade's radiance into the air. Yufeng 19 blades. The azure blade light layered and intertwined, forming a net that targeted the Kuei-Nyo's descending hoof. Yet, to his astonishment, the blade net was torn apart by the Kuei, and an indescribable weight bore down upon him, forcing him down from the sky. Cough! Blood surged within Qin Feng, and he spat a mouthful of blood, staggering dangerously close to the ground. Your Majesty, be careful! Princess Chingling cried out in alarm, with a flourish of her hands. Golden light danced and coalesced into a golden feathered eagle. The eagle let out a mournful cry and lunged towards the Kuei-Nyo. Roar! The Kuei-Nyo unleashed a thunderous roar, its sonic waves sweeping forth, shattering the golden feathered eagle. The residual force of the sound wave sent Princess Chingling flying. She crashed heavily to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Princess! A fierce glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as veins bulged on his hand gripping the Minghong Tian Dao. The power of his golden core surging rapidly. Kill! The wild blood dragon's slaughtering blade was unleashed. The blood-red blade light surged with lethal intent, threatening to tear the very fabric of space apart. The Kuei-Nyo's massive horns charged forward to collide with the blade light. Qin Feng's blood surged violently, causing blood to ooze from his 7 orifices, while the Kuei-Nyo remained unyielding. Ha! Lu Sun laughed arrogantly, his voice laced with malice. Boy, stop your feudal struggles. Before the Kuei-Nyo, you all shall perish. This is the consequence of offending me. His previous frustrations evaporated. Qin Feng shot him a cold glance, refocusing on the Kuei-Nyo. Again, the Minghong Tian Dao trembled, its blade light flickering as if stained with blood. In a fierce surge, the blade light swept down upon the Kuei-Nyo. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the Kuei-Nyo was forced back several steps, causing the earth to quake. What? Lu Sun's smile froze, revealing a hint of shock. Again, Qin Feng growled low, delivering another strike. Blood light swirled around him as he entered a state of berserk fury, the blade light cascading down like a curtain from the heavens. Boom! The Kuei-Nyo was once again forced back. Soon, Qin Feng unleashed blow after blow, the blade light merging into a singular mass, spinning like a wheel, and forcibly sent the Kuei-Nyo soaring into the sky. Then the Kuei-Nyo crashed heavily into Tongnan City, mercilessly crushing countless unsuspecting beasts into a pulp. How is this possible? Lu Sun's expression twisted in disbelief, having ingested the violent blood pearl and awakened its primal bloodline. The Kuei-Nyo's power was undoubtedly on par with a golden core expert. Coupled with the inherent strength of demonic beasts, how could it be so easily defeated by Qin Feng? Kill! At that moment, Qin Feng soared once more, swinging his blade horizontally, the hundreds of Zhonglong blade light extending towards Tongnan City, aimed directly at the Kuei-Nyo. Lu Sun, terrified, scrambled away, covering his head. Bang! The Kuei-Nyo's defenses shattered, its flesh torn and bloodied, emitting a mournful wail. In an instant, the heavens and earth darkened, as if lamenting for the Kuei-Nyo. Before long, a torrential rain poured down, drenching the ground and washing away the blood. Qin Feng staggered, having expended tremendous energy in executing the wild blood dragon slaughtering blade. However, the Kuei-Nyo had finally fallen. No. Moments later, Qin Feng sensed something amiss. The blood washed away by the rain did not flow into the low-lying areas like the fissures, but instead gathered towards the heart of Tongnan City. What is happening? Qin Feng hovered in the air, gazing down at the ruins of Tongnan City. He beheld the Wei Yan lying at the core of the city, its chest rising and falling faintly as it absorbed the blood energy surrounding it. A conspicuous blood pattern emerged on its body, glowing brightly under the nourishment of the blood energy. Primal bloodline. Doubts flashed through Qin Feng's mind. In the next moment, the Wei Yan stood once more. Though its body was riddled with wounds and its breath fluctuated, its murderous intent surged even stronger than before. It roared skyward, the rainwater swirling above its head, the bloodline glowing brilliantly. Qin Feng felt as if he could hear a roar. Those who stand against me shall die. Your Majesty, flee! Princess Chingling struggled to warn. Before her words faded, the rainwater above the Wei Yan shot forth like sharpened blades towards Qin Feng, its speed so swift that he had no time to react. Puffed! The rainwater pierced through Qin Feng's chest, erupting in a burst of bloodlight. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Your Majesty! Princess Chingling rushed to Qin Feng's side, her garments soaked by the rain. She held him tightly, tears mingling with the rainwater as they streamed down her cheeks. Ha ha! Cough, cough, cough. Lu Xun laughed maniacally, his laughter causing his wounds to split. Coughing relentlessly, he struggled to rise, moving towards Qin Feng with haughty pride. Yes, I said, I shall ensure you all meet a gruesome end. As he spoke, the colossal form of the Wei Yan loomed behind him. But, Chingling, I can still offer you a chance. Come into my embrace. If you can please me, this fool's life will be spared. Lu Xun's eyes gleamed with intense, vengeful delight. Princess Chingling's eyes flashed with deep unwillingness as she gritted her silver teeth. You are dreaming. Dreaming? Lu Xun scoffed coldly. Very well. Then I shall show you how this insect dies before your very eyes. Roar! The Wei Yan roared once more, the resonating sound wave causing Qin Feng's blood to surge violently. Blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his visage twisted in horror. Don't. Princess Chingling clutched Qin Feng tightly, her voice laced with tears as she cried out, You let him go. Before she could finish her plea, Qin Feng, with great difficulty, raised his hand to grasp hers, enunciating each word with determination. I have vowed to protect you, and I shall never go back on my word. Your Majesty, Princess Chingling gazed at Qin Feng with tear-filled eyes. Her voice choked with emotion. Help me lift His Majesty. Qin Feng lifted his hand and spoke with great effort. The princess helped him to his feet. Lu Xun regarded Qin Feng coldly, mocking him. You insolent brat. You are already on the brink of death. Do you still wish to struggle in vain? Humph. Rest assured, once you perish, I shall take good care of your woman. At this, his gaze brazenly swept over Princess Chingling. Though Qin Feng appeared disheveled at that moment, his tone remained remarkably calm, exuding an air of authority. Young man, do not celebrate too soon. The end has not yet arrived. A flicker of unease crossed Lu Xun's eyes. How could this fellow, clearly on the verge of death, still speak so boldly? Suddenly, Qin Feng's lips trembled slightly as he declared, The Celestial Destiny Summoning System is activated. High-level summoning. This marked the first time he had initiated a high-level summoning through the system. It seemed that only such a powerful summoning could resolve the current predicament. In no time, a cascade of radiant lights enveloped Qin Feng, accompanied by ethereal sounds. Ding! 5,000 points of fortune consumed. Successfully summoning the national artifact, the Sui-Wang Mountain River Seal. At the moment the Sui-Wang Mountain River Seal manifested, Qin Feng felt as though he transcended the heavens, able to survey the vast expanse of the earth. The 9 prefectures and 16 cities of the Great Liang lay firmly within his grasp. He sensed that with a mere gesture, he could command all the forces of this realm. Here was the Great Liang, and he was its king, the sovereign of this land. The Sui-Wang Mountain River Seal acted as a conduit, forging an unbreakable bond between Qin Feng and the land beneath him. Thus, when he cast his gaze back upon Lu Xun, the latter felt an inexplicable dread wash over him, causing him to stumble slightly. What was happening? A tempest of confusion surged within Lu Xun at that moment. He was overwhelmed by an impulse to submit to Qin Feng's authority. It was the might of a ruler. Lu Xun's expression darkened as he retorted sharply, You are merely a petty lord of a minuscule nation. What right do you have to demand my fealty? Kuei Nyo, kill him! Roaring, Kuei Nyo's voice echoed, shaking the very earth. In an instant, it seemed as though a deluge surged forth from the heavens, crashing towards Qin Feng with a ferocious force. Princess Chingling's eyes darted with panic. Do not fear, my princess. I am here. Qin Feng shielded her behind him, summoning the Sui Huang mountain river seal with a swift motion. As the seal emerged, its brilliance radiated forth, altering the very landscape around them. Mountains erupted from the ground, forming a formidable barrier before Qin Feng and the princess, staunchly resisting the oncoming tumult. And no matter how violent the flood surged, the mountains remained steadfast. Roaring in fury, Kuei Nyo unleashed a primal growl, its voice akin to the thunderous beat of war drums. The ancient bloodline within it blazed with ferocity, exuding an aura of terrifying wildness. Lu Xun, captivated by the overwhelming force of the ancient bloodline, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering and collapsing before Kuei in that moment. The nearly berserk Kuei Nyo could no longer distinguish friend from foe. It raised its head, its formidable horns aiming directly at the mountains before Qin Feng. Boom! The earth trembled, rocks scattered, yet the mountain's defense remained unyielding. Qin Feng stood poised above, casting a disdainful glare at Kuei Nyo, coldly asserting, "You shall not wreak havoc in my domain." The light upon the Sui Huang mountain river seal shimmered as a massive mountain descended from the sky, casting a colossal shadow over Kuei Nyo. Lu Xun, paralyzed by fear, scrambled away in a panic. Fueled by rage, Kuei Nyo huffed heavily, its breath forming misty clouds as it soared towards the mountain. With a thunderous crash, the mountain crumbled, yet Kuei Nyo's momentum was curtailed. Nevertheless, bolstered by the Sui Huang mountain river seal, the mountain swiftly regained its form and pressed down upon Kuei Nyo once more. A flicker of panic flashed in Kuei Nyo's eyes as it braced itself against the overwhelming force. Let us see how long you can withstand my will. Qin Feng's voice rang coldly. The mountain descended once again with an oppressive weight. Boom! Kuei Nyo was struck from the skies, crashing to the ground. It roared in fury, its eyes ablaze with rage, and the ancient bloodline within it surged violently, threatening to explode forth. Stay! The mountain's might descended yet again. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as Kuei Nyo was driven into the earth, blood streaming from its orifices. Impossible! How can this be? Lu Xun watched in disbelief, his breath becoming labored, the terror in his eyes deepening. Boom! A series of shadows loomed overhead, relentlessly crashing down upon Kuei Nyo. After countless strikes, Kuei Nyo finally collapsed, the ancient bloodline within it shattered by Qin Feng's overwhelming power. Thud! Lu Xun fell alongside Kuei Nyo, kneeling on the ground, his eyes vacant as he witnessed the scene before him in utter disbelief. Muttering to himself, how can he wield the power of the mountains and rivers? Is he a deity or a demon? This is impossible. Even a cultivator beyond the Golden Core realm could not possess such strength. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at him and declared, under heaven, there is no land that is not ruled by the king. Upon the shores of the land, there are no subjects who are not of the king. This is the essence of kingship. His words resonated powerfully, striking Lu Xun's heart like a hammer. With a cough, Lu Xun spat blood and collapsed to the ground, life swiftly draining from him. Kuei Nyo lay dead. Lu Xun perished. Instantly, the other bees scattered like frightened birds, vanishing without a trace. The citizens of Tongnan County, witnessing the scene, gathered around Qin Feng, bowing in reverence. Long live the king! Salutations to the king! Long live the queen! At this moment, the people of Tongnan County gained a newfound understanding of their king. In an instant, Qin Feng's majestic form spread like wildfire throughout the land, diminishing the previously rampant dissatisfaction among the people of Hu. Upon returning to the royal palace of Liangdu, Qin Feng lay in slumber for 3 days and nights. Unresponsive. Princess, you should take a rest. I shall remain here to watch over his majesty, said the hunched figure of Chao Jiao, kneeling before Princess Chingling, holding a basin. Princess Chingling sat by the bedside, gently wiping Qin Feng's face with a towel, saying, Do not worry, Chao Jiao. I am in good health. Please allow me to stay here. I wish to be the first to know when His Majesty awakens. Of course. Qiao Jiu responded, his face etched with concern. Following the Battle of Tongnan City, he had heard of Qin Feng's extraordinary display of power, yet he was acutely aware of the looming consequences. Having watched the Liang King grow, Qiao Jiu's worries were no less than anyone else's. Fortunately, the national situation remained stable, with Han Yi in civil affairs and Pan Jiangfeng in military matters. Ensuring a steady progression of events, he retreated outside the hall, basin in hand, where he found Han Yi pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Qiao Jiu, he hurriedly inquired, "How fares the king?" "The king has yet to awaken," Qiao Jiu replied, shaking his head. "Still not awake?" Han Yi's brow furrowed in concern as he murmured, "What shall we do?" Although Qin Feng's reputation had soared following the battle, the death of Lu Sun, a disciple of the illustrious Ru Ying Palace and a member of the royal family of the Chu Kingdom, could not be concealed. Now, both the Chu Kingdom and Ru Ying Palace were demanding accountability. "You have some nerve." In the grand hall of the palace, a group of elegantly dressed individuals glared angrily at the Liang court officials, resembling wolves stalking their prey. Each of them held significant status, being either elders from the first-rate sect of the south, Ru Ying Palace, or emissaries from the royal family of the Chu Kingdom. Regardless of their affiliations, both Ru Ying Palace and the Chu Kingdom were formidable entities that the Liang Kingdom could not afford to offend. Several of my talented disciples perished within your Liang territory, and you offer no explanation?" roared Wei Xiongong, an elder from Ru Ying Palace. "Indeed, if you do not provide the Chu Kingdom with an explanation today, prepare for war." Lu Yi, the Chu Kingdom's emissary, echoed with fierce indignation. The Liang court officials fell silent, unable to respond. Just then, Han Yi entered the hall. The crowd clung to him like a lifeline, desperately seeking his counsel. "Where is the young king?" Wei Xiong just questioned sharply. Han Yi glanced at him and replied calmly, "The king is currently occupied with important matters and cannot make an appearance if there are issues regarding the Shadow Palace and the state of Chu. You may discuss them with me first." "You?" Lu Yi sneered disdainfully at Han Yi, coldly interrogating, "What status do you hold that allows you to speak on behalf of the young Prince of Liang?" "Whether or not I can speak on behalf of him depends on what you have to say," Han Yi replied, lifting his head with a posture of neither arrogance nor submission. "Very well," Wei Xiong retorted icily, his voice laced with fury. "It is only just that a life is exchanged for a life. Debts must be repaid. Since the young Prince of Liang has killed one of our esteemed disciples from the Shadow Palace, he must pay with his life." "What?" The Liang court officials began to murmur amongst themselves, displaying their dissatisfaction. "Nonsense!" Han Yi fixed Wei Xiong with a piercing gaze and declared resolutely, "Lu Sun created chaos in our Liang, bringing ruin to countless families. If we are to truly exchange lives, then he deserves to die 1,000 times over." This statement straightened the spines of the Liang officials. Indeed, Liang had done nothing wrong in this matter. If there was a fault, it lay in Liang's insufficient strength, which emboldened the Shadow Palace and the state of Chu to act recklessly. The only reason Liang is willing to discuss this matter with you today is to transform conflict into peace and jointly maintain stability in the southern region. But if you are unwilling, then we shall take our leave. Han Yi slightly turned to indicate that Wei Xiong and Lu Yi should depart. Take tea that moment. Lu Yi let out a mocking chuckle and said, "Who would have thought that such a small nation as Liang harbors hidden talents? A mere official dares to proclaim the maintenance of stability in the southern region before us. It truly brings a smile to my face." His derisive gaze swept over the officials of Liang, landing on Han Yi. "Since you are so keen on maintaining stability in the southern region, I shall grant you an opportunity. From this day forth, Liang shall cede 16 cities as compensation for the death of my son Lu Sun. Furthermore, Liang must disband its military and refrain from any external expansion." "What?" A chorus of whispers erupted amongst the officials. Ceding land and disbanding the military equated to relinquishing all the efforts of Liang over the years, severing any future prospects. Moreover, this would enable the state of Chu to interfere in Yunling Prefecture with impunity. How could the people of Yunling accept this? How could the officials who toiled for Liang's resurgence accept it? It was simply inconceivable. An elderly official stepped forward, vociferously declaring, "In Liang's territory, we shall not suffer the loss of even an inch." "What place is this for your words?" Lu Yi coldly glared at the man, an invisible pressure radiating from him. The elder trembled, staggering back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The imbalance of power was evident among the Liang officials present, aside from Han Yi. None possessed foundational cultivation strength. Thus, under Lu Yi's intentional pressure, the elder naturally succumbed, suffering greatly in the process. "This is Liang. Do not overstep your bounds." Han Ye's face flushed crimson as he loudly rebuked. "Liang?" Wei Xiong scoffed coldly, looking down at him. "You have only risen for a few years and dare to be so arrogant." "Humph. Today, I shall let you know that there are people beyond you and heavens beyond the heavens." As he spoke, he seized a Liang official by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Bang! In the next moment, that individual was thrown out, crashing into the courtyard with a cry of agony, bones shattered. "What?" The faces of the court officials paled, in broad daylight. The elder of the Shadow Palace actually dared to kill within the Liang court. Outside the hall, numerous guards rushed forward. "What? You wish to lay hands on me?" Wei Xiong glared furiously at the guards. Many, intimidated by his aura, instinctively took a step back. "Trash!" Wei Xiong sneered with contempt, turning his gaze back to Han Yi, coldly stating, "I did not come here to bargain with you. Either let your young prince come out, or I shall slaughter all of you." In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew unbearably oppressive. Liang would not tolerate outsiders' arrogance. Otherwise, it would be a fight to the death. Han Yi met Wei Xiong's gaze defiantly, speaking each word with conviction. "You overestimate yourself." Wei Xiong suddenly raised his hand, unleashing his spiritual energy, pressing towards Han Yi. Han Yi summoned a golden ledger, countless characters swirling, forming a barrier before Wei Xiong. "Foundation establishment, seventh realm?" Wei Xiong scoffed derisively, taunting, "With such meager strength, you think to contend with me. You are far from it." As he stepped forward, the power of his golden core cultivation surged forth, forcing Han Yi back to the courtyard. Wow! Han Yi, a practitioner of law, excelled in edicts, not in combat. Coupled with the significant disparity in strength, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. He coughed up blood, staggering. The officials and guards both inside and outside the palace displayed shock. Many rushed forward to support Han Yi. No one dares to move. Wei Xiong proclaimed arrogantly. He casually reached out, unleashing spiritual energy that confined a guard rushing to Han Yi in midair. That guard was then violently thrown several hundred meters away. His fate uncertain in that moment. The people of Liang dared not move. The oppressive aura in the hall became suffocating, a feeling of unprecedented frustration enveloping the hearts of the Liang people. Yet Lu Yi smiled, his contempt growing more pronounced in his eyes. A mere Liang nation has unwittingly extended its reach into Yunling Prefecture, becoming its unacknowledged king. This has undoubtedly threatened the status of the state of Chu, and they must not be allowed to remain. Wei Xiong's ruthless actions were merely intended to intimidate the Liang people and secure a larger share for himself from the newly risen Liang nation. At that moment, someone entered the hall gracefully. What has transpired? Princess Chingling glided into the hall, her tone calm. The Liang officials bowed deeply before her. "We greet the princess. We pay our respects to the princess." Princess Chingling nodded slightly, saying, "You may rise." "Chingling?" Wei Xiong furrowed his brow, his expression one of surprise as he asked, "Why are you not diligently cultivating in the sect, but instead here?" "No. How did you become the princess of Liang?" Clearly, he was not pleased with Qingling's status as the princess of Liang. Elder Wei has also arrived. Princess Chingling nodded slightly, saying, "Staying in Liang was Qingling's choice. I wonder what brings the elder to the royal capital." "It concerns Lu Sun," Wei Xiong replied coolly. He suddenly understood why Lu Sun had come to Liang, likely for Qingling, which, in that instant, Wei Xiong's expression towards Qingling soured. He coldly stated, "Qingling, you and Lu Sun are classmates. You should know his character. Though he is young and impetuous, he would never kill the innocent indiscriminately." Princess Qingling shook her head, saying, "Are you aware whether the elder visited Tongnan County before coming here?" in the vast Tongnan County. Countless families have been ruined and displaced, all thanks to Lu's son. Nonsense! Wei Xiong's expression darkened, bellowing, Chingling, as a disciple of the Shadow Palace, why do you speak in favor of outsiders? While it is true that Chingling is a disciple of the Shadow Palace, I must speak the truth. Princess Chingling's gaze was resolute as she looked at Wei Xiong. Truth? Wei Xiong sneered, boasting. What I say is the truth. A mere princeling kills my disciple. That is an affront to heaven itself. So, you wish to refuse reconciliation with Liang? Princess Chingling asked earnestly. Wei Xiong cast a disdainful glance at Princess Chingling, his gaze surveying the grand palace. In this minuscule domain, no one was his equal. So what qualifications did these ants have to negotiate with him? If the elder remains obstinate, then I shall be left with no choice but to offend you. Princess Chingling slightly inclined her body. Humph! Wei Xiong scoffed coldly, clearly unconcerned at that moment. Lu mockingly interjected. Oh, Elder Wei, who would have thought that even the disciples of the Shadow Palace would turn against their own? Truly disheartening. Princess Chingling shot Lu a glance, ignoring him as she turned, saying, Please invite General Pan into the palace. Yes. A contingent of guards received their orders, and soon a formidable army marched into the royal palace. Salutations to the princess. Pan Jiangfeng clasped his fists together. We pay our respects to the princess. A throng of soldiers knelt, their voices resonating powerfully, echoing through the halls. Lu raised an eyebrow, a smile of intrigue gracing his lips. What could this signify? Does the Liang Kingdom still intend to suppress them through force? How utterly absurd! The disdain on his face intensified. The more the Liang Kingdom resorted to such tactics, the more it revealed its lack of substance. Meanwhile, Wei Xiong glanced at Princess Chingling, his eyelids fluttering, attempting to act against this elder before your wings have fully grown. Humph, let me show you the extent of my prowess, as he spoke. He soared into the air, his robes flapping dramatically, an aura of sharpness coalescing around him. Whoosh, the sharpness shot forth like arrows, targeting Pan Jiangfeng and the others. Form ranks, Pan Jiangfeng commanded, and thousands of soldiers swiftly adjusted their formations. This unit comprised his elite troops, who had rushed to Liangdu at the first sign of movement from the state of Chu and the Shadow Palace, tasked with safeguarding the capital. Boom! A colossal shield of light manifested above their heads, effectively blocking the barrage of arrows. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wei Xiong's eyes. These mere ants dared to withstand his assault. How outrageous! His internal energy surged, the strength of the Golden Core realm quickly escalating. An oppressive force enveloping the entire hall. In an instant, the Liang court officials found themselves unsteady, their expressions fraught with alarm, as if confronting a great enemy. Kill! A formidable golden sword materialized in midair, radiating a lethal intent directed straight at Pan Jiangfeng. With a thunderous crash, the protective shield formed by the soldiers shattered. Yet the golden sword, undeterred, continued its advance towards Pan Jiangfeng. With a composed gaze, Pan Jiangfeng swiftly drew his sword, meeting the golden blade in a decisive clash, his movements precise and clean. Clang! The piercing sound of metal rang out. Wei Xiong's sword had been thwarted. What? A golden core practitioner? The astonishment in Wei Xiong's eyes turned to shock. He had not anticipated that this small Liang Kingdom boasted a golden core cultivator. Lu suddenly understood. No wonder the Liang Kingdom had swiftly defeated the Hu Kingdom, instilling fear in Yunling Prefecture. It was backed by a golden core practitioner. Yet why would such a distinguished cultivator deign to remain in a mere speck of land like Liang? This left him perplexed. At that moment, Pan Jiangfeng took the initiative. The formation behind him shifted rapidly, a powerful battle cry erupting. Pan Jiangfeng slashed his sword at Wei Xiong, the momentum of his strike grand and precise. Yet it instilled in Wei Xiong a sense of unavoidable peril. He had no choice but to exert all his efforts in this confrontation, bolstered by the strength of thousands behind him. Pan Jiangfeng exuded an enduring aura. His techniques shifted rapidly, targeting Wei Xiong's vital points. Caught off guard, Wei Xiong was forced back several steps, Disrupting his composure, he had initially dismissed the Liang Kingdom as an insignificant entity. But after demonstrating his might through consecutive killings, his arrogance had grown exponentially. However, with Pan Jiangfeng's sudden counterattack, his arrogance was shattered, and his footing was thrown into disarray. As Pan Jiangfeng struck, it felt as though thousands of spears were thrusting forward simultaneously. Each move appeared simple, yet was remarkably effective, rendering many of Wei Xiongong's cunning techniques ineffective. Consequently, Wei Xiongong grew increasingly frustrated. Observing this, Princess Chingling seized the opportunity to speak. Elder Wei, the Liang Kingdom does not wish to be adversaries with the Shadow Palace. Chingling harbors no desire to oppose you. Elder, if you would be so gracious as to spare us, we would be honored to have you as our guest. Before Wei Xiongong could respond, Lu Yi interjected sharply. Silence, you insolent girl. What makes you think Elder Wei should compromise with you? He certainly could not allow Chingling to sway Wei Xiongong. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiongong retorted angrily. Humph, mere vermin from speck of land. I pay you no heed. As he spoke, a glint of menace flashed in his eyes, his robes billowing without wind, an unparalleled aura of slaughter spread throughout the hall. The ground trembled slightly, revealing countless fine cracks. Pan Jiangfeng's expression darkened. This is bad, Princess Chingling exclaimed inwardly. Wei Xiongong was prepared to fight them to the death. If that were the case, even if Pan Jiangfeng and the others managed to subdue Wei Xiongong, it would come at a tremendous cost. Moreover, this was the royal palace of the Liang Kingdom. Should the palace be destroyed, the authority that Qin Feng had painstakingly built would surely plummet. Who dares to act recklessly within my palace? Suddenly, a voice of authority rang out. Your Majesty. Princess Chingling looked toward the sound. Her heart suddenly filled with joy. The others followed her gaze and saw Wei Yan supporting Qin Feng as he approached. Though Qin Feng's steps were somewhat unsteady, his gaze bore the regal might of one who ruled over all. No one dared to meet his eyes. The assembly of civil and military officials bowed deeply, their voices rising like a tidal wave. Qin Feng inclined his head slightly, signaling for them to rise. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Princess Chingling hurriedly approached to support him. Qin Feng smiled faintly and replied, Fear not, Princess. It is but a minor injury. Nothing of consequence. As he spoke, he turned his attention to Wei Xiongong and Lu Yi, addressing them with measured calmness. I have heard that some have dared to intrude upon my royal palace. If I do not appear, will my palace not descend into chaos? Forgive me, Your Majesty. Pan Jiangfeng bowed respectfully. In no matter. Qin Feng raised a hand, saying, You have performed admirably. After all, the Liang Kingdom's current strength is considerably inferior to both the Shadow Palace and the state of Chu. Although Pan Jiangfeng wields military strength, the limited number of soldiers under his command makes it challenging to unleash their full potential, so it is entirely understandable that he could not withstand Wei Xiongong. You are the young king of Liang. Before Qin Feng could continue, Lu Yi stepped forward. From the moment Qin Feng appeared, he had been scrutinizing him, increasingly astonished. This newly emerged Liang Kingdom had only risen to prominence in recent years. Yet the young king exuded an emperor's aura, as if he had harnessed the very essence of the heavens and earth. This perplexed Lu Yi. Could it be that this young king had practiced imperial techniques? But how could such a nascent kingdom, with merely a 300-year foundation, possess such skills? Thus, Lu Yi resolved to take the initiative and strike first. Qin Feng regarded him with a fleeting glance, ignoring him entirely as he directly addressed Wei Xiongong. Are you from the Shadow Palace? Lu Sun has wreaked havoc in my Tongnan County and has already been slain by me. If you have any grievances, present them to me. Wei Xiongong looked down upon Qin Feng, scoffing, Humph, I have long sought you out. Fearing you would hide away like a turtle, Qin Feng chuckled. Oh, you know where you stand? He inquired. Wei Xiongong, with a feigned smile, retorted, You wouldn't dare repeat the same empty words as the last person who said such things. Would you? Apologies, but the last one to utter those words is now lying prostrate at my feet. With that, he cast a glance at Han Yi. Qin Feng paid him no heed, pointing to the ground beneath them. Enunciating clearly, This is the royal palace of the Liang Kingdom, my domain. All matters here are dictated by me. A turtle hiding its head? Huh. You might be overestimating yourself. As he spoke, he abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing Wei Xiongong. What? Wei Xiongong felt a jolt in his spirit. Another Golden Core practitioner, this tiny Liang Kingdom actually harbored two Golden Core powerhouses. No wonder they acted so brazenly. However, Wei Xiongong had come prepared. He coldly laughed. Though you possess Golden Core strength, you are gravely injured. I wonder how much of your power remains. Ah. Qin Feng smiled, gesturing for Princess Chingling and the others to step back. He approached Wei Xiongong. Is it not childish to assess a king based solely on strength? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Wei Xiongong, unleashing his piercing gaze, targeting the very depths of Wei Xiongong's soul. Wei Xiongong's complexion shifted, and he stumbled back a few steps, feeling as if Qin Feng were about to see right through him. Such piercing eyes, waves of shock surged within him. Elder Wei, are you all right? Lu Yi made a move to support him. Stand aside. Wei Xiongong's expression shifted multiple times. He had never expected that he, a dignified elder of the Shadow Palace, would be intimidated by a mere youth. Naturally, his expression was far from pleasant. He forcefully pushed Lu Yi away, fixating his gaze on Qin Feng, and sternly declared, without strength, what qualification do you have to speak so boldly before me? As his words hung in the air, he lunged forward, aiming directly for Qin Feng's throat. A slight smirk played at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as he deftly flipped his hand, summoning the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal. The intertwined forces of mountains and rivers surged before him, swiftly transforming into a roaring river that spanned the chasm between him and Wei Xiongong. In that instant, Wei Xiongong felt as though he were several hundred miles away from Qin Feng, unable to touch even the hem of his garments, no matter how he channeled his spiritual energy. How could this be? Wei Xiongong was utterly astonished. Behold the sword. His expression shifted dramatically as a flash of sword light erupted from his mouth, aiming straight for Qin Feng. Your Majesty, be wary, Princess Chingling immediately cautioned, for this sword embryo had been nurtured by Wei Xiongong for decades and was already in perfect harmony with him, its power formidable beyond measure. Fear not, for on my territory, all matters are governed by my will, that he is no exception, Qin Feng declared with a booming voice. In that moment, the people of Liang Kingdom felt their blood surge with excitement. Despite his injuries, Qin Feng's figure appeared almost transcendent. The brilliance of the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal dazzled the eyes, as if a colossal mountain had descended from the heavens, crushing down upon the sword light directed at Wei Xiongong. With a thunderous roar, the ground quaked. The sword light was firmly suppressed by the power of the mountain. Veins bulged on Wei Xiongong's forehead, and beads of sweat trickled down. What was happening? He was internally shaken, perceiving not the severely injured young king of Liang, but a vast and boundless universe. Though both were Golden Core cultivators, he saw invincibility embodied in Qin Feng. Could this be the might of a true king? Wei Xiongong, unwilling to yield, retorted fiercely, a mere trifling land, with insignificant lords, dares to flaunt power before me, an elder, buzzing. As he spoke, the sword light trembled violently, seemingly striving to break free from the mountain's oppressive force. With lowered eyelids, Qin Feng replied coolly, a trifling land? Ha! Even a sleeping dragon possesses the strength to conquer the heavens. How dare you mortals presume to comprehend it? In that instant, the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal radiated with blinding light, encompassing all things. Qin Feng's aura, bolstered by the might of the mountains and rivers, became utterly unattainable. Wei Xiongong felt as if a divine being had descended, rendering him powerless, and his heart trembled violently. His face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a clang, the long-nurtured sword embryo dimmed, falling to the ground. Stumbling, Wei Xiongong staggered back several dozen steps and collapsed, mumbling to himself. This is impossible. How could this happen? Defeated. He had actually been defeated. The dignity of a high-ranking elder of the Shadow Palace was shattered in that moment. Wei Elder. Lu Yi also sensed the dire situation and rushed towards Wei Xiongong. However, before he could reach him, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon him. Lu Yi felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill coursing through him. making each step feel unbearably heavy. "You are the envoy of the Chu Kingdom?" Qin Feng inquired sternly. "Wei, yes," Liu Yi stammered, finding it difficult to speak. "Return and inform your king of Chu that with me here in Yunling Prefecture, he shall not meddle in any matters, great or small." Qin Feng's voice was frigid, adding, "As for Lu Sun, he has brought this upon himself. If he wishes to raise an army, let him come, while Liang will ensure he regrets it for a lifetime." Liu Yi was left with a broken leg, cast out from the royal palace, through the waters of the cold and silent military. Qin Feng spread the news, sparking fervent discussions throughout Yunling Prefecture. "How outrageous! The people of Chu have gone too far, daring to stand upon the heads of our Liang people. Utterly intolerable. Indeed, my Liang is no longer what it once was. Anyone who seeks to bully us will face certain retribution. I believe our king has shown restraint, only breaking the leg of that Chu envoy. Had it been up to us, that fellow would have deeply regretted being born." In the streets, the populace was abuzz with this matter. The current stability of Liang was hard-won. After enduring years of hardship, how could they allow outsiders to disrupt their peace? The other lords of Yunling Prefecture also understood. Under Liang's rule, the people thrived, and the nation prospered. Why should they allow the Chu Kingdom to meddle in their affairs? Was that not inviting trouble upon themselves? Thus, the other lords also vehemently opposed Chu's interference. Upon hearing of this incident, King Chu was enraged. How outrageous! Furious, he slammed a table made of century-old pear tree into splinters, declaring, "A mere trifling nation dares to insult my envoy." In contrast, the Chu Kingdom was a second-tier feudal state. While Liang had only been a ninth-tier state prior to its recent elevation to in the past, King Chu would hardly have known which remote corner Liang hailed from. Yet now, Liang had swiftly risen, shaking the foundations of Yunling Prefecture, and within mere years had killed members of the Chu royal family and broken the legs of King Chu's envoy, a blatant provocation. How could King Chu endure this? Within the palace, a burly general stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, this matter must be avenged, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. While Liang's foundation in Yunling Prefecture is yet to solidify, we should annihilate them swiftly." The speaker was none other than General Liao He of the Chu Kingdom. "Your Majesty," at this moment, another civil official stepped forward, saying, "I have heard that not long ago, the Hu Kingdom allied with the northern wolf tribe to strike against Liang. But the wolf tribe suffered a great defeat, and their royal court has been furious, seeking an opportunity for revenge against Liang. That in my humble opinion, we should join forces with the wolf tribe's royal court to strike together." Several court officials voiced their agreement. After all, the Chu Kingdom had dominated Jiangling Prefecture for 5 centuries, considered a prominent feudal state in the southern domain. That if this small Liang dared to act against the Chu Kingdom, King Chu would ensure they regretted their very existence. This was a colossal humiliation for the prideful people of Chu. "Excellent." King Chu slammed the table, coldly stating, "Liao He, you are to follow orders. I am here." Liao He stepped forth. "I command you to lead the Liang campaign, assemble 100,000 elephant troops and 100,000 tiger guards, and march against Liang." "Yes, Liao," he responded. "Chen Baihai, he my command." The civil official stepped forward, bowing. "I am here. I command you to go as an envoy to the wolf tribe's royal court, uniting with them to eradicate Liang." King Chu ordered sternly. "Yes," Chen Baihai immediately replied. Swiftly, the Chu Kingdom mobilized its forces. With the aid of the Chu Kingdom, the wolf tribe's royal court gathered 30,000 troops, threatening Liang's northern borders. In no time, the atmosphere in Yunling Prefecture grew tense. "Your Majesty, the Chu Kingdom has assembled 200,000 elite troops, allied with 30,000 wolf tribe soldiers, threatening our northern frontier," Han Yi reported gravely. This battle was unavoidable, and everyone prepared themselves mentally. However, the Chu Kingdom was no Hu Kingdom. They possessed deep roots and abundant resources. Defeating them would not be an overnight endeavor. Liang had to muster all its strength. Qin Feng nodded slightly, declaring, "Issue my command to gather the armies of Yunling Prefecture. Appoint Pan Jiangfeng as the general to confront the Chu Kingdom and the wolf tribe." "Yes," Han Yi acknowledged. This time, it was not merely Liang's battle, but a collective struggle of the various nations in Yunling Prefecture. Within days, Su Kingdom dispatched 80,000 troops to support Liang's northern borders. Han Kingdom sent 30,000 troops for the same purpose. Mashi City contributed 5,000, while the 6 counties of Jiangning sent 15,000. This was the first battle since Liang became the unchallenged ruler of Yunling Prefecture. For both Qin Feng and Liang, victory was the only acceptable outcome. Defeat would spell the collapse of the entire Yunling Prefecture. At that point, the very allies who had pledged support to Liang might turn against them, leading to internal and external strife. Thus, Qin Feng personally ventured to the northern borders to bolster morale. Simultaneously, Pan Jiangfeng displayed his capabilities as a general, swiftly reorganizing the coalition forces assembled by the lords of Yunling Prefecture, forming a massive army of 200,000 alongside Liang soldiers. This was the largest military formation ever established in Liang's history. However, facing 200,000 elite troops from the Chu Kingdom, compounded by an additional 30,000 Wolf Tribe warriors, this battle was destined to be exceedingly arduous. General Pan, do you have a strategy? Qin Feng inquired. Leading troops in a battle was not his forte. After all, the lives of 200,000 soldiers were at stake and should be entrusted to those with expertise. Pan Jiangfeng had just returned from inspecting the camp. Appearing slightly winded and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, please rest assured, everything is well within my control." Though he still bore a hint of naivety, the shrewdness he exhibited while strategizing garnered the admiration of the lords of Yunling Prefecture. Thus, it is the formidable assembly of 200,000 allied troops that has enabled such a seamless reorganization. In the face of Qin Feng, Pan Jiangfeng has also rediscovered a measure of youthful vigor. "I have a bold proposal, though I am uncertain how your Majesty might receive it." He raised his head, his eyes glimmering with determination. "Pray, share your thoughts." Qin Feng replied that I wish to leverage your Majesty's elite tiger vanguard to sever the supply lines of provisions from the state of Chu to the Wolf Clan's royal court. Pan Jiangfeng declared. Qin Feng chuckled. "Once the provisions are cut off, the 30,000 Wolf Clan troops will inevitably crumble, for their army consists of every able-bodied citizen, including many elderly, children, and women. The issue of supplies is their paramount dilemma." Qin Feng nodded slightly, saying, "Certainly the Tiger Vanguard can be entrusted to you. However, if you have conceived the notion of intercepting supplies, the state of Chu is likely to have anticipated it as well. They will undoubtedly reinforce their logistics and tighten control over the supply transport." Pan Jiangfeng nodded in agreement, replying, "Hence, I plan to feign a disruption of supplies to execute a surprise raid on the Wolf Clan's royal court." "What?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, astonished by the audacity of his notion. Nevertheless, with the Wolf Clan mustering 30,000 troops, the royal court is indeed vulnerable. If the Tiger Vanguard employs its strength, there exists a possibility of seizing the court. Yet this endeavor bears its risks, Qin Feng pondered. After all, the Tiger Vanguard comprises fewer than 500 men. A single misstep could result in total annihilation. At this juncture, a reckless gamble is imperative. Only through preemptive action can we instill fear in both the state of Chu and the Wolf Army, thereby stabilizing the morale of the allied forces. Pan Jiangfeng furrowed his brow, aware that success was not guaranteed, yet failure would impose immense pressure on the Yunling Prefecture's allied forces. Qin Feng nodded, declaring, "Leave this matter to me. I shall see it through." "Your Majesty intends to lead the charge?" Pan Jiangfeng's expression changed, and he hastily said, "This is absolutely unthinkable. Presently, you are the cornerstone of Daliang and the very soul of the 200,000 allied troops from Yunling Prefecture. Should any misfortune befall you, the war will have been lost before it even begins. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the risks." Qin Feng resolved. "Should we succeed in dismantling the 30,000 troops of the Wolf Clan in one fell swoop, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous morale boost for the allied forces of Yunling Prefecture. Simultaneously, it would strike a blow to the morale of the state of Chu, achieving a dual advantage. At present, the Destiny Summoning System still harbors 26,000 points of fortune, sufficient for 5 intermediate summons, which should adequately address any potential dangers. During my absence, maintain a defensive posture and await my signal." Qin Feng instructed. "Understood." Pan Jiangfeng knelt on one knee. responding with utmost solemnity. This marked the first instance he had ever knelt before Qin Feng. Perhaps for a general, the greatest fortune lies not in commanding 1,000,000 troops, but in encountering a sovereign who comprehends one's aspirations. Qin Feng strode away, with purpose. As dusk approached, Qin Feng, accompanied by the Tiger vanguard, set forth on horseback, carrying provisions for the day, progressing along the meandering paths of the falling Tiger Mountain range. They crossed the northern river to enter an expansive natural grassland. Here, water and grass flourished, a pastoral haven for the nomadic wolf clan, sustaining millions of their kin. Historically, the northern wolf clan has been notoriously unruly, with every citizen trained for battle, resisting subjugation, resulting in the formation of hundreds of tribes across this vast expanse. Though the various factions of Nine-tiered Prefecture coveted the cavalry advantages of the wolf clan, they found themselves incapable of taming and harnessing them, enduring instead the torment of their raids. Thus, they fortified their borders with towering walls to keep them at bay, after numerous failed attempts at plunder. The wolf clan devolved into internal strife. Ultimately, the formidable wolf clan tribes unified, establishing the wolf clan royal court. Under the command of the royal court, the wolf clan transformed from a loosely organized band of troublemakers into a cohesive, large-scale raiding force, repeatedly breaching the capitals of several vassal states, seizing countless provisions and treasures, becoming a significant threat to the nations of Nine-tiered Prefecture. Having tasted success, the wolf clan grew increasingly loyal to their royal court. Yet in their previous military engagement against Daliang, they suffered considerable losses, igniting a desire for vengeance, aligning with the state of Chu. The expanse of the grasslands is vast, and the geography is challenging to discern. Prior to this venture, Qin Feng had dispatched the Shadowy Watch to ascertain the supply routes employed by the state of Chu and the Wolf Riders. Thus, they galloped swiftly towards the critical points along the supply line. The Tiger's Mouth Pass, this natural stronghold, is flanked by thorny ridges spanning hundreds of miles, with a narrow entrance allowing passage for only a few riders, making it easy to defend but hard to assault. Outside the pass, 30,000 elite guards from the state of Chu, alongside 200,000 porters, tirelessly transported provisions into the Tiger's Mouth Pass. The area bustled with activity that it seems the Chu king has made considerable sacrifices for this campaign. Qin Feng and his companions halted atop a rise, surveying the bustling scene within and around the pass. "Your Majesty, we have been observing this location for several days. The Tiger's Mouth Pass has 3 routes, the one before us leading into the pass, another towards the royal court, and a third leading to the water source in the Yanhai. The provisions transported by the Chu supply convoy will be stockpiled here for 3 days before being distributed to the various wolf clan tribes," reported the Shadowy Watch, detailing the terrain, landscape, and the troop deployments of both the wolf clan and the state of Chu. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, stating, "It appears we have arrived at an opportune moment. The provisions have been stockpiled for 3 days? Indeed. Very well." Qin Feng nodded again, instructing, "Once this Chu supply convoy departs, we will charge into the pass. Everyone prepare your firearms. We will follow the Shadowy Watch directly to the granary and set the supplies ablaze." "Understood." The Tiger vanguard and the Shadowy Watch responded in unison. The vast desert smokes, the long river sets beneath the sun. The setting sun, red as blood, elongated the shadows of the Chu supply convoy. Within the pass, the wolf clan warriors stretched and prepared to conclude their labors for the day. That moment, a shadow darted forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the entrance of the pass. "Who goes there?" The keen-eyed wolf riders immediately shouted. When they received no response from Qin Feng and his party, they hastily yelled, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Soon, the narrow gates of the pass rumbled as they began to close. "Stand back!" Qin Feng vaulted from his mount, his blade slicing through the air as he struck at the gates. The gates trembled as if struck by thunder. Although not shattered, the wolf rider responsible for closing the gate was sent flying. Crashing several dozen feet away, the gates halted mid-motion. The Tiger vanguard and the Shadowy Watch surged through. Attack! Qin Feng led the charge, and wherever he passed, no wolf clan warrior could withstand him. "Seize the provisions," he commanded. Under the guidance of the Shadowy Watch, they rushed towards the granary. Inside the pass, many wolf riders were thrown into chaos, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and in their panic, they fled headlong, allowing Qin Feng and his companions to dash towards the granary. Before long, the wolf riders within the pass regained their composure. The supply raid. Someone is attempting to steal our provisions. The air was filled with frantic cries. Countless wolf riders, their eyes alight with fury, pursued Qin Feng and his party, knowing that these provisions were their lifeline and must not be lost to the granary. They faced an assault from several thousand wolf riders. Disperse and prioritize the burning of supplies, while we engage and retreat, Qin Feng ordered. The Tiger Vanguard, led by the Shadowy Watch, swiftly split into smaller squads and charged in the granary. Who dares to cause chaos in my tiger's mouth pass? A thunderous roar reverberated, sending one of the Tiger Vanguard crashing back. Before the Shadowy Watch could intervene, the unfortunate warrior was crushed under the weight of a massive shadow. Boom! The earth trembled. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. What a formidable figure the wolf clan possesses. The individual towered over a foot, wielding a wolf fang mace of equal height, stained with dark brown blood. An elite Tiger Vanguard from the Kaiyuan realm was easily knocked to the ground, showcasing the might of this warrior. Leave him to me, Qin Feng declared coldly, his blade shimmering with bloodlust as it pointed toward the approaching figure. Clang! A piercing sound of disbelief echoed as the shockwave radiated outward. The warrior glared at Qin Feng, growling, I am Hu Tianfeng, a general of the Wolf King. Who dares to covet my provisions from the state of Liang? I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, succinctly. The name Qin Feng elicited no recognition from Hu Tianfeng, who sneered, a mere child from Liang, come to meet your demise. As he spoke, a faint yet palpable energy surged within him, radiating a fierce, sinister light from the spiked club he wielded, which he then brandished menacingly towards Qin Feng. In that moment, a cacophony reminiscent of ghostly wails filled Qin Feng's ears, striking a chord of trepidation within him. His heart sank. This individual possessed considerable prowess. He fixed his gaze upon Hu Tianfeng, his expression growing increasingly frigid. With a roar, Hu Tianfeng unleashed a primal howl, and a colossal wolf apparition materialized around him. This was the totemic power of the wolf clan. This totemic strength, akin to the fortuitous energy of the feudal states, bestowed formidable enhancements upon its adherents. However, unlike the latter, totemic power emanates from a profound connection with nature, embodying an ever-shifting array of capabilities. Yet the royal court of the Northern Wilderness Wolf Clan had only recently been established, limiting the totemic power available. Thus, aside from Hu Tianfeng, no other wolf warriors in the vicinity could wield such totemic enhancements. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he scrutinized Hu Tianfeng. It was his inaugural encounter with totemic power, stirring a mixture of curiosity and wariness within him. The wolf apparition surrounding Hu Tianfeng exuded a terrifying force, while the spiked club bore an array of snarling wolf mouths, emanating an insatiable thirst for blood kill. Hu Tianfeng bellowed, his gaze transforming into that of a feral beast. In an instant, he leapt into the air, swinging the spiked club down upon Qin Feng. The cacophony of wolfish howls erupted from the weapon, growing ever more piercing and soul-chilling. Some of the more timid onlookers might have been struck dead by the sound alone. Clang! Yet, Qin Feng, seasoned by countless battles, reacted swiftly. The blade of his weapon glimmered as it intercepted the spiked club. In a heartbeat, he changed his stance, the blade vibrating with a rapid intensity, slicing towards Hu Tianfeng. Whoosh! Hu Tianfeng, equally quick to respond, propelled himself forward with the aid of his totemic power, narrowly evading Qin Feng's strike. In the next moment, he appeared beside Qin Feng, a grotesque grin plastered across his face. You shall perish! The spiked club descended once more, accompanied by the chilling howls of wolves. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as Qin Feng felt the violent tremor of energy within him, forcing him to stagger back several paces. By heavens, he grasped the sheer force of Hu Tianfeng's might, realizing that engaging him head-on would yield no favorable outcome. Contemplating this, Qin Feng swiftly evaded the oncoming spiked club, retreating several dozen paces to widen the distance between them. Yet behind him, the wolf cavalry surged forth, blocking his escape. Humph! Let's see where you can flee, Hu Tianfeng sneered, advancing steadily with his spike club in hand. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched, his blade shimmering ominously, crimson energy swirling unpredictably. Flee! Ha! I did not arrive here with the intention of retreating. As he spoke, the technique known as the Shadow Wind, 19 blades unfurled. The blades' radiance flickered like phantoms, intertwining to form a colossal net of blades. Ensnaring Hu Tianfeng, Hu Tianfeng emitted a ghastly laugh, the shadows on his spiked club darkening, the howls of wolves piercing the air and assaulting the eardrums of all present. The club whistled as it sliced through the air, raining down blows upon Qin Feng with an overwhelming intensity. Crash! The azure-hued blade clashed against the wolf shadows, producing a blinding explosion of sound. The surrounding wolf riders were thrown into chaos, retreating in fear. However, Hu Tianfeng charged forward, intent on dismantling the blade net with brute force, his totemic energy emanating a chilling aura. "Break for me," he roared, veins bulging with fury. Within him, the essence of a wolf surged skyward. Oh! The spike club descended with the force of 1,000 mountains, aimed directly at Qin Feng. Kill! Qin Feng's expression hardened, the interwoven blades in the air converging upon Hu Tianfeng. Clang, clang, clang. The blade struck Hu Tianfeng, resonating with the sound of clashing weapons. What? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. This fellow's defense is astonishingly robust. No wonder he appears so fearless. As the spike club loomed closer, his expression shifted multiple times before he steeled himself and charged directly at Hu Tianfeng. The frenzied blood dragon slash, a blade of dozens of feet, erupted forth, instantly closing in on Hu Tianfeng. Hu Tianfeng's expression altered, a momentary flicker of panic crossing his face as he gripped the spike club. In an instant, the Minghong heavenly blade collided with the spiked club, the tremendous force sending Hu Tianfeng reeling, his energy surging violently, a strange flush creeping onto his face. Simultaneously, the entwined shadow wind blade descended, leaving a trail of bloodied marks upon him. Hu Tianfeng let out a muffled groan, retreating several dozen paces in pain. Unbelievable! He seethed, his face contorted with rage. "You insignificant ant have provoked my ire." As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted within him, his garments tearing as his form expanded at an alarming rate, revealing sinewy muscles and elongated hair, as if possessed by a wolf demon. "Kill!" Hu Tianfeng's eyes blazed red, his visage a terrifying mask of fury. The spike club descended with an overwhelming force. Realizing he was ensconced in enemy territory, Qin Feng preferred not to exhaust his strength against Hu Tianfeng. He retreated several dozen paces, slipping back among the ranks of the wolf cavalry. Boom! A deafening crash reverberated as the ground quaked. Hu Tianfeng's strike left a massive fissure in the earth, unfathomably deep. Some unfortunate wolf riders plummeted into the chasm, their fates uncertain. Nowhere to run. Hu Tianfeng roared. Qin Feng retreated once more, utilizing the cavalry as cover. Hu Tianfeng, seemingly blinded by rage, charged recklessly, his attacks indiscriminate. Many wolf riders were trampled beneath him, meeting a gruesome end. Chaos erupted among the ranks of the cavalry. "Everyone, stand your ground. Who dares to move?" Hu Tianfeng bellowed. I could see that moment. Flames erupted around the granary, thick smoke billowing forth, accompanied by an acrid scent of burning. Qin Feng realized that the Hu vanguard had succeeded in their mission. His presence here was no longer necessary. He kicked a nearby wolf rider off his mount and swung himself onto the steed. "Retreat!" Qin Feng shouted. The Hu vanguard and the shadow guard swiftly converged around him, following his lead as they charged out of the granary, heading towards the outskirts of the wolf's den. Behind them, Hu Tianfeng pursued relentlessly, his voice a frenzied roar. "Wretched beast, where do you think you're going? Today, I shall claim your life." As he spoke, a brilliant light erupted from the spiked club, as if a ferocious wolf spirit was unleashed. Hurtling towards Qin Feng. "My king, you go ahead. We shall hold them off." A member of the shadow guard stepped forward immediately. "Allow me," Qin Feng declared resolutely. He focused intently on the spiked club, channeling his energy as it surged into the Minghong heavenly blade. The blade glowed ominously, unleashing a streak of crimson light extending dozens of feet. Kill! The frenzied blood dragon slash was unleashed once more, every ounce of power igniting. With a thunderous roar, an immense shockwave radiated between the two, sending a torrent of energy cascading outward. Many charging wolf riders were thrown off balance, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. The Qin Feng staggered back several paces, gasping for breath. Do you truly believe that I am not your match? Qin Feng's voice was icy, the light on his blade flickering once more as he soared into the air. The power of the Golden Core realm surged to its zenith, the blade sweeping fiercely through the air. Kill! A blood-red beam descended from the heavens, casting a shadow over the setting sun, dimming its brilliance. In that moment, he appeared as a divine being descending from the heavens, leaving an indelible impression upon the wolf riders at the entrance of the den. Then, with a muffled grunt, Qin Feng was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, his life hanging in the balance. After incinerating the supplies at the wolf den, Qin Feng and his companions pressed northward, heading straight for the wolf clan's royal court. My king, this battle shall surely extinguish the wolf clan's audacity, ensuring they do not dare to venture south for at least a century. A member of the vanguard declared proudly. Haha, not merely a century. This battle shall instill such fear in the wolf clan that they shall flee at the mere sight of our great Liang banner. Another from the Shadow Guard concurred. This encounter had obliterated the supplies transported by the Chu state over the past 3 days, delivering a severe blow to the wolf cavalry. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly infuriate the prominent figures of the wolf clan's royal court. Qin Feng gazed towards the horizon where the sun was setting, indicating the position of the wolf clan's royal court. Let us rest for a few days outside the wolf clan's royal court before devising our next plan. Rest for a few days? A member of the vanguard hesitantly inquired. My king, our morale is at its peak. Why not press forward and seize the wolf clan's royal court in one fell swoop? After all, time is of the essence for those who have infiltrated the enemy's stronghold. Each day of delay brings an additional measure of peril. Qin Feng raised his head and observed the soaring vulture, its sharp cry piercing the air as it headed towards the wolf clan's royal court. He remarked, at present, the supplies at Tiger Mouth Pass have just been incinerated. The wolf clan's royal court will undoubtedly be on high alert and will take precautions. Making it challenging to conquer, we would be wiser to wait a few days. When the wolf clan sends their formidable warriors to search for us, we shall turn the tables and strike decisively against them. Moreover, our comrades have just endured a fierce battle, and many are still nursing wounds from our relentless journey, necessitating time to recuperate. Understood. Both the Tiger Elite Guard and the Shadow Guard responded in unison. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and slowly closed his eyes, contemplating the forthcoming strategy. The vulture delivered the message, and chaos erupted within the wolf clan's royal court. What? The wolf king, panting with fury, leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he demanded, "What did you say? The supplies at Tiger Mouth Pass have been set ablaze. How could this be?" Immediately dispatched someone to investigate. He ordered urgently. The Wolf King was incredulous about the information relayed by the vulture. It was imperative to note that the Wolf Clan's 300,000 soldiers were already deployed to the front lines. Should there be a disruption in the supply of provisions, it would surely incite a rebellion, with consequences that could be disastrous. "Sire, we must prepare for contingencies," an elderly statesman interjected. "On one hand, we need to swiftly ascertain the identity of the perpetrators and whether they plan to strike again. On the other hand, we must secure our supplies to maintain morale at the front lines." The messenger from Tiger Mouth Pass reported that the leader was named Qin Feng from the Liang Kingdom. The Wolf King stated coldly, "Qin Feng of the Liang Kingdom? Who is this Qin Feng?" In the royal tent, the gathered officials whispered among themselves, debating. "Whoever he is, anyone daring to incinerate my supplies shall meet a grim fate." The Wolf King bellowed at once, "Send the Black Wolf Riders to pursue him with all their might." "Sire, this is unwise," the old statesman interjected hastily. "Currently, our 300,000 troops are stationed at the northern border of the Liang Kingdom, and the royal court's defenses have become vulnerable. Should we dispatch the Black Wolf Riders now, the safety of the royal court may be compromised. Your Majesty, please reconsider," echoed the other leaders of the Wolf Clan. I will not rest until I capture this Qin Feng, the Wolf King declared vehemently, his resolve unyielding. His frustration from previous military failures against the Liang Kingdom had already left him irritable. Now, encountering such an affront so soon after deploying his forces further exacerbated his ire. The once dominant Wolf King was incensed by his repeated setbacks against the Liang Kingdom, and his mounting fury had reached a boiling point. Soon after, 500 Black Wolf riders departed from the royal court under the cover of night, racing towards Tiger Mouth Pass in search of Qin Feng and his companions that it should be about time. Qin Feng mused as he stood atop a high vantage point outside the royal court. Observing the movements of the Wolf Clan in recent days, the Shadow Guard had meticulously gathered intelligence on the internal layout and power dynamics within the royal court. Moreover, the elite Black Wolf riders had already departed, leaving behind a royal court with weakened defenses and a cadre of Wolf Clan leaders. Nevertheless, to ensure absolute certainty, Qin Feng activated the Celestial Summoning early. Celestial Summoning, Ranger. In an instant, ethereal music filled the air, shimmering with brilliance. Ding! 5,000 luck points expended, summoning the Ranger Run Tai Bai. In the vast expanse of the grasslands, the Ranger, adept at the arts of various schools, was ideally suited for battle. Additionally, both the Tiger Elite Guard and the Shadow Guard had sustained injuries in the recent skirmish and required reinforcements. As he spoke, several hundred figures emerged within Qin Feng's line of sight. The foremost individual, swaying unsteadily while clutching a wine jar, sang boisterously, "Have you not seen the waters of the Liang River flowing from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return? Brother Rin possesses such eloquence. If only we could match his literary prowess, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." Those surrounding him showered him with compliments. Ren Tai Bai. Qin Feng turned to the source of the voice, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the Tiger Elite Guard and Shadow Guard readied themselves for potential threats. Not be alarmed. These visitors are allies, not foes. Qin Feng reassured them with a gentle smile. At that moment, Ren Tai Bai, having caught sight of Qin Feng, pointed and exclaimed, "It has long been foretold that those with talent shall have their day in the sun. Behold, the one who shall elevate you." "Who is it? Where is he?" The crowd turned to look at Qin Feng, their gazes fixed upon him that moment. Qin Feng sat astride a magnificent steed, radiant and imposing, exuding an aura befitting a ruler without needing to raise his voice. Could this be the renowned king of Liang who has recently risen to prominence? "Indeed, it is His Highness, the King of Liang," someone exclaimed, squinting in recognition, which prompted laughter from the crowd. Who would have thought we would encounter His Highness? The King of Liang, in this vast expanse. The crowd erupted in cheers, as if they had struck gold. They were a band of rangers, free-spirited and fond of wandering from kingdom to kingdom, honing their skills. However, their arrogant nature often led to their dismissal by various lords. Thus, despite their grand aspirations, they found themselves unable to realize their potential. Consequently, they banded together, roaming the world alongside Ren Tai Bai. Qin Feng looked at Ren Tai Bai and inquired, "Are you indeed Ren Tai Bai?" "Indeed," Ren Tai Bai replied, setting down his wine jug and casually wiping his mouth. "You are all citizens of Yunling Prefecture. Tea present. I intend to launch a swift strike against the Wolf Clan's royal court. You are skilled warriors. Will you lend me your strength?" Qin Feng asked. Ren Tai Bai laughed heartily, and those around him displayed expressions of eagerness. "If His Majesty grants us freedom and bestows riches upon us, we shall gladly serve." Ren Tai Bai responded with a bow and a resounding voice. Qin Feng smiled. "In this vast world, there is room for all. How can my Grand Liang not accommodate this band of rangers?" The crowd erupted in joyous exclamation. Ren Tai Bai immediately knelt, declaring, "I am willing to serve His Majesty." The others followed suit, bowing in unison. This night fell. Bonfires blazed within the Wolf Clan's royal court. The layout here differed from that of the various lords in Yunling Prefecture. There are no towering walls or deep moats, only a sprawling array of tents, forming a protective ring around the largest royal tent at the center. Occasionally, patrolling Wolf Clan soldiers appeared around the camp. But their vigilance was notably lax. After all, this land had been conquered by the Wolf Clan, and other lords from Yunling Prefecture rarely ventured here. Thus, the The guard were merely a deterrent against wild beasts. Attack! Qin Feng and his companions advanced under the cover of night, charging directly toward the Wolf Clan's royal court. The patrolling soldiers caught sight of them, their expressions shifting to one of bewilderment as they began to comprehend the newcomers' intentions. However, before they could inquire, Qin Feng had already closed the distance and dispatched them with a single stroke. Following suit, the Tiger Elite Guard surged into the sprawling Wolf Clan royal court like arrows released from a bow. What is happening? Many among the Wolf Clan found themselves in a state of confusion. These are people from Yunling Prefecture. Someone suddenly shrieked. The people from Yunling Prefecture are attacking. Before long, men and women from every tent donned their armor and mounted their steeds, converging upon Qin Feng and his companions. Qin Feng unleashed his golden core strength, and none could withstand his might. The Tiger Elite Guard fought with unparalleled fervor, while the Shadow Guard stealthily infiltrated the surroundings, igniting fires that spread chaos throughout the camp. In an instant, the royal court descended into disarray. What is all this commotion outside? The Wolf King, slightly inebriated, inquired. Your Majesty, a group of people from Yunling Prefecture is attacking. An old minister reported urgently. What? The Wolf King's inebriation evaporated, and he barked, from which part of Yunling Prefecture? How many are there? Only 4 or 500. 4 or 500? A sneer flickered in the Wolf King's eyes as he coldly remarked. A group of foolhardy wretches. I shall show them the price of their insolence. Capture them all and impale them on bamboo poles to let them die under the sun. Understood. The myriad leaders of the Wolf Clan responded in unison, streaming out one after another. Outside, the cacophony of battle cries erupted, flames roaring fiercely. Tu Han's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, and the veins in his hand, clutching the ram's horn cup, bulged ominously. An elder, witnessing the scene, spoke up. Your Majesty, fret not. These Cloud people are hardly a threat. With the esteemed leaders in the fray, victory is assured. It is not these men I fear, Tu Han retorted, his fury palpable. It is the audacity of those Liang people that infuriates me. His eyes widened in rage as he declared, when our Wolf Clan army breaches the gates of Liang, those Liang scoundrels shall find no place to rest in death. As he spoke, he slammed the ram's horn cup down upon the table with great force. At that moment, someone tumbled in, breathless, exclaiming, Your Majesty, grave news. Those ruthless foes advance with ferocity. The leaders are struggling to hold them back. What? Tu Han sprang to his feet, shock etched across his features. In the next instant, a figure barreled into the Wolf King's tent. How dare they? Tu Han's eyes flashed with venom as he commanded. Bring me my saber. I shall see who dares to act with such insolence. A servant hurriedly presented a long saber, which Tu Han seized, striding purposefully out of the tent. Who dares to disrupt here? He surveyed the scene, where flames leapt high and shadows danced, and bellowed with authority that it was as if a wolf's silhouette materialized, howling past him. Charging towards the assembly, the Tiger Guard was unceremoniously knocked from his steed, crashing to the ground. Instantly, the surrounding Wolf Clan warriors surged forward, reducing him to a mere pulp. Your Majesty, the warriors of the Wolf Clan, upon seeing Tu Han's presence, erupted with fervor, raising their arms in triumphant cries. Tu Han's gaze was piercing, exuding an aura of unyielding power. Just then, from the flickering flames emerged a rider. He sat upon a steed, wielding a blade that shimmered with crimson light, exuding an imposing presence. Who are you? Tu Han narrowed his eyes, demanding with authority. From the kingdom of Liang. I am Qin Feng, came the reply. Qin Feng of Liang. The name seemed vaguely familiar to Tu Han. His expression shifted, suddenly cold as he exclaimed, It is you. He recalled the one who had previously burned the grain supplies at Hukou Pass. Was it the same person? In an instant, the sight of a longed-for adversary ignited his rage. This wretch had not only scorched his supplies, but now dared to present himself for demise. Tu Han felt a torrent of fury surging within him, his eyes blazing as he spat. So it is you, scoundrel, seeking death. As he spoke, a white light enveloped his saber, which he swung at Qin Feng with fierce intent. The blade's arc seemed to conjure a colossal shadow, and the surrounding bonfires flickered violently, scattering embers. Many of the Wolf Clan warriors and Tiger Guards faltered in the face of this overwhelming pressure, retreating hastily. Qin Feng's eyelids fluttered, and he twirled the Ming Hong Tian saber, a blinding stream of blood-red light emanating from it. "Kill!" he shouted, unleashing the frenzied, blood-soaked dragon slaughter technique, its bloodlight surging forward, relentlessly targeting Tu Han. With a thunderous clash, the sounds of clashing weapons rang out, piercing the air. Qin Feng, leveraging the momentum of his steed, forced Tu Han to retreat step by step. Tu Han's face flushed with anger as he let out a soft whistle. Soon after, a fiery figure shot towards him. It was his steed, the Crimson Dragon Horse. A magnificent beast, standing a full height of 10 feet, its mane a vibrant red, resembling flickering flames, a resonant snort, akin to a dragon's roar, reverberated, causing the surrounding mounts to tremble. Tu Han leaped onto the horse's back, fixing his glare on Qin Feng, declaring fiercely, "You little beast, your end is nigh." As he spoke, the Crimson Dragon Horse neighed, a blood-red arrow aimed straight at Qin Feng. The long saber in his hand emanated a brilliant white light, conjuring a massive white wolf shadow. The shadow howled at the heavens, its might shaking the very earth, as the power of the full moon transformed into dazzling blade light, descending from the sky. "Kill!" In that moment, Tu Han appeared as a god descending from the heavens, wielding the power to reap lives. Qin Feng felt the immense pressure as his expression grew somber. He summoned his inner energy, dispelling the flicker of unease within. For from Tu Han emanated a primal ferocity, an uncontrollable wildness, vast and boundless. Ghostly wind 19 blades. In a cautious maneuver, Qin Feng's blade light flickered, intertwining to form a colossal web of blades. A wolf's howl erupted, and wolf shadows burst forth, tearing through the web of blades, sending Qin Feng hurtling backwards. "What?" The surrounding shadow guards and tiger guards displayed expressions of shock, rushing forward. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, are you well?" Concern etched on their faces. "Your Majesty?" Tu Han, astride the Crimson Dragon Horse, silhouetted against the great moon behind him, pointed his blade at Qin Feng, his voice cool as moonlight, each word deliberate. "Who are you, truly?" Qin Feng slowly stood, signaling those around him to withdraw. "I am the King of Liang, Qin Feng." He lifted his head, unwavering, meeting Tu Han's gaze head-on without a trace of fear. "What?" Tu Han's form trembled, his pupils constricting as he fixed his stare on Qin Feng. His breath suddenly uneven. He demanded, "You are the little King of Liang." He could hardly believe that the very target of his dreams to eliminate had appeared so close, rendering everything surreal. Why would a lord dare to take such risks, boldly challenging his royal court alone? Tu Han was puzzled at that moment. Qin Feng vaulted onto his steed, his gaze piercing into Tu Han's, responding with unwavering conviction, "Indeed, it is I." As he spoke, the Ming Hong Tian saber thrummed softly, its high-frequency vibrations sending a wave of dread through the Wolf Clan warriors. A deep crimson hue spread, a lethal aura lurking just beneath the surface. "Kill!" Both Tu Han and Qin Feng struck simultaneously. The Crimson Dragon Horse soared into the air, rising several dozen feet, resembling a dragon piercing the sky. Tu Han dove down, his saber transforming into a colossal white wolf shadow, its gaping maw poised to devour. A wolf's howl echoed, resonating across the grasslands shrouded in night, sending chills down spines. Qin Feng's steed, unsettled by the presence of the Crimson Dragon Horse, became restless. He quickly channeled his inner energy into the steed, dulling its senses. With a thunderous sound, the Ming Hong Tian saber erupted with blinding bloodlight once more. The blood-soaked dragon slaughter technique was unleashed again, its sharp crimson aura enveloping the battlefield, the power of the Golden Core realm reaching its zenith. In an instant, the surrounding bonfires crackled, sparks flying. A tremendous explosion resounded as the two clashed from afar. Tu Han, using the power of the Crimson Dragon Horse, forced Qin Feng back. A cold smile crept across his face as he mocked, "Little King of Liang, you possess quite the audacity to come here seeking death." I shall oblige you." At that moment, his heart raced with excitement. For if he could capture the little King of Liang, would not the entire Liang Kingdom fall under his dominion? He could even kick aside the state of Chu, relishing in the spoils of victory all for himself. The strength of the Wolf Clan's royal court would surely rise further. Then, Tu Han, the Wolf King, would become the greatest ruler in the history of these grasslands. With this thought, Tu Han's heart swelled with ambition, his saber slicing through the air with increasing speed, the white wolf shadow growing ever more blinding, its gaping maw carrying the stench of blood. Enveloping all around, in that moment, Qin Feng seemed ensnared in a siege of wolves, his predicament growing perilous. Soon, his steed buckled under the strain of the fierce battle, collapsing first, with no mount to support him. Qin Feng leaped into the air, striking out with his saber. The sharp sound of the blade echoed, a wild killing intent permeating the air, seeking to disperse the encroaching white wolf shadows, without a steed. "How can you contend with me?" Tu Han laughed heartily, confident in the advantage bestowed by the speed of the crimson dragon horse. Thus, the surrounding wolf shadows, with their bloodied maws agape, lunged at Qin Feng with relentless ferocity. Kill without end. A strange red light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he activated the Eye of Void Breaking. Wherever his gaze fell, the clusters of white shadows dissipated rapidly, leaving only a single blade. Vibrating with incredible speed, that it was none other than Tu Han's saber. The saber, empowered by the force of the blade, became unpredictable and elusive. Yet, once Qin Feng pierced through the veil with his Eye of Void Breaking, it appeared utterly mundane. Kill. Qin Feng feigned defeat, retreating step by step under the relentless assault of Tu Han, and a brilliant smile illuminated Tu Han's face, as if he could already envision his resounding victory and the fruits of triumph in Yunling Prefecture. In the throes of exhilaration, he inevitably revealed a flawed that moment. Qin Feng's momentum shifted abruptly to a sharp, blood-red arc cleaved through the air, sweeping toward the Liangdu. "What?" Tu Han's expression turned icy. "You are at the end of your rope. Yet you still wish to struggle in vain." Reluctant to see his steed harmed, he hastily swung his blade to protect the Liangdu. However, Qin Feng's blade shifted again, soaring into the air and aimed directly at his head. In an instant, Tu Han felt a surge of dread, as if struck by lightning. Almost instinctively, he leapt from the back of the Liangdu, hurtling several feet backward. With a low growl, the Liangdu suddenly crouched down. By the time Tu Han regained his senses, Qin Feng was already seated atop the Liangdu. The situation had changed. A smirk played at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth as he looked down at Tu Han. Nevertheless, the Liangdu remained loyal, attempting to break free from his grasp. Yet, its struggles were trivial in the presence of a golden core expert. Qin Feng urged the Liangdu forward, charging at Tu Han. The steed's speed was swift, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, sending several wolf riders, who attempted to intervene, flying. The Minghong Tiandao was abruptly raised, bursting forth with blinding light as it descended upon Tu Han. A flicker of panic crossed Tu Han's eyes as he hastily retreated. With a thunderous crash, a blood-red blade of light fell from the heavens, leaving a massive fissure in the ground. The tidal wave of force surged forth, propelling Tu Han and the nearby wolf riders away. The residual might of the blade continued, crushing the tents behind that moment. The eyes of the surrounding wolf warriors darkened, their fear unmistakable. Tu Han, nearly driven to madness, glared with crimson eyes, trembling with rage. This scoundrel, riding his prized steed on his own territory, had forced him into a corner. What remained of his dignity as the Wolf King? "Little Yang Wang, you seek death." Tu Han's veins bulged as he roared ferociously. "I shall make you pay in blood." As he spoke, the ground trembled lightly, and the wild grass rustled. The surrounding wolf warriors changed their expressions drastically, kneeling and chanting incantations. Ethereal energies began to coalesce above the wolf clan's royal court. Soon, a phantom of a white wolf king materialized above Tu Han's head. Under the moonlight, the white wolf shone like fresh snow, harmonizing with the moonlight, exuding an indescribable noble aura that instilled a sense of submission in all present. Suddenly, the white wolf king raised its head and howled at the sky. 1,000 wolves' night march. In an instant, the ground of the prairie shook, winds howled, and countless shadows gathered around the royal court. illuminated by the firelight. Each shadow bore green eyes, reminiscent of soul-reaping specters from the depths of the underworld. Kill! Tu Han's voice was hoarse and low, filled with suppressed malice. Countless shadows surged forth, launching their assault. As they drew near, the onlookers realized these were towering wolf demons, each exuding an overwhelmingly tyrannical presence. Rivaling that of foundation-building cultivators, scanning the surroundings, there were no fewer than 1,000 wolf demons of such caliber. In that moment, the Hu Bin-Wei felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. And even the chaotic Yu Ing-Wei swiftly gathered before Qin Feng. Seeing the solemn expressions of his soldiers, Qin Feng understood well. This was the greatest trouble they had encountered yet. No one had anticipated such a powerful force lurking within the Wolf Clan's royal court. That moment, Tu Han's sinister voice rang out again. You ants, prepare to feel the terror of the prairie night. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings, his eyes gradually turning cold. Did you think this king would come here without any preparations? His gaze finally settled on Tu Han, with a hint of mockery. If you have tricks up your sleeve, do unleash them and see whether you or this king is more formidable, Tu Han coldly retorted. Qin Feng chuckled, his lips trembling slightly to Heaven's Fortune summoning activated. Promote Hu Bin-Wei. With a thought, the system's fortune points rapidly diminished by 5,000. Immediately, an enigmatic aura enveloped the Hu Bin-Wei. Ding! Consumed 5,000 fortune points. Promotion to Hu Bin-Wei successful. In an instant, the expressions of the Hu Bin-Wei transformed. Tu Han's pupils constricted, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. What is happening? Why has their presence suddenly changed so drastically? He felt a surge of suspicion and waved his hand, commanding the wolf demons to charge. In an instant, thousands of wolf demons, comparable to foundation-building cultivators, emitted earth-shattering howls, their murderous intent enveloping the sky above the prairie. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended from the heavens. Leading the charge, its emerald eyes flashing with an eerie glow, the ground trembled, and fierce winds raged, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Kill! Qin Feng commanded decisively. The Hu Bin-Wei surged forth like wolves, blades clashing with the throngs of wolf demons. Originally at the Kaiyuan realm, their strength had been elevated to that of foundation-building cultivators through Qin Feng's summoned power, allowing them to stand toe-to-toe with the wolf demons. Coupled with their disciplined military training, they maintained their formation amidst the onslaught, fighting to a standstill. What? Tu Han's eyes brimmed with profound dissatisfaction. These fools dare to obstruct my thousand wolves' night march. They are merely dreaming. With his head tilted skyward, he howled at the moon, elongating his neck in a sound akin to a wolf's howl. The phantom of the White Wolf King above also raised its head in a long howl. In that moment, thousands of wolf demons erupted into a frenzy, charging fearlessly. Despite the Hu Bin-Wei's disciplined tactics, they suffered significant casualties against such overwhelming numbers. Moreover, under the White Wolf King's call, the wolf demons became increasingly frenzied, their strength enhanced by several folds. Bang! A wolf demon fell, quickly trampled by others as they leapt over its corpse, overwhelming the Hu Bin-Wei, who were already exhausted from battle. The remaining Hu Bin-Wei brothers were unable to assist, as any attempt to save their comrades would disrupt their formation. The howls of wolves echoed relentlessly, and casualties continued to mount. In that moment, the vast Wolf Clan royal court was suffused with the thick scent of blood. Tu Han's smile grew ever wider. Ultimately, all forces that attempt to stand in my way shall be obliterated. Furthermore, Qin Feng's other unit, adept at ambush and assassination, the Yuing Wei, is rendered ineffective in this chaotic skirmish. Becoming a burden. Little beast, you are finished, Tu Han declared sharply. Qin Feng shot him a cold glance. That moment, a massive arrow shot from outside the Wolf Clan royal court, its explosive sound piercing the ears of all present. A black streak resembling a dragon, piercing through dozens of wolf demons in its wake. What is happening? Tu Han's expression shifted drastically. Qin Feng chuckled. The show has only just begun, before his words had fully escaped his lips. Dozens of arrows, thick as a human arm, rained down upon the wolf demons. As thousands of wolf demons clustered together, The expansive target made each arrow's descent claim the lives of dozens. Furthermore, these arrows were meticulously chosen to strike down the wolf demons, cleaving through the throngs and leaving the wolf demons disoriented and unable to support one another. As a result, only a little over 100 wolf demons reached the front lines against the Hu Ben Wei. This number proved insufficient to withstand the Hu Ben Wei's onslaught. The remaining wolf demons, intimidated by the arrows, hesitated, unwilling to advance. Soon, the corpses of the wolf demons piled up before the Hu Ben Wei, forming a wall. This is outrageous. Who dares to thwart my grand design? Tu Han bellowed furiously as he envisioned victory. The sudden interference incited his wrath. At that moment, a wolf rider hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Dire news. There are people outside pushing enormous siege engines. What? Tu Han fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his voice laced with fury. You despicable scoundrel. Siege engines? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, astonished that Run Tai Bai and his group possessed such capabilities to construct siege engines in the sparsely populated prairie. Truly, a rogue's methods are indeed unexpected. With such a tactic, the previous expenditure of 5,000 fortune points was well worth it. Wolf King, cease your struggles. Today, the Wolf Clan Royal Court is destined for defeat. Qin Feng perched atop the Crimson Dragon steed, casting a disdainful gaze upon Tu Han, and remarked, "Do you truly believe that the state of Chu wishes to partake in your spoils? Huh. They merely desire to use you as cannon fodder. For with your strength, you are woefully unprepared to contend with me." As he spoke, he charged forth alone, directly targeting Tu Han. The Crimson Dragon steed moved with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of fire traversing through hundreds of wolf demons and warriors. The Minghong Tian Dao vibrated with fervent energy, its blood-red glow dazzling and formidable, instilling fear in numerous wolf warriors who staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Tu Han's chest heaved erratically, betraying his uncertainty, whether from terror or rage. "I shall not be defeated," he bellowed through gritted teeth, brandishing his saber with ferocity aimed at Qin Feng. Overhead, the White Wolf King mirrored his aggression, baring its fangs in a menacing snarl. The Northern Wolf Clan, after all, was not a mere horde to be tamed by ordinary men. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, as a wave of force surged between the two adversaries. The Crimson Dragon steed appeared to be enveloped in flames, retreating several paces after a series of swift maneuvers in the air. While Tu Han was flung back hundreds of feet, the voices of the various leaders of the Wolf Clan resonated around them. In an instant, many wolf warriors gathered around Tu Han, constructing a barrier to shield him from Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained mounted, his Ming Hong Tian Dao dripping with a single drop of blood. Thud, thud, thud. Many of the Wolf Clan leaders observed him, their hearts racing with trepidation. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the assembly as he inquired in an even tone, "The defeat of the Wolf Clan's royal court is now inevitable. How long do you think you can withstand me? One move, or perhaps two?" Where his eyes fell, none dared to meet his gaze. Simultaneously, the Tiger Band guards appeared in unison behind Qin Feng, their black iron cavalry arranged with precision. As if an unseen hand orchestrated their formation, the Shadow Guards also swiftly gathered, revealing their sharp weapons. Outside the Wolf Clan's royal court, Ren Tai Bai stood upon a high platform, proclaiming loudly, "Your Majesty, the Wolf Clan's royal court is now within our grasp. Those who dare to move recklessly shall face death. Reckless movements shall lead to death." A throng of mercenaries erupted in excitement at his words. As he spoke, dozens of crossbow carts lined up before them, aimed squarely at Tu Han and his retinue. The clan leaders gulped helplessly as they glanced at Tu Han. "I do not wish to die." Suddenly, one of the Wolf Clan leaders cried out in despair, striking Tu Han down to the ground with a single blow. What? A tumult of chaos erupted among the Wolf Clan members. The leaders were caught off guard, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. Already weakened, Tu Han collapsed into a pool of blood. The last flicker of hope for the Wolf Clan was extinguished. The leader who had slain Tu Han scrambled towards Qin Feng, raising his hands in surrender and pleading, I yield, I yield. Tu Han is dead. I beseech you, grant me mercy." Many wolves, witnessing this, hastily knelt upon the ground. Originally, The wolf clan thrived by a nomadic lifestyle, scattered and lacking a unified culture or blood ties, relying solely on their formidable strength for cohesion. Now, with two Han incapacitated and unable to protect them, it was only natural for some to seek new avenues for survival. The most expedient means at hand was to eliminate two Han and pledge fealty to De Liang. Qin Feng regarded the man with a single glance. Remaining silent, he harbored no fondness for those who would slay their own sovereign in the heat of battle. However, this man's surrender effectively dissolved the resistance of the Wolf clan, sparing De Liang considerable effort. With the Wolf King dead, from this day forth, the royal court of the Wolf clan shall cease to exist. Qin Feng's voice thundered, echoing throughout the vast court. That moment. Dawn broke in the east in the northern borders of De Liang. An assembly of 200,000 troops from the state of Chu had gathered, with Commander Liao he inspecting the encampment. Reporting to the commander, our forces have assembled completely. The camp and supply transport are all in place, ready to engage De Liang. One soldier proclaimed loudly. This battle represented a golden opportunity for the state of Chu to establish its renown. A victory here would allow them to forge a legend on foreign soil, alongside countless riches, slaves, and beauties. Furthermore, unlike the Liang Kingdom located in Yunling Prefecture, Chingling Prefecture under Chu's governance enjoyed stability, offering few chances for domestic achievement. Thus, outward expansion signified the promise of power and status. Such prospects stirred the blood of Chu's soldiers. Liao he nodded slightly. Though he held a low opinion of the people of Liang, he remained cautious as a commander, ensuring all necessary preparations were made. After listening to his subordinate's report, he inquired, "What of the Wolf clan? When will the 30,000 cannon fodder arrive?" The strategy of employing the wolves as vanguard was the first decree of the state of Chu, to exhaust the living forces of De Liang while gauging their strength. Hence, the king of Chu had gone to great lengths to supply the Wolf clan with provisions. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Reporting to the commander, "The 30,000 wolves have gathered 150 miles away," the subordinate replied. "What is the meaning of this?" Liao He's brow furrowed. According to the plan, the Wolf clan was supposed to launch their initial assault on De Liang today. Yet they were still 150 miles away. "Commander, it appears there has been a supply issue with the Wolf clan's provisions. They have requested additional supplies," the subordinate murmured. "More supplies?" Liao, he displayed his displeasure, coldly remarking, "Did we not already provide them with 30,000 carts of provisions? Do these rascals wish to extort us further? Send a message to the Wolf clan's leader. If they do not arrive by nightfall, they should prepare to face the consequences." Liao He's tone was grave. This unfortunate start stirred a ripple of anxiety within his otherwise calm demeanor. The subordinate hurriedly acknowledged the command. "Understood." As dusk fell, the subordinate rushed into the command tent. "Commander, dire news. The 30,000 wolves are retreating," the subordinate exclaimed urgently. "What?" Liao He sprang to his feet, demanding, "What is happening?" The state of Chu had established a joint combat agreement with the Wolf clan. Now, the Wolf army was not only attempting to raise their demands, but was also retreating, breaching the agreement. Did they fear incurring Chu's wrath? It seems there's been a disturbance within the Wolf clan's royal court. Conflicts have erupted among the leaders, prompting the wolves to return to aid the royal court. The subordinate reported, lowering his head. "Damned fools." Liao He slammed his fist on the table, cursing vehemently. "They are indeed a rabble. Utterly useless." This turn of events necessitated a complete overhaul of his battle strategy. Moreover, the 30,000 carts of provisions intended to support the Wolf clan's royal court were now wasted. This thought crossed his mind. Liao He felt a wave of indescribable frustration wash over him, an unsettling sensation of discontent. "Prepare immediately. I shall launch the first assault against De Liang," Liao He declared, raising his head suddenly, gritting his teeth in determination. The sudden disruption of the joint combat plan, if leaked, would undoubtedly dampen morale. Thus, he urgently required a victory to stabilize his troops. That moment, the Liang Kingdom received the news as well. "General, rejoice! We have received good tidings." A scout rushed into the tent, kneeling and exclaiming, "The 30,000 wolf cavalry have retreated without a fight." "What?" The assembled officers of various nations within the tent exchanged incredulous glances, whispering among themselves. Did the Wolf Clan not reach an agreement with the state of Chu? Why would they retreat without a fight? One queried, perplexed. Indeed, could there have been a conflict between Chu and the wolves? Another speculated. That seems implausible. Could this be a ruse? I have heard that the commander sent by Chu is Liao He, a cunning strategist. Perhaps this is a deliberate ploy, someone voiced with a hint of concern. Pan Jiangfeng smiled, raising her hand to quell the murmurs. To be candid, the Wolf Clan's retreat indeed has its reasons, but those reasons do not lie with the state of Chu. Rather, they originate from our De Liang. De Liang? What do you mean? Many remained in the dark. Several dozen days ago, our king personally led an elite force northward, heading directly for the Wolf Clan's royal court. Now that the wolves are retreating, it indicates our king has achieved his objective, and the Wolf Clan's royal court must be in disarray. Pan Jiangfeng explained with conviction. What? Numerous soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. The king of Liang had bravely ventured into the heart of the Wolf Clan's royal court alone. What would happen if something went awry? The thought alone sent shivers down many spines. The might of the king of Liang was indeed awe-inspiring. Some were compelled to express their admiration. Indeed, to enter the Wolf Clan's royal court single-handedly would surely become a legendary tale in Yunlingzhou. Soon, the remaining members in the camp began to shower praises. With this, the absence of the Wolf Clan as vanguard meant the elimination of a formidable ally for the state of Chu. This significantly increased our chances of defeating Chu. A coalition soldier suddenly realized this, bursting with excitement. Indeed. In an instant, the coalition soldiers who had previously felt an overwhelming sense of dread now wore expressions of joy. Yet, Pan Jiangfeng's brow furrowed tightly, and he spoke gravely. Gentlemen, the situation is far from simple. Although the Wolf Clan has departed, the state of Chu will undoubtedly muster every ounce of strength to confront us in order to preserve their morale. Thus, we will face an even more formidable Chu. This battle was of utmost significance, not only for the state of Chu, but also for the coalition forces of Yunlingzhou. For Chu, their troops were strong and well-trained, easily capable of overwhelming the coalition forces. However, having lost their ally at the last moment and finding themselves in a foreign land, their morale had dipped and they desperately needed a victory to restore it. As for the coalition, their combat power paled in comparison to Chu's, and with their hearts not necessarily united, defeating Chu would be no easy feat fortunately. Qin Feng's surprise attack on the Wolf Clan's royal court had resulted in a resounding victory, instilling confidence in all to face Chu. However, mere confidence was insufficient. Action was imperative. Only true victory could uplift morale. Thus, this battle would undoubtedly be arduous for both Chu and the coalition. As night fell, a blazing inferno erupted from the direction of the Chu camp, and shadows surged in like a torrent, all heading towards Hejiang City in the northern borders of Liang. Hejiang City, the point where Liangjiang and Yunjian converged, was also the closest location between Jianglingzhou and Yunlingzhou. Pan Jiangfeng had stationed heavy troops here, relying on the natural defenses of the two rivers to keep the Chu forces at bay. Consequently, days prior, he had dispatched men to fortify Hejiang City and deepen the riverbank's defenses. Moreover, the frequency of patrols had increased from once every hour to thrice. Pan Jiangfeng was fully alert regarding the Chu army. Having established a comprehensive intelligence network to monitor Liang's movements continuously, General, we have detected the Chu army's siege forces to the north. A soldier rushed in to report shortly after nightfall. At last. They have arrived. Pan Jiangfeng exhaled a sigh of relief and personally rushed to the front lines. Standing atop Hejiang City's wall, he gazed out at the vast expanse of Yunjian, where enormous ships materialized through the mist like colossal primordial beasts. Exuding an intense sense of pressure, prepare the assault boats. Pan Jiangfeng commanded with a slight movement of his eyelids. Soon, shadowy figures emerged from the riverbank, plunging into the water and swimming towards the Chu fleet. This naval force, composed of troops from the Hu region and led by Pan Jiangfeng's trusted lieutenants, had undergone rigorous training. This would be their first real battle. Striking mid-crossing would yield great benefits. And if successful, it would surely disrupt the Chu army's formations. However, The endeavor was fraught with peril, and the likelihood of success was slim. Boom! A sudden, deafening explosion resonated as the river erupted violently. Clearly, the Chu army had anticipated Liang's ship-sinking strategy. Streaks of light filled the air as hundreds of foundational cultivators wielding flying swords emerged, mercilessly attacking Liang's forces in the water. The continuous bursts of blood illuminated the river. Pan Jiangfeng's brow furrowed. Magical artifacts. Cultivators below the golden core stage could not fly unaided, but with the aid of magical artifacts, they could. However, such artifacts were exorbitantly priced, far beyond the means of ordinary feudal states. The emergence of Chu's foundational cultivators signified the impending failure of their ship-sinking operation. Let the Jin Yao take action, Pan Jiangfeng calmly instructed. Understood, his command was swiftly executed. Moments later, tumultuous waves surged upon the Yunjian, crashing violently against the Chu fleet. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rolled ominously. Suddenly, a fierce storm unleashed torrential rain. Boom! The sound of thunder was relentless, deafening all around. Many flying foundational cultivators were struck down by the fierce winds and rain. Plunging into the river, swallowed by the surging waters. Roar! A brilliant golden light erupted from the river, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a mighty tiger. It was none other than Jin Wang, the formidable demon subdued by Qin Feng on Liangjiang. Now, as the Chu army crossed the river, it was the perfect moment for Jin Wang to showcase its powers. Bold demon, do you dare to obstruct my mighty Chu forces? A commanding voice rang out from the Chu fleet, followed by a figure soaring into the sky. A golden core cultivator, clad in Qilin armor and wielding a massive axe. He prepared to unleash his might, the sharp light of his axe cleaving through the air and hurtling directly towards Jin Wang in the river. Puff! Jin Wang swelled with immense energy and unleashed a fierce breath, creating a gust that sent dark green water splashing wildly, deflecting the axe's trajectory. Instantly, the dark green rain cascaded onto the decks of the Chu fleet, causing many Chu soldiers to cry out in agony, their faces contorted in pain. This is bad. The rain is poisonous. The alarm rang out among the fleet. Activate the defensive formation. Liao He, commanding the flagship, immediately ordered. Quickly, the soldiers aboard the fleet sprang into action, activating the defensive formation. These fellows have quite a few tricks up their sleeves, Pan Jiangfeng mused, his brow furrowed. It was evident that the Chu's tactics far exceeded those of Liang and the coalition. He had initially hoped to deliver a significant blow to the Chu army with Jin Wang's strength, but it seemed that Jin Wang's effectiveness would be greatly diminished. Once the defensive formation was activated, the Chu soldiers acted without restraint, unleashing rampant axe strikes that churned the river's waters. Caught off guard, Jin Wang was struck by an axe light. Blood staining the river, It let out a piercing wail, and surrounding demonic energy rapidly converged, forming a massive whirlpool. The river suddenly swelled violently, pulling the Chu fleet into its grasp. Maintain formation and strike down this demon with all your might. Liao, he commanded. In the midst of his words, another golden core cultivator wielding a spear appeared in the Chu fleet. The spear shot forth like a dragon, its white light tearing through space, colliding with Jin Wang's crimson tongue and erupting into blinding sparks. In pain, Jin Wang cried out, causing the river to churn violently. Soon, a Chu vessel was drawn into the whirlpool, sinking to the riverbed, with only a few dozen escaping with their lives. Witnessing this, the two golden core cultivators intensified their attacks, forcing Jin Wang to flee in panic. It darted from Yunjian into Liangjiang, retreating deep into Liang territory on the flagship. Liao He gazed at Hejiang City, his expression growing increasingly cold. The methods of this insignificant Liang state are indeed numerous. Too bad, before the iron cavalry of my mighty Chu, all tricks will be crushed to dust. Full speed ahead. The Chu fleet lined up, charging forcefully towards the riverbank. Deploy the catapults and crossbows, Pan Jiangfeng commanded coolly. The catapults and crossbows stationed along the riverbank sprang into action, dark projectiles soaring through the air, raining down upon the Chu fleet. However, the Chu fleet's defenses were formidable, and given Liang's hasty arrangements, the number of catapults and crossbows was limited. After sinking 2 vessels, they still allowed the Chu forces to land. With a thunderous roar, the synchronized clanking of armor reverberated, shaking the earth and momentarily drowning out the river's tumult. Defend the honor of the mighty Chu, obliterate all resistance. Liang must fall. Liao, he commanded. The 10,000 Chu soldiers launched a fierce siege. Streams of light shot skyward, directly targeting the towers of Hejiang City. The Chu army's tens of thousands of sorcerers initiated a ranged assault, raining down fireballs like boulders, crashing mercilessly upon the towers. In an instant, flames raged, and waves of heat surged forth. The coalition soldiers atop the city walls were bombarded, fleeing in panic. Many were caught unawares, directly consumed by the flames, their anguished cries ringing in the air, heart-wrenching and soul-piercing. Meanwhile, under the cover of the Sorcerer Legion, 50,000 siege cavalry from the state of Chu surged forth, their massive battering rams racing toward Hejiang City, shaking the very earth. With a thunderous crash, the towering walls of Hejiang City trembled violently. Sorcerer Battalion, charge! Amidst the chaos, Pan Jiangfeng maintained her composure, her eyelids fluttering as she issued a command in a low voice. Although the Sorcerer Battalion of Liang was inferior in overall strength to that of Chu and could not engage them directly, they were more than capable of halting the reckless advance of Chu's siege cavalry. Streams of shimmering light spiraled outward, weaving into countless silver threads that restrained the charge of the Chu soldiers. The foremost warriors found themselves ensnared by the silver lines, unable to maintain their momentum, and fell from their steeds, instantly crushed into a bloody pulp by the cavalry behind them. Cries of alarm erupted from within the ranks of Chu's cavalry, their once swift charge slowing rapidly. Kill! At that moment, a frenzied roar erupted from atop Hejiang's walls. The sorcerers of Liang launched another assault, their ethereal energies coalescing in the skies, swiftly transforming into a torrential downpour that fell mercilessly upon Chu's cavalry. In an instant, the casualties among Chu's cavalry began to rise dramatically. Observing this scene, Liao He's expression grew cold. Eliminate the enemy sorcerers. With a single order, the Chu Sorcerer Battalion targeted their attacks at Liang sorcerers. Boom! Amidst the storm, flashes of lightning tore through the sky, striking directly at Hejiang's towers. Several dozen sorcerers fell in response, reduced to charred remains. The formation of Liang's Sorcerer Battalion fell into disarray. Attack the city. The roar of Chu's cavalry resounded once more. A vast army surged forth like a roaring tide, their enormous siege engines crashing violently against the city gates. Pour the boiling oil, Pan Jiangfeng commanded sternly. With the Sorcerer Battalion's attack suppressed, they had no choice but to resort to physical assaults. The torrent of scalding waste cascaded down, soaking Chu's cavalry in a deluge. Below the walls, the cries of despair echoed. Hoarse and exhausted, many continued to fall, yet the cavalry behind surged relentlessly onward. General, this city may not hold. An officer hastily approached Pan Jiangfeng, expressing his concerns. The Chu cavalry was well-equipped, highly trained, and outnumbered the defenders of Hejiang City by several times. If this continued, the city would surely fall. First, evacuate the civilians, Pan Jiangfeng pondered briefly. Understood, the officer replied, accepting the order. In Liangdu, Qin Feng hurriedly returned from the Wolf Clan's royal court, having received urgent reports from Hejiang City. Your Majesty, the situation in Hejiang City is dire. We must abandon it. The brief message conveyed the gravity of the situation. If Hejiang City fell, the northern borders of Liang's territory, extending 300 miles from the city, would be exposed to Chu's cavalry, placing Liangdu in jeopardy. Moreover, with the Chu cavalry advancing fiercely, they would likely intimidate the other feudal states of Yunlingzhou. Should these states turn against Liang at such a critical moment, it would leave them besieged from all sides. Clenching the urgent report, Qin Feng's countenance darkened. They had evidently underestimated Chu's strength. The profound foundation of Chu, which had dominated Jianglingzhou for centuries, was not something Liang could contend with. Just then, Princess Chingling approached and said, Your Majesty, I dare to speak on behalf of Hejiang City. Oh. Qin Feng regarded her, inquiring, What strategy do you propose, Princess? Your Majesty, given Chu's might and their desire to enlist the help of the Wolf clan's royal court. Why can't our Liang also seek external assistance? Princess Chingling asked, her voice clear and resolute. External assistance? Qin Feng replied with a wry smile that, in the current predicament of Liang, what external force could they rely upon? Moreover, which power would dare to challenge Chu's pressure to aid Liang? Your Majesty, have you perhaps forgotten about Tai Rui? Princess Chingling interjected. Tai Rui. Qin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging he belongs to the Tanyusi demon clan. Even if he can assist Liang, he may not arrive in time to— I have heard that after his defeat, Tai Rui was expelled from Tanyusi and has been hiding in Yunjiang. Perhaps he could be persuaded to join us. Princess Chingling stated earnestly that I see. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. Given this situation, perhaps they could convince Tai Rui. Although he was once a defeated foe, surely there are no eternal enemies in this world. Just then, Chao Jiu arrived, leading Shen Wanshan. Commoner Shen Wanshan pays respects to your Majesty and the Queen. Shen Wanshan beamed with vitality, bowing deeply to Qin Feng and Princess Chingling. This time, I was dispatched to the southern Zhou dynasty, and I am pleased to report I have secured the title of a third-tier feudal state for your Majesty. As he spoke, he raised a delicate purple-gold box high above his head. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he promptly opened the box to reveal a golden seal shaped like a Qilin, along with an official decree of a third-tier feudal state. Splendid. Qin Feng's previous gloom lifted instantly. He had thought achieving a fourth-tier status would be Liang's limit. Little did he expect that under Shen Wanshan's adept handling, they had attained third-tier status, a significant morale boost. Shen Wanshan, you have done exceptionally well this time. I have another task for you. Would you be willing to accept it? Qin Feng inquired. Shen Wanshan bowed deeply. Please issue your command, your Majesty. I will not hesitate to plunge into fire and water. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Hejiang City fell. The relentless cavalry of Chu surged into this first city on the riverbank of Liang. However, what awaited them was an empty shell of a city. Commander, the view from Hejiang City extends 300 miles, and within 3 days, our army can march straight toward Liang's capital, a Chu soldier exclaimed with excitement. This battle had inflicted heavy losses on both Chu and the Yunling Zhao coalition, yet concluded with Chu's victory, greatly boosting the morale of the Chu army, all eager to trample Liang underfoot. Liao he furrowed his brow, contemplating, things are not so simple. Although the casualties among the Yunling Zhao coalition at Hejiang were significant, his rough estimates revealed they numbered far less than 200,000, indicating that the coalition still retained considerable strength. Standing atop the city walls, he gazed in the direction of the coalition's retreat, stating, Pan Jiangfeng's tactics are formidable. I wonder what other tricks she has up her sleeve. The commander is a master of warfare. Our Chu army is powerful and well-equipped. How could dealing with a minor state like Liang be anything but easy? A Chu soldier declared confidently. At that moment, the setting sun bled crimson, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air above Hejiang City. Lord Chao, please inform the king that my mission to Yunjiang was exceedingly successful. I have persuaded Tai Rui to march. Shen Wanshan arrived at the palace, breathless but wearing his signature amiable smile. Congratulations, Lord Shen. Well done. Chao Jiu hurriedly welcomed Shen Wanshan into the palace. This month, Shen Wanshan had first secured the title of a third-tier feudal state for Liang and now successfully persuaded the demon clan of Yunjiang to take action, making his contributions undeniably significant, and he had become a prominent figure in both court and society. I dare not claim credit. It is all due to the king's grace. Shen Wanshan replied modestly. The two proceeded to the Grand Hall to meet Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was organizing the Heavenly Fortune Summoning System, ever since Liang was upgraded to a third-tier feudal state. His personal prestige had risen by 860 points, leaving him just 140 points shy of advancing to the next level, and the points in the system had returned to 50,000. More importantly, he could now command the national fortune of Liang, much like the Wolf King. With the support of national fortune, his strength would see a further enhancement. Presently, among the territories of Liang, even cultivators of the Golden Core stage were no longer a match for Qin Feng. When Shen Wanshan relayed Tai Rui's intentions to Qin Feng, he smiled, as expected of a versatile strategist. This deal is quite advantageous, Qin Feng remarked approvingly. Tai Rui sought the Tong Yusi, yearning to return and regain his lost honor. Clearly, he could not accomplish this alone. Thus, he sought collaboration with Liang. He had recognized Qin Feng's potential. However, this presented an excellent opportunity for Qin Feng to cultivate his own power within the demon clan. Although the human dynasty prided itself on being the legitimate heir, often looking down upon the demon clans, their numerous numbers could prove invaluable at critical moments. Thus, Qin Feng remained indifferent to the reputation of the demon clan. Whether it was pleasing or not, rest assured, as long as he wholeheartedly assists this king shall likewise extend his utmost support to him. Qin Feng remarked. He also instructed Shen Wanshan to deliver 50,000 carts of provisions and some ironware to the demon clan led by Tai Rui. Shen Wanshan clasped his hands in salute and stated, "Your Majesty, rest assured, this humble subject will ensure that this demon clan is utterly devoted to your service." Humble subject? Qin Feng chuckled, patting Shen Wanshan on the shoulder. "From this day forth, you shall be the imperial minister of the Great Liang." The imperial minister, one of the 6 ministers of Great Liang, held a position second only to the 2 prime ministers and had already stepped into the threshold of the esteemed ranks. Shen Wanshan immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." For those of the miscellaneous schools, the most significant transaction partners were the lords, and the greatest profit lay in attaining high office. Chao Jiu laughed. "Congratulations, Imperial Minister. Best wishes to you." Imperial Minister. 3 days later, in the northern borders of the Liang Kingdom, Pan Jiangfeng ordered the digging of deep trenches to repel the cavalry of the Chu Kingdom. "General, the cavalry of the Chu Kingdom approaches with great force, and with the assistance of tens of thousands of sorcerers, these trenches alone may not suffice to halt their advance," one of the officers hesitated to say. Pan Jiangfeng countered, who said, "I intend to use these trenches to block the Chu cavalry." The officer appeared momentarily stunned. "Relay the order to the troops to hasten their efforts. Tonight, each shall receive an additional 9 taels of meat." Pan Jiangfeng chuckled. Yes, the officer immediately became invigorated. Soon, the 100,000 allied forces of Yunling Prefecture began their work, digging trenches vigorously. Meanwhile, in Hejiang City, the cavalry of the Chu Kingdom stood ready for battle. Reporting to the marshal, "The Liang army is digging trenches 100 miles away, attempting to obstruct our advance." A scout hurriedly reported, "Digging trenches? Ha! Utterly foolish." A general of the Chu Kingdom scoffed at, "These fools believe that a few trenches can stop the might of the Chu cavalry?" Another person jeered, "Indeed, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well." "Marshal, I am willing to lead a cavalry unit to clear the path for the general." Someone immediately stepped forward to volunteer. Liao pondered for a moment and replied, "Proceed with caution. You can rest assured." "Marshal," the general responded loudly. This vast expanse of plains, flat as a board, was practically designed as a battlefield for the Chu Kingdom. Here, the Chu generals were confident that with tens of thousands of vanguard troops, they could crush the Liang forces, who could only dig trenches like mere earthworms. The mighty army swept forth, directly targeting the allied forces of Liang. The cacophony of shouts and the chilling aura of death rolled like dark clouds, enveloping the Liang troops. "Bring me my weapon," Pan Jiangfeng bellowed. Personally leading his troops in a battle, he ordered the soldiers digging trenches to continue their work without retreating. Soon, the elite forces of Liang burst forth, engaging in fierce combat with the vanguard of Chu. The vast plains echoed with the sounds of battle, and soon rivers of blood flowed. The Chu cavalry bared their vicious fangs, wreaking havoc among the Liang troops. In that moment, the overwhelming strength of the Chu Kingdom, the tyrant of Yunling Prefecture, was fully revealed. "The young ones of Liang shall swiftly meet their demise," the Chu general roared. His face flushed with rage, his eyes filled with frenzied zeal. That moment, a streak of light shot forth, and someone soared into the air. It was none other than Pan Jiangfeng. "Kill!" Pan Jiangfeng's gaze turned cold as he hurled spear, and in his hand appeared a long knife, its blade shimmering like cold snow in a wild dance. Bang! The Chu general blocked the spear, gazing down at Pan Jiangfeng, and harshly declared, "You dare to obstruct me?" As he spoke, he too leaped into the air, engaging Pan Jiangfeng in a fierce aerial confrontation. It turned out he was also a formidable figure at the Golden Core stage. In an instant, a powerful wave surged between the two. Pan Jiangfeng's moves were grand and sweeping, as if thousands of troops were charging, while the Chu general's techniques were exceedingly cunning, with bizarre angles. However, just as they clashed, the Chu cavalry had already formed an overwhelming advantage over the elite forces of Liang. Some even broke through the defenses of Liang and charged towards the trench-digging allied troops in an instant. Chaos ensued among the allies. Some, in their panic, scrambled out of the trenches, seeking to escape for their lives. Not retreat. The general has ordered, no one is to fall back. The Liang troops responsible for supervision roared loudly. Yet, the Chu cavalry continued to close in, and panic spread like wildfire among the allied forces. Some leaders among the allies shouted fiercely, "The Chu cavalry is already upon us. Do you want us to wait for death? Yes, this is your territory, Liang people. If you cannot hold it, why should we perish? We shall not dig trenches any longer. Indeed, even if the king of Liang were here, we would not do it," with one general taking the lead. The rest fell into utter chaos, the signs of rebellion becoming apparent. Originally, the allied forces of Yunling Prefecture were a disorganized rabble. Letting them chase after victory for spoils was one thing, but expecting them to withstand the immense pressure from the Chu cavalry was akin to demanding their lives. At this moment, a calm voice resounded from behind the crowd. "Do you wish to see this king? If there are any grievances, feel free to voice them now." Upon hearing the voice, the crowd turned to see a figure seated atop a chestnut-red steed, flanked by hundreds of black-armored knights. "Your Majesty, it truly was the king. We pay our respects to your Majesty." The Liang troops at the front, upon witnessing Qin Feng's arrival, were filled with exuberance, kneeling and shouting in unison. For in the hearts of the Liang people, Qin Feng was the supreme deity, the one who led Liang to rise, capable of achieving the impossible. Now, with Qin Feng personally gracing the battlefield, the anxiety within them dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, the allied forces looked upon Qin Feng with a mix of awe and trepidation, refraining from any thoughts of rebellion. However, while they had heard of the title young king of Liang, upon seeing this slightly juvenile visage, they couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could this young man truly defeat the Chu cavalry? Qin Feng swept his gaze around, exuding an imposing presence without anger. "Gentlemen, since there is nothing further to discuss, let us engage in battle. If Liang falls, your parents, wives, and children will also become victims of the trampling by the Chu cavalry. Kill!" The hundreds of tiger vanguards raised their arms in a rallying cry. Qin Feng surged forward, the chestnut-red steed charging like a blazing fire, directly towards the roaring Chu cavalry. The Minghong heavenly blade was drawn. Its blood-red glow flickered, sweeping aside all obstacles in its path like the scythe of death. Wherever the bloodlight passed, the Chu cavalry fell in droves. Hiss! The allied forces of the lords gasped in shock, their hearts racing to their throats, as they collectively inhaled sharply. Could this truly be the might of a human? Kill! As the Liang soldiers witnessed this spectacle, their morale soared, each one stepping forward courageously, their long spears and short halberds aimed at the Chu cavalry. In that moment, the momentum of the Chu cavalry's assault was unexpectedly halted. Someone in the Chu ranks, witnessing Qin Feng's prowess, immediately charged forward on horseback, shouting fiercely, "You little brat, dare to obstruct the might of my Chu army." Before he could finish, his head was sent flying into the air. The enemy general was decapitated upon their first encounter. Instantly, panic spread among the Chu troops. The general who had been engaged with Pan Jiangfeng also faltered, revealing an opening, and was slain beneath Pan Jiangfeng's blade. "We pay our respects to your Majesty," Pan Jiangfeng called out loudly. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." The Liang troops erupted in a thunderous roar. Qin Feng's eyelids flickered as he gazed sternly at the predatory Chu cavalry, declaring resolutely, "There is no need for formalities. Today, I shall join you in slaying these bandits and defending the rivers and mountains of Great Liang." Kill! With a single command, the chestnut-red steed surged forth, plunging into the vanguard of the Chu army. The power of the Golden Core stage was unleashed to its fullest extent, and wherever it passed, There was no enemy to withstand it, following closely behind. The Tiger vanguards swept through the Chu cavalry with overwhelming force. The previously dominant Chu cavalry was instantly turned on its head, leading the Tiger vanguards, Qin Feng, alongside the Liang troops. Annihilated over 8,000 Chu cavalrymen, achieving a tremendous victory. Report: a scout of the Chu army rushed forward in a panic, his face pale with fear, exclaiming, "Marshal, grave news! The king of Liang himself has personally taken to the field. The morale of the Chingling troops has surged, and our vanguard has been completely annihilated." What? Liao's expression shifted dramatically as he barked. That audacious little king of Liang dares to act so recklessly. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Dispatch orders. The central guard shall advance as the vanguard. The sorcerer shall follow and annihilate the Liang army while capturing the little king of Liang alive. With a commanding shout, the formidable cavalry of the state of Chu commenced their advance, heading straight for the Liang army stationed 100 miles away. Pan Zhongfeng stood beside Qin Feng as the busy soldiers of Liang tidied the battlefield and organized their spoils. The exquisite equipment of the Chu cavalry was an immensely valuable resource for them. Your Majesty, I have made ample preparations for this alliance with the Yao tribe of Yunjiang, Pan Zhongfeng declared, gesturing towards the intricate network of trenches, as long as the Chu cavalry dares to approach. We shall sever the Liang River and summon its waters. In no time, we will rendezvous with the 300,000 Yao warriors of Yunjiang. Originally, the northern frontier of Chu had no defensible stronghold aside from Hejiang City. Yet now, Pan Zhongfeng had ingeniously excavated a formidable barrier. General Pan, you have worked diligently. Qin Feng nodded slightly, remarking, the invasion of the Chu cavalry serves as a trial for the soldiers of Liang. If we aspire to become a true powerhouse in Yunling Prefecture, how can we avoid the tempests of battle? Your Majesty speaks wisely, Pan Zhongfeng replied, having grown notably more composed since the earlier conflict in the northern frontier of Hudi. At that moment, a mournful horn echoed, and a thick cloud of dust ascended on the horizon, rushing towards the Liang encampment. Your Highness, the Chu cavalry is launching another offensive. How shall we respond? A soldier from the coalition inquired. After Qin Feng's recent triumph over the Chu forces, resulting in considerable spoils, the previously demoralized morale of the coalition had rekindled, now imbued with a newfound ferocity. Qin Feng smiled, indicating the approaching Chu cavalry. In a moment, our Liang army shall take the lead. You will follow closely behind, merely tending to the wounded and delivering the finishing blows to the Chu soldiers. Is it truly that simple? The coalition soldiers, upon hearing this, felt a surge of confidence, promptly thumping their chests, assuring, "Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall not disgrace our mission." Such a task, which required no charge yet allowed them to reap the rewards from the rear, was akin to a windfall for the coalition, and they could not afford to take it lightly. Meanwhile, the Chu cavalry halted before the farthest trench, forming their ranks. Liao He's stepped forward, bellowing, "Where is the little king of Liang?" "Speak up." Pan Zhongfeng furrowed his brows, advancing to inquire, "Who are you, and what right do you have to address my king?" "I am Liao He, the general of Chu," he replied coldly, a proud expression adorning his face. "The little king of Liang acts in defiance, bringing disgrace to the state of Chu. Today, the divine army of Chu shall punish your ignorance and folly." Before he could finish, a chilling ray of crimson light shot forth. "What?" Liao He's expression shifted as he hastily retreated. The blood-red beam carved an unfathomable chasm into the ground, extending ominously towards him. Impressive. Liao He was taken aback, his gaze landing on a figure within the Liang army, Qin Feng. Qin Feng's voice rang out, calm and unhurried. "On the territory of my Liang, you Chu folk may act as dragons, but you must lie as tigers if you wish to stir up trouble. You best first assess your own necks to see whether yours is tougher than my blade." Liao He's complexion shifted multiple times as he coldly retorted, "Such arrogance! My state of Chu commands a mighty empire, its power resounding across the 2 provinces of Yunjiang. How dare you, Liang, utter such grandiose words?" As he spoke, beams of golden light ascended into the air, revealing 10 formidable cultivators of the Golden Core realm before the Chu ranks. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the ranks of the Yunling coalition. It was known that even when pooling all the power of Yunling Prefecture, the number of Golden Core cultivators they could muster barely reached a handful. Yet now, from the Chu army, a mere call to arms had summoned 10 Golden Core warriors. This was a display of overwhelming dominance. Fear painted the faces of many, and those who had previously intended to follow Qin Feng to seize opportunities now hesitated. However, Qin Feng galloped forward instead, his gaze lowered. With this rabble, you dare to bark on my Liang soil? Such audacity! A figure from the Chu army descended from the air, gazing down at Qin Feng with disdain. Little king of Liang, heed my words. I am Han Bailong, general of the Chu cavalry. Today, I shall take your head. As he spoke, a silver spear sliced through the air like a thunderbolt, its sharpness unmistakable. A clamor erupted among the ranks of the Yunling coalition. What a formidable presence! That name sounds familiar. Ah, I remember now. He was the chief disciple of the Yulong sect, renowned for slaughtering 3,000 foes with a single strike of his silver dragon spear. Gasp! Many drew in a breath, their eyes wide with fear. Han Bailong could not help but show a hint of pride. Back when he roamed the 2 provinces of Yinjiang, Qin Feng had yet to be born. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's expression remained unperturbed, merely casting a fleeting glance at him. You alone are no match for me. It would be prudent to have them all come at once. Such arrogance! Han Bailong's expression darkened. I offer you this counsel. You shall soon understand. Qin Feng raised his head and stated. Whoosh! At that moment, a dazzling silver light pierced the sky as Han Bailong made his move. Qin Feng instinctively closed his eyes. What an opportunity! Han Bailong rejoiced inwardly, sneering. Let us see whose true strength prevails. As he spoke, currents of energy spiraled around his silver dragon spear, showcasing a dragon-like momentum. Suddenly, the spear's brilliance tore through the air, and the surge of energy erupted forth, echoing with a dragon's roar. Clang! A piercing clash of metal rang out, as Qin Feng's Minghong heavenly blade met the silver dragon spear in a blinding flash. What speed! Han Bailong felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that the young king of Liang possessed such remarkable skill. He hurriedly adjusted his spear's stance. However, Qin Feng was even swifter, as the Minghong heavenly blade erupted with a blinding crimson light, sweeping forth with immense force towards Han Bailong. The blood-crazed dragon slaughtering strike. The tearing blade radiated astonishing power, instantly shaking Han Bailong to his core. Kill! Qin Feng raised his head, locking eyes with Han Bailong. Han Bailong felt as if struck by lightning, instantly perceiving that before him stood not a mere man, but a deity, an insurmountable god. In that moment, he froze mid-air. Yet, by the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. Boom! Blood rained down from the heavens as a figure plummeted from the sky. Qin Feng sheathed his blade, returning to his crimson steed, his expression devoid of any tumult. What? A murmur of astonishment swept through both armies. The Chu forces were taken aback, while the Liang soldiers erupted in cheers. Qin Feng's swift execution of a Golden Core warrior from the opposing side undeniably invigorated the Liang army. Fortune favors the realm. Liao he discerned the truth of the matter, coldly regarding Qin Feng, and inquired, I must admit, I underestimated you. However, I am curious. How many ranks of noble seals has the little king acquired? Just moments prior, Han Bailong's failure at a critical juncture was not due to distraction, but rather because Qin Feng had summoned the favor of national fortune. The third-ranked noble seal's blessing, combined with Qin Feng's inherent Golden Core strength, made dispatching a fellow Golden Core practitioner a trivial matter. This was also why Qin Feng had not taken Han Bailong's provocation to heart. That is a state secret of Liang. I cannot divulge. Qin Feng responded leisurely, a profound smile gracing his lips. Whispers of intrigue spread through the ranks of the coalition in Yunling Prefecture. So, the Prince of Liang had indeed come prepared for this expedition. It seemed he possessed absolute confidence in countering the Chu cavalry. Many began to feel a renewed sense of assurance. Liao he scoffed disdainfully, retorting, given the strength of your Liang, obtaining a 5th-ranked noble seal is already your limit. With a 5th-rank seal, you cannot hope to withstand the might of my Chu cavalry. As he spoke, he produced a platinum seal, the Commander's Seal of Chu. Wielded in battle, it signified the expansion of territory and dominion for the state of Chu. This seal served as the conduit for connecting with the national fortune of Chu. As the seal was unveiled, an enigmatic aura enveloped the Chu forces, radiating an otherworldly brilliance. The national fortune of Chu. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. Truly, as an established 3rd-ranked noble state, their amassed fortune was indeed formidable, manifesting even in a foreign land 1,000 miles away. Empowered by the national fortune, the Chu cavalry immediately appeared invigorated, their eyes gleaming with deadly intent. Kill! In the sky, 2 figures lunged towards Qin Feng in unison. General Luo Beitong of the Great Chu Expedition, General Wei Wuba of the Great Chu Southern Garrison. Little King of Liang, prepare to meet your end. As 2 individuals simultaneously let out a fierce shout, a blade and a sword converged upon Qin Feng with unwavering intent, bolstered by the fortuitous tides of the Chu nation's fortune. Their powers surged significantly, manifesting as a tempestuous force of wind and thunder, strikingly formidable, as though they were determined to eliminate Qin Feng entirely. The blade's momentum was ferocious, stirring up a howling gale, while the sword's thrust was sharp and biting, akin to the icy breath of winter snow. The techniques were undeniably exquisite. However, one could not ascertain whether they were merely for show or held true efficacy. Qin Feng spoke calmly, a glimmer of azure light shimmering upon the Minghong heavenly blade in his grasp. Ghostly Wind's 19 blades strike. The interwoven shadows of light emerged. The red dragon steed let out a fierce neigh, dashing forth like a fleeting ray of light. The cerulean blade shadows coalesced beneath Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba, forming an intricate net of death. Boom! 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 Their attacks collided with the assault of the Ghostly Wind's 19 blades simultaneously. The clashing of weapons rang out incessantly. The blade and sword flickered with brilliance, as if thunderous roars echoed above Qin Feng's head. Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba quickened their pace, their strikes becoming increasingly rapid and cunning. The onlookers around them were filled with trepidation. 2 formidable golden core cultivators besieging him. Surely, even the little Liang King, having trained since birth, would find no escape. A confident voice from the Chu army echoed. Indeed, General Luo and General Wei possessed a combined technique of blade and sword, reputed to have few rivals among Golden Core practitioners. The little Liang King has overreached this time, foolishly attempting to confront both of them single-handedly. Youth is truly brimming with hubris. Many within the Chu army chuckled. Yet Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba were acutely aware of their precarious situation. And no matter how they altered their techniques, they could not breach the defenses of the Ghostly Wind's 19 blades. Even deploying their most concealed skills yielded no success. The Ghostly Wind's 19 blades remained unassailable. What could be the cause of this? They exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Are you done playing? Qin Feng's voice rang out, laced with mockery. Both Luo Beitong and Wei Wuba felt a chill run down their spines. This is bad. They prepared to retreat. However, the Ghostly Wind's 19 blades suddenly surged into the air, enveloping them like a massive net. An overwhelming aura of death loomed closer. Their expressions shifted drastically as they hurriedly attempted to dodge, but the blade net had already ensnared them tightly. The sharp brilliance resembled the fangs of a ferocious beast, severing their path of retreat. "Commander, save me!" Wei Wuba cried out in desperation. Liao He's pupils constricted, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had underestimated the power of the great Liang's national fortune. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, and a mist of blood appeared above. This blood mist coalesced ominously, swiftly encroaching upon the Chu army and shrouding the auspicious light that hovered above them. This is national fortune suppression, a third-tier vassal state. Liao He's form trembled as he finally grasped the rank of the vassal seal in Qin Feng's hand. The Chu nation was a second-tier vassal state, capable of summoning national fortune comparable to that of a fourth-tier state. This was why he had previously felt unafraid of Qin Feng. However, Now, the aura summoned by Qin Feng was overwhelming his command seal, indicating that the Great Liang's national fortune was of a higher tier. Given the current state of Great Liang, it could only signify a third-tier vassal state. He could not fathom how Great Liang had ascended to a third-tier state in such a short span. Did they have the backing of a significant figure from the Southern Zhou dynasty? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Southern Zhou dynasty's strength would never regard the impoverished lands of Yunjiang and Erzhou. There must be another reason. Liao He's thoughts raced, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng, eager to discern the source of this youth's extraordinary influence, capable of reviving Great Liang and elevating it to a third-tier vassal state in such a brief period. At this moment, Qin Feng stood suspended in mid-air, surveying the Chu cavalry, and declared, "Who else wishes to challenge me?" In all directions, none dared to respond. "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Qin Feng reiterated. The Golden Corps practitioners at the forefront of the Chu army exchanged glances, bowing their heads in silence. "Who else wishes to challenge me?" Qin Feng asked for a third time, and invisible pressure enveloped the skies above the Chu cavalry. The once indomitable morale of the Chu army swiftly waned, showing subtle signs of despondency. "Little Liang King." Liao He lifted his head, speaking in a grave tone. "The Chu cavalry's ambition to sweep through Great Liang shall not falter due to a single individual. The day my army returns shall be the day Great Liang falls." With a single command, the order to retreat was given, and over 100,000 Chu cavalry rapidly withdrew. Given the current low morale of the Chu army, a forced assault on the combined forces of Liang and Yunling would result in heavy casualties, a futile endeavor. However, Liao He was acutely aware that the Liang army would not dare to pursue them, for the sorrowful soldiers are destined to triumph. "Your Majesty, shall we simply let them go?" Some soldiers from the vassal coalition inquired anxiously. Observing the Chu army's diminished morale, they believed their adversaries had already been defeated, eager to capitalize on the situation for their own gain. Qin Feng cast a calm glance at them. "Continue digging trenches." Pan Jiangfeng glared at the speaker, issuing a firm command. The soldiers from the vassal coalition awkwardly rubbed their noses, retreating in defeat. Moments later, a scout reported, "Your Majesty, General Wang Ben of the Qing Nation and General Lu Dao of the Chao Nation have led a pursuit of the Chu cavalry." "Let them go." Qin Feng replied he had discerned the true nature of the vassal coalition, a mere rabble, merely a gathering of numbers. These individuals, akin to flies, swarmed forward at the scent of benefit, entirely disregarding their own capabilities. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Liang, under Pan Jiangfeng's orders, continued to dig trenches in Hejiang City. Liao He sat upon the commander's seat. His expression grimmed. He had never anticipated that the elite forces of the Chu nation would find it so challenging to contend with the diminutive Liang state. Returning empty-handed, outside, a scout reported, "Commander, we have captured 2 vassal commanders from Yunlingzhou. Please give your orders." Yunlingzhou vassal commanders? Liao He frowned. When had the might of the Chu nation become so diminished that even these minor figures could provoke them? He was about to issue the order for their execution when a strategist stepped forward, saying, "Commander, an opportunity has presented itself." Liao He glanced at the individual. The strategist, tall and slender, slightly inclined his body. "Commander, if we can persuade these 2 to join us, allowing them to rally the vassals in the Yunlingzhou coalition, we could potentially fracture Liang's power from within." Liao He pondered for a moment before responding. "This motley crew is unlikely to achieve anything substantial. Commander, at this juncture, boosting our troops' morale is of utmost importance. If it becomes known that the Yunlingzhou coalition is fracturing internally, the morale will undoubtedly surge." The strategist replied with a smile. Though the vassal coalition posed little threat, their numbers were not insignificant. Should they rebel, even if Qin Feng were to intervene, it would take several days to resolve, presenting a crucial opportunity for the Chu nation. "Very well. As you wish." Liao He signaled for the strategist to handle the matter as he saw fit. The strategist nodded and said, "Commander, these ragtag individuals are driven by profit, so it is best to let them taste some benefits to ensure they willingly serve us." Liao He nodded in agreement. A night fell. General Wang Ben of the Qing Nation and General Lu Dao of the Chao Nation returned to the coalition camp, their faces beaming with triumph. They had not heeded the Chu nation's request to rally the vassals. Instead, they boasted grandly of their exploits against the Chu army, declaring how they had relentlessly driven them back. Moreover, they returned with 3,000 carts of supplies and 500 carts of weaponry, instilling unwavering confidence in the coalition's soldiers. It appeared that the Chu army was on the brink of collapse. The vassal leaders were eager to seize the moment, ready to press the Chu army down into the ground. Some even sought out Qin Feng that very night to request a chance to fight. Qin Feng smiled and replied, "General Pan is the commander of the coalition. He will address this matter." However, Pan Jiangfeng suppressed these requests. Yet, as Wang Bin's accomplishments spread like wildfire through the coalition camp, more and more individuals sought to challenge the Chu army, with some even bypassing Pan Jiangfeng to directly approach Qin Feng, demanding an all-out assault on Liangdu City to decisively crush the Chu cavalry. Qin Feng rebuffed each request. In no time, rumors began to circulate within the camp. Many speculated that Great Liang wished to monopolize the spoils from the Chu nation, showing no intent to share with the vassal states. There are those who assert that De Liang is secretly colluding with the state of Chu, intending to conspire against the various lords of Yunlingzhou. Such rumors have proliferated, exacerbating the discord between the Liang army and the allied forces of the lords, leading to skirmishes between opposing factions. Meanwhile, Qin Feng appears oblivious to the unfolding chaos, while Pan Jiangfeng seems preoccupied with other matters, seemingly indifferent to the situation. At last, one fateful morning, after the sentiments of the allied lords reached a boiling point, they disregarded the orders of Qin Feng and Pan Jiangfeng, uniting to march toward Liangdu City in a furious assault. Qin Feng smiled, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This endeavor will not only eliminate external threats, but also eradicate internal strife." Pan Jiangfeng, standing beside him, gazed at the swirling dust raised by the advancing allied forces, her radiant smile betraying her delight. It appeared that the state of Chu had unwittingly set a trap for itself. Meanwhile, at Liangdu City, Liao furrowed his brow, questioning, how could such a situation arise? The strategist opened his mouth to respond, but lowered his head instead. "Rest assured, Marshal, they are but a disorganized rabble, not to be feared. I am willing to take command and defeat them." A Chu general stepped forward, eager for battle. Liao nodded in agreement. While the strength of the allied forces was indeed lacking, they were a nuisance akin to plucking feathers from a tiger's back. At that moment, a scout hurried in with urgent news, reporting to the marshal, "A thick fog has suddenly descended upon Yunjiang, and today's supplies may not arrive." "What?" Liao's heart sank. Why would there be fog on a clear day? He frowned, aware that Liangdu City, positioned by the river, would become a forsaken stronghold without the vital supplies. If the army of over 100,000 were trapped within, the consequences would be dire. And Liao understood this better than anyone. Immediately dispatched General Long's men to investigate. "We must ensure a stable supply of provisions." Liao commanded gravely. "Yes," the scout replied, hastily departing. "Bring forth my orders." Liao suddenly recalled something and commanded, "Send someone from the shadow camp to gather intelligence on the layout of De Liang's trenches." "Yes," came the response from the soldiers present. Yet, a sense of unease began to creep into Liao's heart, reminiscent of the apprehension he felt upon first arriving at Liangdu City. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed from outside the camp. There, the iron cavalry of the state of Chu clashed violently with the allied forces of Yunlingzhou. After a fierce engagement, the allied forces were routed, their ranks collapsing like a house of cards. The morale of Chu's cavalry, previously waning, surged after this victory, while the defeated lords fled frantically back to their encampment. Their spirits shattered by the break of dawn on the following day. Qin Feng observed the rising sun and inquired, "The time should be about right." Pan Jiangfeng nodded, reporting, "Your Majesty, everything is prepared. We await only your command." "Excellent," Qin Feng replied. "Then let us proceed according to plan." "Yes." Pan Jiangfeng clasped her fists in respect. Soon, the dam upstream on the Liang River was breached, and torrents of water surged down the trenches, forming a natural barrier. Within Liangdu City, scouts swiftly relayed the news to Liao. "What?" Liao staggered, his expression darkening. The very scenario he dreaded had come to pass. Hejiang City had indeed become an isolated fortress. The supply line from Yunjiang had been severed by a horde of demons. Launch a full-scale assault on the Yunjiang demons. We must reclaim the waterway. Liao He's face was taut with tension. Yes, the soldiers within the city, though unaware of the gravity of the situation, quickly mobilized in accordance with the marshal's orders. However, Liao He had not anticipated that they would be met by an overwhelming force of 300,000 demons in Yunjiang. Such a massive horde rendered Chu's once proud fleet ineffective, as soldiers untrained in the Golden Core realm found themselves unable to repel foes that vastly outnumbered them. Liao He, I did not expect to see you again so soon. Qin Feng approached in a modest boat, emerging from a misty river down the towering walls of Hejiang City. Liao He's expression turned cold, filled with venomous resentment. Little king of Liang, you harbor deep ambitions. But do you truly believe this will vanquish the iron cavalry of Chu? He shifted his tone, declaring furiously, they are but a mere rabble, easily crushed. As he spoke, he summoned his sorcerers to mount a full-scale offense against the demons in the water. Subtly suppressing their advance, Qin Feng, shaking his head with a smile, replied, I do not need to breach Hejiang City. I merely need to confine you within its walls. It is worth noting that during Pan Jiangfeng's retreat, Hejiang City had been stripped bare of supplies, leaving no provisions behind. Presently, with over 100,000 iron cavalry stationed within the city, the daily consumption of provisions was staggering, necessitating continuous resupply from the state of Chu. Kill! Liao He's gaze was steely as he pointed at Qin Feng, declaring that he would capture him at all costs. In his view, ever since Qin Feng's appearance, the fortunes of the Chu army had turned sour. If he were to capture Qin Feng, it would instill fear in the state of Liang. 5 or 6 Golden Core experts launched themselves toward Qin Feng at that moment. Tumultuous waves surged upon Yunjiang, forming a colossal curtain of water that shielded Qin Feng. The voice of Tai Rui boomed, You insignificant wretches dare to be brazen before the great sage of iron. The roiling waters coalesced into icy spikes, hurtling toward the Chu experts. Since their last encounter, Tai Rui's strength had notably increased, and with the aid of the river's power, he fought evenly against the 2 Golden Core warriors. Qin Feng made his move. The blood-red Minghong heavenly blade quivered with a pulsating energy, its ethereal aura enveloping the Chu warriors. Among the Golden Core experts, one wielded an iron pen, deftly sketching golden and silver strokes in midair. Sharp as blades, aimed directly at Qin Feng. The clash of metal rang out as the golden and silver strokes met the blood-red blade, creating a cacophony of sound that reverberated through the air. The overwhelming bloodlust spread like wildfire. Kill! Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as his aura surged dramatically, unleashing the blood-draining dragon slash, its razor-sharp crimson light slicing through the heavens, targeting the wielder of the pen. With a splatter, blood stained the sky as the man plummeted from the air into the river, turning the waters crimson. Liao He felt a tightening in his chest. The remaining 2 Golden Core warriors exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they flanked Qin Feng. The shadows of their weapons flickered like venomous serpents, while the sound of their hammers echoed like mountains crashing together. With a resounding boom, both unleashed their full might. Their onslaught formidable. Tai Rui was taken aback by the scene, but what astonished him more was Qin Feng's transformation. Once, he had received promises from the king of Hu and ventured alone into the Liang royal court to provoke Qin Feng, who had then exerted tremendous effort to repel him. Yet now, Golden Core experts appeared feeble before Qin Feng. How had this fellow's strength escalated so swiftly? Doubts began to creep into Tai Rui's mind. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief for having chosen to assist Qin Feng. Before long, the 2 Golden Core warriors were defeated, one dead, the other injured. Retreat. Liao He struggled to issue the command, his morale plummeting. He had not anticipated that the small state of Liang would become his place of downfall. But he understood well that at this moment, Hejiang City had indeed become a solitary fortress. The state of Chu had suffered a resounding defeat. King of Liang, Liao He stood atop the walls of Hejiang City, addressing Qin Feng with a changed tone. This battle was solely my error. If you wish to mete out punishment, direct it at me alone. Qin Feng smiled. The battle has not yet concluded. Is it not premature to concede defeat? A glint of coldness flashed in Liao He's eyes as he replied icily, if you truly wish to drive us to the brink, I can assure you that the state of Liang will also suffer grievous losses. Indeed, Qin Feng smirked. Then I shall watch closely. He continued, I have long warned you that if you wish to sow discord on the territory of Liang, you must first ensure that your own neck is sturdy enough. They had exerted immense effort to confine the Chu army within Hejiang City. There was no reason to simply release them based on Liao He's words. Moreover, Qin Feng knew full well that for Liang to rise, conflict with Chu was inevitable. Thus, it would be prudent to teach the state of Chu a harsh lesson now, causing them to bleed. If you can contact the king of Chu, tell him to reflect on his errors, lest he wait until I arrive in the capital of Chu to kneel and confess his wrongdoing. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the city walls of Hejiang, his voice resonating with an unspoken authority. 3 days later, the great Chu dispatched envoys to the capital of Liang. This time, the envoy's demeanor was markedly more modest than before. After performing a deep bow to Qin Feng, they articulated their intentions. Qin Feng entrusted Shen Wanshan with full authority to handle the matters of negotiation. Ultimately, the kingdom of Chu paid a ransom of 300,000 carts of grain, 100,000 carts of cloth, and 200,000 taels of gold to redeem the remnants of their defeated army from Hejiang. Simultaneously, at Shen Wanshan's urging, both parties signed a trade agreement, marking a tentative restoration of relations. Your Majesty, the kingdom of Chu harbors lingering malice against our great Liang. I believe we must remain vigilant, Shen Wanshan remarked solemnly as he regarded the agreement. Oh, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, what clever strategy do you propose? I dare to suggest that we establish a trade agreement with the kingdom of Chu. With this accord, I am confident we can undermine their national strength. Shen Wanshan asserted with conviction. Qin Feng chuckled, saying, I have heard that merchants possess the ability to sell the world. Do you too possess such remarkable prowess? For merchants, the optimal strategy is to exchange nations. The middle strategy is to exchange citizens, and the least effective is to exchange goods. Although I am not a merchant, I am willing to emulate them to facilitate an exchange that benefits our great Liang. Shen Wanshan confidently clasped his fists in salute. Financial warfare? A term surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. Financial warfare was still a novel concept for the agricultural civilization of the southern regions. However, its implementation posed significant challenges. As most feudal states in the south were largely self-sufficient and seldom relied on trade, in essence, the trade exchanges within the southern regions consisted of trivial transactions. Monopolizing these would hardly impact the fate of nations. This was no simple matter, Qin Feng mused with a smile. Shen Wanshan solemnly declared, I am willing to exhaust my strength for 3 years to overturn the kingdom of Chu on behalf of your Majesty. Then I shall watch with anticipation. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. This endeavor had successfully repelled the invasion of the kingdom of Chu, granting Great Liang a precious opportunity to bolster its strength. However, merely focusing on the territory of Yunlingzhou, while neglecting the movements of the surrounding Lingzhou, would be far from sufficient. Qin Feng seized this opportunity to urge Shen Wanshan into action, employing a dual approach that might yield extraordinary results. Concurrently, within the borders of Yunlingzhou, he commanded Pan Jiangfeng to gradually consolidate the powers of the feudal lords. Those who did not submit to Great Liang would be swiftly eradicated, progressively extending Great Liang's dominion over Yunlingzhou. After all, the previous battle had demonstrated that the coalition of feudal lords was ineffective and had, at critical moments, hindered Great Liang's progress. Just as Qin Feng concluded these matters, Tai Rui hurriedly arrived from Yunjiang. King of Liang, you have not forgotten the promise you made to this great sage, have you? He asked bluntly upon seeing Qin Feng. Rest assured, the promises made to you shall be honored. Qin Feng replied calmly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to Tong Si. My 20,000 demon soldiers can hardly contain their eagerness. Tai Rui exclaimed impatiently. Qin Feng considered the current situation in Great Liang. Domestically, there were the talents of Han Yi and Pan Jiangfeng, while Shen Wanshan managed foreign affairs, ensuring the kingdom's stability for the time being, and if they could develop a force at Tong Si. They could either besiege the kingdom of Chu or secure Yunjiang, which would indeed be a commendable strategy. Very well. I shall give a few instructions and then accompany you, Qin Feng declared. Excellent, excellent, Tai Rui nodded vigorously, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of their dealings. That night, Qin Feng set out with Princess Chingling, Wei Yan, and several dozen elite guards towards Hejiang City, following the course of Yunjiang and traversing through the kingdom of Chu, heading straight for Tongyu. Along the way, Qin Feng beheld the prosperity of the kingdom of Chu and realized he had underestimated the extent of development within this agricultural civilization, in Jiangsang City. A major city in the southern part of Chu, he observed a bustling marketplace filled with trade in mulberry, tea, salt, and iron, with merchants coming and going, including numerous demon folk. So this is the kingdom of Chu. It truly deserves its reputation as a second-tier vassal state, he murmured in quiet admiration. Princess Chingling interjected, Your Majesty may be unaware, but in the southern Zhou dynasty, even ordinary citizens can purchase flying swords and airships. In comparison, the kingdom of Chu is merely a rural place. Qin Feng nodded slightly, realizing that the agricultural civilization of this world had surpassed his expectations through the combined wisdom of various schools of thought. It had developed a remarkably advanced quasi-technological culture. Once we seize Tongyu, these lands will belong to Great Liang. Tai Rui proclaimed with great zeal, At that time, you shall be the king of the human race, and I will be the true sage of Tongyu. Qin Feng merely smiled at this, gazing into the distance as the turbulent waters of Yunjiang surged, with waves soaring as high as dozens of feet. At Tongyu, the opulent palace of the sea sage shimmered with gold and jade, the waters rippling around it. Reporting to the sage, the envoy from the kingdom of Chu requests an audience. A stone demon rushed in, shouting in a gruff voice. The Chu envoy, the sea sage seated upon a golden throne, replied with a hint of boredom. What is this all about? I have no time. Let them wait outside. The esteemed one enjoys tea. The graceful water demon presented a glass cup to the sea sage. Satisfied, the sea sage took a sip and began to hum a cheerful tune. Outside, the stone demon arrogantly dismissed the Chu envoy. The envoy, with a forced smile, presented a box of spirit stones, imploring, Stone Lord, could you perhaps show us a bit more leniency? The stone demon inspected the spirit stones, waved his hand dismissively, and said, You may leave. The sage does not wish to see you, and no amount of persuasion will change that. What shall we do now? The envoy's brow furrowed in distress. He had come to seek the sea sage's assistance in avenging Liang. Yet he was unable to even catch a glimpse of the sage. Considering your spirit stones, I will offer you a path, the stone demon said leisurely. Please enlighten me, my lord, the envoy eagerly asked. The stone demon glanced at the box of spirit stones again. The envoy quickly grasped the hint and presented another bag of spirit stones, flattering. Please accept this, my lord. You should seek out Lord Isha. If the price is right, you might still be able to persuade him that he is the most formidable being in Tongyu, second only to the sage. The stone demon proclaimed boldly. Isha, the envoy murmured the name, quickly nodding in gratitude. Thank you, Stone Lord. They hurriedly departed. I could see that moment. Qin Feng and his party ascended the Yunjiang River, finally reaching the borders of Tongyu. The vast, boundless sea churned with towering waves. Thick clouds loomed ominously above, and distant thunder rumbled, creating a profoundly oppressive atmosphere. Thousands of demon folk emerged from the sea, anxiously gazing skyward. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating a towering demon. Crossing the tribulation, Princess Chingling muttered, surprised that their timing coincided with a major demon's thunder tribulation. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and asked Tai Rui, Who is that person? That is Isha, Tai Rui replied through gritted teeth. Isha, Qin Feng mentally noted the name. This individual is insatiably greedy and possesses an exceedingly narrow mind. He is the root cause of my expulsion from Tongyu. Tai Rui exclaimed sharply. His voice was not low, drawing the attention of many demons nearby, who looked on with curiosity at in Tongyu. Conflicts among demons were commonplace, and the simplest method to resolve disputes was through combat. However, Isha was currently undergoing tribulation. Should he succeed, he would transcend the Golden Core realm and become a formidable infant refining expert. As for Tai Rui, he was merely at the Golden Core level, and seeking revenge against Isha would likely lead to his own humiliation. "Shall we wait until after the Thunder Tribulation to strike him down?" Qin Feng inquired. "That is indeed my intention," Tai Rui replied fiercely. That moment, dozens of massive figures sensed their ill intent and swiftly approached, cleaving through the waves with determination. Leading them was a lobster general, who with protruding eyes disdainfully scolded, "Lord Isha is currently undergoing tribulation. What do you intend by loitering here?" Given that Tai Rui had brought 3,000 elite demon soldiers to reclaim their territory in Tongyu, their presence stirred suspicion among Isha's subordinates. Silence. With a piercing glare, Tai Rui fixed his eyes on the lobster general and coldly declared, "This is a matter between me and him. It does not concern you. If you wish to avoid death, then distance yourself." The great sage, the lobster general's eyes glinted with a sinister light as he pointed his water-splitting spear directly at Tai Rui, chiding, "What audacity! Who do you think you are to call yourself the great sage before me?" As he spoke, the sea erupted in tumultuous waves, resonating with the thunderous roars in the sky. The formidable powers of dozens of great demons, all at the Golden Core stage, loomed over Qin Feng and his companions, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Impudence. Tai Rui's expression darkened as he took the initiative to strike at the lobster general, but a massive war hammer of radiant light materialized in his grasp. Exuding an overwhelming aura, with a thunderous clash, the war hammer collided with the water-splitting spear, producing a cacophony of clanging metal. The lobster general staggered, but quickly regained his footing, revealing a strength that matched Tai Rui's. Wave surge. The lobster general was enveloped in a crimson glow, and the water-splitting spear summoned a torrent of waves that surged toward Tai Rui. "Is this all you can muster?" Tai Rui scoffed, his form radiating iron-like brilliance as he charged into the oncoming tide, meeting the crashing waves head-on. For a moment, he revealed his true form, standing immovable despite the relentless assault of the waves. The lobster general's expression grew increasingly grim. "This is preposterous," he bellowed in frustration, summoning the nearby Golden Core cultivators to join forces against Tai Rui. The tumultuous waters whipped into a frenzy, disturbing the calm of the sea. Many lesser demons were caught in the crossfire, turning to blood and staining the water crimson. Bang! 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 Tai Rui's true form proved indomitable, benefiting from a natural advantage against the crashing waves, amidst the lobster general's frenzied assault. He taunted, "Humph! You pathetic wretches dare to challenge the great sage. Even if you exhaust yourselves today, you will not lay a finger on me." The lobster general, visibly infuriated, commanded, "Purple whale, devour him." Yes, a corpulent Golden Core demon stepped forward, transforming into a massive whale adorned with purple markings. It opened its gaping maw, a foul wind accompanying its approach, and swallowed Tai Rui whole. His subordinates looked on with apprehension. Silence. The lobster general glared menacingly at the other demons. Scolding, "You lot have some nerve to cause a ruckus on Lord Isha's territory. Be careful, or I shall reduce you all to your original forms." At that moment, the purple whale's belly began to convulse violently, and Tai Rui's voice echoed from within, "You thick-skinned beast, release me at once. Otherwise, I shall pulverize your insides." Bang! Bang! As he spoke, the whale's belly bulged repeatedly, as if Tai Rui were attempting to burst forth. The purple whale's face turned crimson as it clamped its jaws shut. "Curse that wretch!" The lobster general seethed. "When Lord Isha overcomes his tribulation, your end shall come." Qin Feng glanced up and noticed that the thunderclaps in the heavens had diminished significantly, indicating that the tribulation was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, Tai Rui's voice rang out, "Prince Liang, quickly rescue me. Time is of the essence, or it will be too late." Prince Liang, the lobster general's haughty gaze swept over the surroundings, landing on Qin Feng as he demanded, "You claim to be Prince Liang? Humph. Do you intend to save him?" Qin Feng smiled faintly and nodded. "I am his companion. Release him, for this matter does not concern you." Silence. The lobster general scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "You little brat, What gives you the right to speak to me like that? You think you can simply demand his release?" Before he could finish, Qin Feng struck him sharply on the head. Puffed! A spray of murky water erupted from the lobster general's skull. "Have you lost your senses? I am not here to negotiate," Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. In the next instant, the Minghong heavenly blade gleamed ominously as it descended upon the lobster general. The blade sliced through the air with alarming speed, infused with a heavy aura of bloodlust, catching the lobster general completely off guard. He never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant human could unleash such terrifying power. Clang! In a hurried response, he swung the water-splitting spear to meet the Minghong heavenly blade. The spear shattered under the impact, and the blade sent him tumbling to the ground. The lobster general fell into the sea, revealing his true form as a 12-zhonglong blue lobster. The other demons were struck with panic, especially the purple whale, whose face had already turned pale from the turmoil in its belly, upon witnessing Qin Feng's decisive strike against the lobster general. It was rendered utterly colorless. "I'll release him now. I swear," the purple whale stammered, frantically gesturing toward its throat. "Allow me to assist you." Qin Feng's hand glowed red as the back of the Minghong heavenly blade struck the whale's abdomen forcefully. "Wow!" The purple whale gagged violently, expelling bile along with a stream of black liquid that sank into the sea. Moments later, Tai Rui emerged on the surface, his expression one of discontent as he pointed at the purple whale, furiously exclaiming, "You wretched beast! How dare you attempt to consume the great sage? I shall teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he feigned an attack against the purple whale. Boom! At that moment, the sky, previously clear, was suddenly pierced by a deafening thunderclap that a commanding voice rang out. "Who dares to cause trouble in my domain?" An invisible pressure enveloped the area, causing the demons to tremble in fear. The purple whale and other demon overlords immediately knelt. Bowing towards the sky, we pay our respects to Lord Isha. Isha, a towering figure, exuded an air of dominance that intensified upon entering the refining infant stage. He calmly swept his gaze across the gathered crowd. Settling on Qin Feng, "Is it you who is causing a disturbance?" he inquired, his tone laced with accusation. Qin Feng met his gaze, replying coolly, "You ought not to speak to me in such a tone. At least, not at this moment." Isha appeared momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, eyeing Qin Feng with unrestrained disdain. "Little brat, do you even comprehend who you are addressing? A man on the brink of death." Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, and he cast a glance at Isha, and imperial pride clashed with Isha's overwhelming arrogance. Isha felt an unexpected jolt of alarm, sensing a hint of threat. However, this was Tong Yusi, his territory, and he had just stepped into the refining infant stage. How could he back down? "You seek death." Isha spat coldly, suddenly lunging forward with a claw aimed directly at Qin Feng. His claws shimmered with a misty glow, radiating an astonishing murderous intent. In an instant, it felt as though an invisible force of nature had shackled Qin Feng, rendering him immobile. Heavenly intent. This was a technique only attainable by cultivators in the refining infant stage. Break! Qin Feng's lips moved slightly, instantly shattering the grip of that heavenly consciousness. The Minghong heavenly blade whirled into action, its blood-red light targeting Isha's claws head-on. Puffed! With a muffled grunt, the Minghong heavenly blade pierced Isha's arm, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Isha furrowed his brow, retaliating with his claw to deflect the blade, sending it flying. His gaze turned incredulous as he regarded Qin Feng, his voice grave. "You are also a refining infant cultivator?" Well concealed, given Qin Feng's youthful appearance. Who would have imagined he was already a seasoned refining infant? "There are many things you have yet to realize," Qin Feng replied coolly, as the Minghong heavenly blade began to vibrate violently, emanating profound crimson light, frenzied blood dragon slash. The bloodlight surged forward, aimed directly at Isha. Isha dragon roar. Isha crossed his arms defensively, his body enveloped in solid armor as his abdomen swelled ominously. Suddenly, he expelled a gust of icy air that clashed with the blood-red blade. The sharp sounds of their collision echoed relentlessly, piercing the eardrums of all present. The icy blast continuously eroded the blade's light. Isha's form trembled slightly, After all, he had just weathered a tribulation, and his strength had yet to fully return. In contrast, Qin Feng remained at his peak, and the disparity in power was stark. Most astonishing of all was Tai Rui. He was acutely aware that during the previous battle at Yunjiang, Qin Feng had only managed to overpower the Golden Core cultivators due to the support of the great Liang's national fortune. And his cultivation had not reached the refining infant stage. Yet now, they were in Tongyu Sea, devoid of the great Liang's backing. However, Qin Feng exuded an overwhelming dominance over the newly ascended Isha, who had just stepped into the infant refinement realm. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that this fellow's breakthrough was achieved with such astonishing rapidity? Tai Rui was left utterly astounded. Unbeknownst to him, following the battle at Yunjiang, the national strength of the great Liang had significantly surged, and Qin Feng's fortune points within the Tianyuan summoning system had remarkably reached 80,000. While his personal prestige had also exceeded 1,000, allowing him to successfully enter the infant refinement realm. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Feng could provocatively challenge Isha without any reservations. Boom! Another resounding explosion reverberated through the air. Isha was sent flying, crashing heavily into the sea. Qin Feng stood suspended in mid-air, gazing down at Isha, and calmly declared, "Your cultivation has not been easy. I can choose not to slay you. However, are you willing to serve under me?" Preposterous. Isha, filled with pride, could hardly accept this demand. In this vast and mysterious sea, apart from the sea overlord, he had never bowed to anyone else. How could this youth before him expect him to submit? It was utterly ludicrous. Isha's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, and his body began to swell dramatically, towering to an imposing height of several dozen zhang. Beneath him, the tumultuous sea surged, brimming with terrifying undercurrents. In this domain, he believed it impossible for anyone to defeat him. He looked down upon Qin Feng as dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, accompanied by the rumbling of distant thunder. Crack! Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky. Isha struck out. His claws erupted with several zhanglong spikes, hurtling down towards Qin Feng. The spikes crashed into the surrounding waters, sending waves soaring 100 zhang high. From within the splashing waves emerged numerous figures. Unmistakably Isha's avatars. The air was thick with a tearing, murderous intent, and sharp edges gleamed menacingly. Dozens of Isha's avatars launched a synchronized assault as azure ice crystals coalesced in the air. Bang! Bang! Qin Feng unleashed the spectral wind's 19 blades, weaving a luminous tapestry that formed a colossal net, aiming to block the onslaught from Isha's avatars. However, he did not anticipate that upon colliding with the blade net, these avatars would swiftly transform into blue ice crystals. Almost immediately, they reformed within the confines of the net, launching another wave of attacks. In a moment of carelessness, Qin Feng sustained a gash on his chest from one of Isha's avatars. "Ha!" Isha laughed triumphantly. "Mocking, you see, my avatars are eternal, unyielding, and indestructible. Relish in the despair of being torn to shreds. Eternal and unyielding." Qin Feng shot a glance at him, a subtle aura of blood energy swirling in his hand. The superior grade mystic art, void-splitting royal fist, the terrifying power belonging to the infant refinement realm, surged forth as he unleashed a fierce punch aimed at one of Isha's charging avatars. The unparalleled force obliterated the avatar into countless ice crystals, which promptly melted away, dripping into the sea. Isha's expression shifted unnaturally. Superior grade, mystic art. He was acutely aware of its scarcity. In the entire mysterious sea, only the sea overlord likely possessed a copy. For an ordinary cultivator, merely having access to a superior grade mystic art would enable them to engage in battles beyond their rank. This moment, with both Qin Feng and Isha on equal footing. The advantage of the superior grade mystic art rendered Isha's prideful avatars ineffective. Boom! Boom! Qin Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering all of Isha's surrounding avatars. His gaze fell upon Isha, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Now, it is your turn." As he spoke, Qin Feng moved, the power of the void-splitting royal fist erupting forth, causing the very fabric of space to seemingly constrict. Isha felt an immense force squeezing around him, rendering him immobile, and he could only watch helplessly as Qin Feng's fist approached. No, no. Don't kill me, please. Isha panicked. He had only just broken through to the infant refinement realm and had not yet savored the joy of becoming the second strongest in the mysterious sea, only to face imminent death from the void-splitting royal fist. How could he accept such a fate? Yet, it was too late for regrets. As Qin Feng's fist descended, the sea erupted in a colossal splash. Isha was directly plunged into the water, and blood gradually stained the surface crimson. The myriad of great and lesser demons scattered in terror, plunging the entire sea into a profound silence. Tai Rui gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that his longtime nemesis had fallen in such a manner. Everything felt surreal. He has not perished. Retrieve him. I have questions for him, Qin Feng stated indifferently, casting a glance at Tai Rui. Not dead. Tai Rui was taken aback. He dragged Isha onto the ship, tossing him onto the deck. Isha's expression was dim, displaying a woeful demeanor. He had thought that breaking through to the infant refinement realm would allow him to roam freely in the mysterious sea. Yet, who could have anticipated that immediately after his breakthrough, he would be met with Qin Feng's devastating strike? If you are indeed alive, answer my questions, Qin Feng spoke leisurely. Tai Rui kicked Isha a few times. Seeing Isha in such a state, he felt little desire to kill. After all, true warriors only sought to challenge those stronger than themselves, while it was the weak who displayed their prowess before those beneath them. Isha, there is no need for you to be so despondent. You are not the only one who has fallen at the hands of Prince Liang. Perhaps, not long from now, even the Sea Overlord will find himself defeated. Tai Rui remarked gloomily. Prince Liang? Isha's mind raced through countless names, yet he could not recall one called Prince Liang. Could he be a rising star? He struggled to rise, gazing at Qin Feng, and asked, What do you wish to know? Who is the most formidable person in this mysterious sea? Qin Feng inquired. That would naturally be the Sea Overlord. Isha replied, as if it were obvious. And where might he be? The Sea Overlord's palace. Isha stared blankly at Qin Feng. Take me to him, Qin Feng commanded. You seek to confront the Sea Overlord? He is a renowned infant refinement powerhouse, far surpassing my strength. Even if you manage to defeat me, you may not stand a chance against him. Isha warned solemnly. Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. Who said I wish to defeat him? I have come all the way to the mysterious sea. Naturally, I wish to meet the Sea Overlord. Who knows, we might find common ground and reach some mutual understanding. At present, for the great Liang, the most effective means of rapidly enhancing national strength was to leverage external forces. The mysterious sea was rich in resources squandered in the hands of the demon race. A veritable waste that if both parties could collaborate, it would indeed be a win-win scenario. If cooperation proved unattainable, then perhaps the Sea Overlord would find no reason to remain in the mysterious sea. A slight smile played on Qin Feng's lips. Isha regarded him with a peculiar expression that if you truly can persuade the Sea Overlord, I would willingly serve you. Isha suddenly raised his head, speaking earnestly. Qin Feng chuckled. Then you should prepare early, for soon there shall be a long line of people wishing to serve me. Just as they spoke, a contingent hurriedly approached, a lesser demon reporting to Lord Isha. A group claiming to be envoys from the state of Chu seeks an audience. Envoys from the state of Chu? Isha frowned and waved his hand. Refuse them. The state of Chu? Since they have come, why not meet them? Qin Feng suggested with a smile. Isha glanced at him, then nodded. Very well. Let us meet them. A moment later, the lesser demon returned with the envoys from the state of Chu. The envoy, his face adorned with a broad smile, bowed deeply to Isha. I am Ma Binshan, envoy of the state of Chu, here to pay my respects to Lord Isha. Prior to this meeting, he had gathered extensive information on Isha, believing himself to be well acquainted with the demon lord. What business do you have with me? Isha inquired, furrowing his brow with a hint of displeasure. Binshan, sensing the tension, gestured for his subordinates to present the spirit stones. Smiling, this is a small token of goodwill from the state of Chu. I humbly ask you to accept it, my lord, that a hefty sum of 10,000 spirit stones was offered right from the outset. Isha raised an eyebrow, his tone softening slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Ben-Shan continued. To be candid, my lord, my king has sent me to the mysterious sea in search of powerful allies to avenge our state of Chu. If this vendetta is fulfilled, my king has further generous rewards in store. Revenge? I have no interest at the moment, Isha replied, his eyelids flickering. Were it any other time, he might have considered it, but currently, he had no time for such matters. Ben-Shan hastily interjected. My lord, please do not be so quick to refuse. This task would be but a trifling matter for you. Before coming here, I learned that you have already broken through to the infant refinement realm. If I can persuade you, with your strength, you could easily eliminate Qin Feng. Once he is gone, the great Liang will surely crumble to that point. The state of Chu would not only achieve vengeance, but also reclaim Yunling Prefecture. I, the sovereign, have already promised that once the matter is accomplished, a reward of 100,000 spirit stones shall be prepared for Lord Isha. Ma Ben-Shan revealed a smile of ingratiation. 100,000 spirit stones? Isha raised an eyebrow and inquired, Whom shall we slay? The little Liang King of Yunling Prefecture. Ma Ben-Shan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled, and even Tai Rui beside him displayed an odd expression. They had not anticipated that the kingdom of Chu would unwittingly seek to attack the defeated subordinate of Qin Feng, offering a bounty of 100,000 spirit stones. Isha, still unaware of the underlying reasons, queried, What is this person's strength? A third-tier vassal state monarch, at most at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Ma Ben-Shan recounted with familiarity. However, he had never encountered Qin Feng, hence at present he did not recognize him standing on the deck. The pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Would the king of Chu truly be willing to part with 100,000 spirit stones for that? Isha's brow twitched as he remarked, This is quite a profitable venture. However, I am currently otherwise occupied. Ben-Shan, upon hearing this, sought to persuade further. Yet before he could speak, Qin Feng interjected, For Lord Isha, this is merely a trifling task. Why not undertake it? Ma Ben-Shan could not help but glance at Qin Feng with gratitude that Isha's brow furrowed, uncertain of Qin Feng's intent, and said, If that is the case, I shall agree for now. Thank you, Lord Isha. Thank you, Lord Isha. In light of this, I shall promptly return to report to my sovereign. Ben-Shan expressed his thanks vigorously, bowing his head repeatedly, and before departing, he did not forget to extend his gratitude to Qin Feng as well. Meanwhile, Tai Rui wore a peculiar expression. Isha inquired, Do you know the little Liang King of Yunling Prefecture? The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly recalled something, looking at Qin Feng in astonishment, and asked, You are also the Liang King? Indeed, I am the ruler of the Liang Kingdom in Yunling Prefecture. Qin Feng regarded him, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an extraordinary demeanor of sovereignty. Isha felt a wave of dismay. What a commotion this was, to seek Qin Feng's defeated subordinate for his demise in Qin Feng's presence. He chuckled, Rest assured, since it is a generous offering of 100,000 spirit stones presented to us. Why would we refuse? Qin Feng patted Isha's shoulder and said, First, lead me to meet the great sage of the overturning sea. Compared to the kingdom of Chu, the Tongyu Sea holds far more intrigue. A smile played at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. With his current strength, the kingdom of Chu no longer posed a threat. Henceforth, his aim was to swiftly acquire resources from the outside to bolster the overall strength of the Liang Kingdom. Isha's eyes still bore traces of confusion, struggling to comprehend human logic. As he cautioned, You may visit the great sage of the overturning sea, but do not attempt any tricks, or the consequences shall be dire. Qin Feng laughed, retorting, How dire could it possibly be? Isha's expression shifted slightly, an undercurrent of worry flaring within him, sensing that Qin Feng's arrival might disrupt the tranquility of the Tongyu Sea, potentially implicating himself as well. Yet he also felt a twinge of anticipation, for the Tongyu Sea had languished in the shadow of the great sage for far too many years. Perhaps it was time for some turbulence to arise. Ahead lay the palace of the overturning sea. Isha pointed toward the resplendent underwater palace before them, reiterating his warning. The great sage of the overturning sea possesses a narrow mind. Once you enter the palace, be cautious with your words. Qin Feng smiled gently, signaling for him to lead the way. With Isha as their guide, they navigated the Tanyu Sea with ease. However, before they could even step inside the palace, a hearty laugh resounded. Ha ha, how amusing! I did not expect that the people of the Shadow Palace would prove so entertaining. Truly in line with my preferences, truly in line with my preferences. Ha! The Shadow Palace? Princess Chingling tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, halting her steps. It was unexpectedly inconvenient that the people of the Shadow Palace had arrived in the Tanyu Sea ahead of them and were conversing animatedly with the great sage of the overturning sea. Why aren't we moving? Isha inquired, and oh worries. Let us proceed. Qin Feng reassured Chingling, indicating that she need not be overly concerned, given that the great sage of the overturning sea had maintained his dominion over the Tanyu Sea for so many years. He undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities that if he could be swayed by mere word from the Shadow Palace, then he would not have attained his current status. The gatekeeper, a stone demon, rushed to greet Isha, bowing and scraping as he exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lord Isha! Congratulations, Lord Isha!" It seemed he was aware of Isha's recent breakthrough. Isha nodded slightly and asked, "Where's the great sage? I wish to bring a few friends to pay my respects." The stone demon promptly replied, "Reporting to you, my lord, the great sage is currently receiving guests in the hall. I shall inform him at once." With that, he hurried into the grand hall. A moment later, the stone demon returned, saying, "Lord Isha, the great sage requests your presence along with your friends." "Lead the way," Isha declared haughtily. Under the guidance of the stone demon, Qin Feng and his company traversed the vibrant coral corridors. Entering the grand hall, from a distance, they could hear the great sage of the overturning sea's laughter. "Come, come. Allow me to introduce you. This is my newly promoted alchemical infant practitioner, Isha." He gestured toward Isha. Isha surveyed the surroundings and slightly bowed. "I pay my respects to the great sage." These are the elders of Shadow Palace, Elder Xie Yunji and Elder Lu Bao, who are also familiar acquaintances of mine. The great sage of the overturning sea chuckled. "These esteemed guests are friends of Isha. Let us make their introductions as well." The great sage turned his gaze toward Qin Feng and the others. Isha inclined his head slightly, saying, "This is the little Liang King of Yunling Prefecture, and beside him is his queen." The great sage of the overturning sea regarded Princess Chingling with interest, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful." At that moment, Lu Bao suddenly slammed his palm on the table, pointing at Qin Feng, and demanded, "You are the little Liang King of Yunling Prefecture, Qin Feng." This revelation left everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. The great sage of the overturning sea's expression darkened as he questioned, "Elder Lu, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Bao glared at Qin Feng, gritting his teeth. "This brat has slain my disciple and humiliated the elders of my sect. The enmity between us and the Shadow Palace is irreconcilable." "What?" Isha looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. This fellow could stir up trouble. He had even provoked the Shadow Palace. The great sage of the overturning sea cast a glance at Isha and swept his gaze over Qin Feng and the others, saying, "Surely there is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Humph. My disciple is already dead, and after Xionggang returned to the sect, he has been despondent. How could there possibly be a misunderstanding?" Lu Bao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His voice icy. "Isha, let your friend explain this to Elder Lu," the great sage of the overturning sea suggested. Isha turned to Qin Feng. "There is indeed no misunderstanding," Qin Feng replied coolly, looking at the female demon beside the great sage, and inquired, "May I ask, great sage, if someone were to attempt to seize your companion, what would you do?" The great sage of the overturning sea's pupils constricted, a flicker of murderous intent surfacing as he coldly replied, "I fear no one possesses such courage." The female demon nestled closer to the great sage, emitting a light giggle. "And if someone did," Qin Feng pressed further, "annihilate them," the great sage of the overturning sea stated bluntly. "Excellent," Qin Feng nodded, turning to Lu Bao. He declared, "Now do you comprehend the situation?" "Utter nonsense." Lu Bao pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "My disciple has always been well behaved. How could he engage in such brazen acts? Moreover, you, a mere little Liang King of Yunling Prefecture, surrounded by frivolous courtesans, who among them would warrant his attention. Before he could finish, Qin Feng stepped forward aggressively. You may confront me, but it would be wise not to insult my family. Otherwise, the consequences shall be dire. He fixed his gaze on Lu Bao, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The great sage of the overturning sea raised an eyebrow. An alchemical infant practitioner? His expression shifted slightly as he chuckled. Well then, everyone, regardless of past grievances, let us set them aside for today and sit down to discuss matters amicably. There is nothing to discuss. Lu Bao interjected forcefully. His gaze locked on a Qin Feng, asserting, this brat has brazenly presented himself. Naturally, I must avenge my disciple. As he spoke, a radiant light surged around him, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. Locking on a Qin Feng, the great sage of the overturning sea's expression soured. Glancing at the other elder of the Shadow Palace, Xie Yunji. Meanwhile, Xie Yunji lowered his head, self-absorbed in savoring tea, completely indifferent to the unfolding events, pointedly ignoring the great sage of the overturning sea. After all, they were from the Shadow Palace, a first-rate sect in the southern region, far surpassing the Tanyu Sea in strength. Moreover, this time, Xie Yunji and his companion had other matters to discuss with the great sage. Intending to use this little Liang King to demonstrate their might and remind the great sage of the Shadow Palace's power. Kill. Lu Bao unleashed a powerful strike, his entire being radiating a shimmering light. As if a colossal hunting cloud leopard had manifested before him, the azure spiritual light flickered, and suddenly, the leopard's shadow surged through the air, pressing right up to Qin Feng. This technique of condensing energy in a form far surpassed that of Princess Chingling and her companions. The leopard's silhouette imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing even the revered sage of the oversea to wear a troubled expression. Isha moved swiftly, positioning himself in front of Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Old man, this is the palace of the oversea. We cannot allow those from the Shadow Palace to act recklessly here." Get lost. Lu Bao showed no regard for him. The leopard shadow abruptly raised its razor-sharp claws and swept outward. A terrifying wave of energy intertwining, forcing Isha back. Isha was still recuperating from his tribulations and, having sustained injuries from his earlier clash with Qin Feng, was naturally no match for Lu Bao. Surprised by how easily he had repelled the second strongest of the Tanyu Sea, Lu Bao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, casting a glance at Qin Feng that now held a hint of disdain. Roaring, the leopard's shadow opened its massive maw, rising majestically into the air, showcasing its imposing form. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched slightly, revealing a faint smile, while the sage of the oversea furrowed his brow at the shimmering light in Qin Feng's hand. What is this? The sage's expression turned grave. The superior-grade mysterious technique, the void-rending royal fist, was unleashed. With a powerful surge, the fierce fist energy erupted, creating a vacuum in the air as it descended upon the leopard shadow. The leopard offered no cry of anguish, twisting violently in midair, before contracting and vanishing. What? A superior-grade mysterious technique. The onlookers, well-versed in the realm, immediately recognized the profundity of Qin Feng's strike, especially the elders from the Shadow Palace, who felt a chill run down their spines. Previously, due to Lu Sun's incident, only a handful of Shadow Palace cultivators had heard of Qin Feng's name. Now, with his first strike being a superior-grade mysterious technique, it compelled them to contemplate his background. How could a mere Liang Kingdom possess such mastery over superior-grade techniques? Lu Bao's expression darkened considerably. He had intended to establish his dominance through Qin Feng, but was instead taught a lesson. The sage of the oversea sighed, "Everyone, now that we have exchanged blows, why not sit down and calmly discuss matters? There is nothing that cannot be resolved." "Humph," Lu Bao scoffed, glaring at Qin Feng and declaring, "Merely a superior-grade mysterious technique, and you think to disregard the cultivators of my Shadow Palace." As he spoke, his robes billowed, and specks of starlight began to appear. Soon, the starlight coalesced into a dazzling array, capturing the attention of all present, a superior-grade magical artifact. A glint of greed flashed in the sage of the oversea's eyes, although the resources of the Tanyu Sea were abundant. It was rare to find demon clans capable of forging such spiritual ores into magical artifacts. Consequently, their weapons were often rudimentary and rarely reached the standard of magical artifacts, while the human cultivation world boasted many capable of crafting such artifacts. The regulations surrounding them were exceedingly strict, rendering it nearly impossible for the demon clans to procure them. Thus, witnessing such a rare, superior-grade magical artifact stirred desires within the sage's heart. Child, prepare to witness the might of this elder. As Lu Bao looked at Qin Feng again, confidence sparkled in his eyes. After all, this superior-grade artifact had consumed a significant portion of his life's savings. Furthermore, with this artifact, his star shadow technique would be significantly enhanced. As he spoke, the entire palace of Overwater was suddenly enveloped in darkness, with faint starlight flickering in an instant. The starlight magnified rapidly, revealing Lu Bao's form. Kill! A chilling aura of intent surged through the air. As a beam of starlight, sharp as a sword, sliced toward Qin Feng. Although this strike lacked the power of Qin Feng's void-rending royal fist, it was nonetheless formidable. Be cautious, Your Highness. This star shadow technique is ever-changing. With cunningly elusive attacks, Princess Chingling warned. Humph! Lu Bao coldly scoffed, clearly dismissive of her warning. Eye of illusion. Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with flowing light. His movements unimpeded, he struck, blood energy surging forth to intercept the starlight assault. Clang! The sharp, piercing sound reverberated, causing the ears of all present to ring incessantly. Qin Feng, at the forefront, found his vision clouded in white, his ears filled with a cacophony of sound, his senses dulled by over half. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Bao's star shadow technique concealed lethal intent. Die. Lu Bao brandished a slender sword, thrusting it toward Qin Feng's chest. The pain from the blade piercing his body jolted Qin Feng back to clarity. The power of the Eye of Illusion surged to its peak, allowing him to perceive Lu Bao's form through the blinding white light. Kill! The blood-crazed dragon slayer, the explosive blood energy intertwined, sweeping across the battlefield. Under the looming threat of death, Qin Feng unleashed 12-fold strength in his strike. The clash of blade and sword echoed, tearing through the air once more. What? Lu Bao's heart sank as he realized Qin Feng had swiftly regained his clarity from the starlight's grasp. He immediately altered his attack, transforming his sword into dozens of beams of starlight. Starfall. The starlight interwove and transformed, attacking from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Feng's blade flickered, blocking a majority of the starlight attacks. Yet a few still grazed his arm. Blood seeping through his robes. This cannot continue. A thought crossed his mind. If this persisted, he would remain too passive, unable to fully exploit his offensive advantage. Moreover, the frequency of the star shadow technique's assaults was too high, and its sharpness relentless that if he continued to play defense, even if Lu Bao did not kill him, he would surely be worn down by this relentless barrage. Fortune summoning system. Activate. Blade technique upgrade. Qin Feng silently chanted, a cold gleam igniting in his eyes. In that moment, Lu Bao ignited his killing intent. Rather than awaiting the kindness of others, he resolved to seize control of the situation. Ding dong. Intermediate summoning consumes 5,000 fortune points. Successfully upgrading to the mid-grade mysterious technique, Blood-Crazed Dragon Slayer, and acquiring the superior-grade mysterious technique, Dragon Annihilation / Buzz. The Minghong Heavenly Blade in Qin Feng's hand trembled slightly, its edge intensifying. The surging blood light swept forth. Charging toward the myriad starlights above, the omnipresent starlight collided with the domineering bloodlight, echoing with a relentless, tearing sound. Kill! Qin Feng observed Lu Bao, who appeared slightly flustered amid the starlight, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips, with the power of the Heavenly Blade. Coupled with a superior-grade mysterious technique, defeating Lu Bao seemed all but assured. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Bao was in disarray, he struck with even greater ferocity. The grand blade light expanded, enveloping the surroundings in a crimson haze. In an instant, the leaping starlight was suppressed beneath the overwhelming blood light. Boom! The blade light descended, colliding successively with the starlight, causing the entire seabed to churn violently. The next moment, the starlight shattered like a mirage. Lu Bao was also forced back by Qin Feng. The superior grade artifact, the Star Cloud Robe, although intact, had lost its previous brilliance. Clearly, in this exchange, Qin Feng had once again gained the upper hand. Unbelievable. Lu Bao clenched his fists, his form trembling slightly. How could a mere youth force a distinguished elder of the Shadow Palace to such a point in front of so many witnesses? Not only had he failed to discipline Qin Feng and avenge his disciple, but he also risked diminishing the Shadow Palace's reputation in the eyes of the Sage of the Oversea. Indeed, at that moment, the Sage of the Oversea remarked, "Heroes emerge from youth. Someone, quickly prepare a seat for this Prince of Liang." Yes, an immediate response came from the demon clan. "Wait," Lu Bao coldly interjected, his voice sharp, "the grievances between my Shadow Palace and this boy have yet to be resolved. Sage, are you eager to intervene?" Seeking to become adversaries with my Shadow Palace, at this moment, he was losing face, hardly able to consider the Sage's dignity. The Sage of the Oversea's expression soured as he questioned, "Elder Lu, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to trample the Palace of Oversea?" At that moment, the previously silent Elder Xie Yunji of the Shadow Palace stood, proclaiming, "Sage, rest assured, our grievances with the young Prince of Liang shall not implicate the Palace of Oversea. However, we do hope the Sage can grant us a brief moment for a cup of tea." Before the Sage could respond, he exchanged a glance with Lu Bao. Lu Bao nodded fiercely, and upon looking at Qin Feng, his eyes brimmed with mockery. "You insolent brat, the more you shine today, the more painfully you shall perish." As he spoke, the interplay of light and shadow between him and Xie Yunji suggested the presence of countless phantoms swirling. In an instant, a palpable pressure enveloped the Palace of Oversea, far surpassing the previous superior grade mysterious techniques. Was this a Dao technique? The great Sage of the Oversea suddenly rose, his expression gravely serious. Signaling his subordinates from the demon clan to swiftly activate the formation of the Oversea Palace, in an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. "Little Liang Wang, this is the consequence of offending my Shadow Palace." Lu Bao's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant as he bellowed, "Low-grade Dao technique, shadow extinction." As he spoke, intertwining lights and shadows filled the surroundings. Lu Bao and Xie Yunji's figures flickered and transformed, their speed increasing to a dizzying pace. Suddenly, it seemed as if two tornadoes had arisen, exuding a deadly killing intent. Clang, clang, clang. Many of the demons of the Oversea Palace were swept into the fray, instantly crushed into a mist of blood. The remaining demons were so frightened that they fled in all directions, clutching their heads. The great Sage of the Oversea trembled with rage. How dare these two audaciously treat the Oversea Palace as their playground? They think they can act with impunity. However, the might of this technique sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, the individuals from the Rui Palace were utterly monstrous. Boom! Qin Feng launched himself into action. The surging blade light colliding with the swirling tornado, erupting in a deafening roar. The rapidly spinning light and shadow distorted the blood-red blade. The ground cracked open in countless fissures, and the heated air from the depths of the sea began to rise. Veins gradually bulged on Qin Feng's forehead, clearly under immense pressure. Shadow, extinction. Xie Yunji and Lu Bao each uttered a single word. As soon as the words fell, the two tornadoes abruptly vanished, leaving Qin Feng's blade power to fall short. Immediately, the tornadoes reappeared, merging into one, directly engulfing Qin Feng. "What?" Princess Chingling, Isha, and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. "Your Majesty!" Princess Chingling's countenance darkened as she summoned a golden flame eagle from the swirling light, which soared forth with a piercing cry. The fierce cry of the bird rent the air. The golden eagle spread its wings, resembling a golden blade slicing through the atmosphere. Bang! With a muffled thud, the golden eagle was devoured by the dark tornado, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the aura spilling forth from the tornado surged towards Princess Chingling, causing her to stagger. She was then hurled out of the Oversea Palace, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it!" Tai Rui, upon witnessing the situation, gritted his teeth and transformed into his true form, charging forward with great force. After all, Qin Feng was his benefactor. If anything would happen to him, who would protect him in the Chu. The grayish Rui entered the tornado, emitting the clang of metal, as if countless sword lights were raining down upon it. However, it was not long before Tai Rui was also blasted out of the tornado by the combined efforts of Xie Yunji and Lu Bao. Lu Bao's voice echoed ominously. "Who else wishes to perish? Come forth, and this elder shall grant you your wish." This declaration caused Isha, who had initially considered intervening, to hesitate. After all, Qin Feng was the person he had brought here. If he were to be indiscriminately killed by the people of the Shadow Palace, how could he? Lord Isha continued to navigate the Chu. However, the great sage of the overseas shot a glance at Isha, shaking his head, signaling him not to act impulsively. After all, Xie Yunji and Lu Bao were already at the refining infancy stage. Coupled with their current collaboration, their strength was formidable, and Isha would certainly be no match for them. Moreover, if Isha acted rashly, it could provoke the people of the Shadow Palace, potentially dragging the Chu into chaos. Isha's expression shifted several times as he ultimately suppressed his urge to act. Then Lu Bao's menacing voice rang out again. "Kid, it seems you still refuse to die. Shadow. Extinction." The two spoke once more, the power of the tornado escalating rapidly. The rampant aura filled the vast overseas palace, causing cracks to appear even in the palace's defensive formation. The great sage of the overseas expression shifted multiple times as he gathered spiritual energy, consolidating the fortune of the surroundings to reinforce the formation. Barely stabilizing it, if you possess only this level of strength, you are still far from being able to slay this king. At that moment, Qin Feng's voice suddenly resonated, tinged with a hint of chill. What? Both the great sage of the overseas and Isha revealed expressions of disbelief. The might of this technique was so formidable. How was it that the young man had remained unscathed for so long? The call of heavenly fortune commenced, elevating his cultivation. Qin Feng silently chanted within his heart, as a flash of lightning appeared in his mind. Ding dong. Consuming 5,000 points of fortune, successfully upgraded the low-grade Dao technique. Dragon Extinction Slash to the mid-grade Dao technique. Dragon Saint Art, buzz. At this moment, the Minghong Heavenly Blade trembled violently, emitting a piercing sound that resonated with the heavens and earth. After all, Dao techniques differ from Xin techniques, requiring the aid of heavenly and earthly powers. Yet, with Qin Feng's refining infancy strength, having only recently touched upon the forces of heaven and earth, suddenly employing a low-grade Dao technique indeed felt overwhelming. Fortunately, he was quite familiar with the blade techniques derived from the frenzied blood-slaughtering Dragon Slash, enabling him to swiftly guide the blade's momentum. Dragon Saint Art, kill! The blade's momentum surged forth, its sharp radiance erupting as it forcefully broke free from the tornado, exploding outward in all directions. The defensive formation of the entire overseas palace shattered in response. With the palace's roof being blown away, the great sage of the overseas was compelled to retreat. Gazing at the ravaged state of the overseas palace, his heart bleeding. How outrageous! How outrageous! Yet he was even more astonished that Qin Feng had also mastered a low-grade Dao technique. How could this be? Just who was this little Liang Wang? A low-grade Dao technique, a method even he had not mastered. The great sage of the overseas eyes reddened slightly, perhaps out of rage, or perhaps envy and jealousy. Kill! The intersecting blade lights erupted, seemingly draining Qin Feng of all his strength in an instant. This force poured forth from the Minghong Heavenly Blade, directly sending both Xie Yunji and Lu Bao flying. In an instant, the seabed within a radius of several dozen miles collapsed, spewing forth billowing murky dust. Countless demons fled in a panic, wishing they had grown 2 more legs. Clang! Before the dust could settle, the Minghong Heavenly Blade was thrust into the ground, and Qin Feng staggered. Lu Bao's starry robe was torn to shreds, while Xie Yunji was covered in blood, appearing even more disheveled. The gaze they cast upon Qin Feng was laced with an inexplicable awe. Who would have thought that this seemingly insignificant lord from Yunling Prefecture possessed such profound depth? Xie Yunji understood clearly. They had fallen today. Leave! He struggled to support Lu Bao as they departed. Lu Bao fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, wanting to say something, yet the words remained unspoken as blood gushed from his throat, staining his robe red. before being dragged away by Xie Yunji. The great sage of the oversea watched their retreating figures in silence, and when he turned to look at Qin Feng again, his eyes held a perplexing expression. That moment, Qin Feng happened to glance in his direction. Smiling a smile, the great sage of the oversea felt a chill run down his spine. "Fear not, for this king currently lacks the capacity to act against you," Qin Feng grinned. The great sage of the oversea's heart tightened slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his depths. This was the perfect opportunity to seize Qin Feng while he was gravely injured, compelling him to divulge that low-grade Dao technique. If he could obtain the support of a low-grade Dao technique, his strength would undoubtedly see a substantial boost. However, Qin Feng seemed to see through his thoughts, grinning widely. "You may act against this king, but do consider the worst possible consequences." The expression of the great sage of the oversea shifted slightly as he suddenly burst into laughter. Your Highness Liang Wang has misunderstood. You are all friends of Isha, and thus friends of this esteemed one. How could I possibly act against a friend?" Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "This king knows that the great sage of the oversea is a person of reason. Let us convene at the Lioli Pavilion for a banquet. This esteemed one wishes to properly host your Highness Liang Wang." The great sage of the oversea waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Although the main hall of the oversea palace lay in utter ruin, its expansive grounds still housed well-preserved auxiliary halls. The great sage of the oversea instructed his subordinates from the demon clan to hasten the repairs of the main hall. While he led Qin Feng and others to the auxiliary hall for the banquet, in the vast Tanyusi, resources were abundant, and various rare treasures were transported from all directions to reconstruct the new oversea palace. Observing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the Tanyusi is vast and rich, truly enviable." The great sage of the oversea revealed a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Alas, today is not like any other day. The four great sects are pressing upon my Tanyusi, all vying for a share of the spoils. I wonder how long this enterprise can endure." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. "To be honest, Your Highness Liang Wang, the two individuals from the Shadow Palace today came specifically for the water pattern cloudstone of my Tanyusi. Water pattern cloudstone." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Princess Chingling softly explained. "The water pattern cloudstone is a mid-grade spirit stone, rich in water spiritual energy. It can assist cultivators in their practice and can also be used for trade. It is a hard currency of the Southern Zhou dynasty." "I see." Qin Feng nodded slightly. The great sage of the seaside with a bitter smile, saying, "Alas, my Tanyusi originally produced 3,000 pieces of water pattern cloudstones every year. However, in recent years, the seabed has been quite turbulent, leading to a significant reduction in production. Additionally, with the four major sects pressing in relentlessly, it seems that our days are becoming increasingly difficult. Given this, does the great sage intend to cooperate with my Daliang?" Qin Feng asked straightforwardly. The great sage of the sea, fully aware of Qin Feng's intentions, feigned surprise and inquired, "Is it truly an honor for His Highness the Liang Wang to take notice of my humble domain? Yet, I am curious as to what kind of collaboration you envision. My Daliang has individuals and channels, yet what we currently lack most is resources. Fortunately, the Sea Palace possesses such resources which would complement each other perfectly." Qin Feng replied. The great sage of the sea nodded slightly, rising to pace back and forth, seemingly hesitant. "While your words hold truth, I have previously collaborated with a first-rate feudal state, the Mogu Kingdom. Regrettably, the other party showed no sincerity in cooperation, causing significant losses for my Tanyusi. Consequently, many of my subordinates harbor biases against the human race," he said, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Feng. "Tanyusi only needs to provide resources, and we shall split all profits evenly. What do you think?" Qin Feng stated directly. The great sage of the sea felt a surge of delight, but appeared somewhat reluctant. "The resources of my Tanyusi are limited. I fear they may not withstand several years of consumption." "Then let us agree on a 60-40 split." Qin Feng conceded once more. "How about a 70-30 division? If His Highness the Liang Wang agrees, I can also dispatch my subordinates to transport these materials. After all, the journey to Liang Kingdom spans several thousand miles, The great sage of the sea raised his head, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Agreed. Qin Feng assented. The great sage was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to agree so readily. Had he known, he would have directly proposed an 80-20 split. However, the conversation had reached this point, and he could only gradually squeeze Da Liang in the future. Come, His Highness the Liang Wang, do sample the refreshing essence of my Tongyo's cold spring. The great sage of the sea beckoned Qin Feng and his companions to taste the spiritual spring's nectar. The guests at the table exchanged cups and engaged in lively conversation. After 3 rounds of toasts, Qin Feng took his leave accompanied by Princess Chingling and others, with Isha seeing them off. Qin Feng looked at Isha and chuckled. Lord Isha, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to this king, have you? Rest assured, I always keep my word and will certainly assist you. Isha replied, thumping his chest. However, the great sage of the sea is certainly not an easy opponent. His prompt agreement likely conceals ulterior motives, so you must remain vigilant. Qin Feng nodded. For him, Tongyu was merely a stepping stone. Regardless of the great sage's hidden schemes, as long as Da Liang developed swiftly enough, the great sage's plots would be inconsequential. Upon returning from the Sea Palace, Qin Feng promptly activated the Heavenly Fortune Summoning. Heavenly Fortune Summoning, advanced summoning of a weapon craftsman. He made a significant investment, directly initiating an advanced summoning. Ding Dong, consuming 50,000 points of fortune, successfully summoned the craftsman Gui Dongzi during the Battle of Hejiang City and the confrontation with the Sea Palace. Qin Feng had witnessed the power of magical artifacts. Now that Da Liang had acquired resources from the Sea Palace, it was the perfect time to forge weapons on a large scale and enhance the strength of his soldiers. Gui Dongzi, a short figure with a full beard, exuded a strong scent of alcohol, having been brought by Shun Wanshan. Your Majesty, while traversing the territory of the Chu Kingdom, I encountered this individual and paid for his drinks. He agreed to follow me to craft weapons for Da Liang. Shun Wanshan explained. Very well, let him establish a weapon department responsible for forging spiritual weapons and magical artifacts. Qin Feng approved. After expending these 50,000 points of fortune, only 20,000 points remained in the Heavenly Fortune system. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that Da Liang was in dire need of skilled personnel. Thus, he decided to spend another 10,000 points of fortune to initiate 2 intermediate summons, bringing forth a pair of twin brothers, Wenlong and Wenhui. The elder brother, Wenlong, was adept in the art of yin and yang, skilled in predicting the weather, while the younger brother, Wenhui, was a farmer of robust build, well-versed in agricultural practices. With their addition, Da Liang's agriculture entered a new spring turned to autumn. A year swiftly passed. The collaboration between Tongyu and Da Liang had entered a steady rhythm, yielding no less than 200,000 spiritual stones in profit for Da Liang. This enormous gain propelled the rapid development of Da Liang's sorcerer academies, expanding from 1 to 6, spread across the nation. Furthermore, the number of disciples in the sorcerer academies increased tenfold from just over 200 years ago. However, Da Liang's rapid growth sparked panic among the neighboring feudal lords, particularly the Chu Kingdom. At that moment, in the royal capital of Chu, a conspiracy against Da Liang swiftly unfolded, led by Chu Kingdom for second-rate feudal states, 9 third-rate feudal states, and over 20 lower-tier feudal states gathered. The king of Chu sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. Gentlemen, the Liang Kingdom's power is formidable and poses a serious threat to the safety of our people. If we do not take punitive measures, we may face endless repercussions. Indeed, in just half a year, we have seen tens of thousands of our citizens migrate northward into Da Liang, resulting in a sharp decline in our northern population and fields left barren. The feudal lord of Tudi Kingdom expressed indignantly. Our Hezi Kingdom faces the same plight. Liang Kingdom's merchants engage in underpricing and overpricing, controlling 60% of our trade. Now, even the transactions within my royal palace must pass through Liang merchants. My Mudi Kingdom is similarly afflicted. The crowd murmured in agreement, condemning Liang Kingdom's atrocities. Gentlemen, if this is the case, why not unite and flatten Da Liang? A figure in the corner spoke calmly. The king of Chu quickly stood, his face showing respect. Messenger, you have arrived. The other feudal lords looked at the individual in the corner with curiosity, pondering, who is he, and for whom does he represent, that the king of Chu shows such deference? It was known that Chu Kingdom already held considerable power in the southern region. At this moment, the messenger nodded to the king of Chu and declared, I am the envoy of the Mogu Kingdom, Ning Jianghe, sent to address matters concerning Liang Kingdom. It is fortuitous that you have gathered here, as it aligns perfectly with the intentions of His Majesty the Mogu King. The Mogu King, the lords displayed expressions of realization, quickly rising to pay their respects to Ning Jianghe, filled with utmost reverence. We pay our respects to the envoy of the Mogu King. So, it is the envoy of the Mogu King. We beg your pardon. After all, Mogu Kingdom is a premier first-rate feudal state in the southern region, spanning 4 major spiritual provinces and boasts dozens of formidable practitioners of the infant refining realm, possessing enough strength to overpower the gathered feudal states. Moreover, the Mogu King has personally trained a cavalry known as the Mogu Riders, reportedly composed entirely of golden core experts, capable of easily overwhelming tens of thousands of troops. This cavalry could even rival the armies of the South Zhou dynasty. There is no need for excessive formality. Ning Jianghe spoke indifferently. Since you all have gathered here, it signifies your resolve to confront Daliang. If we can unite as one, destroying Daliang will undoubtedly be within our grasp. Indeed, the envoy speaks rightly. We share the same sentiment. The lords nodded in unison. However, the king of Chu furrowed his brow slightly, saying, I have heard that though the Liang King is young, he possesses cunning methods. With him in play, Daliang may not be easy to handle. Rest assured, I will personally address the matters concerning the young Liang King. As for overthrowing Daliang, it requires your collective efforts. Ning Jianghe declared loudly, if the young Liang King does not intervene, it is merely a matter of time before we take Daliang. The king of Chu asserted confidently. Indeed, I have also heard that the Liang King excels in demonic arts, capable of conjuring people from thin air, that if he were captured, Daliang would undoubtedly fall into disarray. The crowd echoed in agreement. Excellent, then I shall await your good news. Ning Jianghe stood and exited the grand hall, swiftly vanishing from sight. The other feudal lords, observing this, began to voice their grievances. King of Chu, we did not expect you to have found the Mogu Kingdom as your backing. Why did you not inform us sooner? Yes, we have been living in fear for so long. Had we known Mogu was here, we would have acted directly against Daliang. Indeed, the others chimed in. The king of Chu shook his head, saying, I was unaware that the envoy of the Mogu King would appear. I had merely encountered him previously in Mogu Kingdom. Does this imply that the Mogu Kingdom took the initiative to approach the king of Chu? Someone asked in surprise. Could it be that the young Liang King has offended the Mogu King? It must be so. The onlookers began to speculate. In the south region, a place marked by strict hierarchies. A first-tier feudal state possesses 100 ways to obliterate a third-tier feudal state. Moreover, after receiving the consent of the Mo Kingdom, the lords present were brimming with confidence. Soon after, in Liangdu, Qin Feng received the battle report from Pan Jiangfeng, which stated, the king of Chu intends to mobilize his forces southward, and the powers of Hezi, Mo, and Jiangyu are also stirring restlessly. This is reported to you for consideration and decision. The ambitions of Chu Kingdom are truly insidious. After enjoying a brief period of tranquility, Qin Feng could not help but shake his head upon receiving such news, saying, since their treacherous intentions remain unquenched, let us deliver a resounding blow. Cao Jiu received the command and promptly drafted a decree. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the hall. Who goes there? Wei Yan suddenly stood before Qin Feng, his voice fierce. Since the appearance of Pan Jiangfeng, Han Yi, and others, internal and external battles no longer required him, and he had become Qin Feng's personal guard. The newcomer glanced at Wei Yan and revealed a token. Envoy of the Mo King. Envoy of the Mo King. Wei Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Allow him entry. Qin Feng's voice resonated from behind. The newcomer strode directly into the grand hall, gazing upon Qin Feng, this rising star of the south region. In just a few years, he had managed to resurrect the disintegrating Liang from its ashes and elevate it to the status of a third-tier feudal state. showcasing remarkable capability. However, he did not expect the king of Liang to be so remarkably youthful. "I am Ning Yunha, envoy of the Mo king." Qin Feng did not lift his gaze, finishing his review of the battle report, and casually remarked, "Please grant the esteemed envoy a seat." Grant a seat? What does that mean? Only rewards from a superior to a subordinate can be called a grant, as the envoy, representing the Mo king. What qualifications does a mere third-tier feudal lord possess to bestow favors upon him? Ning Yunha's expression shifted subtly, sensing that Qin Feng was unlike the other lords. Indeed, the Prince of Liang is a youthful hero, whose conduct is markedly distinct from the ordinary. He spoke ominously, yet the vast world is not confined to Liang. "Sometimes, your highness must lift your head and observe the world beyond." "Oh, the world beyond." Qin Feng set down his pen and looked at Ning Yunha, smiling as he inquired, "I wonder what lessons the envoy brings to teach this king." "I have heard that not long ago, the king of Liang reached an agreement with Tongyu and profited greatly in spirit stones. But does the king of Liang know that Tongyu is a territory of my Mo kingdom?" Ning Yunha's tone bore a hint of accusation. "I have not heard of such a thing," Qin Feng replied. "He, if you were unaware before, now that I have spoken, the king of Liang should be enlightened," Ning Yunha coldly asserted, expressing hope that the king of Liang would properly handle the affairs of Tongyu to the satisfaction of the Mo king. Qin Feng chuckled, surveying Ning Yunha with a smile, shaking his head without further comment. From his gaze, Ning Yunha sensed disdain, as if he were hearing, "What sort of being are you to instruct this king?" "Your Highness, this is the will of the Mo king. Those who dare offend the Mo king on this land of the south have never met a good end." Ning Yunha's voice carried anger, thundering with authority. If this is merely about that matter, then the envoy may take his leave," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "As for Tongyu, this king has his own methods of handling it, and does not require external approval." Ning Yunha was momentarily speechless, pointing at Qin Feng as he exclaimed, "Qin Feng, do you insist on becoming an enemy of my Mo kingdom?" "An enemy? I am unworthy of such a title," Qin Feng responded languidly. "However, if the Mo king wishes to extend his reach too far, he must first assess his own capabilities." Ning Yunha's eyes flickered with a cold light as he retorted, "What does your Liang amount to? If you do not intervene, the remainder of those minor figures will be utterly insignificant." Qin Feng also laughed. "What if I choose to intervene? You will have no opportunity." Ning Yunha fixed his gaze on him fiercely. Qin Feng's smile widened, shaking his head. "You are indeed overly confident. However, rest assured, even if I do not intervene, my Liang's minor figures can ensure your people have no way to return." "Such bravado!" Ning Yunha's expression darkened, his eyes coldly fixed on Qin Feng. "Since Liang is so confident, let us see for ourselves. In the near future, the coalition of lords led by Chu Kingdom will set their swords against Liang." With a sharp sound, Wei Yan drew his sword, pointing it directly at Ning Yunha. "Do not be disrespectful," Qin Feng coolly interjected, instructing Wei Yan to withdraw, then turned to Ning Yunha, saying, "Since the envoy is so confident, this king shall await your performance. Today's Liang is not the Liang of yesteryears." Ning Yunha indignantly swept out his sleeves and departed. Chao Jiu observed his retreating figure and asked, "Your Majesty, even the Mo kingdom intends to strike against our Liang. This situation appears increasingly dire. Should we prepare other contingencies?" Qin Feng shook his head. "We have no alternative. At this juncture, Liang must either grow stronger or be torn apart by the lords. There is simply no other path." Then, Chao Jiu furrowed his brows tightly, inquiring, "Should we seek assistance from the people of Tongyu? They will not assist," Qin Feng replied calmly. "These individuals have extracted so many benefits from our Liang. Why would they become unreliable at a critical moment?" Wei Yan stated indignantly. Just as they were conversing, a shadow guard appeared. "Your Majesty, new intelligence has arrived from Tongyu." The shadow guard presented the information. It was news from Isha, stating, "The great saint of overturning sea has been increasingly in contact with individuals from the Mo Kingdom and Rui Palace, frequently expressing dissatisfaction with Liang, which we must remain vigilant against." Qin Feng chuckled, casually passing the intelligence to Cao Jiao. After reading it, Cao Jiao's lips trembled with anger, exclaiming, "How outrageous! How outrageous! This demon race is indeed unreliable. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. I trust General Pan can manage the current situation," Qin Feng mused. Liang had risen from poverty to its current state, cultivating its own sorcerers and mastering the crafting of magical artifacts, surpassing the neighboring feudal states by a significant margin. Coupled with the military strength of Pan Jiangfeng, dealing with the petty lords surrounding them should pose no issue. 2 days later, battle reports arrived simultaneously from all four corners of Liang. The armies of Chu and Hezi, totaling 200,000, once again pressed towards Hejiang City. INMO, the combined forces of Tu and D numbered 60,000, encircling Nanda City. The armies of Jiangyun and Luo Kingdom, totaling 90,000, threatened Shizong City. The feudal lords from all directions launched their attacks, and Liang found itself besieged on all sides. Ning Yunhe appeared before Qin Feng with an air of nonchalance, asking, "Your Highness, how do you perceive the current situation? If you were to admit your errors now, there may still be room for maneuver." Qin Feng cast a calm glance at Ning Yunhe. "This has only just begun. Why does the esteemed envoy not sit down for a cup of tea and observe the unfolding events?" "There is no need for tea." Ning Yunhe was displeased by Qin Feng's confidence. On the third day, Han Yu was dispatched to Luo Kingdom, successfully persuading the king of Luo to switch allegiances and strike against Jiangyun Kingdom. Liang effortlessly dispelled the threat from the west. Meanwhile, Rin Taibai and a group of wandering heroes invaded the court of Mo, engaging in fierce battle with the royal family and inflicting a great defeat. Disrupting the political landscape of Mo, the army dispatched by Mo, upon arriving at Nanda City, hastily retreated to aid the royal court. The south was left with only two, isolated and unsupported, and after lingering outside Nanda City for several days, they too retreated in disarray. With the crises in the west and south effortlessly resolved, Qin Feng even sent the battle reports to Ning Yunhe. Ning Yunhe's expression was exceedingly vivid as he angrily threw the report to the ground. Cursing, "Humph, a bunch of useless fools, incapable of achieving anything. However, do not become complacent. Return and inform your king of Liang." The main forces behind this attack are Chu and Hezi, along with several second-tier feudal states. The true battle lies ahead. A few days later, intelligence arrived from the north, reporting that Pan Jiangfeng had flooded 10,000 troops from Hezi, repelling the forces of Chu and delivering a resounding slap to Ning Yunhe's face. Upon reading the battle report, Qin Feng could not help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, the strategies of military experts are fascinating. The formidable Pan Jiangfeng, commanding an army of 400,000, is a stark contrast to the youthful boy he once was. "Your Majesty, the 3 second-tier vassal states of Dongli, Fenghua, and Du have dispatched a coalition of 600,000 troops, which will soon reach the northern borders. That it is to be feared that Cao Jujue may waver in his resolve. The Liang Kingdom, being merely a third-tier vassal state, can barely withstand the onslaught of the Chu Kingdom, a second-tier power, along with a multitude of minor lords. Should the 3 second-tier states join forces, it is likely that we would be overwhelmed." Qin Feng laid down his wolf hair brush and declared, "Let the tiger vanguard of the royal capital go to support Pan Jiangfeng." "Yes," Wei Yan replied. Acknowledging the command. 3 days later, Pan Jiangfeng triumphed over the main force of the Chu Kingdom in the southern territories, beheading the Chu commander and clashing with the armies of Dongli and Fenghua. The Liang forces were forced to retreat, taking refuge in Hejiang City. The Chu Kingdom, in alliance with Dongli and the other 2 major vassal states, returned with renewed vigor, threatening Hejiang City. Qin Feng issued the order for Pan Jiangfeng to abandon Hejiang City, simultaneously instructing Wei Yan to deliver the Sui Huang Mountain River seal to him. "Ha!" At that moment, the booming laughter of Ning Jianghe echoed. "Little Yang King, the coalition of the 4 second-tier vassal states has arrived and will soon march on Liangdu. Do you have anything to say?" He sought to find despair in Qin Feng's eyes, only to be met with disappointment. Qin Feng remained composed, provoking a hint of mockery in Ning Jianghe. Does the envoy possess such confidence? "Ah, forgive me, but this is the land of Liang, and the outcomes of victory and defeat are determined by this king." You Ning Jianghe's lips twitched as he coldly scoffed. I fear that it is no longer up to you. Haha. Qin Feng casually pointed to the terrain of the northern borders of Liangdu, stating, although the four nations boast a main force of 800,000 cavalry, what if I were to use the Lian Mountains as a line and the Yunjiang and Liangjiang rivers as boundaries to encircle the forces of the four nations? In that case, the cavalry would find themselves trapped in Hejiang City. Ning Jianghe's expression shifted slightly. Could the Chu kingdom's defeat be replayed? Not so. Ning Jianghe suddenly recalled something and sneered, given the strength of your Liang Kingdom. How could you possibly encircle an army of 800,000? Humph. Are you overestimating yourself, Prince Liang? Indeed, relying solely on the strength of a Liang army is insufficient. But what if there were external assistance or advantageous terrain to exploit? Qin Feng smiled. Ning Jianghe trembled, his expression darkening. External assistance? Is the Prince of Liang overly optimistic about the situation? Your inability does not imply my incapacity. Qin Feng's tone remained calm, exuding a sovereign's pride. Ning Jianghe's gaze shifted multiple times, uncertain of what hidden cards Qin Feng possessed. However, should the 800,000 troops become ensnared in Hejiang City, it would undoubtedly elevate Liang's status in the southern territories to unprecedented heights. At that point, the Mo Kingdom would become a laughingstock. As this thought crossed his mind, Ning Jianghe's eyes turned vicious. Humph. Prince Liang, your calculations are commendable, but I wonder what changes would transpire if you were to perish in Liangdu beforehand. Presumptuous, Chao Jujue immediately positioned himself before Qin Feng, shouting defiantly, Do not disrespect the king. Ning Jianghe sneered, Old fool, you dare to obstruct me? Then, with a loud shout, he called out, Where are the Chioying guards? The air around them filled with the sound of rushing movements. Surrounding the palace were no fewer than several hundred skilled fighters, the weakest among them possessing peak foundational realm strength, and among them were several formidable practitioners at the refining infant stage. With a cold smile, Ning Jianghe turned to Qin Feng. Prince Liang, if you have any remaining trump cards, now is the time to reveal them, or else there may not be another opportunity. Qin Feng shook his head, saying, I did not expect the envoy to be so anxious as to take matters in his own hands. I thought you would wait until this war concluded. Witnessing my Liang's overwhelming victory before acting, it appears I have overestimated you. Humph. Overwhelming victory. Ning Jianghe laughed coldly, mocking, You will not have such an opportunity. As they spoke, the palace guards rushed in, forming a protective barrier around Qin Feng. Wei Yan shouted sternly, Ning Jianghe, this is the palace of the Liang Kingdom, and you shall not cause mayhem here. Cause mayhem? Ning Jianghe's eyes sparkled with amusement as he suddenly turned cold, declaring, I shall wreak havoc today. Let us see what you can do about it. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the Chioying guards leapt into action, charging towards Qin Feng. Protect his majesty, Wei Yan bellowed, directing his blade toward the attacking Chioying guards. However, the Chioying guards were exceptionally powerful. Aside from Wei Yan, who could barely hold his ground, the others were no match, falling one after another, blood spilling throughout the palace. Qin Feng observed the scene quietly, saying nothing to in the depths of Ning Jianghe's eyes flickered a deep fury. He could not abide Qin Feng's calm demeanor. What audacity does a mere third-tier vassal king have to assume such a posture? Kill him! Ning Jianghe pointed at Qin Feng, shrieking. One individual answered the call. Soaring towards Qin Feng, that a glimmer of cold light flashed, exuding an aura of murderous intent. It was none other than a strong practitioner at the refining infant stage. Wei Yan could not intervene in time, and this individual reached Qin Feng in an instant. Han Chan of the Chioying guards. Qin Feng seemed to hear the murmurs of the approaching foe. He smiled, praising the Chioying guards are indeed impressive. As he spoke, he unleashed the supreme mystic art, the rending void emperor fist. The force of his punch erupted, causing the advancing Chioying guard to stagger, as if struck by a mountain, their speed diminishing significantly. Han Chan raised her head, meeting Qin Feng's gaze, and suddenly felt as though she had plunged into a freezing abyss. This was not the gaze of a mere vassal king, but that of an unparalleled powerhouse. How could this young Liang king possess such strength? A chill ran down her spine. Boom! The rending void emperor fist was unleashed, and the space around them seemed to tear apart. A violent aura surged forth, overwhelming Han Chan. Refining infant stage. Han Chan was taken aback, realizing that even in the humble Liang Kingdom, there existed a refining infant powerhouse, and it was none other than the youthful Liang King before her. Boom! In her haste, she raised her palm to defend, yet still found herself outmatched by Qin Feng, being forced back. After all, Qin Feng had previously used this very rending Void Emperor Fist to repel the elder Liu Bao of the Shadow Palace. Let alone the Chioying guards of the Mo Kingdom. You are no match for me. Why throw your life away in vain? Qin Feng spoke softly. The Liang capital had enjoyed peace for so long. He did not wish for the palace to be stained with blood once more. Acting under orders, I seek forgiveness, Han Chan declared, her figure moving like a startled swan, suddenly darting towards Qin Feng with lightning speed. As if a flash of lightning had appeared. Bang! Bang! Qin Feng activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions, and Han Chan's movements became entirely transparent. His fists struck out in succession, unleashing powerful waves of energy. Let me handle this. Another deep grunt resonated as a massive figure rapidly closed in on Qin Feng. With a single slap, he sent a guarding Liang Palace sentinel flying, then brutally slammed another guard into the ground, turning him to a mist of blood before charging towards Qin Feng with a fierce aura. The massive figure surged forth, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Kill! The rending Void Emperor Fist collided with the incoming foe, producing a thunderous sound akin to a war drum, shaking the ground and causing it to crack in numerous places, radiating outward. Qin Feng was immediately forced back several steps, while his opponent remained unmoved. Standing firm, I did not expect the Prince of Liang to be a formidable expert after all. Ning Jiang's ominous voice echoed. This moment, the palace guards who had come to rescue were either dead or injured. With even Wei Yan knocked to the ground, his chest a bloody mess. Chao Jujue attempted to rush forward to protect Qin Feng, but was pierced in the leg by Ning Jiang's sword. Stumbling to the ground, the remaining Chioying guards circled around, their eyes fixed hungrily on Qin Feng. The Chioying guards, the fierce dragon. One charged towards Qin Feng with a roar, eyes bloodshot, preparing to strike once more. A colossal fist descended like a thunderclap, brimming with a terrifying aura, hinting at the emergence of dark energy. Rending Void Emperor Fist, with the power of the state behind him, Qin Feng's aura surged, embodying the essence of Liang's national fortune. Empowered by this national luck, the rending Void Emperor Fist might increase dramatically, clashing head-on with the fierce dragon. Another tremendous wave of energy erupted, surging in all directions. What? Qin Feng's heart raced. He had not anticipated the fierce dragon's strength to be so overwhelming, able to withstand a punch amplified by his national fortune. Good heavens, it seems the Mo Kingdom has indeed come prepared. Roar! The roar of the ferocious dragon reverberated once more, as it swung its dark, ethereal fist aimed directly at Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng floated backward, evading the onslaught. The dragon relentlessly pursued him at that moment. The voice of Princess Chingling resounded. Your Majesty, this individual is a horizontal refiner, cultivating the power of vitality and blood. The stronger the opponent, the more formidable he becomes. Do not confront him head-on. A horizontal refiner, a fleeting thought crossed Qin Feng's mind. Horizontal refiners forge themselves through countless battles, tempering their beings until they become as resilient as steel. A horizontal refiner at the refining infant stage can directly contend with any practitioner of the same rank. So that it realization dawned upon Qin Feng as he brandished the Minghong heavenly blade. I nearly fell for your scheme just now. With a hum, the blade's radiance surged, casting a crimson glow. Suddenly, the technique of the 19 ghostly blades unfolded, weaving a tapestry of azure blade light that enveloped the ferocious dragon. Roar! The dragon bellowed once more, an aura of dark light emanating from its form, resembling iron and stone as it charged toward the blade's brilliance. The fierce blade light clashed against its body, producing a sharp metallic resonance. Ning Jianghe, observing from the side, sneered, Prince Liang, do not waste your efforts. Attacks of your caliber are but trivial exercises for the dragon. They cannot harm him in the slightest. Humph, if you were to surrender now and plead for mercy, perhaps I would show you some leniency and grant you a dignified end. Qin Feng cast a glance at him, saying nothing further. The speed of the 19 ghostly blades increased exponentially, the blade light becoming ever more dense. Meanwhile, the dragon's aggression grew increasingly savage, closing the distance between them. "Your Majesty, be careful," Princess Chingling exclaimed, her hands shimmering with golden light, transforming into a colossal golden fire eagle that lunged at the dragon. Roaring, the dragon reared its head to the sky, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the golden eagle mid-flight. Simultaneously, it soared into the air, diving toward Qin Feng. Feeling a dark shadow loom over him, Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid. "Horizontal refiner, I refuse to believe you lack any vulnerabilities. Subpar Dao technique, dragon annihilation." Slash! The Minghong heavenly blade erupted with blinding crimson radiance, saturating the surroundings with a chilling blade light that surged toward the dragon. In that instant, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped everyone present, causing them to tremble. The dragon, at the forefront, felt this pressure most acutely. Veins bulged on its forehead, its visage twisted with fury. Yet having already unleashed its assault, it had no path of retreat and could only charge headlong into the blade light. Boom! The violent surge of blood energy engulfed the dragon. The aura expanded outward, obscuring the vision of all. Soon after, Qin Feng also vanished from sight. Bang! Bang! Following that, a series of muffled groans erupted from within the blood energy. Suddenly, a figure shot forth, crashing heavily before Ning Jianghe. A gruesome wound marred its chest, revealing the faint pulsing of internal organs. "What?" Ning Jianghe's expression turned to one of horror as he staggered back several steps, his lips trembling. "How is this possible? The dragon has been defeated?" Not only that, but after the dragon's defensive strength was shattered by the dragon annihilation technique, the wounds inflicted by the 19 ghostly blades began to tear wider, leaving its robust body riddled with gory, grotesque injuries. It collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, a hint of terror flickering in its eyes. As the blood energy in the air gradually dissipated, Qin Feng's figure re-emerged. He stood aloft, gazing down at Ning Jianghe with an unwavering calmness. "Messenger, it appears you have overestimated your own strength." Ning Jianghe instinctively took a few steps back. "Qin Feng, do not rejoice too soon," he exclaimed, his voice laced with uncontainable dread. "The strength of the Mo Kingdom is absolutely beyond what your Liang Kingdom can contend with. Charge!" Ning Jianghe screamed hysterically. Around them, the Autumn Moth's guard shouted and surged forward, attacking Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head, replying softly, "Is it not better to live well? Why seek your own demise?" Buzz! The Minghong heavenly blade vibrated, its crimson glow enveloping the earth, with the subpar Dao technique pushed to its limits. Coupled with the auspicious energy of Liang Kingdom, these Autumn Moth guards were utterly no match for Qin Feng. The palace guards regarded Qin Feng with profound reverence. In that moment, he was not merely a third-tier feudal lord, but an invincible war god. Ning Jianghe's mind suddenly recalled the first time he had encountered Qin Feng, hearing him declare, "This is Liang Kingdom's territory. Victory and defeat are dictated by me." Now he had truly delivered on that promise. Thud! As the last of the charging Autumn Moth guards fell, Ning Jianghe knelt upon the ground, his eyes vacant. Qin Feng approached slowly. That moment, a frail voice called out, "Do not kill him." Qin Feng turned to see Han Chan, the female Autumn Moth guard. "He cannot die here." Despite her grievous injuries, Han Chan's gaze remained resolute as she looked at Qin Feng. Suddenly, Qin Feng burst into laughter. Nodding, as he wished, he walked past Han Chan, leaving a final remark. "However, he may leave, but you must stay." From the beginning until now, Han Chan was the only Autumn Moth's guard who had not attacked the Liang Palace guards, which piqued Qin Feng's interest at present. Liang Kingdom was in dire need of capable individuals. If he released a trivial messenger in exchange for a refining infant-stage powerhouse, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative trade. Han Chan lowered her head. That day, news of the Liang King defeating the Autumn Moth's guards of the Mo Kingdom within the palace spread to the northern border. The Liang army in the north surged with newfound vigor. as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir. If even the first-tier feudal nation of Mo could not contend with Liang, what hope did the second-tier nations possess? Mere rabble. Pan Jiangfeng capitalized on the soaring morale of the soldiers, swiftly encircling the Chu Kingdom's coalition forces. Utilizing the Sui Huang Mountain River Seal, he altered the terrain outside Hejiang City, shifting the mountain's veins to create a natural chasm, while joining forces with the demon tribes, such as Tai Rui and Yisha, to seal off the waterways of Yunjiang and Liangjiang, effectively trapping the 800,000 enemy troops within Hejiang City. History was once more set to repeat itself. The 800,000 coalition forces within Hejiang City were shaken to their core. Far away in the capital of the Chu Kingdom, the Chu King felt despair wash over him as he helplessly gazed at the flurries of intelligence reports, lamenting, "It is over. It is over. We have lost again," having suffered 2 consecutive defeats. The Chu Kingdom was severely drained, its citizens suffering, and the king's prestige was utterly shattered. Under the influence of certain individuals, rumors flooded through the Chu capital and many great cities, as the forces opposing the Chu king swiftly grew in strength. "Have you heard? The king's recent actions, waging an unjust war, have led to this failure. Indeed, those dignitaries care nothing for our lives, only wishing to serve the Mo people. If even Mo cannot contend with Liang, what can we use to fight them? These officials do not value our lives at all." In an instant, the citizens of the Chu Kingdom were roused to fury. Rumors even spread that the Chu army had suffered a great defeat in the northern borders of Liang, and that within a few months, the Liang army would invade the Chu capital. Consequently, the price of grain in Chu Kingdom soared, weapons became scarce, and many citizens from the southern regions fled northward, leading to the disintegration of the southern economy. Chaos persisted for months, and before the Chu army could collapse within Hejiang City, disorder erupted within the Chu Kingdom itself. In the Liang capital's palace, Shun Wanshan and Lung Wuyo stood shoulder to shoulder before Qin Feng, simultaneously bowing. "We report to your majesty that chaos has erupted within the Chu Kingdom. We have not disgraced our mission." It turned out that these two were the masterminds behind the turmoil in the Chu Kingdom. Qin Feng nodded, smiling. "You both have performed admirably, saving me considerable effort. Immediately issue orders to Pan Jiangfeng, instructing him to crush the coalition forces of the 4 nations while focusing on reclaiming lost territories. Do not rush to seize cities." "Understood." An obsidian shadow guard took his leave at this moment. Liang Kingdom's victory was all but assured. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this was not the time for Liang Kingdom to expand recklessly. After all, Liang's foundation was still somewhat lacking. Taking too large a step might lead to a stumble. Additionally, the internal strife within the Chu Kingdom needed to ferment further. Pressing too hard would prove counterproductive. "Your Majesty is wise." Shun Wanshan grinned, respectfully bowing. "The current chaos within the Chu Kingdom presents us with an opportunity to discreetly reap benefits. I am confident we can deplete the Chu Kingdom's century-long foundation within 2 years. War is the most burdensome and costly endeavor at this moment. The more chaotic the Chu Kingdom became, the greater the opportunities for Liang Kingdom to seize advantages." Qin Feng nodded. "Very well. Let it be as you say." He cast another glance at Lung Wuyo and remarked, "Wuyo, you have performed admirably this time. However, I am afraid I cannot bestow upon you any titles or ranks just yet. Nevertheless, you may select any item from the national treasury to take back to the state of Chu." "Thank you, your majesty." Lung Wuyo bowed deeply. His heart was filled with emotion. When he first arrived in the capital, the state of Liang was in disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet now, it had subtly transformed into a formidable vassal state capable of influencing the dynamics of the southern region. As time passed, Lung Wuyo found it hard to envision the future of Liang. With the issues in the state of Chu resolved, the king also needed to address matters concerning the Tongyu. Qin Feng rose, a cold glint flashing in his eyes in the Battle of Hejiang City. The forces of Liang had decisively routed the 80,000 allied troops of Chu and the 4 other second-tier vassal states. The morale of the Liang army surged, and the confidence of the citizens soared to unprecedented heights. Within the Destiny summoning system, Qin Feng's fortune value had reached an impressive 12,000, and his personal reputation had climbed to 3,900 points. System name: Destiny Summoning System. Host: Qin Feng, ruler of the third-tier vassal state. Liang, host strength: mid-stage infant refinement realm. Host's reputation: 3,950 points. Fortune points: 128,000 points. Summoning skills: Ghost Wind 19 Blades, lower grade mystical technique. Shattering Void Royal Fist, upper grade mystical technique. Dragon Annihilation Sacred Art, lower grade Dao technique. Summon Generals: Bingjiao Wei Yan, early stage Golden Core. Bingjiao Pan Jiangfeng, early stage Infant Refinement. Feijia Hanyi, peak Golden Core. Zheijia Xinwan Shan, early stage Golden Core. Inyang Jiao Wenlong, early stage Golden Core. Nongjia Wenhu, early stage Golden Core. Summoning troops: Tiger Vanguard, Foundation Establishment, 1,000-man unit. Ghost Shadow Guard, Foundation Establishment, 100-man unit. Various Rangers. Summoning technique levels: Elementary, consuming 500 fortune points per use. Intermediate, consuming 5,000 fortune points per use. Advanced Summoning, consuming 5,000 fortune points per use. Mysterious Summoning pending activation. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the growth of the state of Liang, he had transformed from a state of utter poverty to that of a sovereign commanding great power. Your Majesty, the carriage to Tongyu Sea is ready, Chao Jioi said, limping towards him. Thought he had been injured by Ning Yuna's sword and should have been recuperating, but upon hearing that Qin Feng was heading to Tongyu Sea, he made a special trip to bid farewell. Very well, Qin Feng nodded. Just as he stepped out of the palace doors, he encountered Princess Chingling and Han Chan. Your Majesty, may we accompany you? Princess Chingling inquired. She glanced at Han Chan and added, I have asked Sister Han Chan, and she is willing to exchange her life for yours, remaining here to serve you. Han Chan's expression remained indifferent, exuding the demeanor of a killer, as if she had never smiled in her life. Then let us travel together, Qin Feng nodded, with an additional cultivator of the infant refinement realm assisting him on the journey to Tongyu Sea. Many troubles could be alleviated. Within the grand hall of the Oversea Palace at Tongyu Sea, the great sage of Oversea sat upon his throne, coldly observing Isha, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Isha, you have certainly grown in prowess. Have you become so disdainful since stepping into the infant refinement realm that you no longer regard this sovereign? Great sage, surely there's been a misunderstanding. Isha furrowed his brows. Misunderstanding. The great sage waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to throw a stack of reports before Isha, sneering, Is it a misunderstanding? Do you not have a sense of your own deeds? Colluding with the state of Liang and leaking the secrets of Tongyu Sea to the human race, do you understand that this is an act of treachery? He suddenly slammed the table, his eyes turning red as he fixed his gaze on Isha. This sovereign detests traitors above all else. That should be abundantly clear, yet I never expected you would stoop to colluding with the humans. Do you truly think that the insignificant state of Liang is a match for this sovereign? The great sage's fury was palpable, causing the demons in the hall to lower their heads in fear. Yet Isha remained composed, stating, colluding with the humans. If I recall correctly, it was the great sage who initiated the trade with the state of Liang. I was merely acting on orders. Bang! The great sage suddenly struck Isha's face with a resounding slap, bellowing, What a fine excuse of acting on orders! When did this sovereign ever command you to conspire with the state of Liang and betray the might of Oversea Palace? Isha staggered back several steps, but quickly regained his footing. Great sage, Tongyu Sea is no longer the Tongyu Sea of your... Do you believe that by jumping between various powers, you can remain unscathed? He questioned, fixing his gaze on the great sage. Not a chance. I observe that the young king of Liang is a man of his word, worthy of trust. Furthermore, with the current weakness of the state of Liang, receiving assistance from Tongyu Sea would be akin to providing timely aid in a snowstorm. As time passes, the state of Liang will grow stronger, and Tongyu Sea will truly stand invincible. Nonsense. Before Isha could finish, the great sage interrupted him furiously. Tongyu Sea is the territory of this sovereign. Its fate is for me to decide, and I will not allow your meddling. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful wave of cold air directly at Isha. Isha's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his blood energy to counter the chill. However, at the moment of collision, the cold air transformed into countless tiny ice crystals that permeated his body. What? Isha's form trembled violently, his face turning an alarming shade of blue and purple that he shivered uncontrollably. And a look of inexplicable terror crept into his eyes as he questioned, "What is happening? I clearly possess the strength of the infant refinement realm. Why can I not exert it?" "Humph." The great sage chuckled coldly. "Mocking, from the moment you stepped into Oversea Palace, this sovereign left the cold poison of the ghost spring within you. Regardless of the realm you attain, you will never escape my grasp. Despicable, old demon. You are so vile," Isha shouted vehemently. The other demons in the hall wore bitter expressions, not daring to speak. Suddenly, Isha let out a horrific scream as the cold poison of the ghost spring invaded his internal organs, causing him to collapse onto the ground, curling into a ball, shaking like a leaf. "Humph." The great sage coldly observed him. "Once the cold poison of the ghost spring erupts, it will last for 49 days. By then, your internal organs will shatter, leading to your demise. Enjoy your suffering. As for that young king of Liang whom you think can serve as a stronghold, humph, this sovereign will soon capture him and have him experience the tyranny of the cold poison of the ghost spring alongside you." Just as he spoke, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. "I wonder what treasures the great sage wishes to share with me." "What?" The great sage's expression shifted dramatically. According to the timeline provided by the Mogu Kingdom, the state of Liang was currently besieged by the 4 major vassal states, and Qin Feng should be in dire straits. Why had he come to Oversea Palace? It seems the great sage is not particularly welcoming of my presence, Qin Feng observed, noting the great sage's surprised gaze before glancing at Isha and inquiring, "What has Lord Isha done to deserve such punishment from the great sage?" The great sage's eyes flickered several times before he suddenly laughed. "Ah, how delightful to have the king of Liang gracing us with his presence. Please, take a seat." He subtly signaled for the demons in the hall to drag Isha away. "I have heard whispers that the Mogu Kingdom harbors ill intentions towards the state of Liang." The great sage feigned concern and inquired, "How is the situation in Liang at present?" "Alas," Qin Feng sighed suddenly. The great sage felt a wave of relief wash over him. "The 80,000 allied forces of Chu and Hezi have been utterly defeated by our state of Liang. The envoy from the Mogu Kingdom was also dealt with and sent back," Qin Feng replied with a hint of melancholy. The great sage's complexion paled, his tone faltering. "Then why does the king of Liang sigh?" "Haha, I am not lamenting for myself, but rather for the misfortune of certain individuals." Qin Feng slowly raised his head, directing an enigmatic smile at the great sage. "What do you mean by that?" The great sage's expression shifted slightly, and he reprimanded coldly. "Have you no awareness of your actions these days? Do you require me to expose you?" Qin Feng countered. The great sage's expression shifted several times, his voice suddenly turning icy as he scolded, "Young king of Liang, be mindful of your words. This is Tong you see, and you have no authority to dictate my actions." As he spoke, dozens of massive whirlpools began to swirl around Qin Feng, causing the seabed to tremble. It seemed that with a mere thought from the great sage, these whirlpools could annihilate everything before them. Han Chan immediately assumed a defensive stance, coldly glaring at the great sage. Do you think that possessing a lower grade Dao technique grants you the right to dictate my actions?" The great sage of the Oversea gazed down at Qin Feng with an expression of haughty disdain. "Mocking, do you truly believe that your Liang Kingdom holds any significance? After my departure, do you think you would be left with any means of survival?" "Ha! Allow me to enlighten you today. The resources of the Tong you see, I am willing to bestow upon you, but what I choose not to grant, you shall not lay a finger upon." His words were resolute, exuding an air of overwhelming intimidation. Qin Feng silently observed his theatrical display. "Are you finished?" After the great sage had concluded, Qin Feng finally lifted his head, his voice laced with an eerie calmness. "You certainly have a penchant for verbosity. Given that, I see no reason for further discourse. Let us engage directly." "Engage? You are courting death?" The great sage of the Oversea barked, his voice sharp as he summoned a surge of ethereal light, which coalesced powerfully. In an instant, the entire sea roiled violently, raising billowing clouds of dust. dozens of water whirlpools spiraled towards them, crashing forth like a tidal wave intent on obliterating Qin Feng and his companions. Suddenly, a cold cicada erupted onto the scene. A beam of light streaking like lightning towards the great sage, its speed unimpeded by the tumultuous waves below, a refining infant realm cultivator. The great sage displayed a flicker of disdain, coldly regarding Qin Feng. Do you truly think that the addition of a mere ally will suffice to defeat me? As he spoke, he waved his hand dismissively, causing the surging whirlpools to vanish into thin air. The next moment, a towering wall of swirling water materialized before him, sealing off the cold cicada's advance. The cicada's assault collided with the whirlpool wall, immediately being repelled with tremendous force. Flung several dozen yards away. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow to AKT that moment. The cold cicada swiftly regained its composure, launching itself once more with astonishing velocity. Brilliant streaks of light pierced through the depths of the sea. Bang, bang, it seemed the great sage was always perceptive to her attacks, conjuring whirlpool walls in her path to block her every strike. After several exchanges, the cold cicada had not only failed to injure him, but had also squandered a significant amount of spiritual energy in the process. Ah, little girl, you are utterly no match for me. The great sage of the oversea cast a scornful glance at the cold cicada. Suddenly, a swirling vortex erupted beneath her feet, lifting her hundreds of feet into the air. Countless ice crystals formed in the water, resembling a myriad of sharp blades poised to strike, revealing a menacing display towards the cold cicada. Frenzied blood dragon slash. Qin Feng wielded his knife, a shimmering light emanating from it, sweeping through the air to obliterate the vortex and rescue the cold cicada. Such a remarkable technique. No wonder you have the audacity to engage in such shameless acts. Qin Feng taunted, casting a derisive glance at the great sage. Shameless? The great sage of the oversea chuckled coldly. Youngster, you still have much to learn in this world. The first priority is survival. Only then can one pursue ideals of virtue and morality. Is that so? A glint of cold light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he propelled himself forward. The Minghong heavenly blade shimmered with a blinding blood-red glow, slicing through the air towards the great sage. The great sage snorted lightly, employing the same tactic once more. The surging water light rose to intercept Qin Feng's blade. Break! Qin Feng uttered a single command, the blade's power surging dramatically. Frenzied blood dragon slash. A qualitative burst of blade light erupted, tearing through the water defenses before the great sage. The crimson blade light surged forward, undeterred. The great sage swiftly retreated, an aura of icy crystals forming around his arm, glimmering with a ghostly blue light as he charged forth to clash with the Minghong heavenly blade. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as waves of water surged outward. Countless demonic creatures were tossed about chaotically. The seabed cracked, releasing plumes of hot air and dust that soared to great heights. Suddenly, Qin Feng sensed a dark current stirring beneath him. He swiftly swung the Minghong heavenly blade, dispersing the force of the hidden flow. You shall perish! Concurrently, the great sage soared into the air, emanating a chilling blue light. Crystal Jiao slash. A beam of crystalline clarity sliced through the air, racing towards Qin Feng with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Clang! Qin Feng barely managed to deflect the beam, yet the immense force behind it forced him to stagger backward. The great sage's mocking voice echoed, "You are as good as dead," as he spoke. The crystalline glow began to envelop the Minghong heavenly blade, transforming its very essence into a crystalline clarity. Qin Feng felt a disconcerting loss of control over his weapon. Moreover, the eerie glow spread. Creeping over his arm, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy to resist, only to find the glow spreading even more rapidly. A chill ran down Qin Feng's spine as he sensed the impending danger. Ha! The great sage cackled, delighting in Qin Feng's predicament. You are still far too young. Do not attempt to struggle. The more you resist, the greater the power of the crystal Jiao slash will become. Soon, you will be transformed into an ice sculpture, shattering at a mere touch. As he spoke, the great sage conjured a shard of ice. With a casual poke, it shattered explosively. Your Highness, Princess Chingling rushed forward. Her face filled with concern as she looked at Qin Feng. Do not panic. Even if I do not engage directly, I can still eliminate him. Qin Feng reassured Princess Chingling, his gaze fixed intently on the great sage. Arrogant, the great sage scoffed, derisively proclaiming, "You stand on the brink of death, and yet you dare to speak defiantly." Suddenly, he lunged forward with a claw-like motion, the surging water vapor instantly boiling, a terrifying force enveloping Qin Feng and the princess. "Do not harm His Highness," Princess Chingling cried out, positioning herself protectively before Qin Feng. "Princess, step back. I shall handle him." Qin Feng chanted incantations under his breath. Heaven-S fortune summoning, intermediate summoning activated, countless images flashed through his mind. And in an instant, they solidified. "This is it." Ding! A system notification chimed. 5,000 points of fortune consumed. Successfully summoned Calamity Thunder. Just as the great sage was about to strike Qin Feng, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence. A murky bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, plunging into the depths of the sea, aimed directly at the great sage. Who? The great sage assumed a surprise attack was underway, unleashing his accumulated power against the bolt. However, he was unprepared for the lightning to bypass his assault and strike directly at him. What kind of lightning technique is this? The great sage's head buzzed. After a moment, he regained his composure, only to discover, much to his astonishment, that he remained unscathed. Suspicion crept into his mind. What was the nature of that Calamity Thunder? Why did it have no effect on him? After several confirmations, the great sage assured himself he was indeed unharmed. Humph. Mere theatrics. He turned around, coldly regarding Qin Feng. At that moment, a massive shadow lunged towards him, its speed ferocious, stirring tumultuous currents in the depths of the sea. Bang! Caught off guard, the great sage collided head-on with the shadow, sent hurtling backward into the palace, where a fissure conveniently erupted with geothermal energy. Boom! The great sage's back was scorched black, emitting a wretched scream. "Who is it?" he bellowed in a fit of rage. "Old demon, it is I, Isha." The voice of Isha resonated, gazing down at the great sage with unyielding superiority. He had escaped from the demonic prison of the Oversea Palace after slaying the great sage's minions. "You insolent wretch, how dare you act so brazenly before me?" The great sage, astonished that one of his own minions would dare to assist an outsider, found his eyes ablaze with fury as icy crystals began to form on his arm. The ghostly blue light exuding an unsettling aura. Kill! The roiling waters surged, and countless shards of ice shot forth. Isha's expression darkened, his body taut, fixated on the great sage's assault. Although he too possessed refining infant realm strength, he was no match for the great sage. Puff! Unexpectedly, before the great sage could even reach him, he spat out a mouthful of reversed blood, staggering perilously close to the ground. What is happening? Isha's face turned quizzical. Spiritual energy disruption? Princess Chingling murmured. Under normal circumstances, only fledgling cultivators would experience such chaotic spiritual energy flow due to their inexperience with their techniques. A formidable demon like the Sea Overlord, seasoned by countless battles, would never encounter such a predicament. Yet astonishingly, this improbable event has transpired. It is utterly unfathomable. A slight smirk graced Qin Feng's lips as he understood all too well. This is the consequence of a Sea Overlord being struck by a stroke of ill fortune. The calamity of misfortune strikes silently and lethally. Meanwhile, Isha, under the illusion that this was merely a cunning ploy by the Sea Overlord, dared not act recklessly and remained on high alert. Infuriating, the Sea Overlord wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His fury reaching unprecedented heights, he roared and charged once more at Isha. The ocean floor churned violently, and numerous fissures erupted, spewing forth searing geothermal energy. "You shall perish!" The crystal serpent slash was unleashed again, its azure blade radiating a chilling aura, locking onto Isha with unyielding precision. Having learned from Qin Feng's prior encounter, Isha did not dare to underestimate the situation. He hastily gathered his strength and conjured a mid-tier mystic technique. Shark's Devour, the mingling of spiritual light revealed a colossal vortex before him. The vortex spun with great velocity, fiercely countering the force of the crystal serpent slash. Isha's body tensed, every ounce of power pushed to its limits. Yet the strength of the crystal serpent slash remained undiminished, pressing closer with each passing moment. "Why do you not die?" the sea overlord bellowed. Boom! In the midst of his words, the force of the crystal serpent slash erupted, sending Isha hurtling through the air. The blade's radiance surged forward, striking Isha. Though he attempted to resist, his body crystallized into ice at a visible speed. "Humph! Overestimating yourself." The sea overlord scoffed coldly, remarking that this was the fate of one who betrayed him. Before he could finish, the icy sheen upon Isha swiftly faded, replaced by a faint blue hue. Those azure lights cloaked Isha like scales. Qin Feng perceived countless blue points of light dancing around Isha. Princess Chingling gasped softly. "It seems he has awakened the acquired water spirit body." "The acquired water spirit body?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Is this a stroke of incredible luck for Isha, or an unfortunate turn for the sea overlord? After all, awakening a spirit body is an exceedingly rare occurrence among demonkind. Yet, Isha coincidentally awakened at this very moment. In an instant, the blue light enveloped him entirely. As he rose anew, his aura transformed drastically, seeming ever more agile. Those myriad blue points of light represented the water spirit power, moving in harmony with his will. Damn it! The sea overlord cursed inwardly. Consumed by envy. After years of arduous cultivation and consuming countless rare treasures, he had yet to awaken the water spirit body, while this fellow, after enduring a crystal serpent slash, had instead awakened. It was indeed the work of a malicious heart. The sea overlord's countenance darkened, and with a frigid tone, he declared, "A dying man, even if he awakens the acquired water spirit body. What of it?" As he spoke, a terrifying power erupted from within him, causing the entire ocean floor to tremble as hundreds of resplendent blue lights intertwined rapidly before him. "Kill!" The sea overlord struck again. A blue-hued claw sliced through the air, descending upon Isha with the weight of a mountain. Isha's eyes shimmered with blue light, his aura boiling as the water spirit energy surrounding him grew restless. Suddenly, he manifested his true form, a colossal crocodile, 100 feet in length. Roaring, Isha opened his massive jaws to confront the sea overlord head-on. With the advantage of the acquired water spirit body, he harnessed spiritual energy at a speed several times that of the sea overlord. Yet the sea overlord, seasoned by years of training, employed his tactical prowess to suppress Isha in combat. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. What is happening? Has the power of the calamity of misfortune dissipated? At that moment, a multitude of demon voices erupted from the sea overlord's palace. "Brothers, the sea overlord has long acted tyrannically, frequently abusing us. Now that Lord Isha has rebelled, let us stand with this old demon." As they spoke, countless demons surged forth from the palace, brandishing various magical artifacts, all charging toward the sea overlord. With a darkened expression, the sea overlord glared at them, growling. "Do you fools seek death?" He cared little for the rebellion of these demons. However, those magical artifacts were the fruits of his years of labor, and he would not allow anyone to seize even a fragment. Bang! The sea overlord nearly erupted with rage, sweeping his claws across, directly slaughtering hundreds of demons. The magical artifacts, now uncontrolled, flailed through the air. "Return my artifacts to me." The sea overlord roared. He suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a devouring technique. The surrounding artifacts swiftly converged towards him. At this moment, Isha also soared into the air, his formidable form lunging forward, seizing the opportunity to bite into the sea overlord's shoulder with the force of the devouring technique. "You seek death." The sea overlord shouted fiercely. He grasped Isha's tail, attempting to slam him to the ground. Just then, a flash of white light appeared, darting into his body with lightning speed. The sea overlord let out a chilling scream. "Kill this old demon! Slay him!" The surrounding demons erupted in fervor upon witnessing the sea overlord's injury. Qin Feng had not anticipated that the sea overlord's misfortune would strike so fiercely, leading to his utter abandonment by allies in such a brief span of a day. Countless demons surged forward, and the Sea Overlord's palace lay in ruins. Even if the Sea Overlord possessed extraordinary abilities, with misfortune befalling him and being besieged by a horde of demons, his strength rapidly waned until he was ultimately subdued by Han Chan. Thud! The Sea Overlord knelt upon the ground, a picture of disarray, entirely devoid of his former arrogance. My artifacts, he mumbled, as though he had lost his mind. Your Highness, this old demon has been vanquished. Isha limped toward Qin Feng, his body heavily injured. Qin Feng shook his head, about to speak. Suddenly, a thunderclap descended, obliterating the Sea Overlord on the spot. What? The surrounding demons were taken aback, fleeing in panic. Han Chan, Isha, and others hastily gathered around Qin Feng. Who goes there? The crowd questioned, their gazes filled with suspicion. They could see that moment. A massive cloud ship raced toward them from the distance. The colossal light barrier emanating from the ship blocked the surging currents of the ocean floor. It is the ship of the Shadow Palace. Princess Chingling recognized the flag upon the ship at first glance. The Shadow Palace? Qin Feng's brow furrowed. These individuals have arrived at just the right moment. Laughter erupted from the ship. Haha, behold! With a single divine thunder, I have slain a formidable demon of the refining infancy realm. Ahaha! Elder Tang truly possesses unrivaled power. We are in awe. A chorus of praises followed. Tang Qingjian, Princess Chingling's expression shifted, murmuring, how could it be him? What is he doing here? Who is he? Qin Feng inquired at a peculiar character. Princess Chingling muttered softly. Before she could elaborate, the massive cloud ship hovered above the ruins of the Sea Overlord's palace. A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe emerged, casting a disdainful gaze upon Qin Feng and the others, inquiring, is this the Sea Overlord's palace? Where is the Sea Overlord? His tone carried the arrogance of one in authority. This is the Sea Overlord's palace. Qin Feng nodded, gesturing toward the lifeless Sea Overlord. He is the Sea Overlord. What? The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, exclaiming, Hey, is the Sea Overlord? How can this be? Wasn't it said that the Sea Overlord was the strongest in the Tongyu Sea? How could he not withstand a single divine thunder from me? He is indeed the Sea Overlord. Isha affirmed solemnly, I could see this moment. Others near the middle-aged man whispered among themselves, confirming the Sea Overlord's identity. Strange, truly strange. The middle-aged man shook his head, approaching the Sea Overlord's body and suddenly realizing, you truly deserve to die. That divine thunder struck precisely at the heart, ending him in one blow, with the Sea Overlord dead, who now holds dominion over the Tongyu Sea. The middle-aged man scanned the surroundings, inquiring, I do. Isha stepped forward confidently. The middle-aged man regarded Isha, clicking his tongue, just entered the refining infancy realm? Very well, from this day forth. You shall be a disciple of the Shadow Palace. Furthermore, all resources produced in the Tongyu Sea shall belong to my Shadow Palace. On what grounds? Eagle Kill inquired. The middle-aged man cast a glance at him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I am Tang Qingjian, an elder of the Shadow Palace. My words are as binding as a jade decree. Whether you heed them or not, you shall still heed them. In that moment, an invisible pressure surged forth, enveloping Qin Feng and the others as well. Eagle Kill wished to retort, but found himself unable to utter a word. Qin Feng staggered back a few steps, his heart filled with astonishment. What formidable power! This Tang Qingjian appears somewhat eccentric, yet the strength emanating from him undoubtedly rivals that of the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, perhaps even more formidable. However, having just triumphed over the oceanic sage, they had not yet had the chance to divide the resources of the Sea of Whispering Spirits. Could it be that they would relinquish it all to the Shadow Palace without a fight? Qin Feng could not help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. He could see that moment. Princess Chingling stepped forward, her voice crisp and clear. Disciple Chingling of the Qingying Academy pays her respects to Elder Tang. Qingying Academy disciple. Tang Qingjian turned at the sound, a radiant smile gracing his face. I did not expect to find a disciple of my Shadow Palace here. Have you arrived before me for a specific purpose? Your Honor, I cannot conceal the truth from you. My husband and I had reached an agreement with the Oceanic Sage to jointly utilize the resources of the Sea of Whispering Spirits. Yet, unexpectedly, this old demon went back on his word, not only hoarding our shared gains, but also injuring my husband. Today, we are fortunate that you have appeared to slay this old demon and avenge us. I humbly express our gratitude, Elder, for your divine might. Princess Chingling spoke earnestly, making to bow before Tang Qingjian. There is no need for such formalities, since you are a disciple of my shadow palace. Tang Qingjian waved his hand dismissively, halting her, but at the same time, he grasped the implication of her words. The Sea of Whispering Spirits has already been claimed. If it were someone else, he could have easily taken it back by force. However, this person was a disciple of his own sect. If he, a dignified elder, were to seize his disciples' possessions, it would indeed be a source of ridicule, in gratitude for your life-saving grace. My husband and I are willing to surrender all rights to the resources within the Sea of Whispering Spirits to the sect. We beseech you to make a decision, Elder, Princess Chingling stated immediately. Tang Qingjian chuckled. This little girl is quite astute. Now, not only had Princess Chingling acknowledged his life-saving grace, but she had also voluntarily entrusted the rights of the Sea of Whispering Spirits to him for management. This undoubtedly solidified the Shadow Palace's rightful standing in the Sea of Whispering Spirits. Since you and your husband have already established operations in the Sea of Whispering Spirits, I am not one to act unjustly. Hence, I shall grant you 3/10 of the proceeds from this place to manage as you see fit, Tang Qingjian declared with a grand gesture. Thank you for your generous bestowal, Elder. Princess Chingling tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, and they both expressed their gratitude to Tang Qingjian. With Tang Qingjian's words, it was tantamount to affirming Liang's rights in the Sea of Whispering Spirits. Others wishing to stake a claim would now have to consider the weight of the Shadow Palace. Qin Feng couldn't help but discreetly give Princess Chingling a thumbs up. Since that is the case, I have other matters to attend to and shall not linger here. You are to submit the remaining 70% of the proceeds to the sect on time. Tang Qingjian stated. Understood. Princess Chingling responded. Tang Qingjian nodded, turned, and muttered to himself. I thought the Sea of Whispering Spirits would pose a significant challenge. I did not expect it to be resolved so swiftly. Lu Bao and Xie Yunji have ultimately proven to be insignificant after all. Saying this, he shook his head and boarded the Cloud ship. The ship did not depart immediately, but sailed deeper into the Sea of Whispering Spirits. Qin Feng watched the direction of the Cloud ship and inquired, is it not the resources of the Sea of Whispering Spirits that the Shadow Palace seeks? It seems they are headed for the entrance to the Whispering Spirits. Eagle Kill squinted, stating, the entrance to the Whispering Spirits? Qin Feng stroked his chin. Never mind. After careful consideration, Qin Feng shook his head, abandoning the idea of following Tang Qingjian and the others to the entrance. Previously, the Oceanic Sage had mentioned that the Sea of Whispering Spirits had not been peaceful lately, primarily due to the entrance. Now that the Shadow Palace had secured the Sea of Whispering Spirits, if they were not after its resources, they must certainly be after the entrance, which must conceal a significant secret. Although Qin Feng was curious, he also understood his own limitations, and it was not the right time to clash with the Shadow Palace. The distribution of resources in the Sea of Whispering Spirits would proceed as Tang Qingjian had instructed. After giving Eagle Kill a brief directive, he departed with Princess Chingling and the others. 3/10 of the resources is no small sum for Liang. More importantly, with Tang Qingjian's assurance, it would provide a stable resource supply for Liang. Returning to the capital of Liang, the chaos of war had subsided, and everything had returned to normal. The brothers Wenlong and Wenhu, responsible for agriculture and husbandry, arrived to pay their respects. Your Majesty, we have opened 500 mu of low-grade spiritual fields at Sangliang Mountain, suitable for planting spiritual rice. Wenhu's face bore the marks of hardship, overflowing with uncontainable joy. Spiritual fields? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, repeatedly exclaiming, good, good, good. At present, Liang's fortunes were flourishing, and the accumulation of spiritual energy was ever increasing. The establishment of spiritual fields and the planting of spiritual rice would undoubtedly present a new opportunity for Liang. Wenlong, Wenhu, from today onward, you too must diligently scout for suitable individuals to manage the spiritual fields, ensuring proper oversight to cultivate spiritual rice as soon as possible. Qin Feng commanded promptly. Yes. The brothers Wenlong and Wenhu accepted the order and departed. Not long after their departure, Shan Wanshan entered, his belly round and noticeably larger, slightly out of breath as he reported. Your Majesty, this month we profited 16,000 taels of gold from the state of Chu, acquired 8 iron mines, and discovered a low-grade spiritual vein. A low-grade spiritual vein. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, asking, how many spiritual stones can be extracted? Approximately around 300,000 pieces. Shan Wanshan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded. While 300,000 spiritual stones may not be a staggering sum for Liang at present, it was still a considerable gain, allowing for the cultivation of a new batch of sorcerers. Moreover, the existing sorcerer academies in Liang were already insufficient. Princess Chingling had attempted to send some exceptionally gifted disciples to the Shadow Palace and other top-tier sect for training. This also implied a significant expenditure of spiritual stones. Fortunately, Liang could still afford it at the moment. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng said, when you are in Chu, do not simply focus on plundering resources. You must also gradually infiltrate the culture of Liang into the region. In comparison, Yinling Prefecture is an extremely impoverished area in the southern domain, requiring a considerable amount of time to catch up with other spiritual prefectures. The quickest way to achieve this is by assimilating other prefectures, gaining the recognition of the local populace for Yunling's culture, and utilizing the resources of other prefectures to sustain Yunling. Understood. Shan Wanshan recognized the importance of this and bowed in acceptance. Shortly after his departure, Han Yi also arrived. Liang's territory expanded rapidly. The demand for disciples of the legalist school was increasing. Various laws and regulations needed to be adapted to local customs. Thus, Han Yi had been traveling extensively to assist in drafting suitable laws for different regions. Your Majesty, while the number of disciples of the legalist school within the country is substantial, we lack precious legalist texts, making it challenging to cultivate capable pillars of the legalist school that I suggest purchasing a portion of legalist texts from the Southern Zhou dynasty, Han Yi stated loudly. As Han Qing said, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. In this chaotic era, the money in hand could not be deemed one's own. Only by transforming it into useful support could it generate greater value. Your Majesty is wise. Han Yi, seeing Qin Feng's prompt agreement, immediately took his leave. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling him to depart. As spring turned to winter, time flew by. Qin Feng had already been the king of Liang for 3 years. During these 3 years, Liang had risen from the ashes, radiating with vitality. Recently, Qin Feng had ordered Shan Wanshan to go to the Southern Zhou dynasty to request the title of a second-tier vassal state. One day, Princess Chingling approached gracefully, softly saying, Your Majesty, I have heard that the request for the title of a second-tier vassal state has been approved by the Southern Zhou dynasty. Qin Feng nodded. The imperial seal is on its way. Will Your Majesty still go to the Southern Zhou dynasty for the annual audience this year? Princess Chingling inquired. The annual audience? Princess Chingling nodded gently, explaining, the Southern Zhou dynasty mandates that all second-tier and above vassal states must attend the audience once a year to report on the governance of their states. However, this is merely a symbolic report. More importantly, it allows the numerous vassal states in the southern domain to establish connections with the nobility of the Southern Zhou dynasty. This is a tactic employed by the Southern Zhou dynasty. Through the ritual of audience, the nobles of the Southern Zhou could remain in the comfort of their homes, awaiting the vassal states to present them with gold, silver, jewels, and treasures from the earth and sky. For the multitude of vassal states, this presented an excellent opportunity to seek support. Naturally, both parties found harmonious accord. I see. Qin Feng nodded slightly and remarked with a smile. At present, our Liang is already in a state of financial straits, and we have nothing to offer them. Have one who prepare 2 pounds of spirit grain to bring to the king. After all, the expenses for the scholarly institutions of sorcery, the legalist academy, and the equipment department within our realm are substantial. Qin Feng had no inclination to scrape together funds to appease those gluttonous lords. Half a month later, Qin Feng's carriage departed from Liangdu, heading towards the Southern Zhou dynasty. This was his first journey to the Southern Zhou, the most formidable hegemonic nation in the southern territories. Along the way, Qin Feng observed the stability within the Liang Kingdom and the chaos among the neighboring vassal states. Upon finally arriving at the Southern Zhou dynasty, it felt as though he had entered a realm of immortals. Liang City was but a small border town of the Southern Zhou dynasty. However, its wealth far exceeded that of the Liang's capital. Here, the common folk consumed spirit grains and spirit meats, and everyone had the opportunity to cultivate. The city also boasted numerous martial arts academies where, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, individuals could study advanced martial techniques free of charge. Furthermore, the Southern Zhou dynasty generously rewarded its citizens for their cultivation achievements. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, one would receive 20 acres of spirit fields, a tax exemption for 20 years, and 100,000 spirit stones. Upon reaching the golden core stage, one would receive 100 acres of spirit fields, a tax exemption for 60 years, and 300,000 spirit stones. And upon attaining the infant refinement stage, one would receive 500 acres of spirit fields, a tax exemption for 120 years, and 700,000 spirit stones. Under such lavish rewards, the Southern Zhou dynasty produced a plethora of talents, leaving Qin Feng envious. Continuing upriver from Liang City, the boats were powered by spiritual energy, traveling at speeds 100 times faster than the horse-drawn carriages of the Liang. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel astonished should a conflict arise with the Southern Zhou dynasty. His own troops might not even catch a glimpse of the enemy that a distance of thousands of miles could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Throughout his journey, Qin Feng kept busy, instructing Cao Jiu to document everything for the future guidance of the Liang's development. Upon their arrival at the capital city, a dispute erupted at the city gates. The capital city was the heartland of the Southern Zhou dynasty, frequented by high-ranking officials and dignitaries, serving as the first stop for vassal kings like Qin Feng during their audience. Here, the vassal kings were required to submit their documents for review by the Ministry of Rights of the Southern Zhou dynasty, and the identities of their accompanying personnel also needed to be verified to ensure that no threats entered the imperial city. As Qin Feng and his entourage entered the city, they encountered a luxurious flying carriage overturned by the roadside, surrounded by a throng of onlookers engaged in animated discussion. "What is going on?" Qin Feng inquired, leaning out to ask. That it appears that two flying carriages collided, and someone has been injured, Cao Jiu reported. "Is that so?" Qin Feng immediately dismounted. Suddenly, a voice rose above the crowd. "What are you all staring at? This old fool intentionally crashed into my carriage. My flying carriage cost 1,000,000 spirit stones." Qin Feng was taken aback, astonished by the exorbitant price of a single flying carriage. Turning his gaze, he noted that the carriage in question was indeed extravagantly adorned, its body intricately carved and embellished, enhanced with complex array patterns that not only added to its beauty but also ensured its safety. The other carriage, now wrecked and in pieces, had several components scattered about. The young woman was assisting an elderly man sitting by the roadside. The old man groaned in pain, his leg marred by a severe injury. "That you're talking nonsense. We were simply entering the city. It was you who recklessly charged at us." The young woman, possessing a delicate beauty reminiscent of a refined lady, glared at the corpulent young noble, her eyes brimming with tears of indignation. "Preposterous," the noble retorted, clad in resplendent attire, berating her harshly. "The road is so wide. I was exiting the city, and no one else was harmed. Yet you had to collide with us? Humph. Clearly you are attempting to extort me." "You lie," the young woman insisted. "We were walking along the roadside. How could we have collided with you?" "Enough, Siener. Cease the argument that I am fine." The elderly man waved his hand weakly, addressing the noble. "Young sir, my grandson and I truly lack sufficient funds. I wonder if you might show some leniency. One must know when to show mercy." "Nonsense," the noble scoffed. "I detest those who preach without action that if you do not compensate me today, your words will be of no use." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the young woman, attempting to drag her away. "That is too much." An individual beside Qin Feng took action. It was Han Chan. A gleam of cold light sliced through the air, aiming directly at the noble. "Who goes there?" The noble, though a wastrel, was not without strength. Sensing danger, he hastily released the young woman and retreated several dozen yards.